Oh yeah, yeah. This is Jordan Peterson, but in my world he's called Warden Peterson, and he's basically performing my thesis in his own words.
I think there is a connection between left-wing authoritarianism and dogmatic defense of the globe belief. The overlap is shocking. I've been arguing with a globe believer, rolling my boulder, formerly known as Sisyphus. I don't think I've ever heard him say a true word. You know, and I'm not trying to be overly dramatic in that regard. I've met people in my clinical practice and otherwise who were temperamentally incapable of any gesture or any word that was actually genuine. And that's a consequence of long practice. I think he's at least narcissistic, at minimum. And I think he's enabled by the useful idiots of the liberal left. And I actually think that's a very widespread problem and probably more typical of Canada now than any other developed country, much to our chagrin. So there's a developing body of research on left-wing authoritarianism. Now, the social psychologists, who are a pretty woke bunch, denied that left-wing authoritarianism existed from the end of World War II until 2016. And when the first work on left-wing authoritarianism came out. Now, the way you study something like political belief is you take a large corpus of questions about political attitude, several hundred, let's say, and you subject them to a statistical analysis that tells you how they sort. And so imagine you're likely to agree with one question, then you're more likely to agree with another related question. If you disagree with the question, there will be related questions that you're likely to disagree with. A sophisticated computer program, it's kind of a primitive AI system, by the way, can sort those questions, and then you can tell if there's a clump of them. And at the time, 2016, the idea that there was such a thing as a politically correct corpus of beliefs was derided as a right-wing conspiracy, so we decided to test that. And it was clear that you could identify a group of beliefs that were progressive, let's say, but then you could identify a variant of that that combined hypothetically progressive goals with authoritarianism, which was really the willingness to use fear and power and compulsion to force. So then there's an alliance, let's say, between compassion and force, and that makes you a left-wing authoritarian. Now, we looked at what predicted whether or not you would be a left-wing authoritarian, and we found that the biggest predictor was low verbal intelligence. Right, and it was a walloping predictor. It was more associated with left-wing authoritarianism than it was with academic performance. And those are basically the same thing, right? General cognitive ability and academic performance. So to find a relationship that was even more powerful was quite the shock. So when you ask yourself, how can people be clueless enough to buy the politically correct line? The answer is, well, they're not very sophisticated verbally. And so if you offer them a solution that's a one-stop fits-all solution, it's all power, then they buy that because it's a comprehensive explanation for the world. There's a self-serving aspect to it, and they have no capacity for critical thought. The second best predictor was being female. The third best predictor was having a feminine temperament, independent of whether you were male or female. And the next best predictor was having ever taken a course that was explicitly politically correct in its aims. So we were well on the way to publishing that, although that's when my career blew up, and it only ended up being produced in a master's degree format. But since then, there's been a lot of additional work done on left-wing authoritarianism. And so people have been looking at the relationship between left-wing authoritarianism and something called the dark first triad and then tetrad. Okay, so in British Columbia, there was a professor named Robert Hare, and Hare studied criminal psychopaths. He was really the first person to define psychopathy psychometrically. Predatory parasite is what a psychopath is, someone who will take what you have and will live off you if they can. That's a predatory parasite. And he studied the serious ones, the ones that were in prison, and hundreds of them. And then his students started to study subclinical psychopathy, so the same traits at a lower level in the general population. And there are different disciplines and industries that attract people with a more psychopathic bent: media, politics, entertainment, medicine, possibly, especially surgery. We'll get back to that. And they found that subclinical psychopathy manifested itself in three manners: narcissism, so that's the desire for unearned social status, right, and the desire for constant attention; Machiavellianism, so if you're talking to a Machiavellian, all he's ever trying to figure out is what he can get from you, and will craft his words accordingly, right? He used words instrumentally. And psychopathy, which we already touched on. And then, as a consequence of further analysis, the researchers ended up adding sadism to that, because those three weren't bad enough. And so sadism is positive delight in the suffering of others. And lulz culture online, LOL culture, lulz culture, that's a manifestation of sadism, right? And we know too, the researchers who have been investigating this area have shown that the real online troll demon types are very high in the dark tetrad traits, so they're enabled online. Anyways, the relationship between dark tetrad personality traits and left-wing authoritarianism is so high that they're probably indistinguishable on the measurement front. And so what that means is that all this nonsense about compassion is the manipulations of snakes pulling in the useful idiots who perhaps are genuinely compassionate to, what would you say, to further their unbelievably narrowly self-centered and destructive agenda. There's nothing glorious about incivility, but there's very little to distinguish excessive niceness from weakness. And the problem with being nice, and this is a technical problem because niceness is associated with trait agreeableness, is that agreeable people are cannon fodder for psychopaths. And biologists have modeled this. So, for example, if you put together automated communities of reciprocal cooperative traders, they do very well. You know, the whole pot expands. But if you throw one psychopath into the mix, he takes everything. And the reason for that is that if you're too agreeable, the dark tetrad types, the predatory parasites, they'll take you out. And they'll use your compassion as a weapon against you. I mean, we know that the people who suffer from the psychopathologies or manifest the psychopathologies that are associated with quasi-psychopathic traits are very much prone to using victimization as a weapon. So I don't believe that any of the conundrum that we're in is unmanageable if we become aware of the tactics used. So dealing with these trolls trying to obfuscate the topic, you know, is in no way unmanageable. That is why the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server has rules. You can find them at the top of the server under hashtag welcome. Truth should fear no scrutiny. This has been a recording of Jordan Peterson with a little AI magic at the start and end to give context to the topic of the server. And so the AI parts do not reflect the actual views or experiences of Jordan Peterson, but is rather intended to draw attention to the striking similarities between the two. As you spend time in this server, this will become very obvious. There are thousands of hours of recordings. It is a veritable feast for a clinical psychologist and critical thinker. But the server is also a communal hub of like-minded individuals from all walks of life, all trying to contribute. Best part is, as a community, they ask for nothing besides following the rules, which are designed to counter dark tetrad linguistic tactics that are used to manipulate and prey on people's biases or good intentions. It is an insidious corruption. But if you want to discuss the shape of our world in a reasonable manner, without fallacies or manipulative tactics, whether unknowingly or knowingly, just know we will hold people to a rigid standard of logic. So being honest with yourself and us is the best option. To join the 24/7 panel and discuss the nature of the Earth, click the link on YouTube or Rumble and get verified. Thank you.
Yeah, that's really good. That's stellar. And you are exactly correct that the anti-FE psychopath should be a veritable feast for psychiatrists and other therapists.
Yeah, when they go so crazy and like stalking, trying to go for your credentials or your job, 10 years of non-stop, this is what their life revolves around? What the hell is wrong with these people?
Well, I have a little theory that I developed a couple years ago, and I should have kept better score, but as more and more time goes on, what I'm finding is that the most of these people are unable to get out. They're unable to leave their house. They are, challenged in some way. Whether it's physical mobility, whether it's a vision impairment, whether it's something that keeps them from actually being able to go out into the real world. So the way they entertain themselves is to more or less force us to entertain them, because they know that we don't like to mute and we don't like to kick people out. So we give them a very, very long leash, and they will sit around and abuse as much of that as possible because they're just sitting lonely in their house. They've got nobody else to talk to. They've been kicked out of the other kinds of rooms. And so when they leave here, they go to another room, then they go to another room, then they go to another room, and they barely even remember having been here before. So when they come back, they're talking about the same stuff over and over because they've literally gone 1,000,000 miles without having to back up their wheelchair.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I mean, like, you have the average Glober who comes in here is just like either trolling lightly or, yeah, generally trolling lightly. And so it's up to us to kind of disarm that. And once you get through that tough exterior, then you kind of generally get to a gooey bit, a nice conversation. And it's rare to get that nice conversation right off the bat, like, because they all come in with preconceived ideas. But we do get a disproportionately large number of people who just obsess, get like compulsive over this, and us, like we personally offend them for existing. And that's just weird. They just keep making it weird.
Yeah. Here's kind of the way that I take it is when all you remember is your 7th or 8th grade astronomy lessons, and you didn't really go to college, and you had your teacher who might have had a master's degree, might have not had a master's degree, might have just very likely just had a bachelor degree in some sort of liberal arts education, then so they're teaching from the textbook. But then once you get out of that level and you get to high school level, and you get out of that level and you get to college level, I find that most of those people are quite upfront when they're teaching that, well, this is, to the best of our knowledge, this is what such and such theorized here, blah, blah, blah. And this is what our model shows. And that those who come around here are not going to be those type, because that type there that's educated into the subject and actually knows the subject is going to know for sure that we're right on, when we start calling apart, okay, well, let's talk about how did you figure the distance to the sun. Well, let's pull out that study and let's read the limitations of that study and what else there could be. they're not going to waste their time on that. And then the true believers, that had their 6th, 7th grade astronomy lessons. Oh, well, they did a radio bounce to Venus, and then they did some mathemagic, and bam, bit bop boop, here we are. And ultimately, the end of all of that translates to the what I like to refer to the Discord effect. The people who actually know the topic are not going to come here and actually discuss it with us. So therefore, we're left with the trolls and imbeciles.
Yeah, I think the problem also lies in a lot of us have a lot of self-education because we value education and love learning. And so a lot of us have watched like a bunch of physics lectures and different things. And even though we saw that in school, we watched it again to refresh, and you watch it from different people talking about it in different ways, and different teachers are better or worse at portraying the subject matter, understanding the subject matter, and giving the caveats that like this is as far as we know. And the further you go, the deeper you go into science, really, or like the farthest reaches of theoretical science, the more you know they don't know shit.
Yeah,
I would
and
like to say that.
oh, sorry.
I'll be super quick. Yeah, I would like to say that I've been to a few Glober RAN servers, and when I bring up the argument that it's gas pressure being high and low temperature holding down the oceans, the only thing they can do is ignore the law of cause and effect, which is the law of nature or a law of logic as far as I'm concerned, and they appeal to math, and they describe it as gravity. So whenever I do that to them, I'm like, why are you in a category error? Why can't you stay focused? Don't you understand cause and effect? And they got nothing, absolutely nothing.
%100% right, Hank. 100%.
That's just the way it is. Things will never be the same.
Yeah, and I think that's the problem is, sometimes when you pick your medium, you pick your message, and here it's all based upon those who are unable to actually get out and correspond with people in real life, and which is different than us because we go out, we do our own observations, we meet with each other, and we go to places shockingly like libraries and bookstores and other places, and so we're stuck with the other side who's on here for hour after hour after hour, day after day after day, obviously meaning that they stay stuck here for days at a time, and they're not actually getting out to the places, and so they're not actually learning. So all they can do is just kind of obfuscate and play shell games and just lose over and over, and then they do what I affectionately refer to as behavior earthing. Like the clown, I don't remember what his name was. It was on here this morning. He was getting angry because everybody's talking over him, but the truth was he was trying to moderate. He would freely interrupt everybody else, and then he would start yelling because somebody interrupted him, and like he just was too dumb to see that. Hey, look, this is the place. You're not a moderator, so maybe you'll have a more fruitful conversation if you realize you're the guest here and that this is a round table. So it's.
Has anybody spoken to Kexage?
Say that again.
I was just making sure somebody made contact with some of the new people. Kexage. You new here, brother? Have you talked to anybody?
No, I'm completely new. I'm just looking into it.
Welcome aboard.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have you been in this particular channel before?
No, never. I'm completely new to this Discord channel.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
No, I just like to listen. You know, it's rarely to meet other flat earthers. You know.
Right. Are you a flat earther yourself?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, well, if you have any questions, don't be afraid to ask.
Yeah, it's a free debate here, right?
I
Yeah,
mean,
open mic.
yeah, open mic, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, what makes you think, or what's the best evidence, or the top 3 evidences that convinced you that the Earth is flat?
The curvature calculation. That
Okay.
gravity is a fraud. You know, it's and yeah, religion. I mean, every religion believed in a flat Earth, and yeah, the NASA pictures, moon landing, all of that. It's retarded.
Okay, so you said first and foremost, you test the claim and there's no curvature. So did you actually go out and test it?
No.
Okay. And then religion is your second foundation for your belief. And the third foundation is the possibility of them counterfeiting images from space of the Earth as an object in space. Is that right?
Yeah. That there's
Okay.
no actual truth. Truth. Yeah, evidence.
No
Sorry,
way
my
to
English-
verify whether it's okay. Your English is fine. If you need us to slow down, just ask us to slow down. But I can understand you good.
No, it's fine. Thank you. Keep on talking. I just want to listen.
So yeah, I would
Yes.
recommend that you get out there and take some observations and try to get some measurements and see if you can measure that curve. And I'm going to pass the mic.
I don't
was
think I can measure it.
You can actually, but yeah, you don't need to pass the mic. I was just gonna be like, hey, Olivia joined us. Maybe we can talk to her. But then she jumped out.
Oh, you're not all flat earthers over here?
Oh, we are, but we like talking to Globers.
Oh, yeah.
But we can keep talking to you because you're new and it's good.
What are your favorite truth about flat Earth?
My favorite truth?
Yeah.
It's basically logic, I would suppose. Like, Flat Earth brought me to logic. Like, I didn't know any logic before Flat Earth. I had, like, heard about logic and I, like, tiny bit exposed to it in school, but not enough to actually be able to identify logical fallacies or anything like that. So, Flat Earth kind of drew me to that as I was listening to the globe believers trying to argue for the globe. I was like, this doesn't sound right. And like looked into logic, and other people called out fallacies, and I looked it up, and like over time, like it gives you so much being able to discern if someone's making a logical argument or not, because you don't have to just accept it because it sounds good or it feels good. You can be like, oh, well, that doesn't sound logical, because it isn't. And you can actually be right, instead of most people who use the term like, it doesn't sound logical, is because they don't feel like it, doesn't feel like it fits with my thing. But that's not logic.
Right. Yeah, what got you into flat Earth in the first place? Because it's very against modern science and the things they teach in school.
Well, it's not against modern science at all. It's
Not
actually
general.
no, it's not against science at all. The for me, it was 2014. I saw a video about flat Earth, and I thought, I'll have a laugh at this. And then I watched it, and I was like, this is difficult. Like, he's making a bunch of points that are like interesting, but like I'm pretty sure I have my excuses for all of these things. And I was like, gravity, refraction, these things will probably solve this somehow. And then I went to my friends, because like I'm a kind of a jack of all trades. I love learning everything, so I study everything a little bit. But my friends went deeper into their fields, and so one of them is an astrophysicist, and another one is a robotic engineer. And so I got them to try to supply me with the evidences or the experiments for the globe, and then I was just playing devil's advocate, because I watched those videos from Eric Dubay, and I knew how he would, because I watched the video, I understood his argument and how he would like not accept unmeasured assumptions or anything like that. So I just called out assumption, asked enough questions, because unwittingly I was using the Socratic method, because I was like, I don't know enough, these are my experts. And so I got them to tell me, but because I was asking them both the same questions at the same time, they would give me different responses. And so I would like use their responses against each other and tell them like, well, the astrophysicist says this, and they got so mad at each other that they were calling each other retarded. And at that point, like, I was like, oh shit, my belief doesn't seem on very solid grounds. I can poke all these holes, and I don't know shit. And then my experts are just fighting amongst themselves, and they haven't actually refuted anything I've said. And the more I looked into the supposed experiments, the more I realized, whoa, those aren't actually experiments. This is a logical fallacy. Well, this one is assuming all these things. Where did they measure that? And so I kept digging further and further and further. And the more you dig, the further you get, the less foundational it is. There's no connection really to reality, other than like, back in the day, the flat earthers tried to prove the globe, but we proved them wrong. But you have now two opposing views, like one says he proved it, the other guy says he didn't prove it, and then everybody's forgot about it, and we're just assuming that the shadows on the ground with sticks prove the earth, or boats disappearing over the horizon. Well, we can make things disappear bottom up over flat surfaces. Sticks and shadows work with the flat earth or a globe earth, depending on how far away the sun is and how the light splays out from the sun. And we can show that the light splays out from the sun so that the shadows splay outwards from the object, like with trees, or for instance. And so we're seeing the light splaying outwards from that point source in the sky, but they're telling us it's all coming down parallel. But at the same time, it's also not coming down parallel to create the eclipses and all that shit. So they have so many internal contradictions that I couldn't just accept. So my belief just died. And at that point, I really, like 2015, start of 2015, I became a flat earther.
How old were you? I mean, it's a long time ago. It's about 10 years, huh?
Yeah, I think I was 30 years old.
Oh, okay. I'm 19, so I don't know. Am I young for a flat earther?
Not really. We skew a little bit older, but I've met 18, 17-year-old flat earthers. They are rarer, but I mean, it's cool. I mean, it's understandable because you just come out of schooling, you just been, like, according to like teachers, admitting like they use brainwashing techniques, propaganda to teach the globe, for instance. Like, they don't provide the evidence for the claims. They just tell you this is what you should believe. You gotta write this, otherwise you get failed. So it's a problem. But yeah.
If I could jump in just for a minute, I would say that, before you turn on the TV, before you put the mobile over the crib and you put all the programming in front of them with the media, like magazines and books, I would say that all children are flat earthers because nobody experiences the earth as an object floating in space. They all experience it.
AI always brings this up because they've done a study on this, and he can provide you with the study if you ask AI Ardent, where they tested young children and to see their worldview before it got influenced by the parents, and all of them were like, it's flat, stationary, because that's how we all experience it. So they need to be programmed by the Globers so super early to be able to hold this view and then conform everything into that picture.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly in this study, it's kind of funny that at a certain point in their life, they hold two worldviews at the same time. One of them is the globe Earth they see on the computer screen or on the TV or in the media, and the second one, what they experience outside. So this is dialetheism, and this doesn't really stop until, now this is me speaking after, okay, let me stop right there. After the holding the two views, so this is no longer the study, this is me talking. So this doesn't really stop until you lose the belief in the globe, because everybody knows we experience a flat stationary plane. It's a topographical plane, like I'm staring at a shitload of mountains right now, but it's a plane.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the strongest argument, and I mean, you can debate with everybody, but you can't really rationalize. If they don't want to change their opinion, they won't do it, And just the fear of going outwards with your opinions, away from the mainstream, is like holding this globe model together, I think. I mean, I've destroyed friends of mine in the flat earth debate, but they still won't change because they're like, yeah, science says, and they don't want to move away from this mainstream opinion.
Well, science doesn't delegate the outcomes of geometrical questions. So the shape of something is not a scientific question. And I don't know how, but somehow they've conflated the two to make you buy it, right? Like if you go type in flat earth on YouTube and try to find a pro flat earth video, once you actually find one, 99 videos later, you might find one. Go ahead and click on that video and then click on the Wikipedia. And it says that it's been scientifically disproven. So how do you scientifically prove the shape of something? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's less about the shape, it's more about the idea and the concept about it. God created us, we're the middle of the universe. And they don't get this. They really think it's only about the shape, that we're on the globe or... No,
Yeah,
it's center.
Yeah, well, there's all the ancient religions have flat earth as its basis, and so we don't promote any religion or use religious arguments here. We just destroy them with the science and the logic, and then they just keep running away. The prime example I would make you listen to is Heretic. I wish I had that recording. I need AI to give it to me if he recorded it, because I meant to record it, but then I need to talk to Helio. But either way, I need to find that recording because it's such a master class in how to deal with the Glober. And everyone just needs to hear it, especially new people, because the normal globe believer tactic is just to twist and turn instead of actually substantiating their belief system. And so they go on this defensive twist where they don't want to listen or don't want to hear what you're saying. And so it's hard to sometimes communicate this or not get sucked into the you need to prove everything bullshit. We are not the ones giving them a new cosmology. We're just the ones who prove that their cosmology is false. Have you ever gone to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I'm completely new. I'm normally not into Discord and just came up with the idea and wanted to see what's up.
Yeah, I'd recommend somebody send him our server link, otherwise I'll dig it up. And that's our home server, and it has a bunch of channels on the side with like endless amounts of information and evidence and logic that you could use if you ever get into an argument. And then I really recommend just listening. We also have YouTube. We're on Rumble and YouTube generally. We have a lot of great speakers. I'm not the best one, but we have a lot of great ones. And yeah, I would just recommend listening in and hearing how the conversations goes, because when you're dealing with a unhinged sophist, you need to be able to defend yourself. You need to be able to know how to counteract the logical fallacies or keep it on point, so that like they make a claim, the Earth is curved. You can make an internal critique of that claim, asking how can you prove that? And then they keep going and they want to go to something else, but you're in the internal critique of their claim. Don't let them run away from the claim. Break it down until they can't get anywhere, because they will paint themselves into a corner because they have no proof. The Earth is measured flat. It's experienced flat. That's how it's always been and always will be.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, most of the globers, they don't even know their own model. It's funny to me. They stay there and defend it all day, but they don't know shit. Just education from school, but never actually looked for their own information.
Yeah, they have the cherry-picked information from school, but they've never actually looked and seen, are there any anomalies? Does this work perfectly? But no, they just believe it works perfectly, and then the anomalies are actually a big problem for the models. You need to account for those. And what they generally do is, with all the anomalies, they just make up new things to fit the holes, like dark matter and dark energy. Like now, our world's supposed to be like 98% undetectable? That's nonsense.
They're called globetrotters for a reason, right?
Yeah,
that's why we like the referring to them as GTs.
Can you cuss on the server? Like use swear words?
If you must.
try not to. Just like, you don't know who's listening. There might be like family friendly. We got all kinds.
Yeah, I'm the worst.
Earlier you said something that I just I got to ask. You said the universe. Are you under the impression that space, outer space, that idea that is real?
No. No.
Oh, okay. All right.
I mean, it's not that I'm new to the flat Earth topic. It's just I'm new to the server and like-minded people.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm looking through the info about 1 year maybe. I watched. Do you guys know John Zerker? Watch a lot of him. Eric Dubay, of course.
Zucker,
Yeah, Witsit gets it. I like this guy.
Witsit came from our 24/7 server. However, he divorced kind of our empiricist basis, where he went off into his ether claims, and we don't make claims like that. We try to stay clear of that, because that way you have flawless defense when all you're claiming is verifiable things that anybody can go out and check, and it's like scientifically like obvious. And so we can provide citations, we can provide anything we want for all our arguments. Meanwhile, the Globers are stuck like fumbling and can't do anything. So, like, there are multiple camps of flat earthers. We're kind of like the empirical front-facing side, where we try to talk to like normal new people and have just a conversation and tell them about the evidence. Whereas like there's other groups all over which kind of specialize in different things, or have maybe there's some with different ideas which they believe, and they collect around those ideas. So there's pockets of flat earthers all over, but we're one of the biggest flat earth groups. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0.
Yeah, and there's even, slightly different, I don't want to say camps, but more like sects in here. Like some flat earthers in here like to start out with curvature, axial rotation, and gas pressure without a container, whereas I go curvature, rotation, and how do you have gravity, right? And I like to attack gravity. It's my favorite thing, because they think sometimes when the Globers come in here that gravity is like the most settled science, because when they drop their cell phone, it goes down, right? Well, that's the difference between big G and little g. Why does it go down? We all agree that the cell phone goes down, right? So is it because mass attracting mass? Is it because... So we have to ask, what do you mean by gravity? Shout out to QE. Oh, is it because the bending and warping of space-time? Or is it because the buoyant force isn't strong enough to hold up your cell phone, where it is strong enough to hold up a hot air balloon?
Yeah, right. Gravity is a great topic, I think, to start with, because it's just stupid. They don't even realize, because they don't teach it, that it's a theory. Like, you can just Google it. I was shocked when I first found out about it. That gravity isn't actually proven scientifically, it's still a theory.
So education without demonstration is indoctrination. You don't teach a kid how to fish by handing him a book about theoretically hooking worms. Like, you demonstrate to the child how to fish. And they can't demonstrate what's making things go up and down. But I can. And they can't accept the cause and effect relationship. And that's why I don't even use the word science anymore, because they like to dance around that subject. I just say, do you believe in the laws of nature, the laws of logic? So if I manipulate the gas pressure, the ocean's not going to stick to the surface anymore. Can you do the same? Well, you got to hold my presumed causes as your control variables. Don't manipulate buoyancy and density. Don't manipulate any kind of gas pressure or temperature. And can you make the water go up and down like I can? And they always, got some kind of excuse, ad hominem, or category error.
Yeah, I like to play them this little clip.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
I don't know.
Nobody in the entire world knows why that falls.
So what is pushing this?
Here. Why does that fall?
Newton didn't know.
We can describe it pretty accurately, but no one knows why.
We can describe gravity. We can say what it does to other things. We can measure it, predict with it.
I don't need a computer to get a kid interested in that. To spend a week playing with gravity and trying to understand it and come up with reasons why.
So what is pushing this?
I don't know.
Nobody knows why.
So Newton simply threw his hands up and said, I don't know. So I'm going to invent something called gravitational pull.
Yikes.
I need that. I need it so bad. Because they're describing things mathematically, whereas I got a mechanism, like demonstration. So what they got is totally different than what I got.
Yeah, I mean, just look at water. It's stupid to say it's gravity and objects pulling other objects. I mean, when a boat sinks, everything. That's how they explain gravity, right? A boat sinks and everything is getting with the boat down. But then you couldn't have like a weather balloon or I don't know, something else flying. Stupid.
This may be a bit off topic, but I've been watching a bunch of Ancient Aliens with my wife just for the archaeology and the amazing things that our ancestors did. And we're looking at all this stuff, and we're honestly asking ourselves, like, how do they get them rocks in the mountains, bro? How do they do that? And I kind of think I know. I think they had Baghdad batteries, and they could crack the water and get the hydrogen and put it in hemp balloons, and what's a multi-ton stone with enough hemp balloons on it? And remember, hemp is the diamond of fibers. All of a sudden that stone doesn't weigh as much anymore. Then the logs moving the stones becomes a lot more reasonable.
So, wait, can you explain it again?
If you add enough balloons to the stones don't weigh tons anymore.
Ah, okay, yeah. Makes sense. I mean, which kind of flat Earth do you believe in? Do you believe like in this society thing, or that there's more land in the fruit? Yeah. Behind the Arctic Circle? Like, yeah, what's your model?
Yeah, we don't promote any beliefs, so we don't have any models. We just have evidence against the globe and measurements of the ground or the surface being flat.
Yeah, models is what has got us into this vicious circle of belief. So Thomas Kuhn, he came up with this thing called the Kuhn cycle. I think it's Kuhn, Kuhn, Thomas Kuhn. So he's like one of the great philosophers of science. He's a big deal in my opinion. And like science goes through this cycle of like updating models. And the problem is that people get stuck with a belief. Well, we don't want to have any more beliefs. Like, we only want to be empiricists. So, yeah, write that down. We are want to be empiricists. So, no models, no beliefs. What can you demonstrate? Now, I said it was off topic, and I was speculating about the balloons made of hemp with hydrogen from the Baghdad batteries, but it's a plausible thing to say. I don't think it's Sunday, but it's a plausible thing to say. So that's as far as we, get on speculation. We usually limit it to Sunday.
Got it.
Sorry, I've been sick for a few days. I'm better now, but man, it was a rough week. But yeah, no models.
Just hating on the globe.
No, it's not hate. Like, if you were raised in a world where there's this mass formation psychosis, and someone offered you the ability to ask questions that you didn't know that you could ask, because you believed that everything was settled science, and settled science is like a married bachelor, right? There's no such thing. It doesn't exist. So we're just saying, hey, did you know that you could go out and test this 8 inches per mile squared claim, this radius claim of 3,959 miles? It's like, oh, you didn't know you could do that? Yeah, you can go outside and test it yourself, and then you can prove the globe. Or you might find the same results that we got, and, it's not the scientific method, but peer review is really good, because once you go out and do some observations yourself, you don't have to believe anybody. So we're brainwashing people to think for themselves and question authority. And I don't think that's a bad thing. Think for yourself, question authority, go make your own observations and or experiments or measurements. Because if you go back 5 years, people were trusting the science, and that era is over. Well, that era is over too, yeah. Both ways.
I mean, I think what I've seen now, it's getting way more popular, the whole flat Earth thing. Amongst my age.
Well, we don't know how popular it's getting, because once it became the number one search inquiry on Google, they shut it down. And we can't see what it is now because they've altered the algorithms the way that it works. But at one time, it was the number one thing.
Right.
Yeah, we were one of the biggest servers on Discord early on, and because we were heading to the number one slot, they capped our server, and so, whenever new people join, old people who haven't been active for a long time get removed to keep our numbers down.
Yeah, so I'm in touch with a fellow whose name is Peter. And Peter is from Richmond, Kentucky, but he travels all over the Midwest to various colleges and flat smacks people. And he says that far more than not, his reactions to the people who approach him are far more positive than they are negative. He says that most of the people are genuinely interested, but he says there's a good number of people who will come up to him and said, I thought I was the only one. And he's, the 3 years that I've known him, the more and more that he shares that same story. And now, and he's retired, so all through the spring and fall he's out doing this. And anyway, it's quite fascinating, the stories that he tells from it.
So every time I get a new job, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was just going to add to that, I found out I have an uncle I've never met, and turns out he's a flat earther.
I got a very similar story. I don't get new jobs very often, but in the past 5 years, I've had 2 new jobs. So 2 jobs in 5 years. And, it took me a while with this one because I don't know the culture here. So I'm just kind of being quiet and listening because I'm not from here. But at the job I worked at first, I met flat earthers in the wild. And then after a couple months of being here, I heard 2 people talking about the moon landing. And I started finishing their sentences and quoting from the documentary they were talking about. And I was like, are y'all flat earthers or y'all trolling me right now? And they were like, we're flat earthers. So we don't know what the numbers are. And anytime someone says, well, your cell phone works, doesn't it? Don't you trust the experts? Have you looked at what they're selling as food these days? And that's a topic we can't really talk about, but, I don't trust nobody. I don't even trust myself to follow through with my New Year's resolution. So how am I going to trust somebody else? I think everything that they claim to be true should be verifiable. And according to Karl Popper, if it's not falsifiable, it's not science. And how many things people say, the stuff that comes out of their mouth, is completely unfalsifiable. Like dark matter, dark energy, that's 96% of the standard model of cosmology, the lambda-CDM model. After you learn that 96% of your model is not directly detectable, there's something wrong with you if you don't question that.
Yeah, I mean, most people they're just buying it because it comes from a teacher, or, I don't know, Neil deGrasse Tyson. And they stop questioning it because they studied and they dedicated their life to it. I don't know, it's just retarded. If you look at every elite guy, Freemason or stuff like that, they all believe it. It's just stupid for me to just buy into it. What people say, look at the vaccines or climate change.
So is there any more new people in the chat?
And I understand in here, by the way, says who, that was now good you had done that because I was just lollygagging along with Drace and others. I didn't realize any new person had come along, so glad you had prompted for the new person to introduce himself. And Kek Zeg, if I'm not sure I'm saying your name right, welcome aboard. Sure has been my pleasure getting to meet you tonight.
Yeah, thank you. It's my pleasure. I'm just tired. That's where I'm behaving. That's why I'm not listening right, It's late.
Oh, you're fine. Germany. It's late. I'm sure, yeah, I was going to say, I'm sure it's, let's see, you're UTC +1?
Yeah, I don't actually know, but, Germany.
Yeah. Yeah, so you're, it's 9 here, so add, I think 5 hours to you then, so 9. 6, so 3, so about 0300?
Yeah, right. 0300, yeah. About that.
Yeah, so you must be tired. You definitely get a pass.
Kinda. We got a free day tomorrow. It's like a fest,
So about 11 to 12 hours from now, there should be people back in here, and there should be people in the politics server. We have a room over there. But if you're able, then that slot might be a little better for you on most days, I'm guessing, because there seem to be more Europeans around that time.
All right. You're all Americans here, right? Or Canadian?
Not all.
Yeah.
I used to call myself a Texan, but I don't know what I am now. I guess I'm a sojourner. I'm just passing through.
I mean, now I saw Jedi talking. I gotta add this.
Jedi, I'm one step closer to you doing that TikTok dance. I have the Android emulator running now.
You can fuck off with your crazy ideas.
I gotta say, Flat Earth made me sad because I'm a huge Star Wars fan. I'm like,
oh, don't worry about it, man. It's
That's
fine.
not real. I don't know.
It's a galaxy far, far away. You won't ever go in there. It's fine.
No, I still love Star Wars, but it's you always had this this hope, When you're a globe, you always had this hope because the universe is endless. It's like, oh, Anakin is somewhere. You could just play with your fantasy.
Yeah.
Well, all Flat Earth does is removes the psychosis. You can still enjoy your fantasies. I mean, I still play Elder Scroll video games. I don't think that you can be a spell sword in real life, but doesn't mean I can't enjoy it.
Just try to make a joke.
Are you German?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're trying to make a joke? That's funny.
Yeah, we're serious over here.
I think you guys will get your sense of humor back when you can learn to take yourself a little more serious. The German Empire was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, the technology, right? Come on.
No, yeah, of course, everything. We built a lot. The cars, Gutenberg, the book print. Germany did a lot for science and evolution of humanity.
Rubbing things up. Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear
Where I live is pretty much one of the hearts of your Germany away from Germany. So I would say a good majority of the people around here, their name is definitely a German name.
Mm-hmm.
And there's actually a surprising number of German speakers here.
Mm-hmm.
Texas.
Where you at, if you don't mind?
Indiana.
Okay.
So you're Mexican then?
Mexican, yeah, pretty much. Well, actually, now it's Guatemalan and Honduran.
Are we allowed to make Trump jokes?
Most of us are not political.
Yeah,
we try to avoid politics here. Yeah, I know. Yeah, but we try to avoid politics here.
Okay.
Yeah, but we do like to laugh at our government. It's like wrestling, It's the same exact thing. As far as most of us are concerned, I think I'm speaking for everybody.
Yeah, I just have to sometimes get something off my chest, to to laugh.
So my son here, he rode his bike off the concrete portion to the gravel portion of our driveway, and the training wheels are holding the wheel up just enough, and as he pedaled, it pushed the rocks away. And he's pedaling as if it were like a stationary exercise bike, but he's on a bike that should be going somewhere, but yet, just like the government, it's going nowhere.
Gravity's fault.
Every time the government says they're going to shut themselves down, we're just like, are you not joking this time? Can it be permanent, please?
The 5 scariest words in history. I'm here from the government, and I'm from the government, and I'm here to help. Or how many ever number that is.
You could just say anything and it would be funny with this accent. I love it.
Americans do sound funny, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, it's a typical American. I know, that's how we grew up. Like, that's how we imagine American people. How they talk.
Well, very good. I'm glad to entertain. You know, I realize that a lot of us Americans have a lot in common with the Austrians.
What, for example?
So the Austrians have a term that they love to refer to Germans as Pifka, which, you know, because, you know, like, it's a subtle dig of the proper, you know, well-spoken, well-behaved German. And so, you know, when I very first heard that, I'm like, holy crap, that's exactly describing where I'm from, and I've never had a word to describe those people until now, and it's exactly it. Everything is perfectly put in place. Everything has a routine, and everything is all said and done. The grammar is, you know, been beat into them like their German grandparents would have beat it into them. And so even in English, they have perfect diction and perfect grammar. And so it's... So I realize we both have that observation in common.
Right, yeah.
Americans? What kind of Americans are you talking about? Like, I'm used to the F you, I won't do what they told me.
No, I'm talking about the Germans that are... you know, like, you know, like, especially when I was a kid, some of those were second-generation Germans. But, you know, then some of those were third-generation Germans. But now you have quite a few third- and fourth-generation Germans who still have, you know, they still have that German excellence in engineering and diction and grammar. So one of the stories that I tell is the county that I grew up in, they actually had a lot of German prisoners of war. And there was also the Tuskegee Airmen here. And, you know, they were black military pilots, or what the Germans referred to them as the Schwarzvogelmensch. And interesting enough, the German prisoners of war here, they would, when they were brought here to the Air Corps base, they were pretty much just told, okay, here's where you go to work, you be here during these hours, you report here on this day. And a lot of those people would go stay with their cousins and such locally. and the Tuskegee Airmen, they couldn't go to town. They couldn't go to anywhere, so they would be stuck and stuck on base, things like that. And then they had that famous mutiny they had here. So it's one of the most interesting cases in the world that prisoners of war from the enemy had more freedoms than the black aviators here.
Yeah, when a lot of people talk about, Germany, what it was doing during that time, it turns out that, a lot of that stuff was going on here just in different ways. So the Japanese had concentration camps in America under a Democratic president, by the way. And, the Cherokee had the Trail of Tears under a Democratic president also. So a lot of that eugenics. Go ahead.
And I was just going to add in real quick, and don't forget the Lutheran churches around here would have to have they would have to register with the government when they were having services, and military officers would come and monitor for sedition. And but continue on about the eugenics.
Yeah, I would say that, before World War II, we were doing the eugenics thing, maybe not us, like my family line. But, as Americans, there was a lot of eugenics in the culture. And all you have to do is look at Margaret Sanger and Planned Parenthood, but I digress.
No, you're not digressing. There's a book called The State Boys Rebellion. So eugenics was in full swing here in the United States until the 1970s. So you can say without a doubt that eugenics was ended in Germany 30 years before the U.S. The way these, if you let me learn to talk. When you get some time to put a new book into your queue, that book by Michael D'Antonio, The State Boys Rebellion, it's an absolute eye opener of things that happened, up to about 1978, 1979. In what they called the state schools here in the U.S. They would literally take boys as young as like 6 and 7 and give them an IQ test, and they were supposed to differentiate the words timid and tame and things of that nature, and they were ordered to be into state schools and lobotomized and all sorts of stuff. And Michael D'Antonio does a good job of explaining some of the unexplained statistics there.
Back to the German people. I kind of have this theory: if the German people If everybody would just leave them alone, I think they'd be all right.
Well, yeah, kinda. Right now, not. Early in the day, we're really dependent of the EU and France, and we don't even have our own electricity.
Yeah, but you have the ability to produce and trade for that electricity.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I agree, like, Germany is the heart of Europe.
I remember when they first started talking about the EU and how Germany would pay for the lion's share of it and such. And I'm like, oh boy, we've been here before.
Do what? I didn't understand.
Oh yeah, because World War I ended and it was not fair.
Paying for for the war.
Can you imagine without a government if some just rando came up to you and said, hey, let's go fight and die in trench warfare in Europe? Like, the Americans would be like, wait a minute, you want me to leave my wife and my fish and my deer and my children and my crops to go fight and die in Germany for what? Oh, for the banks. Hell no, bro. Hell no. Hell no. You ain't doing that.
Yeah,
I'll tell you.
Even that is propaganda,
I'll tell you another thing that a lot of people don't realize is a direct predecessor to the American involvement in the growing war, which is Orson Welles' broadcast War of the Worlds.
Do what?
Yeah.
How are those related?
Okay, so here's the interesting thing. 10 years ago, you could find through the Google machine all kinds of citations and interesting articles talking about that. The Google machine now has decided that you shouldn't see that and hides those results from you. So I want you to think back to 1939 a moment. And the way radio worked. So radio primarily, from the networks, these shows were broadcast live from a studio in New York. And they went over really crappy phone lines where they were repeated and hooked in through all kinds of different direct circuit links to radio stations across the country. But you didn't have, like, those going to every little town like you would have, say, one in Chicago. So people in Kentucky, well, they would be tuning into that mammoth WLS in Chicago, listening to War of the Worlds, not knowing that it was a show. So what happened then is, so as people are turning in, and you're hearing every lightning strike between Chicago and, say, southern Kentucky, and you're hearing, the Germans have hit the cathedral. The cathedral, that once big, magnificent building, has now been, it's now to shambles. Now over here in California, they have leveled the Golden Gate Bridge. It's just gone. And then you would hear again, and the Germans have demolished the White House. Well, today we laugh at it and say, oh, well, they were talking about Martians. But what they were hearing in these small towns all across the country was the Germans have attacked. That's what it sounded like. They sure in the hell didn't know what a Martian was. They didn't believe in Martians, but they thought they were hearing Germans through the bad strikes. And at the end of all of that, what you end up with is that it was the most masterful piece of propaganda in human history, because the people in the cities that could hear it plain knew that it was some kind of science fiction banter, but the people out in the edges where you would be actually getting your draftees from, those out in the country who wouldn't have the money to pay off the draft and whatever else, now their families tell them, "Oh well, son, you got your country's calling you. No, we didn't want this. We didn't want, but you know what? Your country's calling you. We got to go." And so the sentiment changed from 39 to 41 because of that broadcast.
Wow, that's crazy. I never heard that before. I did hear quite a bit of lies coming out of Britain and the likes, trying to drag us into World War II, and I know they were drafting.
Hey.
Hey, sorry, bro. Y'all should have just let them go get their Germans, whatever they were being genocided.
No, you're right. You are right. Well, German royal family.
How many times did Hitler sue for peace?
Three.
It was a ridiculous amount, right? And I'm not, don't get me wrong, I'm not pro-government. So you can't say that I'm pro-Hitler either. That's government.
Yeah.
But he did sue for peace quite a few times. And, check me if I'm wrong, but wasn't the swastika basically a peace symbol?
It's a Hindu symbol of some sort, yeah. But it's not an evil symbol, it's a peace symbol. Represent many different things, that swastika.
Right.
Some
Well, the
people
Native
say it's
Americans...
the spiral in the sky north, the 4 different positions of the seasons of where the Big Dipper or the plough is around the North Star Polaris. So it looks a bit like that.
Right. Yeah, don't construe any of that stuff as me taking sides or anything like that. I'm just pro-peace, and, the pen is mightier than the sword, and I just don't like bloodshed. So, call me crazy.
I mean, for me, it's just ridiculous. In Germany, you can't really talk about this. It's like, I'm lucky I'm in a more racist or right-leaning town. Not racist, right-leaning. But even here, it's hard to find people who are actually open to a discussion, or like even saying like, "Oh, he built an autobahn," like Kanye. It's people look really, really fucked at you. It's like bringing up flat Earth. They immediately cut off and stop talking.
It turns out that intelligence isn't measured by your ability to repeat what you're told. It's actually measured by your open-mindedness, and ability to learn.
Yeah, man. Most people believe the Earth is a globe. Like, IQ can't be that high.
Well, they bled George Washington to death. And these were some of the most learned men, physicians, right? It was a physician who did it. Somebody who went to get properly educated. And if that physician just would have opened the Bible, it would have said, you know, the life is in the blood. Or I think some translations say the soul is in the blood. But if you understand that, you know, how many souls were lost in the Titanic? How many lives were lost? Those two words are interchangeable. They're synonymous. So, you know, man's wisdom is God's foolishness, but I digress on the religious thing. But yeah, I mean, it's really amazing sometimes how people are just really close-minded. Was it the Russians or the Germans that were making two-headed dogs back in the day? Was it the Germans?
I think so. I mean, it would make sense. They tried experiments to like make superhumans and to cut an arm off and amputate another and stuff like that. It would make sense, but I'm not sure.
You got to be pretty fucking open-minded to go, hey, you see that dog over there? I bet I can stick that dog's head on that dog's body and keep them both alive for like weeks at a time. Like, you got to be really open-minded to try some shit like that.
Or really drunk.
Yeah, pretty creative, I gotta say. Yeah.
And, you know, you might think, what's the practicality of that? There's no new people in here. Stop me if there are. What would be practical about that? Well, if you got a soldier who can be sustained long enough, you know, an enemy soldier who's going to perish, but you need to get some intelligence out of them, I mean, maybe that kind of stuff would be important. I'm not saying it's ethical, definitely not moral.
But like, the guy's been shot and he's bleeding out, but if you cut his head off and put it in your bag, you can get his head back to base, they can stick it on someone else and he can translate the information.
Well, I think they'd probably do it with machines nowadays, but
okay.
You know. Or how about the west side of World War II? When they were bleeding out, had low blood pressure, they would filter seawater and IV the seawater, because you don't need blood, you need blood pressure.
Yeah.
Probably need some blood, but you probably need some blood, but like you do need the blood pressure more than you need, like, to have, like, you die from blood pressure loss before you die from not having any blood.
Grace, I know you know what it's called. What's it called? The hierarchy of needs, where you need air, shelter, or air.
I don't remember what it's called, but I read about it.
Right. So it's like you need oxygen first of all, you need water, then you need food. And not a lot of people put this on the list, but long term, like, you definitely need exercise. But a lot of people don't see it that way, right? Well, you need, you know, all the stuff that's in your blood, but as long as you replace it with all the minerals that you need, which is in the salt water, except for like 2 minerals, I think, then you're good. I recommend Celtic salt.
There's probably some microorganisms and stuff in the seawater that I wouldn't recommend, so I wouldn't recommend tapping seawater if you're low on blood, but it could save your life.
Yeah, I think they filtered it, which probably means they boiled it and filtered it.
Yeah, let's hope so.
Do you guys know everybody here in this call?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I don't see any new one. Ooh, Heretic did it. He blew up politics. He's got some people over there. I think Musi Toasty is a Glober, I think. So we might have some Globers over there.
Ladies' night or some shit.
Don't know.
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
When Alan Dulles brought in all the Nazi scientists and so forth, they went to two places. They went to CIA and they went to the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, which in our world we call it not a space agency.
Which in our world we call it not a space agency.
And as Kathy O'Brien has said so clearly, that's where the bulk of the mind control has been done.
Yeah, that was a judge and a former CIA official.
Yeah, I saw that interview a good few years ago. That's actually quite a good one, isn't it? Because it's like a retired CIA chair or something like that in front of a judge. Yeah, it's pretty good. And if people like that from that high up are saying things like that about an agency, then yeah, I guess you take them seriously.
Yeah, he used to be a CIA official, and then he became a judge. So he was presiding over that case, speaking in his capacity as a judge.
Wow. Okay.
Can I ask a question here? What's up with volcanoes? How do they work on a flat plane?
How do they work on a globe? I'm not avoiding your question.
No,
I'm just going to try and find out what's necessary about a ball to make pressure in the ground come up through the surface.
They told me it's the Earth's core. It's filled with lava and...
We've got...
I didn't know about...
according to them, we've got many different things. There's a core, there's an inner core and an outer core. There's a mantle where all of the hot, like molten rock is, and so on. How do these things work on a flat Earth? Kind of the same way that we see them working here. High pressure builds up because of tectonic shifts or pressure that's built up by heat in the ground, and it needs to be released. It gets released over time. In this instance, it's through earthquakes. Volcanoes and earthquakes. It's just pressure build up.
You know, I heard the best explanation by Michael J. Smith. He said the whole world, all of Earth, is compost because things die. Well, guess what composts do? They produce heat. Well, if you stack and gas, thank you. So if you stack that up for however many years, who knows, then you would expect to see these sort of things.
Yeah, you would expect oil and gas.
And how does this tectonic movement work? Like, what's the cause? I don't even know it on the globe, but
that's a theory to explain why we find seashells on top of the mountains. So the scientists say that tectonic plates is why there's seashells on top of Mount Everest. And so we can all agree that they were underwater at one point. Now, some people say that the water was that high above all the mountains. Maybe not all at once, but that's what some people say. And other people say, well, actually, is because the mountains with the seashells on them, they were all underwater at one point, but they rose up because of tectonic plates. Anybody want to correct me while I'm wrong?
Rough drafts, that's how I understand they claim it is.
So who's right? I mean, we're both looking at the same evidence, and they definitely can't science the shit out of it. So when I said scientists say, it's more like philosophers speculate that they can explain away why there's seashells on top of the mountains, whereas, you know, our ancestors had a good enough explanation. I think they called it a flood or something. Some people mention Noah, while others mention Gilgamesh or some shit.
Yeah, all of the cultures have their own flood myths. I mean, like, they just all collectively hallucinated, I guess, according to the globe. They all had minor, small things happen in their areas, supposedly in their ancient past.
alright. But I meant because back to the volcanoes, like because the plates are moving. Like, what's the cause for the plates moving?
We're not
I don't
claiming.
know. I've never.
Sorry?
Yeah, we're not the ones claiming plate tectonics. That's the commonly accepted theory.
So
the cause of the shift is because the layer it's on is liquid, so the rock moves over the liquid. That's the cause that they give us. It's a viscous surface that the rock's moving over. So if there's a viscous surface, the rock will move over it, if that's what we need.
But as far as someone demonstrating a cause to witness that effect, I've only heard of one man doing it, Nikola Tesla. I don't know if that's true, though. Are we being live streamed? Yeah, we are.
Yeah, we got one half of the live stream here and one half of the live stream in the other spot.
Live on YouTube.
Yeah, and Rumble, I believe. Or no, it's another YouTube bot. So we're doubly live on YouTube.
Where is the ultra rare Helioskeptic?
He's around. I see him typing from time to time. I saw him typing earlier today.
Who made him sign a non-disclosure agreement? I haven't heard that dude on voice in ages.
I don't know.
It's not the same without Dennis the Menace in here causing all kinds of havoc and bloviating. Get your ass in here, bro.
What do you guys think is better, Dennis the Menace or Archie?
Never seen Archie. I don't know what that is.
Irrelevant.
Okay, so anyway, what do you guys think about air pressure being greater near the surface of the Earth?
Where is the air generated in our air? Or where is the gas introduced into
where
the
is
system?
the air generated in our air? If anyone has an actual reasonable question to follow up with, that would be
Where's the gas?
because that question didn't make any sense.
that a different way.
I would
Where's
just
the
ask, like,
gas?
a reasonable question to be asked in response to
Okay,
that
if you
question.
cannot stop talking, I'll just mute you.
Oh, well.
Where's the gas
go
generated?
for it.
Where's the gas generated in the air?
Probably in Auschwitz.
That's funny.
Where's the gas generated?
The gas is generated out of your fucking mouth, you retard. Jesus Christ.
Idiot. On the Earth, how's gas produced on the Earth? Where?
Good question.
Might help you answer yours.
Probably near the ground, huh?
Yeah, where the higher pressure is. The gas is produced of chemical and biological exchanges on and within the surface of the Earth. Oxygen, for example, is produced by phytoplankton in the oceans. So there's more gas where it's produced.
And where's the gas removed from the system?
Okay, but
where does the gas cycle? How does the gas cycle work? Try to think about this for a moment.
Hold on. If the air pressure is greater at the surface because that's where the gas is produced, why doesn't it immediately flow out into space, huh?
Good question. You understand there's different temperatures and densities within the gas that we breathe, right?
Okay, but there's no actual firmament. So the only reason why the gas doesn't escape is if there is a firmament, right?
Okay. Look, if you want to talk about why gas doesn't escape, then that would mean it's contained.
Right.
Right.
So
you're talking about hold on, my friend, I'm going to entertain you.
Right?
Going to entertain you. You're asking us about the cause of pressure differentials.
Is there a container or not?
Right. Do we have pressure, gas pressure?
No,
Do we have it?
Hold on. Is there a container or not?
Yes, because we have gas pressure.
Okay, so there is a container.
Yes, we have gas pressure.
So why doesn't that gas fill the container?
Okay, so we're trying to explain to you. Because we live within a dynamic system.
Oh, okay, so there can be a case where a gas will not fill a container perfectly, huh?
Yeah, it's called a gas pressure gradient that you can only achieve in a container. If you have energy differentials and gas pressure. Dude, are you going to let me talk or shall I just fuck off? I don't mind either.
Well, it depends. Are you a woman or a man?
Dude, I can talk. If you're going to ask questions, I'll answer them, but don't talk through me.
I have all the answers. You can ask all the questions you want.
Right, dude, you're just going to talk through me. There's no point.
Does anyone else have any questions?
I got a question. Can you act like your father raised you?
I don't think so. So the gas is introduced at ground level, the gas is recondensed above and then falls back down as liquid, and so you have gas introduced below, gas removed out of the system above. Temperature influences gas pressure, and so you have hotter at ground temperature, and you have a temperature gradient going upwards where it gets colder and colder. So this would also lead to less and less pressure. I just feel like spurging out, like where does the gas get introduced into the gas is kind of a dumb way to phrase it, but like English is not my first language, that's why I don't like speaking, because I'm like translating everything on the fly.
And as far as language goes, English is really far removed, not even like a cousin language to your language, right?
Yeah, my language is really complicated and nothing like this language that you use. It's formatted differently and stuff, so like if I directly translate it, it just sounds retarded. Any more silence and I'll play another AI show.
Well, I was kind of hoping I get to talk to the guy, because he brought up gas pressure. That's one of my favorite topics. Although I don't like...
He got muted for like a couple of seconds and then he jumped out.
So you can tell you're dealing with someone with good faith when they ask you a question and like let you answer. Anytime someone asks you a question and talks over your answer, it's just bad form.
It's also like if you don't understand what somebody's saying, like you're saying this is what I would consider like okay interruption if you don't understand them, and then they could explain. But then if they try to explain to you and then you just talk over the explanation non-stop, repeating yourself just so that you can't hear the explanation so you can maintain your delusion, that's insane.
It's like they ask you a question with a claim on the table that you don't have an answer, but ask you anyway. Then when you give an answer, they got to pretend you didn't give an answer, and also they didn't understand your answer.
Yeah, pretty much. They don't want you to have an answer, so they don't want to understand it. It was supposed to be a slam dunk.
It's like, hey, you can't answer this question, therefore the topic I ask you about is like incomplete or wrong or something. Professor Phil Bell did this all the time. he would tell you, you didn't answer the question. And I said, but you just said my answer was wrong. How did I not answer? And at exactly the same time, you adjudicated my answer as a wrong answer. What did you do to my answer by putting wrong in front of it makes it not an answer?
He's accepted dialetheism. That's how you do it.
I'm like,
You're
if you're
telling me, it's so retarded because like you're telling me you cannot create in a contained system with heat at the bottom, gas introduced at the bottom, cold at the top, gas removed from above, and you're not gonna see a gradient? That's insane. We would expect to see a gradient. So, like, it makes no sense that they think that this is some kind of slam dunk. It's just because they're under this fundamental misunderstanding that, like, the reason we can breathe is because gravity is holding everything down. But, like, prove that. Good luck.
Well, I definitely want my crack at a Glober. Hopefully I'll get one. And he brought up gas pressure. Hey.
To be honest, it's really weird why some of these people even come in here. Like, if they're not going to listen to the answer, what's the point of asking the fucking question, you know?
You know, people are seeking that dopaminergical hit, and they think they got like a winning question proofs, and they're trying to dunk on flat earthers. But it turns out a lot harder to dunk on a flat earther.
Yeah, that's why it becomes spiraling afterwards once they realise the answer's too good. They don't want to hear it. But still, it's really weird.
It's par for the course, though. I don't have enough experience talking to insane people. Like, I'd rather let other people do that. I kind of like, when I talk to real people about this, I don't go hard. I'm like, here's interesting things. And they're like, huh, that's interesting. And then I build on that slowly but surely until I'm like, look at this funny thing. And they're like, what, is that on the ISS? I'm like, yeah, lol. They must be faking some stuff, right? Eventually they're like, yeah, the Earth must be flat, right? People sometimes just need a little moment to digest it, and when they feel threatened or they feel like it's you against me, they get defensive, they get triggered, they go into cognitive dissonance really hard, instead of just accepting the small things, the small obvious truths, like the Earth is objectively flat. It's pretty obvious, but there's all these other things like explanations and like excuses for why it's not, even though it measures and looks and appears and we experience it that way. It's just we have this equation, that's why it's not. We don't have any experiments to validate the equation is true, but like the equation solves the problem, so you can trust it.
So I like the JP method, where you ask them a question and get them to agree with you first. That's why I like to lead with, are the laws of nature true? Is the law of cause and effect true? And then once they've agreed with you a little bit, then they're more likely to agree with you afterwards. Kind of diffuse that. Because if they say the law of cause and effect isn't true, like, okay.
Yeah, it's best if you can like walk them through it, but sometimes you like get people who just don't want to listen, so it's really hard to really know what you're gonna get.
And it doesn't matter if they disagree. They can disagree all they want, but probably shouldn't disagree with the law of cause and effect. Now, there can be multiple causes. You know, it's never settled.
There could always be an unknown variable that you didn't know existed that was influencing the results, but because you couldn't manipulate it currently, but later you could, then you would know that the variable existed. But currently we have a bunch of stuff that's just like, we can't measure anything, so we'll just assume this is what it is happening based on our mathematical models.
Well, that's why I always give them a chance at the end of my spiel. Like, hey, if you got your own presumed cause, just hold my cause as neutral. Don't manipulate those, and manipulate your cause only, and demonstrate your presumed cause and effect. They never do.
Yeah, it's pretty sad. Like, but then again, they've corrupted science to such a degree that like you can just look at something and that's considered science as long as you did some math and you made some fallacious arguments, and it appears to conform to something that the currently established belief system says, and you cite some people and their research. Now all of a sudden it's like totally acceptable, even though there's no science in it, and they'll call it science all day.
And then when you try to get them to delineate the difference between science and pseudoscience, they act like you're being a science denier. Like, wait a minute. I'm trying to, show you the difference between science and pseudoscience and where that line is, and you think that's like scientific heresy? Like we should just allow any kind of pseudoscience just as long as somebody slaps the label science on it? That somehow makes it like legit? And it's like, man, there's no excuse for that. Like, flat earth or no flat earth, there is no excuse for that whatsoever.
Yeah, they kind of stole the validity of science, because science used to be something empirical, something you could verify. You used to falsify things. But because they corrupted it so much, and now it's just like any theory that's accepted is considered science, now they say, well, science doesn't prove anything, and like, we can't prove anything, and like, it destroyed all the credibility that science had, by trying to cloak everything else with that credibility. Like, you can be like, there's a bunch of disciplines that I would consider pseudoscientific, but still they're collecting data, they're collecting a bunch of good stuff that is useful, but you can't just call it science because it's not really definitive in that way. It's got probabilities. Maybe it's this way, maybe it's some other way. You don't know that. It doesn't tell you that. And that's why I think us being sticklers for science and sticking up for natural science and experimentation and the scientific method is important, and teaching them like what pseudoscience is, and like all pseudoscience isn't just bad because it's pseudoscience. It's kind of like conspiracy theorists, like that term has been weaponized to try to put people down, when theorizing about conspiracies is not a bad thing. If you believe all the theories, then that can be a bad thing. But making the theories is not a bad thing, because history shows us that there are conspiracies throughout all of history. So being aware of things is not a bad thing. But they kind of conflate all that, and it kind of gets muddied up in these labels.
Look, my problem is calling a postulation science. So as long as they call it, a postulation, but they're very tricky with that word theory, and that's the ambiguity fallacy. Then when you call them out on it, they double down and say that it is science. And they have, strange words like observational science. Like, oh, observational science, is that like a thought experiment? And then if you know what a grammatical qualifier is, how the word before the word changes the definition, right? Like we all know what a man is. But what's a good man, right? That's a different meaning just by adding the word good, because context is key. So when they say thought experiment, like what the fuck is that? Like you just thinking about shit? Sorry, the language. But this whole idea of observational science, like that just sounds like an excuse for postulations. But the stuff gets published by Pergamon Press, so it's considered legit. Because Maxwell and his ilk, they wouldn't try to deceive us or anything, right?
Yeah, and that's a lot of times how it goes. It's like the prestige, the guys club, like even in my own country right now, it's a commonly known that there is, like, in my country it's called directly translated uncle business or frænda business, where basically it's nepotism and everybody knows it, and then you got these cliques where people work together for their own interests. And this has existed throughout all of history, and we get taught like a sliver, cherry-picked instances throughout history generally to form a certain perspective or worldview, and that includes the globe. But history is so filled with so much stuff, and like if you just start reading books or reading about certain events, you'll find out like there's so much more to learn than what the school spoon feeds you. And oftentimes, like, you'll be like, wait a minute, I learned it this way in the school, but like it's actually a little bit different in the actual text. And so small inconsistencies and things that like make self-education so worth it.
So you're talking about school and them not teaching us stuff. I want to bring up like a negotiable instrument. And for those of you who don't know, it's basically like Popeye. There was a character on Popeye. I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a burger today. That's a negotiable instrument. So don't quote me on this because I've never been to prison, but in prison there will be people who don't even eat tuna fish, but they got a whole stack of tuna fish cans because it's money, basically. It's a negotiable instrument. So they'll gamble and bet and, pay each other with tuna cans. And, they never told us this. Like, they want to bring us up to think that the dollar is the only money, or whatever country you live in. And it's like, man, there is so much out there because the dollar is just a medium of exchange. But yeah, I mean, the wise man is hiding the way out, for sure. And that's a kind of a, how do you say it? Like, what is it? Plato's cave? Is that right? Is it Plato? I'm terrible with names.
I think you're right.
Yeah, so the wise man's hiding the way out, and you're stuck in the cave.
Yeah, there's always going to be people like playing shadow puppets on the wall to try to capture your interest. But it's up to each one of us to look around and touch the wall and realize this is just a projection on the wall and find the exit and go outside.
I've been telling people to read Modern Money Mechanics for a while. And I often tell people, you don't know your name, you don't know your birthday, and you have no idea what year it is. And when you say something like that to normies, they're like, wait a minute, what? Okay, well, your name is your first and middle name. Your last name is not your name, it's your family's name. It's okay, you think you know your birthday, but you only believe that you know because someone told you. You certainly don't remember. And then what year is it? Did you make the calendar? So people believe that they know things that they don't actually know all day, every day, all the time.
Yeah, that's very true.
When you tell your government name and your birthday, if that's not fraud on its face, because you don't know your birthday, you don't know.
Yeah, but I believe and trust my mother.
No doubt, but could you honestly testify before the court what your birthday is?
Well, yeah, I would say I honestly believe it's this. My mother said she gave birth to me on this day.
Exactly. What about the year? Is it actually 2025, the year of our Lord, or is it 2027?
I have no idea what year it is. I did not make the calendar. I can, and I know what year it is on the currently accepted calendar, but I cannot by any means establish a calendar of my own that I think is in any way accurate to what year it actually is.
So you're open and honest. You're able to think about things from that perspective of, let's see if this guy is right. Let's see. Instead of just going, I know my name. I know my birthday. I know what year it is. I'm not crazy.
I know the name my mama gave me, and but I think everybody's a little bit crazy.
Everything is allegedly.
Well, not everything's allegedly. It's just I know that they told me the story of how they gave me the name, but like I don't know. I know they're liars as well, so like everybody lies.
Everybody sleeps, everybody cries, and everybody dies. I saw a cop cry. It was Harvey Freebird. The cop gets arrested for driving while intoxicated. He cried for like an hour. I think it's the first time I've ever seen a cop cry. But yeah, once you can be open-minded enough to like question, like, is my family name actually my name? Like, no, it doesn't belong to you. Like, it's it's not your name. Now you might say it's your government name, but there's that qualifier, government name. What's that? Because your given name is your Christian name.
Then you got a barcode number.
Yeah, right. Man, they must have lobotomized a bunch of people to get everybody to accept that social security number.
Well, free money.
Yeah, that's true. So I heard someone say recently that America is coming to a point to where they're either going to have to accept the fact that America's not good and we don't want our checks, or the whole thing's going to, change. Because, like, okay, so the people are good. That's why they have to consistently lie to us to trick us into war, right? So I'm not saying that. When I say America, I'm talking about the powers that should not be. So they've tricked everybody into saying, hey, if you want these cheap lattes and free checks, just look the other way for the atrocities. So we're coming to a point in the near future where it's like, okay, we kind of been bad. We don't want the free checks no more.
Yeah, we're coming to the point where they basically can't keep up the free checks, and like that whole system's gonna collapse in some way or another, because you need an off ramp for that. Because if you just created a way that's easy for people to just do nothing and get money, then more and more people are just gonna do nothing and get money. So you need actually to have an off ramp for that. You can't just let it fester and grow. It's just gonna get worse.
But back to the whole negotiable instrument thing. Cigarettes are negotiable instruments. I mean, they're not financial documents, which is what we usually think. I'm being kind of liberal with the definition of negotiable instrument. But I think you kind of see how I'm saying it's not God's money. It's not gold and silver. But in prison, you can trade I don't even know if they're allowed to smoke in prison anymore. So that might be a little bit outdated. But back in the day in prison, like, cigarettes were like, money, basically. Like, you could trade it. So what is money? That's crazy to think about, because money is just energy, right? Like, I'm giving away my energy right now for a medium of exchange. That way, if I want to, have some fish for dinner, I don't have to go first find a guy who makes fishing poles and find out what he wants and then go do that task like a video game. Then find a guy who makes fishing strings and find out what he wants.
Yeah, it's kind of like a video game where money makes it easy mode.
Vic, yeah, this is a good example of the Earth rotating, by the way. Well, the sun is behind the oil rigs, which is why the horizon is behind the oil rigs.
Okay, so the part that I read to you before, when it says where the horizon would be 1.22 miles at this 1 foot observer height, it's not, doesn't have anything to do with the sun. It has to do with if you were on a sphere, then you would have this geometric horizon beyond which you would not be able to see because you would be curving around the sphere. But that's not what's happening. We don't see that. We see the horizon much further because it's not the geometry of the sphere that's limiting our visions. It's our vision. It's the other things we talked about earlier, like weather conditions, perspective, and so on.
So I'm supposed to believe the two senses that just randomly say must be more than without explaining anything.
You don't, I mean, well, I told you, we earlier gave you the University of Washington curve calculator. You could just go search Earth curve calculator. I don't know if Flatsy or Jen or anyone wants to jump in here and say anything more to him. We've got, while you're looking at that, or, why don't you go look at the curve calculator and we'll just welcome some of these other people in here. Bold Unit, Comrade, Jonathan. If anybody has a question about Flat Earth, we've got 45 minutes left of Ladies' Night here, where the ladies of the Flat Earth will discuss your fantasy globe model with you and explain how our measurements demonstrate, as the one I just explained to Zach, that there's no curvature and that the horizon is not at the place
Do you guys agree that the Earth is really old?
I don't have any way to determine that. I don't really sit around thinking about that too much. Takes so much time. I mean, Zach Zoo, you've been here now for like an hour and 15 minutes. Look at all the time it takes just to try to explain to people this simple horizon idea and the geometry of a sphere. I mean, my goodness, how can I possibly get into trying to measure how old the Earth is? I don't have a time machine. Einstein's been debunked. You're proving the flat Earth now, Zach? Go for it.
I am?
Yeah.
What? I wasn't listening. I'm on the Earth curve calculator.
Oh, maybe that was somebody else that was proving the flat Earth. Yeah, go ahead, person who wants to prove the flat Earth. Who was that? Speak now, or forever hold your peace. Or somebody else, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if the Earth is really, really old, right, and we can prove it, wouldn't gravity play a role in that, right?
Well, I don't think we need to. There's no reason to look into the past to prove the flat Earth. We have a large number of current observations that have been done that show and demonstrate that there's no curvature. So we can just stay in the now. We don't need to.
My point is
look
that
past.
when you blow a bubble, why is it a circle? Why? And that is because that's the easiest shape gravitationally. And if this Earth is really, really old, millions of years old, gravitationally, what effect would that take hold? Right?
You get along really well with the ancient Greeks. That's what they did. They just sat around. Yeah, that's probably what they were doing. They were like drooling all over the place, making bubbles. They're like, oh, that bubble looks so cool. We probably live on a bubble. And the other guy's like,
why a bubble though? Why the bubble? Why the bubble?
You tell me. We don't live on a bubble, John.
I'm telling you, why does it shape into a bubble? Because it's the easiest shape. It's the easiest round,
That's because of the water tension, not because of gravitation.
Thank you, Zach. Wow, Zach is like right on board here.
Okay.
This is great. Have another protein shake.
No, I agree with that. It is water tension, but why a round? Why a globe? Why is that the easiest tension? Why is that the easiest of less tension?
Because it has equal force all around with the water tension.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Perfect
Mage,
answer.
you are
No,
hot micing
that,
there, Mage. You're hot micing.
no,
Thank you. Thank you.
Isn't it surface tension?
He's right. He's right. It's
Yeah,
the,
that's what I said.
it's the most equal. Like the
Okay,
surface
so
is most equal.
we got about 40 minutes left here, ladies' night, and then we will let you all feast on all of these amazing globe believers here. We've got Comrade, Bold
It's truly
Unit,
interesting.
welcome. We're going to be here every Wednesday. Yeah, you guys weren't all here when we discussed earlier. We're going to actually move ladies' night 4 hours earlier because for the Europeans, and I don't actually know exactly where Salt Lake Stacy is, but people who are way ahead of us, this is not a good time for them. So we're going to start it 4 hours earlier, 5 p.m. Eastern time, just so people know. But we appreciate, all these people jumping in here on the politics server. So this is a great time to get your questions answered.
Why
about
don't you
flat Earth.
in gravity? That's my question.
I know, right? If I were to leave an L-shaped rock in space, in millions of years, it will form a globe. Do you guys agree with that? Yes or no?
Oh my goodness, no. Okay, I'm going to answer
why not?
Mage. I guess, maybe it's answering both of you. Both seem to be obsessed with gravity.
Thank you, Mary.
I'll join in with you.
What is gravity?
You have a delightful laugh.
Okay, Mage. So, mass attracting mass, gravity. I feel like you've been in here before. I feel like you maybe have heard this before. That's been discarded, right? Then replaced by Einsteinian gravity, also not verified or proven. What is your deal? What was your question about gravity? What is it you want to know?
Why don't you believe in it?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's interesting you'd use that word belief. Yeah, because it has not been objectively demonstrated. Yeah, as a cause and effect relationship, which a scientific idea would need in order to be considered scientific. Pseudoscience. Yep, that's why.
Effect relationship. Interesting.
Yeah, I know. Interesting perspective they have.
Well, I guess I'll say. How do I put this? Let me give you two possibilities. Let's say possibility number one, and this is not going to be tied to reality. This is purely a thought experiment to make a point, right? Let's say, the reason why things fall. Let's say that the whole globe Earth is real. You believe in all that. Gravity is real. Let's say that gravity is actually fairy dust, and the fairy dust is why balls are attracted to each other. That's possibility number one. Would you say that the cause is fairy dust?
I have a really funny story about that. I probably should keep it to myself, but I guess I could tell you because it's ladies' night. I don't know. It's kind of risque,
It's
though.
ladies' night,
But,
so I don't want to. You should tell me what's going on.
It just made me laugh so much that I don't know if I can focus on your question, but you'd have to show me the fairy dust, right? How are you going to show me that?
No, let's say that we could. That the point is not that it's fairy dust. The point is that difference between cause and effect.
You'd have to show me the fairy dust, and then you'd have to do an experiment where you set up you made an observation, you set up a hypothesis, you had an independent, dependent variable, and you were testing the cause and effect relationship and demonstrating this fairy dust was causing it. Yeah.
I guess my point is, whether gravity is a cause or an effect, the observation would be the same. You would observe the same phenomena. So I guess I'm saying that because that's why science doesn't restrict itself to cause and effect. Science is much broader.
No, not classical science. No, you're talking about pseudoscience. You're talking about pseudoscience, right? Where you just kind of sit around, think about stuff, get a grant to keep thinking about it, and then just make up stuff and
you're probably
get other people to agree with you.
And theoretical physics, even theoretical physicists would agree that that's not science, right? Science is a process of testing a hypothesis gathering data and interpreting it. And theoretical physics doesn't they know that. Experimental physics, though, takes a model that one constructs and tests it. And if reality says that this model doesn't agree with your prediction, then it's wrong.
I'm not, we around here, we prefer to stick to the classical scientific method because that was a method that was established and adhered to for hundreds of years and worked perfectly well. It was developed in a systematic way to avoid the problem that we see now when people are going into your idea where we're just going to make up a model, say, oh, look at this. This kind of seems to explain it. It's pretty cool, right? No, we want you to actually demonstrate cause and effect relationships, and we prefer to stick to the level of reality. Yeah, what's wrong with that? Why don't you like that?
Well, what's wrong with that is, first of all, I don't even know what you mean by cause and effect, because so many different thinkers have their own definition of what those mean, but it's just too restrictive. That there are certain things that you can't
I'm sorry, Mage. Yeah, you don't like sticking to reality. I mean, that's the thing, though. You Globers claim, yeah, it's too restrictive. It's this, it's that, but you have such a incredible lack of imagination. It's because you're stuck to the fantasy globe model and all the little weird outer space stories. You're hijacking your own ability to think and you're giving it over to these people who are telling you this is how it is and then somehow pretending that you're open-minded. I mean, Mage, have you ever considered that you don't live on a globe?
I've considered it. The evidence seems to point in the other direction, but let's
show me your evidence then. Let me see your evidence.
Yeah, we can get to that. I just want to stick on this. We can, if that's fine. If you don't want to use theoretical physics, we don't even have to do that. If you want to stick to the classic scientific method, independent, dependent variable.
Oh, thank you, Mage.
We can actually just set up an experiment that proves that two masses will obey Newton's universal law of gravitation.
Oh, show me that, please. Demonstrate that, please.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure you've heard of Cavendish.
Not an experiment. The cause was not verified. That is not proof of anything. What is the cause in that situation?
Mean? The independent variable was observed, the dependent variable was observed, and there was a statistically significant effect. That's an experiment.
What do you think was the cause in that?
So again, that's why I don't use terms like cause and effect. I don't know what you mean.
I know you don't like that. Yeah, I know, because you just want to make stuff up and get away with it.
Do you want the independent variable?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, the independent variable was the mass of the balls, and the dependent variable was the observed force of gravitation.
No. That doesn't work.
Why?
You can't. What do you mean? The observed force of gravitation?
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about motion.
Yeah. Do you know what a force is?
So you're putting the cause in there. You're putting the cause in your effect.
No, the dependent variable is the force of gravitation. That's literally the dependent variable.
No, that doesn't make any sense at all.
Why are you saying no?
Because the whole point was to show that there is a force of gravitation, but you're just pulling it out of whole cloth and claiming that it's there.
Right. If we measure a force of, let's say, 9 newtons, that's the dependent variable. What are you confused about? I'm at a loss here. I don't know what else I can do.
I don't know what you're talking about. The weight or the mass? No, that is not. Nothing has been shown. What is it you were trying to show here? Mass attracting mass? That is not showing mass attracting mass.
We're showing it.
That's not even part of your. That's not even part of the mainstream.
To an independent.
That's not even part of the mainstream scientific fairy tale story.
What step of the scientific method did I miss? I'm just a little lost.
Well, let's just start from the beginning then. What's your observation?
My observation is that things are attracted to the Earth.
Yeah, Yeah, and there's many other explanations for that, such as density, and one thing being denser than air, and other things being less dense than air.
Yeah, those are nice theories, but I really want to put it to the test, right? So I'm going to set up an experiment. That's going to be my next step. Is going to be form a hypothesis.
Go ahead. What's your hypothesis?
My hypothesis is if I change the mass of these balls to this value, the independent variable, then I will observe this many newtons, the dependent variable of force in response. Which is well, we're not there yet. That's my hypothesis. Is that not a good hypothesis?
No.
Why? Why not? What's
You're saying you have different masses and they're going to fall at different rates. I don't even know what it is you're trying to claim there. I mean, I'm just telling you it's because one of them is going to be more dense than the other one. So I don't know what you're even talking. I didn't even know what you're even trying to claim here. You're trying to claim mass attracting trying to claim that one mass is attracted to the other mass is what I thought you started out claiming, and then you started moving into something else.
So I'll take it step by step for you again. So we start with an observation. Things are attracted to the Earth. We just notice things are going to the Earth. We don't know why. That's just what we observe. And so I have a theory, right? I have a theory that all things are attracted to each other in this way, given this law, the universal law of gravitation. I want to test that. So I construct a hypothesis. If I give these values for the mass, my independent variable, then I will observe the values of force in response, dependent variable, according to Newton's universal.
I don't know what you even mean by force. You're talking about things accelerating. I mean, you're talking about newtons, so you're talking about them accelerating. And I'm telling you, things can accelerate when you drop them because they're more dense. I mean, there's my explanation. What is your explanation? You're claiming this magical fairy dust that you already acknowledged earlier was fairy dust. You're claiming some magical thing that hasn't been demonstrated.
You have a nice theory which we haven't tested, and
you don't get to.
It's not even a nice theory. Actually, density doesn't.
In your dependent variable, you don't get to claim your fairy dust. Your fairy dust can't be your dependent variable. Can't be like, oh, I got more mass, so then I got more fairy dust. That doesn't make any sense
provide
at
a
all.
direction? That's just like density doesn't provide a direction. It doesn't tell you why things fall a certain way. But we're trying to test.
Who said? Why do you say that? Who said? Isn't that what we observe?
We observe things fall, and we observe things denser than the air around it. It doesn't favor a direction.
Holy shit! There's no way you just said density is a force.
I didn't say density was a force.
No, not you. If that's what you're proposing, yeah, density's not a force.
Did somebody actually say that?
I didn't hear anybody say that. I didn't hear anybody say that. I mean,
I thought that's what you were arguing. I was just going to say.
Did you
think that density is the reason things
why
fall?
Why does density provide a direction? Like, why do things fall in this direction? Why don't things fall sideways? Density doesn't give an answer. Density alone.
What? When is something falling sideways?
Yeah, exactly. That's what your model doesn't provide.
What model? Why are you giving me a model?
If you don't want to call it a model,
we only have a half hour left here. I don't want to waste your. If you guys want to, okay. Guess what, Mr. Mage?
That's fine.
Hey there.
That's fine. Your explanation doesn't provide a direction.
You're pretty rude. Several times you've been talking over me. You're mischaracterizing what I'm saying. You're, using sophist techniques and so on. So yeah, at the top of the hour, you're welcome to talk about all this nonsense if you want. I mean, it's clear to me the kind of techniques you're using to mislead the audience when you have zero idea what you're talking about. So we prefer during the ladies' night in particular to talk to people that are newer to the topic, because whereas all of that, I mean, we can sit here and we can talk about structure of a scientific experiment. I mean, I find it very interesting, but it kind of gets away from what we're trying to introduce to new people, which is the fact that there's no curvature measured anywhere and the Earth measures flat. So does anybody in here have a question about that? I don't know if any of the ladies want to talk to Mage. Come on. he admitted that his theory was that fairy dust was causing it, and then we went on and kept talking about it. I don't even know why. So bold unit, ambition, comrade, welcome. Did you guys have any questions about the flat Earth? We've got Jenna here. We've got Flatsy. We had Stacy earlier, but she had to go back to work.
Look at Mage proved them wrong, and then I got muted. Yes.
If you want to believe that, if that makes you sleep at night, go back to your fantasy ball, enjoy it. Do you have a plushy ball, or is it a beach ball globe, or what one do you usually sleep with at night?
We have
to be honest.
on my dresser.
Well, that person hasn't. Is that my friend Zach? Oh yeah, I'm sorry. If I'd known it was you, I wouldn't have insulted you. Sorry, Zach. I thought that was just some other random dude.
Oh, thank you.
What, you have a globe on your dresser? Yeah. What's it made out of?
Let's see. Probably paper.
It's made out of paper.
Let's see. I'm gonna grab it. Hold on.
It's like paper mache.
All right, we have it. And yeah, this is definitely paper. But it looks like it's multiple pieces of paper glued together. So I can see creases between different parts of the globe. Every longitude, I think it is, probably. There's like a long piece that goes all the way down. Paper.
Yep, so you understood what we were telling you earlier about how they take the flat maps and wrap them around the ball to match your perceptions of what the Earth looks like from space, even though there's no actual globe in reality and it's not what we experience. Did you understand that part, Zach?
About what?
There's no globe. You don't live on a globe.
Right now.
Yep, that's just a toy. Just a.
Do we live on a
little
circle or a
model.
square? That's the weird question.
I think we live on a turtle.
Hello, ambitious.
Hello.
Yep.
Yeah, do we live
So
on
that's a good question. Yep, we don't make any claim as to the shape of this place where we live. We are not able to reach the outer limits. I mean, around here, we pretty much focus on just showing how the globe gives a predicted distance for the horizon, and we repeatedly see the horizon further, as well as seeing numerous observations much further than we would be able to see them if we lived on a globe of the dimensions they tell us. Namely, 3,959 mile radius.
Still looking for my accurate map of the flat Earth.
So what do you think's at the end of the Earth then? Just out of curiosity.
Well,
like when you get
I
to the
have
edge.
no idea. Ambitious. We don't think there is an edge. There's no evidence that
You
there's
think
any
it's infinite?
edge. I don't know. How could I prove infinite? Even if I wanted to claim that, that obviously can't be proven, and there's no need to prove it because we've just been here for
my
now.
mom was at the end, dude. So yeah, I bet my mom's at the end.
We don't claim an edge. There's a lot of false straw man models about what flat earthers think or claim, and a lot of them do show an edge. A lot of times they show them like floating through outer space. We also don't accept
So is
the
this
story of
is the
outer
world
space.
like Minecraft then, or is it just the whole world is just like it's like Minecraft basically? It's just infinite and flat.
I don't know. Yeah, if you find out, ambitious, be sure to
It
come
just
back
keeps
and
going.
come back and tell us. You might have found your friend to walk across across Canada, Zach.
I'm gonna go across the. I'm gonna walk across to the end of the Earth. I'm gonna make it towards like the end worlds, whatever you call that.
Yep, Zach's coming. Zach's coming with you.
Flat Earth.
Yep. I don't know how long that's going to take you to get all the way there and back, but let us know what you find when you get there. So you can see at 37 minutes after the hour, can you see that, Ambitious, where it says Flat Earth Observations? Can you click on that link for me?
Sure.
Yeah, so this is just a small sampling of the observations that demonstrate that we don't live on a globe with the claimed radius or on any globe at all. Many people, including many of the people here in this Flat Earth channel of the Discord server, have done their own observations and have seen that, the predicted amount that these different, whatever they are, buildings, lighthouses, islands, and so on, would be obscured by the alleged curvature of the Earth is not what we see in reality, because we see things in the distance that we would not see if we lived on a globe of dimensions claimed. So those first ones are just like visible light flat Earth observations.
What do you think
Barcelona to
happens when people
Mallorca.
try to go out towards the edge? Do you think that they the government stops them or something, or keeps them going a certain distance? I mean, I'm just trying to get understanding your perspective.
Well, I don't know what you mean by the edge, because I just told you I didn't claim one.
Or
I mean, we aren't
there
allowed.
is no edge. If they go down to a certain distance, do you think that the government would automatically stop people from going past a certain distance if it's infinite?
Well, I'm not claiming infinite. You're the one who keeps bringing that up, but nonetheless, yeah.
No, I'm just saying, if there's no edge, but it's not infinite, would the world governments stop people from going past a certain edge?
I'll try a third time to answer, and hopefully you won't interrupt me this time. Yes, we know that people are not allowed to freely travel, particularly in the ocean in the southern latitude. It's a highly restricted area, and so I have not personally tried it. I've seen, news stories and so on about people who have been turned away for doing that. For example, if you wish to visit Antarctica, you have to get a lot of permits. It's tightly controlled by the Antarctic Treaty, and even if you are allowed to go in a certain area there, you're not allowed to just freely roam. So, yeah, I mean, I don't even have to think that. I mean, that I haven't done it myself, but there's been numerous reports that, yeah, people are actually stopped when they try to just freely roam around down there. Yep.
Can I see these reports?
It's gonna go.
Yeah, I haven't even. It's been it's literally
a giant ice, just a whole.
It's literally been It's been 5 years since I've even tried to pull up any of these articles. I will try to find one for you. There's some Norwegian dude.
I'm gonna become the Flash, just so I can run all the way towards the edge of the Earth and not get stopped.
I want to go past the ice ball, and I'm gonna.
Norwegian arrested. Do you want that one? I'll find it for you. Norwegian arrested after Antarctic voyage. I mean, yeah, this isn't, I'm just humoring you because it's ladies' night, and we're speculating about that. You seem why are you way more interested in that than the list of observations that show that you definitely don't?
I'm just curious. I'm just.
Yeah, I understand. People are curious in different things. So yeah, I mean, there's one thing. Norwegian arrested after Antarctic voyage. Do you see that one? Jarl Andhoy and his 4 crew were arrested in waters near the border of Chile and Argentina. A Norwegian adventurer who made an unauthorized trip to Antarctica with New Zealand on board, arrested off the coast of Chile. They were escorted to a nearby naval base at Puerto Williams, and their sailing permit has been revoked. Mr. Andhoy's lawyer, Niels Jorgen Bordahl, told Radio New Zealand's Morning Report program the arrest was made after a request from New Zealand authorities. It goes on there. Yeah, this one says the crew of the Yeah, all are fine. But I thought one of those guys, something happened to one of those guys. But that might be a different article. I mean, it's something you can research on your own if you're interested in that kind of thing. But yeah, and the Antarctic tree is a thing that exists. You could research that too if you were interested. I could give you a link to our home server where there's a lot more of this information articles that you could research. Do you want me to give you that link? It's like there's a lot of there's a whole channel just on Antarctica and that kind of thing. Would you like that? Ambitious?
No, I would not.
Okay, I won't give it to you then. Hi, Eldico. Good to see you. Glad you could drop in.
I shushed up.
Hello, hello.
What's happening down there in the Pacific?
Oh, I just had a long day of teaching yoga and editing and stuff. So I'm chilling out and listening to you. That's what I'm doing.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we're talking to this guy about whether you can freely explore. So I don't know, Eldico, if you got into a little boat and left Hawaii, went south, how far do you think you would get?
About a mile. That's about it. I don't know how to sail, so that wouldn't be very helpful, would it?
Yeah, don't do that then.
But the idea of the Earth being a realm as opposed to a planet is so much more beautiful, in my opinion.
I totally agree, Ildiko. I'm always trying to tell these space nerds that. Please tell them. Why would you want to go to this place that doesn't exist because you can't have, a vacuum there next to the atmosphere of space uncontained? And, but even if you could, why would you want to go up there when there's so many beautiful things to see on the earth and animals and plants? It's such a great place. Why would you want to go somewhere where you can't even breathe? There's no animals, there's no plants. It just sounds like hell to me. I don't know why they like it so much.
Yep. Well, I wish Elon would go there.
I got a question.
All right, Koji, let's hear it.
So I'm not really smart. But I just want to know why if the Earth's flat, right?
That is correct. It measures flat. Yes.
Okay. Why can't I see mountains? Because they're really high.
Well, you can see mountains if you're in a place that's mountainous. I don't know what you mean. You can't see mountains.
I'm in Canada. I can't see big ones.
You can't see New York's skyscrapers. That's what you're trying to say, something. Right?
You have limitations of vision, atmospheric conditions, and so on that prevent you from seeing forever. You're not Superman, so yeah, you're not going to be able to see forever, regardless of what the shape is of where you're standing. So that, I understand that you saw that somewhere, or maybe you thought of it in your own head, oh, there it is flat. Why can't I see forever? But you can't see forever, right, Koji?
I was just I was just confused because some things, they're not far from me, and they're really tall, and I don't know. I can't see them. You know what I mean? So isn't I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. A lot of these observations, I was trying to share with you before, the Canigou infrared observations. I'll try to find an image of those for you. In that case, they used infrared photography, and they were able to
bullshit.
view a mountain that was 255 miles away.
No evidence at all.
Is that Zach? Go have another protein shake. I've just been showing you evidence now for almost 2 hours. Where's your evidence of your globe?
Wait. I'm sorry. I didn't really understand. What was the the reason for me not being able to see stuff?
You have a natural limitation of your eyeballs. Perspective. Eyeballs. They can't see forever.
Oh, yeah, but
there's also, we also have the Atmos. We also have various weather patterns. There's so many reasons. So yeah, before we keep going with that, so there's the Canigou observation. That's also in that other link that we showed you. So there you can see with the infrared photography. So, but they're there, right? 255 miles away. So that's pretty there. Is that good enough for you? I don't know what mountains you're talking about that you're upset that you can't see. I guess you could try doing some infrared photography.
Okay, wait. Which picture is it?
Why
Is that that's Koji asking? Yeah, I will tag you and then I'll put it in there again because there's a lot of stuff happening in the chat. I don't
Okay,
blame you
thank
for not being able to find it.
I just want to know,
Yeah, good. That's good. You're curious. I like it.
I have a question.
Go for it.
Okay.
So, people try to do cool stuff. So why hasn't someone from like the top of the Empire State Building used a really high magnification camera to see Mount Everest? Because like that would be pretty cool to do. But why can't I do that?
Because I just explained why. There's even the equipment that we're talking about has limitations. There is other evidence
Go to like
with radio transmission, sonar, other kinds of equipment that has gone further. But when we're talking about visual equipment, there's a limitation.
So the farther it is, it's like it gets smaller, yeah?
Because of the atmosphere, like we just talked about. It's different than we're like taking the telescope and looking at a star, which or a wandering star where you don't even know exactly what that distance is verified, but you're not, if you're trying to look from New York to Mount Everest, then you're going to have a lot of atmosphere.
Why is
away.
guy making fun
But if you
of
go
me,
back
bro?
down
Just
to the
asking a
bottom,
question.
I don't know who's making fun of you. I can't speak.
Miguel, bro. Chill out, Miguel.
Oh, Miguel is very friendly. Yeah, in 10 minutes you can talk to him if you want. I don't think he's... if he's making fun of you, I'm sure it's all in fun. Yeah, he's a very nice person. Radio wave, flat earth observations, Nickelbine beam, there's a bunch of those. Marconi wireless telegraph, 10,000 miles, 10,553 miles. Is that good enough for you? Did you like that one? Radar, 3,400 miles. Those are down the bottom of that link there. So, I mean, those are just, there's the electromagnetic spectrum. So if you're upset you can't see forever, I mean, other parts of the electromagnetic spectrum, like radio waves and microwaves, it's no different. It's just the same thing. It's just waves. They just differ in their frequency and wavelength. So you're really just talking about the same phenomenon. So if you know you can't see 10,000 miles, but if a radio wave can go 10,000 miles, then it's pretty much the same thing. It's just, because of the nature of the electromagnetic spectrum, you've just got a different type of wave doing it. The wave would not be able to travel through the medium if we were on a globe.
I just like searching up like videos. Hold up.
Got a new claim, guys.
Miguel sent a photo of saying over 20 miles high, horizon is still 100% flat, and it's them at the beach, looking at the ocean, top of Mount Everest, and a dog cam thing, 20 miles high, it says. Now, I don't know if that's true, but it says the horizon is still 100% flat, but as I can see in the picture, I can literally see it stop the curve. Yeah, I'll send it again. I can see it curve down towards the edges of the image. Oh, I can't send photos. Here, I'll reply to it. Nah, Miguel, we're gonna go do the picture you sent. Go to the side chat. I typed here to the picture Miguel sent.
Is there? I saw this video. Like I was just researching,
Yeah, curve, bro.
and like there's this boat. And it's like moving, and you could like see it like kind of like go down. You know what I mean? So like, how would you guys like answer that?
Hey, yo, Miguel, why don't you send in the pic that I disproved? You scared that everyone's gonna see it?
Yeah, I'll post the video link. But I don't know if I'm allowed to post links like that.
Heretic, you here, man?
Yeah, but I'm not supposed to speak.
Miguel's still
I'm
the
sorry.
photo I disproved. Miguel's scared.
I got a quick claim to offer. Very quick. Under 10 seconds.
So, where are the ladies at?
Hey, Miguel, why don't you send the photo again?
Where are the ladies at?
Oh, they tapped out suddenly.
They're muted.
Okay, I'm here. Sorry, Shrub. What is it Shrub wants? What do you want?
Really quick. Why did the
We asked
Flat Earth go to
ChatGPT.
university?
What?
Why did the Flat Earther go to university?
Why, Shrub?
To join a fraternity.
That's actually an upgrade from the last 3 jokes you told me. I think you should stick with like the puns. I think that's really where you shine there.
Yeah. Well, not all Americans like puns. It's a rare taste in America.
Why don't you write us a Flat Earth limerick? Work on that for your next appearance. Do you think you could write us a Flat Earth limerick? Yeah, I think that'd be good. I really enjoy limericks.
That would be an exciting challenge, actually.
I know. So you can work on that. Yeah, let me know when you got it. Oh yeah, okay. So I'm sorry. What I was trying to say a while back, is whoever was asking about the boats. I don't even remember when I muted myself. I was talking. I didn't realize I was muted. People have been showing the demonstration of the perspective and why the boats disappear from the bottom up. Who was asking about that? Koji? Oh, now he's deafened, so I guess I won't bother.
You sent a video in chat. Yeah, I'll reply to it.
Is that Zach again? Was that you?
Yes, Koji sent the video in chat of the boat. He wants you to explain it. I added you to the message.
It's just ChatGPT. You don't got to explain shit to him.
Dude, it's a
Thank you, Rodwin.
Yeah, should we get ChatGPT in here?
No, my flat bot will just destroy any ChatGPT crap.
Yeah, I mean, boats can disappear from your view from the bottom up, and then if you use a zoom camera, you can bring them back. So there's no curvature involved with any of those phenomenon. I'll try to find you yet another demonstration of that. Just a minute.
Girls scared to send the photo still, bro.
I think this
I
one's
don't see
pretty
why
good.
people are.
Oh, it didn't show up. It just shows up as GIF link. I don't know why that is. Well, that's weird. I don't know. Could somebody else put one of those boats disappearing and reappearing? Because I can't seem to do it. So, yeah, we explained earlier, I don't think you guys were here, about how that's because of perspective. Oh, yeah, Drace has got one there for you. So, yep, when you zoom back out, if you look at that 58 minutes after the hour, both of those, when you're zooming out, the boat disappears from your vision. It's disappearing. It seems to disappear from the bottom up because that's what our vision does. But then when you zoom back in on it, it's there. So even though it seems like it's disappearing, it's really not. It's just going outside of your field of vision. That's a good place to end the ladies' night. This has been like quite an adventure. We had like all kind of new people in, which is what we always dreamed about. For ladies' night, only had to take 3 aspirin when Mage came in, and other than that, it was perfectly pleasant and entertaining. So, thanks to Flatsy Klein, Jenna, Stacy earlier, Ildiko for being here. Next week, if anybody didn't hear it, we're going to start at 5 o'clock, 4 hours earlier than now, whatever that is for you. So I think that's like 9 p.m. UTC, at 5 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time, so that it's more friendly for the Europeans, because we did have some other ladies who are interested in being involved if we start earlier. So that's the plan. See you next week, Wednesday, 4 hours earlier, same station. And does other ladies have a closing remark?
If Trump came out and said that the Earth was round, I bet the flat Earth movement would just absolutely die. They'd be like, "Oh, we believe everything you say."
Is that you, Zach, again? Is there more than one person in your room? Like, every time you talk, now your voice is like many decibels lower than it was before. Did you have another protein shake?
What? That was not me.
Oh, that wasn't Zach. Okay, good. All right, who was that? You're still lining up. Oh, that's right, Zach, because you are always unmuted. I forgot. How could I forget? Who was that saying that? About the roundness. He's gone away. Identify yourself. Nobody's coming out with any proof of roundness. Yes, that's what we've been looking for. We've already shown you. It measures flat. We see too far. The radio waves went 10,000 miles. I don't know what guys you want. It's else you guys want. It's already been demonstrated, proven flat. The only thing is you need to emotionally accept it, give up your fantasy globe, and start facing reality. The end. All right, Heretic, whenever you get around to it, I guess you could end the event, because that was fun, and maybe you already did. I don't know, but
okay.
We're done.
We'll pull the plug.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dandelion.
Dandelion,
the plug.
That was a great job dealing with it.
Oh my God, he did.
That was awesome.
Okay, you losers, you're up. You losers,
Yeah,
you're
definitely
ready.
in the chat for Dandelion. Seriously, that was my God. I don't even know how to.
Thank you,
describe
ladies.
that was.
Yeah, they were kind of coming at me like Neo in the Matrix. I'm like, hey, gravity over here. Weird guy over there.
Yeah, it was very low tier, but you handled
That
it.
is
bravely.
funny. I like it.
Thank you, Indio.
We have Globers now that think that if you see a boat off in the distance, it should float in the air now. They don't actually go in the water anymore, according to Globers. That's why you don't see the bottom. Because when you don't see the bottom, that's the globe. Otherwise, it's
You know what I'm gonna do? If the Earth is flat, if the Earth does turn out to be flat, just put myself right. I'm gonna literally make it a globe myself. I'm just gonna like pull it from the edges and make it into a globe.
Again.
So there's a cope.
Miguel.
I'm always gonna win at the end.
Yeah,
Look,
you're
we need
definitely
to
coping hard. The cope is with you.
Dude, I am gonna be.
May
I'm gonna be
the
taking
cope.
no cope
Yeah,
once
may
I
the
once
cope-
I make
may
it
the
once
cope
I
be
make
with
it into
you.
a round Earth.
May the
Go
coke
be
be
strong
with
ambitious.
this one.
Okay, ambitious. That's who that is. Was that you, ambitious?
Yes, it was. That is correct.
Miguel. Let me talk about the photo.
When you say round Earth, that's your claim that you live on a
No, I
round
just
Earth.
mean I'm gonna like bend it myself, and then I'm gonna make it round.
Why can't you just accept the world the way it is, flat?
What, round? What, a globe? Yeah, it's a globe.
Yeah, it's gonna be a globe.
So you want it to be
Absolutely.
spherical. That's what you're saying.
I'm gonna like bend it from the
Spherical.
edges.
Oblate spheroid.
Yeah, where do we have to go for that? This oblate steroid thing.
But I don't know. I think the best way
Now tell me where to go.
prove that the
I
Earth
got an infinite
is
travel
round.
budget.
You just gotta look through a telescope.
So I can see the Earth is round with a telescope. Is there a
No, you
mirror
can
in the
see,
sky
you
or
can see
something?
other planetary bodies.
The angles to
Yeah, other than
Polaris.
Earth.
The
Yeah,
angles to
things other
Polaris
than Earth.
only match
So we-
latitude on a globe.
Yeah, that's idiotic. You don't know what
No,
you're
that's
talking about.
I don't
absolutely
know why
true.
this is a debate.
How do you can't
That's
even find
absolutely true.
latitude without looking. Okay, dude. Tell me how to find my latitude without looking at the sky. Yeah, okay. So when you say
Well,
Polaris
you
matches
can
the
go by
globe,
GPS. You can go by GPS.
no, dude,
Yeah.
GPS, another idiotic statement. So GPS uses something called
This is
Earth-centered
like trying to tell Trump
No,
supporters
it
that Trump
is
is
a
bad.
plain.
No, it doesn't.
So okay, I don't know why you're
Very
talking over me.
obvious.
I don't know why
Because
you're
you're
talking
wrong.
over me.
You're wrong.
No,
You're saying
what
wrong
coordinate system does
things.
GPS use?
Uses a global positioning system.
No, it doesn't. No,
Yeah, it does.
it doesn't.
Absolutely
It
does.
uses Earth. It uses Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. Your
No, it doesn't.
coordinates are the, nuh-uh,
We
is
don't
not a
take this
refutation.
seriously.
So if you actually seen Rhinex data, which is the raw message data that your GPS receiver uses, there's no latitude and longitude in it.
Right. You're yes. It sends out a signal, and the software that you use deciphers that signal. Uses trilateration to find your location.
Okay. On what? And what's the coordinate system?
Google it. I'm not.
Earth-centered, Earth-fixed on a tangent plane. So your coordinates are on a
I have a
tangent
science
plane.
class for this server.
The
on
hell
a
are you
tangent
talking about,
plane
man?
within the model.
The angles to
I don't know what I'm
Polaris
talking about. So
cannot
you
match
just,
latitude on a flat Earth. The relationship between latitude, the angle that you're looking at Polaris and latitude, is a linear relationship. That's
Okay, prove
impossible
that.
to have on a flat surface.
Prove it. Prove it's a linear relationship. Give us the evidence it's a linear relationship.
Trigonometry. Geometry and trigonometry. That's the evidence.
No, what is the linear relationship?
NDO, try to do a trigonometry equation equation
Yeah,
for us.
okay. You're just going to be muted because you have nothing to contribute. So
There you go.
the linear relationship is what? The linear relationship.
Linear relationship means that
between what?
That means that for every 69 miles you go, it changes by 1 degree. That's a linear
That's the
relationship.
evidence
It doesn't
I
matter
want.
how
That's
far
the
you
evidence
go.
I want. That's the evidence I want. So that's the evidence I want. I want the 69 miles per degree. I want that evidence.
Yeah,
let's see it.
Call any telescope owner. Talk to anybody who owns a telescope.
Call any
and ask them what their latitude is, and ask them what angle they set their telescope to. I guarantee, I'll bet you $1,000. Every one of them will say, "My latitude is the angle I set my telescope to."
Yeah, no shit. Because the coordinate system, latitude and longitude, is the celestial sphere. It's not the ground.
No, it's not.
Okay, so tell me how to find your latitude and longitude without looking at the sky.
Well, you could start at directly under the Polaris at the North Pole, and you could drive 69 miles south, and you'll be at
the sky. Remember,
89 degrees.
You can't look at the sky. Dude, I just said you can't use the sky to figure out where you are.
Ever heard of celestial navigation?
Yeah.
You ever heard of celestial navigation? You're looking at the sky to find out where you are on the Earth, right? Isn't that what celestial navigation is?
That's right.
That's what celestial navigation is.
Yeah.
Looking at the sky to find out where you are on the Earth, right?
Okay, cool, brother.
I know where you are. I'll look in the sky.
Okay,
Even though
cool, brother.
1,000 years.
Why are you just like talking? You guys just blab, okay? You just fucking yappers. So the point I was making is the latitude and longitude coordinate system are not positions on the ground. They are positions of the stars.
No,
Your
they're not.
position relative to that. Yeah, they are because you
No,
can't
they're not.
find it. Okay,
No,
then
they
find your
aren't.
position. Then
They are
find your
measured
position
locations.
using.
They're
Find your
measured
position using the
locations
ground.
on the Earth.
Then
They're
find-
measured.
Dude, I'm gonna
They
say it
are
again.
measured locations on the Earth. This is
Measured.
an
What was measured?
undisputable fact.
What was measured? What was measured?
Let's take a chill.
Dude, what was measured?
Jesus, dude.
What was measured?
Well, the circumference of the Earth, and then they divided that into 360 portions.
Oh yeah, how'd they measure that, dude?
Jesus, fuck. You really should go back to school and learn stuff, dude.
Yeah, okay.
You don't know anything, and you're trying to argue with people who do know things.
You don't know a fucking thing, dude. I'm going to ask you again. How'd they measure?
Okay.
You said that they measured it, so I'm asking you how they measured it, and you don't fucking know.
Through surveying.
Okay,
Let's see if you know what a triangle is, Indio.
Surveying. So they measure the circumference of the Earth through surveying.
Yes,
Is that what you're
absolutely.
saying?
Yes.
What did they measure?
You can also measure the Earth by using stellar parallax. You can do that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really.
The fuck did you say?
No clue what you're this is hilarious, dude. Stellar parallax. You can measure the circumference of the Earth using stellar parallax.
Yes, you can.
Which celestial object?
All celestial objects. Pick one.
There is no parallax, you dumb
Pick
fuck.
one.
There is no parallax. There is no. Okay, I'm gonna post
You're arguing with decades and centuries of science.
No, I'm not.
That's what you're arguing. Yes,
I'm
you
gonna
are.
post from an astronomical journal. No, I'm gonna post from an astronomical journal that says there's no parallax, dude. So I'm gonna post it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead. Where is it?
Hold on a second. It's from the Astronomical Leaflets of the Pacific. There is no parallax, dude. The only parallax they claim to measure would be on either side of the orbit. Okay? Because they say everything is so far away, there's no parallax.
That's why you can see parallax, because everything is so far away, dude.
You just said you can measure it from the Earth.
Yes, you can.
No, you would have to measure it from the orbit, dumb fuck.
No, you can measure it from the rotation of the Earth being on one side of the rotation to the other. It's like 12 hours.
So if I
Wait,
go on
12
your
hours.
I'll be able to measure parallax. That's
Yes.
what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay. To which body?
Pick one.
What is the parallax angle to the sun?
The moon. Saturn. Pick one.
Okay, you said stellar parallax. What's the parallax angle to the sun? What's the
I don't
parallax
know.
angle to the moon? You don't know. You just
Parallax
making
to the sun
claims.
would be about
What's
a
the
half
parallax
degree.
angle to the moon?
I don't know.
So you're just making baseless claims.
No. I'm not a fucking professor. I could look it up
You don't know
for you
anything.
since you're too damn
Yeah,
lazy.
So, I have to go find your evidence. Why would that happen?
If you want to know stuff, you need to educate yourself.
So
if I go find the evidence and I show it to you, will you believe it? If I bring you the evidence, will you believe it? Yes or no? Will you believe it? Yes or no?
You're demanding the defendant provide the evidence.
We aren't in court, dude. We aren't in court. If I bring you the evidence, will you believe it?
This is equivalent.
Answer the question.
Because you're making claims.
Answer the question.
You're making
Answer the
claims.
question.
And you're not providing evidence for your claims.
Answer the
You're demanding that.
question.
I didn't hear your question. I don't care. Okay.
Because you're talking over me.
Okay. Really simple. You made a claim and demanded I go find the evidence for your claim. That's the same thing as the prosecutor demanding that the defendant find the evidence for his case.
No, we're not in court.
What's the difference?
You're making a claim against
What's the difference
scientific
between my
consensus.
example? What's the difference?
God, you love to talk, don't you?
What's the difference?
Are you going to let me talk?
Yeah, I want to know what's the difference.
Okay, good. If I bring you the evidence, will you believe it? Yes or no?
Depends on the methodology.
Oh, depends. Okay. There we got our answer. You go find it and you educate yourself, because you will never believe any evidence brought by anybody else.
Believe.
That's who you are, man. That's who you are.
Believe? Where does the belief come in? Are you like saying you're not going to believe? So
you believe you have legs?
Because you don't believe?
Do you believe you have legs?
Why should I believe anything? Why
do you believe you have legs?
Anything?
Do you believe you have legs?
My legs. I see my legs.
Then you believe you have legs, right?
It's not a belief. I know I have legs.
Do you believe you have a heart? Do you believe you have a liver or kidneys?
I don't believe any of that. I know these things.
I know I have all those things, dude.
I love these. I don't have a belief. I don't have beliefs. Are stupid.
It's still a belief, even if it's justified. It's just a justified
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
They don't know the definition of the word belief.
Yeah, we do. It's acceptance without evidence.
No, you don't. No, it's not.
That's what it means. That tells you the definition.
No, it's not.
Belief means acceptance without evidence.
Have you ever even tried to look up
I'm going to read it from the Oxford. I just read that from the Oxford Dictionary. Belief is acceptance without evidence or proof.
Oxford said.
Are you done embarrassing yourself? Acceptance without evidence or proof.
So Indio and chat, they're his friends the guy you're talking to, his buddies. Both of them failed the triangle test. Just letting you know, they don't know what triangles are.
I bet they have. Yeah, flat earthers are not the smartest group in the world.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Now you got to talk about us because you got cooked on the facts, right? You gonna tell us how you find latitude and longitude without looking at the sky? How you find it on the Earth? Are you gonna show evidence for your 69
you got my GPS.
Linear relationship? You gonna find that evidence, or do I gotta go find all your fucking evidence?
How do you drive to the store without a car?
Sean, so why do you
drive to the store without a car?
So
how do you drive to the store without having a car?
Okay, I walk. So
how do you
really
eat
simple
breakfast without any food?
Your spiral is noted, bro. Stop fucking yelling.
Christ, dude.
So Sean, check this out.
If you shut the fuck up for a minute, other people can talk, right?
Yelling.
It's easy just to talk and talk and talk, and then claim victory when the other person can't get a fucking word edgewise.
You're fucking low tier. You're a fucking sped.
Okay? Prove that the angles to Polaris don't match latitude.
Okay, bro, the burden of proof is on you.
Oh, I've proven it. I've proven it. Absolutely.
It's defined as that. It's literally defined as that. What's the angle to Polaris? That's your latitude. It's defined as that.
It doesn't work on a flat Earth.
Okay, prove it.
It does not work on a flat. I've proven it, dude. Look at my channel.
Show the evidence it doesn't work on a flat Earth.
I'd love to interrupt this.
Really is. Hold on. The question really is, Sean, why do you believe the shit when you don't know what the evidence for the shit you believe actually is, and have to go look for it? Ex post facto. You already believe it.
Oh, hit him.
So you already believe that you can measure parallax from Earth to the stars or the moon or some other thing. You don't know why you believe it. Okay, why do you believe that if you don't know what the evidence is?
Because it's been fucking proven.
Okay,
that's
but
why.
You don't know what. How do you know it's been proven if you don't know what the evidence is?
You believe flat Earth? That it's never. You believe in flat Earth when it's never been proven.
How do you know it's been proven?
You believe in flat Earth when it's never been proven.
How do you know it's been proven if you don't know what the evidence is?
Because I've proven it. I've proven that the angles of Polaris cannot match latitude.
Then give us your evidence.
Because it's a linear relationship, and a linear relationship doesn't work on a flat surface. If you knew anything about geometry, you'd know this.
Okay, so how did you prove this linear relationship?
So you failed geometry class. Is that what you're saying?
So how did you prove this linear relationship?
So you failed trigonometry, right?
So stop talking about me.
I proved it with a physical model in Blender Physical model.
In Blender. In Blender. So, Blender. Really. So you proved the linear relationship on Earth with Blender.
That guy is really agitated.
Oh, it's Sean Hawkins. He's a freak. He is literally just a fucking mental case, bro. He's been in this topic a long time. He's mental. I don't know. Say that about Clover, but he's actually just off the rails, dude.
Yeah, maybe I encountered him before. I mean, the name seems familiar. I don't know.
He's a weird stalker. It's like you do like a live stream. He'll make a live stream. He actually made a live stream. He heard me talking in the VC. This is a long time ago, like 5 years ago. Pinged the shit out of me and then made a live stream for me to join and then just sat there rattling, everything that this India guy says is dumb and stupid and like yada yada. Whatever. Like this is years ago, and he's done that for like multiple people. It's really he's like a weird stalker person or something.
Let the old crotchety man talk his crap. It's entertaining at the least.
Oh, is that Percent that said that?
Yeah.
I don't know. He doesn't seem willing to like have a serious conversation. Seems like a lot of shit.
No.
He won't answer the triangle test question either. He won't answer that question. They don't know what triangles are.
He doesn't know the answer, Ryan. Like, what do you expect?
He doesn't know what a triangle is. They don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
They're afraid to say it. If they were teaching a 3-year-old what a triangle is, they would get it right. But in here, they don't know anymore.
Does it count as a physical model if it's in Blender?
No.
Hey, Indio? You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, I was told to ask you to check your DMs.
Oh God, do I really?
That's all. That's all. But yeah, just wanted to say that. Back to the topic.
Indio doesn't like to check his DMs,
especially if it's going to be FED drama. Just got done dealing with Sean. I mean, I'm sure like.
Yeah, I'm very bad at
crazy. Some other crazy crank talking about.
Is there any particular DM I'm looking for? Because I got a lot of DMs that are unread.
That guy actually thinks longitude and latitude lines are drawn on the ground.
I know.
That you go and measure from a point and you draw here on the ground. You go from that point to here. You're all doing it all on the ground or something. They just don't get it.
He gets it.
If you didn't hear me, I said QE, but that's it.
Oh, okay.
We all figured that anyway. Flatsy.
Yeah, that was like the most obvious tell ever. Like you're holding a Juice 2 offsuit.
Yeah.
Sean was spamming her DMs demanding that I check my DMs for him. I actually didn't think it was Huey, but whatever. Okay. All right.
It's probably exactly the same verbiage we all got, the same 3 sentences.
Gosh, I wonder, like, what happened to all those little fantasy globe proponents? They were all here for ladies' night, and now they ran away.
I really wanted to talk to Mage too.
I told him to come back at the top of the hour. Yeah, maybe he'll come back. That was a word salad, bunch of nonsense craziness that he was trying to do there.
He was just like mixing and matching things that he thought. I like the beginning, right? He said, since you don't want to talk about theoretical physics, like, bro, you don't know any theoretical physics. You like, and, oh man.
Yeah, I mean he's a pretty good performer. Like, yeah, I don't know. I could see him. Yeah, he's like a little, used car salesman, snake oil salesman type dude.
Well, he confused, like, they often do this, the little G for big G, right? He's like, well, things are attracted to the ground. Well, not necessarily, like, they fall to the ground. That's neither here nor there. And he thinks that's the universal law of gravitation, which is what he's actually trying to prove the universal law of gravitation with the experiment, which is not the same thing as something falling to the ground. That's just a leap of logic. And then he said mass was the cause of all of that. Like, what's that? What's mass? How does mass cause things?
Well, at least you understood what he was trying to say. To me, it was just a bunch of nonsense. Like, I couldn't even figure out what he was trying to say. When people go down those weird routes and they're like being disingenuous, it's hard for me to follow them.
Yeah, I know, but he's like, because I understand why I can't, because he was like transposing everything, right? Like he was just like, it's like he had a script and he didn't put it in the correct order.
Yeah, because he was saying that gravity was the dependent variable. That's what he was saying. Did he not say that? Am I imagining that?
Yeah, he was bouncing kind of like back and forth. It was the dependent and independent variable at the same time. But then the mass was at the same time. So like, but then like, what's mass and how does mass cause things? Like, it's just gibberish.
And then he kind of tried to justify his own illogical argument by saying it doesn't matter if it's the cause and the effect at the same time. So he was calling out his own bullshit.
Yeah, at least he admitted, that it was all just fairy dust. I mean, he pretty much said that going in, so there you go.
And then Zach is like, you muted him because he proved you wrong. Unbelievable. It's so funny. The condescension, you have heard Cavendish experiment before, haven't you? It's, God.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to give a speech at the beginning of Ladies' Night about muting in general, but then, I don't know, we just jumped right into it. Like, there wasn't even any time for intro. They just, like, started jumping on us right away. But, yeah, just that we're trying to get some information across here. And, I mean, I guess, to me, it's, like when I do these live classes online and stuff, and it's just generally known. I wish Discord had like a raise hand feature. I mean, because when you're like trying to present some information, it's the same thing if you're in like a Zoom meeting for work or whatever. You don't just all like jump in. It's like somebody's trying to give us some information, and then you raise your hand if you want to talk. I mean, people are so incredibly rude. Then you have to get muted. If you can't be civilized, you have to be muted. What you're suggesting?
You gotta make a stage.
Oh, we manifested you. We were just talking about you. Did you know that?
Well, my mommy issues make me want to say thank you, mommy. But
you're welcome,
no, I did not know that.
Yeah. Okay, tell me. Oh, the stage. I've heard of the stage. I don't think I've ever tried it. But on the stage, people can raise hand.
Raise hands, and you can bring them up, and not everyone talks at once. Yeah.
Nice. Oh, yeah. Maybe we should try that. I didn't know that was a feature that was available. Thank you for telling me.
Of course. I only aim to please, especially foxy older women.
Oh, what makes you think I'm an older woman there?
How are you aim to please everyone in the room and don't say weird stuff like that?
Listen, 75 is not that old.
I said older.
Anyway, Mage, why do you think we were talking about you?
Well, because you said so.
I know, but what do you think the topic?
Bro, what am I listening to? Unmute the old man.
Did you guys finally conclude that Cavendish is a legitimate experiment? Or?
They would rather talk to a screaming old man than you, mate.
Because you don't have a dependent variable, no natural observed phenomenon. So
Well, one of your friends said that if you stare at something and it moves, then you've done an experiment. So what are you doing in that experiment, son?
You're manipulating the masses to measure a change in the attractive force.
Define mass.
Yeah, we don't know what that is.
So if I define mass for you, are you gonna do this sort of like what does mean?
Is mass a force?
No.
So what we're gonna
do is the thing you think is causing things. So what is it?
Yeah, so what we're gonna do when you define it and post it in the chat and it's wrong, somebody else is probably gonna give you the correct answer.
The correct answer. Well, in Newtonian mechanics, inertial mass is just resistance to acceleration.
So resistance to acceleration causes gravity?
Shit.
Yeah, I just don't know what you mean by cause. I'm just talking about
So wouldn't it be resistance to acceleration causes resistance to acceleration?
Well, it's like resistance to acceleration causes acceleration, I guess, according to this guy.
No, I think the correct way to look at the fundamentalist Newtonian idea is resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration.
Oh,
Is that
that's what I meant to say. Yeah, that's what he meant. I forgot. You're right. You know what, you guys? I'm going to have to give this up. I think they're right. I think he got it right.
There's also gravitational mass, which is just the mass that, like the M1, M2.
Acceleration and gravity.
That's crazy. So mass is mass?
Mass is mass.
Mass is the quantity that determines the gravitational force.
Quantity of what?
Quantity of, well, it's just, like mathematically, it's just...
Sounds like a very strong theory you have going on. Very strong.
In Newtonian mechanics, it's defined mathematically.
You can't even define the words of the shit you're saying, dude.
Well, in this case, it's just it's hard to define it because it's just a mathematical relationship.
Oh, the mathematical relationships cause things?
I think they describe things.
Yeah, but do they cause things? So your mathematical object, your mathematical variable that you think causes things, and that's why there's little balls moving in the Cavendish.
I think they describe things. I think you can alter the mass of two objects, and if that law describes what you would observe as the force of attraction, then yeah.
So you just get to use the same word you couldn't define 5 seconds ago? You just gonna say it again?
Well, again, it's just defined as a mathematical relationship in this case. So the definition.
When you change the mass of the object, what are you changing?
The quantity that.
Quantity of what?
Whatever quantity balances the two sides of the equation. That's it.
So, how do I hang that from balls in my shed? I mean, where do you put
you put it to the test. You alter the masses, and if you observe...
Where do you hang the numbers when you're doing that test in a closet, since you're going to use math to perform this? Where do I hang the...
Dude, you don't even need
where do I hang the number 3? Yeah, where do I hang the 3 from? Because it's kind of off balance.
It's a variable, dude. You need that... Brad, when it's a variable, you need to hang it.
You guys are saying you know physics, but this is pretty...
Yeah, that's a definite truth.
It's pretty straightforward. So, are you?
No, it's actually not.
The concept
everyone in the science, listen, anyone that has taken any philosophy of science course knows that gravity is garbage. Anyone. That's basically bullshit. Like the universal law of gravitation is not a physical law.
Okay.
Not a law of nature. It's a geometric law.
When you put things on scales, is that just like bullshit?
That's weight,
too?
bro. No, that's weight.
What is weight a measure of?
Weight. Well, what it usually measures is the displacement of a...
Wait. You wanted to harp on me for not knowing what mass was.
Well,
What
they
is weight?
started with balancing you against
I was
rocks at
about
one
to
time.
tell you, dude.
What is weight?
Typically, the way it's measured is the displacement of a spring or object.
Okay. What is the quantity being measured?
The displacement of a spring or an object.
No, the displacement isn't being measured. The displacement tells you how much something is weighing.
Really?
What?
So if I put a brick in water and you measure a change in height, you can tell me how much the brick weighs?
No. The spring has a certain what do you call it? Spring constant that you can know beforehand due to what the material is made of, and when you depress the spring, there is a certain force required, which you can calculate beforehand, that such that if it is displaced by a certain amount, this is how much force you'd have to apply. So
you are too complicated. I did use scales. I did use scales, and you have weights.
Measuring a force. The point is that it's measuring mass times acceleration.
It's simple. In that scales, you put weights. These weights. Okay, you put one side, and you put the other in the other side what you want to find out the weight. So it's a comparison.
What is weight? You're not telling me what weight is.
I just said to you, I did use scales, and I have those weights. Okay. Even you can calibrate weights.
You're begging the question. What?
No, I'm not begging the question. I'm talking about reality. Okay, I did use scales, and I have the weights to compare to another thing that I want to find out what is that weight.
Do you know what a scale is measuring? What is a scale measuring?
Go find go learn in history.
I'm asking you guys.
Scales.
You can't tell me
How
what
about
weight
you
is.
go in history?
You want to
go in history, learn about using scales, okay? You are a fucking moron. You are just a moron.
Weight is a measure of how heavy something is. Why are we talking about?
What does that have to do with that curving?
What does that mean, heavy? What does that mean?
What does that mean? What does that mean? What? I'm gonna play this game.
Yeah, no, you're doing the same thing when you say, "What does mass mean?" Like I'm doing the same thing when I ask you,
what do you think it means then?
Like, what do you? How heavy something is? What the fuck does that? What does that mean?
Use a scale, and you have weights to compare. To put one side.
Yeah, there's calibrated weights, and you can. That's how you first started. Then they figured out you could use springs to do the same thing, and then they moved on from there. It's engineering.
You're still begging the question. You're starting with something that weighs something already. What is weight?
An agreed upon number.
What? I'm not trying to prove anything. What are you talking about?
Representing what?
Whatever you want it to be.
Whatever you want it to be. Okay. I think we've arrived at the issue. You fundamentally don't know what you're talking about.
What is it then? Hold on. So show me what. Tell me what weight means.
Weight is the measurement of mass times acceleration.
Really?
No.
How do you come to that conclusion?
So it's the measure of resistance to acceleration times acceleration.
Again, like what you can't even tell me what weight is. You're not gonna.
You can't either because you just made some shit up. You just.
I can correct you now. I can tell you. I was able to tell you, but I waited for you to make the error, and then now I can correct you. So weight is that force exerts on a scale, that downward force exerted by the object on a scale, and
mass times acceleration,
and that depends on the object and the density of the object and the medium where the object is.
No, it doesn't depend on. It does not depend on density.
Sure does. What do you mean it does?
No, it doesn't.
It absolutely does. What are you talking about?
You can have an object that's less dense than another object and have them weigh the same.
Have you ever heard of the drag to weight ratio?
No. I'm talking about the relative.
Do you disagree with what I just said? I'm not going to do this like sophist shit. Can you have two objects that weigh the same with different densities? Yes or no?
No, I'm telling you that the same object, without changing the object, if you change the medium, the density of the medium, the object will weigh more or less. For example, if you put the scale inside a vacuum chamber, having some object on the scale or not even having anything if you take out the pressure inside that scale, so that scale will measure more weight.
Does this dipshit have a claim though? Like, why is he grilling us on the dictionary now?
I got a good one for him. Which weighs more in mercury, a pound of feathers or an anvil, a 1 pound anvil? Which weighs more in mercury?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're going to weigh the same.
Why is that?
Because you said that they're both 1 pound, so you already said that they weigh the same.
Just seeing if you're awake.
That's pretty hard to fuck up. But I guess.
Yeah, right.
You know, I don't know why you're invoking density when the density is irrelevant. Like, you can have different.
It doesn't make your Earth turn into a ball no matter what you do. You still have to measure the Earth to be a ball, no matter how you look at it.
The density is not irrelevant unless you are sacrificing other variables. So if you're saying, okay, that we're changing the surface area, changing the volume, then okay, we could say, yes, you can have different objects with the same density that fall differently.
So is he going to measure the globe for us?
Yeah, that's what we're getting to. We're not going to talk about weighing things anymore.
As soon as you guys figure out what weight is, I'll get right on
It
that.
has nothing to do with measuring the ball, so we don't have to talk to you then.
We're just how heavy to entertain your sea lining questions, dude. Just measure your rock in space, dude. That's all we need.
Sergeant Rock wants to speak again.
I'm able
Listen,
to.
if you can't tell me what weight is, I'm not.
We already did. We didn't have to anyway.
already.
I'm not convinced you can measure the planet.
Let me correct another error.
Good luck, guys.
That's your job. That's your job to measure it. It's your claim. You're the one who has the claim of a planet Earth. So where's your measurement for it?
Oh, because every time I give this measurement, they always they just ask questions like,
okay, what did they use?
What, why, how, when, where, who?
What did they use to measure it?
Real?
What did they use to measure it?
I'm not going to waste time with.
What did they use to measure it? What tool?
Good luck, guys.
What tool?
Don't run, bro.
Yo, like Mage one time sent me a message to tell me he's going to ignore the content that I had posted. I'm like, well, you didn't ignore it. You responded it, and you just slapped the ignore sticker on it. You actually did respond to the content that you said you were ignoring. I mean, just to give you some context about what this guy, his thinking process, where what do words mean? What does ignore mean? Well, ignore means you respond.
What does measure mean?
And I wanted to correct him. I was muted because he said that the density of the object is not relevant. So if I take...
Yeah, because the longer we talk about that, though, the more he gets to obfuscate from the actual point that we're trying to get to with him, which is why he was trying to keep that conversation going as long as possible. And that's why he left immediately as soon as we got to the point.
That's correct.
And yeah, I mean, that's obviously retarded. If you increase the density of an object, it's going to weigh more. Duh.
Yeah, and if you put something like, if you have a 5-gram rubber balloon that is empty and it weighs 5 grams, you add more matter to it, something that has mass too, so helium. And you put it on scale, it doesn't weigh 5 grams. If you put that scale on the roof, you will measure pressure on that scale and you will measure weight on that scale. And so, can we say that it's negative weight?
Yeah. It's sort of a red herring conversation, though. But yeah.
Plus, how are you going to get that upside down scale to work when it's designed to work laying on a floor or on that way? Your scales won't work.
Well, you can get them to concede its density and not mass. You ask them, well, why doesn't liquid helium float away? Why don't liquid hydrogen float away? Well, they'll say because it's more dense and then it's destroyed themselves.
Yeah, I've always talked about the tactics that they use, and update on the tactics, guys. Tactics of the week is they can't argue against this buoyancy or density thing. So what they have to do is extreme narrative control, right? They're like the monarch mind control of mainstream Mockingbird media. So they'll pretend to argue against it, but when you ask them certain questions, they have to admit, yeah, it goes up or down because of buoyancy or density. But then they start switching to like a mathematical argument, but we describe it mathematically. So it's all about narrative control and pretending to argue against you. Thanks.
Famous, you can ask your question here in the VC if you want. Famous was asking a question there in the text. What's your question? Can you speak? Maybe not. Oh, he does not have a worthy mic. That's what he's telling us.
Oh, that's a LARPer or like a Rich Evans alt then or something like that.
Four, 5, 8, and 8. Greetings.
Famous, yeah. I'll have to hear your voice or else I'm just going to kick you out of here. Forever.
Exiled to the YouTubes, where the micless wonders will roam forever.
Don't have a mic isn't a thing in 2025. Tell me you don't have a phone?
His phone don't have a mic.
Yep, the only person I know like that is my mother, who's 84 years old. She has a flip phone and no internet. So unless you're 84 years old, we're going to assume you have a mic.
Or Edward Snowden.
So what happened to Mage? I missed it. Did he like rage quit?
He ran away. He ran away.
Yo.
Yeah, we asked him for measurements of the planet, and then he just immediately ran.
Maybe he's going to find them.
Yeah, he was going to give us Soundly again. But that never worked, so he just ran instead.
The power lines or the bridge?
Yo, what's up, guys?
What's up?
It's famous.
Mm-hmm. What's going on?
Your mic sounds fine.
Is it good or?
Sounds perfectly okay.
Cool. Yeah, honestly, I got no beliefs in this thing. I'm just like trying to be like open-minded about it because I hear a lot of like versions of what people say Earth is like, and I don't know. I just get a little bit like confused about this whole thing.
Well, famous. Let me ask you.
What's up?
If no one told you, do you think you would have figured out the Earth was a globe by yourself?
I don't think so. Like we're so tiny, like compared to the like how big it is. So
you know that's kind of like something like that's like a cult, as far as I'm concerned.
That's the Snoop Dogg fallacy. You're not high enough.
yeah, probably.
But what if I told you that the school's been lying to you this whole time, and it's actually high gas pressure and low temperature that holds the oceans to the surface of the Earth? What do you think?
Sounds pretty like interesting. I've like heard that like before too. People talking about like firmament on top and like water above. I don't know.
No, bro, we're just talking about cause and effect. Like, you understand the law of cause and effect to be true, right?
Yeah.
And you understand that water boils at high temperature and or low pressure, right? Those are two causes to water boiling. So water boiling changes the relative density, right? Is that true?
I guess so. I'm not sure. Not really that good with science. I guess so.
So you're not going to deny the rain cycle. You know why the rain cycle happens. It's because of the relative density between water, because when it's in liquid form, it's pretty dense compared to the atmosphere. But when it's in gaseous form, in the state of gas, it's actually really buoyant. That's why clouds usually hang out way up in the sky. Is that right?
Yeah.
Tell me if I say anything wrong. So when it comes to mathematically describing gravity, that doesn't trump cause and effect, because cause and effect is demonstrable. I got a mechanism demonstrating why the water sticks to the surface. So all you have to do is ask your teacher or a glober, can they demonstrate the water going up or down without manipulating buoyancy or density? And of course, they're going to say they can't do that. But they'll pretend to argue.
If anybody told you any other claim, and they say, "Hey, this is the situation," and then you're like, "Okay, what's the evidence for that?" And they're like, "Well, you can't perceive it because something." Like, 'cause that's kind of what you said with the globe, right? That it's a globe, but you can't perceive it because you're just a tiny person on a giant ball. I mean, that's shaking around. I don't find that particularly convincing.
Unless you're like a child in elementary school.
Why don't you find it convincing, Indio? I'm waiting for you to follow up.
So are there any globers in here under the sound of my voice that can demonstrate how to make water go up or down, or any object, without manipulating buoyancy or density? Because that would be my presumed cause. So you would need to hold that as your control variables while only manipulating your cause. Because if you can't do it, then it looks like the science is on my side. Now, science is never settled, so I'm open to see your presumed cause. You just have to give it to me. I don't know what it is. You can't just say the word gravity and drop the microphone like a pompous pig, right? You have to be able to demonstrate it. That's how science works. It has to be falsifiable. And of course, you can have to falsify my presumed cause, which is relative density, also known as specific gravity.
Gravity. I'm gonna go gravity.
Well, if you're talking about specific gravity, I would agree with you. But what exactly do you mean by gravity?
It's just a long-winded, I don't know. That's all he's going to have.
Well, I mean, if you don't know, that's fair. Just, you can't go around saying that it's not specific gravity, or also known as relative density. Because if you were to do that, that would be dishonest. After you know this, from this point on, You can't say things fall down because mass attracts mass or the bending and warping of space-time. That would be intellectually dishonest, unless you have an alternative cause. And don't get me wrong here, I'm not saying that your teacher lied to you. They just believe what their teacher told them because everybody passes the buck and gives their own agency away to, well, they're the experts, they know better. But it turns out that's not how science actually works. The expertise in science is the method, not the science.
I don't know why it's so easy to believe that there's upside down people.
TV. It's TV, bro. It's because of the TV.
I mean, like, I swear to God, it's because they present it when you're a child. And you can have magical thinking when you're a child and it's no problem. You know, because you're a kid. You don't know any better. But even kids, like, doubt it a little bit. You know, even they don't completely accept it. But it's just beaten into your head over and over again. Yeah, like, where I'm standing, the bottoms of my feet, there's someone underneath me whose bottoms of my feet are pointing at the bottoms of my feet.
Because the TV told me so.
Yeah, the Little Prince. It's a little bit of brainwashing there where he walks around this tiny little planet, right?
Oh yeah, I remember that one. I had to read that in French in my, I think that was my French 4 class. Yeah.
Yeah, I read that when I was a kid. I mean, I liked it. But it's like, I actually felt bad for him. Like, that dude's just, like, stuck there on this little planet, man. He's just screwed. Like, he can't even kill himself.
That is pretty sad.
Planet's
He was
too
by
small.
himself,
Anyway,
right? Was he all he was all by
yeah, he's
himself?
all by himself on a little planet,
Yeah.
right? And, like, because it's tiny, right? He can't even jump off a cliff and kill himself.
That is pretty sad, poor guy.
Sounds like a short story.
The Little Prince, yeah. I mean, it's like a novelette, I guess you call it. It has nice illustrations. It was
I think I
originally
remember
written in
myself,
French.
but what was the plot? Like, I mean,
Isn't it like he's just, like, on his little Prince planet and he can, like, see, like, other people or something? I can't remember. It was a long time ago.
There's
you guys are talking about. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, there's a chimpanzee I used to call the Little Prince, and everyone knew what the reference was, but this dude was so fucking stupid he never got it. I'm like a big man on a little planet, and everyone's like laughing at him. He's like, Chris, sometimes you say some funny shit. And I'm like, it's even funnier that all of us know exactly what I'm talking about, but he can't get it.
I don't know what you guys are talking about, but it sounds like, is Chuck Norris strong enough to kill himself?
Yeah, pretty similar.
You're too kind, Crit. I broke one of the major rules in here. Don't talk about stuff that you don't know about. Please continue.
Did you know that Chuck Norris, there's like a goose, a Canadian goose who honked at him, and he was so like, how dare this goose honk at him like that? Like, who does this goose think he is? So he roundhouse kicked it and killed it. But then he decided to do a reverse roundhouse kick and bring it back to life. And then the goose kind of looked at him like, what the hell was that? So then Chuck Norris did a roundhouse again and killed it. So the story is that good Chuck giveth, but good Chuck can taketh away.
But did he eat it?
Chuck Norris doesn't do push-ups. He pushes the earth down.
Is that what they mean when they talk about theoretical physics? It's all relative, man.
I mean, I think theoretical physics is theoretically what they wrote down on the paper might have something to do with physics, but they don't really know.
Well, instead of them using the ambiguity fallacy and using that word theory, which is often associated in people's mind with scientific theory, why don't they just say postulative physics? Because then people would know that it might be bullshit.
You think people use words because the proper word, because what they should be saying is like speculative, right? Or something like that, or what you said, postulative. But those words are harder to say than theory, right? Theory just rolls off the tongue. I think maybe people just use words like that kind of have the same meaning, but they're just easier to say. People are fundamentally lazy.
I agree. Still seems ambiguous to me, though.
Well, there's also the other reason, right? To give it like some the appearance of validity. You say, well, that's a proven theory. Somehow you have some validity. And like you said, people will say, well, if it's a proven theory, it must be science behind it. It must be a scientific theory.
I bet it's a lot harder to get that funding without that, word theory, right? If they just went around saying postulation, they probably wouldn't get any money at all.
Meth-fueled symposium.
Imagine how the world would be different today if instead of calling the Patriot Act, they call it the Unpatriotic Act.
Yeah, the Shred the Constitution Act. That'd be a good name.
We declared the continental United States a war zone act.
How about we didn't read this act?
This act was written years before 9/11 happened.
Yeah, and we never read it. It's like 10,000 pages, man. It was passed in like 20 minutes. So they never read that. Who read 10,000 pages in 20 minutes?
We got to pass this thing so we can read it. Actual quote from the United States government.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that one. But when you say that, I totally remember they actually said that. Yeah, craziness.
Nancy Pelosi or someone else? I remember it was a woman that said that, right?
Yeah, it was Pelosi.
She said you have to pass the bill to read the bill.
Oh, by the way, Dandelion, I wanted to apologize. And right in the middle, like at the beginning of Ladies' Night, Booger just puked like really big and had to take care of that. So sorry about that.
Oh, Okay, I just always think when I'm just like going on with these guys, I'm like, you guys can jump in if you want, because I don't want you to think
I
I'm
wanted
just like.
to. I wanted to jump in and at least help you out because I could tell you were getting sick and tired of it. So I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I just like repeating myself. It's like, oh yeah, we just went over perspective, and then new guy comes in. Why do the ships disappear bottom up? It's because of curvature. I mean, did not like 5 or 6 people come in and say that within the 2-hour period? I'm like, okay, well, just rewind, or we can just say the same thing again. But no, I appreciate it. Just you being there at all was very helpful, and I know that you were like helping out in the chat. So I'm very sorry to hear that he wasn't feeling well. Is he feeling better now?
He's just asleep. I'm hoping that he doesn't wake up sick again. And I was like, why do we have just idiots in here for ladies' night? And Indio shared that sentiment. So
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, that's cool. Thank you for telling me.
yeah, I didn't know. I put it in chat, but everybody was going through chat like crazy. So you might have missed it.
I did miss it because, yeah, it was just like nonstop. I couldn't possibly keep up with it and keep up with all these boats going over the horizon.
Good one.
How do ants build a ant hill if the Earth is flat? How do ants work on a flat Earth?
That was the level of ladies' night, Larry. Yeah, it was pretty much that. Yeah.
I do want to apologize, ladies. I did not know it was ladies' night when I first came in. I was like, that's surface tension. And I was like, oh.
Yeah, that guy that you were talking
worries.
to, I don't know if that guy was like really stoned or what. He was a weirdo, but he went away, so that was fine. Yeah. I know you don't always know. That's why I was trying to be polite about it.
Yeah, it's not a big deal if you guys come in and say something without knowing. It's not something to feel bad about.
Well, I appreciate the ladies because I know that it's not most women that have a high trait of, disagreeableness or low agreeableness. So I love it when the ladies debate and do not mind stepping aside and letting you guys stretch your legs a little bit.
Do I have a high trait of disagreeableness? Is that what you're saying, Larry?
Well, I think it's a pretty accepted stereotype that women have lower conscientiousness than men. And I think Discord, especially in the debate rooms, are dominated by men by and large. So I'll accept that's a stereotype.
I don't know. I mean, that's the first I've ever heard of it. I didn't even know that. Like, you're saying most women would be more agreeable than me and Flatsy?
Are we not agreeable? I don't know.
I think that's what he said. I don't know. Now he's like, what? He's like backing into the corner. He's like, oh gosh,
we're just messing with you, Larry.
No, not when it comes to the globe. You are certainly not agreeable.
That is true. That is true.
I think it's okay. I mean, just saying one thing here and there, as long as you don't like try to go to war with like one of the women of the panel and try to get them to leave ladies' night.
Yeah, I agree. I don't mind you guys chiming in here and there.
Yeah, a couple weeks ago we had a pretty bad incident of that. So, like, oh crap, ladies' night. Okay, my bad. And then put yourself on mute. That's like light years different.
Well, maybe if you ladies don't mind and you actually wanted somebody, we could come up with a code word like tag team or taps, and then somebody could jump in if you wanted, of course. Because I think it's true that many men know many things, but no man knows everything.
Yeah, no woman. That's right. Yep. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, that's why it's nice. We've been trying to recruit more ladies. That's why we're going to change the time, because I was hoping to get Bambi and Karma in here at least some of the time. But yeah, they're, ahead of us in time zones. So we thought if we did it earlier, maybe we could lure them in here.
Yeah, Karma is awake now. Technically. She was sleeping throughout most of that.
I was listening to music and falling asleep in between. It's not the same thing.
I hear her. I hear her voice. Good to hear you.
Yeah, she likes hearing your voice as well. Says hello and looks forward to the next ladies' night.
Hello, Karma. Good to hear from you. And you too, Trace.
Yeah, it's nice to hear everyone.
Well, we need Awesome Dude in the VC. Why is he not in here? Or see him in the chat? He's making me feel very disagreeable.
What? Apparently, I've got 24 hours to turn myself in. Or it's resisting arrest.
Who you turn yourself into? The thought police?
Yeah, apparently schizophrenia is a crime in Glotardia.
Yeah, I didn't know the police would deputize random people that called them and tell them to relay all this information.
Oh, let me guess, Crit. Is it Starlife?
Yep. Yeah, the one and only.
Hi, Rubber Duck. Doc Holiday, you got proof of a globe for us?
No. I have not on me. I have a bowl of hobo dinner. And my number of VCs are not very active right now, so I thought I'd come and see what's going on here.
Yeah, well, don't talk with food in your mouth.
I apologize. I was asking.
Yep, it's my fault. I talked to him when he was eating.
I have finished that bite.
That'll do, Pig. I know that you were only a cop for a very short while, but that'll do, Pig.
Okay.
Have you been in here in the Flat Earth channel before?
I have not.
Oh, okay. Have you heard anything about how the Earth measures flat before?
Yes, I got some friends who are flat earthers, and they're very polite people.
Oh, what do they tell you?
It's been a while. It was a while ago. We don't talk about it a lot. We just kind of, play games together and stuff like that. We had a little chat about it one time. Tried to it was kind of a weird conversation. We were trying to not do the normal stuff. Not that I have any normal stuff to do. We were just trying to think outside the box and stuff. And stuff. How many times am I going to say the word stuff? I don't know.
That's good. Think outside the box. Yeah, we should say think outside the globe. Yeah, I never thought about that before. Have you ever tried? Yeah.
I also got a friend who runs a music studio, and he's a Flat Earth guy, but he's out there because he thinks that the Flat Earth Society are controlled opposition. So he's like, it's my Flat Earth and nobody else's.
No, I mean, we think that too. The Flat Earth Society is clearly controlled opposition. That doesn't mean it's only your Flat Earth. It's just, I was led astray by the Flat Earth Society when I first started investigating the topic because people who aren't serious about the topic, they usually try to conceal or obscure the fact that the Earth measures flat and that it's a mathematical certainty because the geometry of a sphere predicts a certain location for the horizon where objects would be.
I'm sorry, my wife's yelling for me. 1 sec.
Oh, yeah, definitely got to go talk to the wife.
He was deputized long enough to legally murder somebody, right?
What? Are you talking about Doc Holliday?
Yeah, because he wasn't a cop until that guy was talking shit because he was drunk. And then he was like, okay, I'll take a badge. And then as soon as he killed that guy for talking shit, he stuck the badge on the dead body.
Yeah, because Ringo Starr, he got into a gunfight and then said that he wouldn't be a hypocrite.
If you believe the lying lips of a law dog.
Well, I mean, yeah, there isn't any. If you look at the story, it could be a little bit of an urban legend.
You know, watching it as a kid, I was totally on Kurt Russell's side. Or Kevin, whatever his name is. But like as an adult, I'm like, these sons of bitches are violating rights.
Don't you guys dare say that. It's got to be true.
Just like the Karate Kid. Have you ever seen the video that explains how he was actually the bad guy?
Yeah. When you look at in everyone's story, like their own personal story, they're never the villain. You're like, I mean, from their point of view, they're the hero. They're not the villain. Even like the bully, like the. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say my favorite one is Star Wars. Please continue.
Yeah, Star Wars about the ancient religion and terrorist attacks and. Yeah, I mean, you could just like spin the whole concept about like the Emperor tried to, the Jedi started the war and all this crap, and yeah, it's like when you're able to look at like this is what the best part of that one of the stories is that when a conflict happens, the very first casualty is the truth, and that's why you see these globalists wanting to fight the flat Earth. They want to come here and they want to go to battle. They want to like destroy flat Earth because they're not about the truth. They need to destroy truth to push their ball-tard agenda. Nothing can be true. So the first thing they do is they try to make it a conflict.
You know, if I was still in the business of educating children, I would make sure that they watched the story or read a book and they had to write like 2 essays on them being the good guy and them being the bad guy. Them being the main character. Because everybody should be skeptical. That's the problem with the Globers. I'm like, hey, what are you skeptical about? I dare you guys. Ask a Glober, what are they skeptical about? And like, to me, like 9 times out of 10, they say dark matter. It's like, oh, so you don't trust like Einstein's gravity. Like, okay, yeah, me too. And they're like, no, not that.
Yeah, don't blaspheme St. Einstein.
Well, they're the one that said dark matter. I mean, some of them don't say dark matter, but I dare you guys, ask them, what is it that you're skeptical about the standard model? And just check it out for yourself, man.
That's a great idea for a question. I like that. I'm going to have to try to remember that. I like it. We've got Tin Man in here. Holiday, if he took care of his wife. A couple other new people. If anybody's got a question, feel free to speak up if you are curious about the flat Earth. We are here for you.
I got a question. Why is everyone muted?
Well, I'm headed to the gym, guys. You all take care tonight.
Good to see you, Flatsy.
You too, Dandelion. What's that?
Pray for people.
I didn't hear you, Larry. Sorry.
Yeah, I have no idea what he said either.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Have a good night. Pray for peace in Israel.
All right. Much love, guys.
You said vote for Padre.
You know, it usually is your hair making you hot. Hey, if Padre understands physics at a fundamental level like that, I'd say, yeah, vote for Padre.
The duck has returned.
Anyway, Larry, the point I was trying to make is they're skeptical until it becomes a social issue. So they said, "Oh, I'm skeptical of dark matter," but then when you tell them they'd have to repudiate Einstein, that's socially unacceptable. So they'll immediately recant their skepticism.
Yeah, that's why I tell them they're not true skeptics, because a true skeptic can be skeptical about their own skepticism, right? But if they can't even pass the first line of skepticism, then yeah, you're right. It's absolutely a social issue. I think Thomas Kuhn talked about that. But in science, you know, the method, and philosophy, the study of the natural world and gathering evidence based on empirical observations. Philosophy, right? Not science. Well, there is no sacred cow. You can't have a sacred cow if you're seeking truth. And what higher thing is for you to seek other than truth? But if you're not capable of setting all sacred aside in the pursuit of truth, then you're in a religion. So truth is the only sacred thing in this, endeavor.
Other than
TOS. Yeah, agreed.
Well said.
What'd you say? Other than what?
TOS. Terms of service.
Yeah, there's so much truth you guys won't let me talk about. It's kind of annoying. The Duck's here. Did you have any questions about the flat Earth, Duck Holiday?
No, I really just joined to listen.
Aren't you curious why we say it's flat?
No. Like I said, I've got friends.
Oh, that's right. The friends. I forgot about the friends.
Yeah.
Yep. But you couldn't remember what their arguments were. You poor friends. Give me their numbers. I'm going to tell them. Doc Holliday doesn't remember.
We don't. I don't argue with friends like that. Like we don't do that kind of thing.
You just listen to them, or you just.
I mean, we conversate. Like, how do I explain? I'm not a science person. It's not like really my wheelhouse. So, like, I can also take it or leave it. It doesn't change what I do in my everyday.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because we were talking about. You said your friends, who I really, bring your friends in here, invite them to the Discord, because they know.
One of them, like I said, one of them is like in his 50s. He doesn't use Discord or know what it is.
Oh, we have people even older than 50 in here, believe it or not.
But he doesn't use Discord or know what it is. It's not I would say, like, you want to come into a Discord call and talk to people about Flat Earth, and they'd be like, I have bills to pay. And I'm like, oh yeah, you're right. You have a life.
I understand. But what I was going to get to, regardless of your friends, is that they understand that the Flat Earth Society is controlled opposition. Yeah, that's definitely the case, because the reason why most people think that is because they try to obscure the most compelling arguments for the Flat Earth, which is disproving the curvature using mathematics and showing that the geometry of a sphere would dictate that you would not be able to see certain objects because they would be obscured by this alleged curve. And yet we can repeatedly see with numerous long-distance observations objects that are far beyond what we would be able to see if we lived on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. So, yeah, I mean, not just the Flat Earth Society, but, many other so-called flat earthers will argue about models, argue about a bunch of nonsense, and not focused on the empirical evidence. So, yeah, I like your friends.
Well, he kind of got the cat out of the bag. He said, I'm not really a science person. The shape of the Earth isn't a science question. Scientists do experiments. The shape or the form of something like the Earth would be just measured. There's no real science involved in it. You're not trying to figure out
that's a semantics problem, because like science, like measurement is a part of science. What I mean when I say science, and this is why semantics problem is because what I mean when I say science is like I'm not interested in like physics, chemistry, biology. That's not my wheelhouse.
Yeah, but none of that. All those things that you just listed deal with phenomena. That's what physics, chemistry, biology. They figure out the cause and effect relationships in the natural world, right? That doesn't apply to measuring.
No. Cause and effect transcends the field of sciences. Cause and effect would also apply to philosophy.
Yeah, I don't mean the ultimate cause, right? I mean like.
No, not ultimate cause. Like what's like if you ask a question of what's causal, that's a philosophical question.
It's just because philosophers can argue about it doesn't make it a philosophical question.
That's not that's not what I said. If you ask
I know, but that's really what it is, right? So the cause and effect. Listen, it's a topic in philosophy, but they've argued like, what do you mean by causes? Like, because you can turn it into an infinite regress, right?
That's a postmodern critique of definitions containing. Yeah, but that's not arguing about what's causal. You can argue about like what the meaning of a word is and say that because we can't establish, a normative sense of the word, therefore we can't have conversation reasonably, and so everything is relative, which is the postmodern critique. But that's nothing to do with what I said.
Well, in the context of science, right, natural philosophy, when they talk about when like Hume argued about whether cause and effect really exist.
Mm-hmm.
So when you do an experiment, right? So like you have you make observe a natural phenomenon, right? And then you try to do an experiment.
That would be a natural phenomenon.
You try to do an experiment to figure out the cause and effect relationship, but we know who the cause is in an experiment. It's a human being, right? So part of the argument is that like you're not really doing an experiment of nature because you're the actual cause of it. You're the one causing it.
I wouldn't grant that. I'm a philosophical realist.
What does that mean?
So if a tree falls in the forest, I believe it makes a sound. That's a philosophical realist. Whether I'm there to hear it or not, if a tree falls in the forest, it still makes a sound.
Yeah, if you believe in objective reality.
Well, no, you can believe in objective reality and not be a philosophical realist because you would just say that the objective reality is actualized when it reaches the ear of the listener. In the case of the tree falling.
Yeah, but I was asking about you right. As a
objectivism doesn't.
There is an objective reality.
Right, but you can be you can yes, but they're mutually exclusive or partially exclusive, one or the other.
I was just asking about you.
Yeah. So when you say like we know what the cause is the human, I wouldn't grant that because I think that there's a reality outside of people that exists whether we like it or not, and we can interact with it and determine determined reasonably consistent principles outside of ourselves that we also share in. That's like a really overarching way to be a philosophical realist. Again, I'm sorry, I don't mean to take over your guys' VC. This is not the topic. I just, like I said, I just wanted to listen, but that's more my wheelhouse, is that kind of stuff. But yeah, I'm also a theist. I think you have to be a philosophical realist if you're a theist, but don't tell my existentialist friend that. He doesn't like that.
So, philosophical realist, when you step outside, do you ever observe the Earth as an object floating in space or axial rotation? Anything like that?
I mean, do I observe that as a philosophical realist? If such a reality, yeah. Or are you asking like how because you said philosophical realist, how I would approach that question from my philosophy would be when I step outside, what I observe is relative to my perspective, and so it might appear the sun moving across the sky could be interpreted in a number of ways. It might appear a number of ways to me. But I know that there's a reality out there that is greater than me. I know that the sun is some distance away from me. I know that the edge of the horizon is some distance away from me. I know that there are objects that lie beyond the edge of the horizon that are even a greater distance away from me. I know that I have tools that allow me to see further than the horizon with my naked eye. None of this would tell me one way or the other, whether it's round or flat. But like that would be the first thing I would think is, I'm very limited in my perception for this. I'm very limited in my knowledge of this. And so I would probably go and like ask a bunch of people and be like, "Hey, help me figure this out."
Okay, well, I guess I could go two ways, right? I could say, well, let me ask you as a man, or I could say, it's just a yes or no question.
As a philosopher, I don't like those questions. I like the what if questions. I shouldn't say as a philosopher. I'm not qualified enough to be a philosopher. I don't deserve that title at all. I'm a layman. But
you don't have to be college educated to be a philosopher.
No, the people that I regard as philosophers are well beyond me, and I don't want to take their thunder, if that makes sense. It's like the more I know nothing. It's that kind of a thing, right? So like I'm a nerd.
Okay. Well, you said that you can't perceive it. What if you turn on your phone or turn on your TV? You can perceive the Earth as an object in space then, right?
Oh, no. I can perceive all those things. I just wouldn't accept my perception as conclusive. That's what I'm saying. I need more. I would need to do a lot more of digging to figure something like that out.
So what makes you, or what are you skeptical about the Standard Model?
I don't have I used to be way more skeptical, like in my teenage years, about everything. And it just made me really anxious. So I still have that like inquisitive mind that makes me like question things, but I don't like live on it anymore. I wouldn't say I'm a skeptic. That's not like I also think that solipsism is actually really dangerous, and people become like diet solipsists without realizing it, which is which is like the end. That's like the the extreme wing of skepticism.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about that.
Yeah.
Right.
No, but it's like a slippery slope kind of thing. Not that I would say it's a slippery slope, but it's enough to where when I consider the view ad absurdum, I'm like, it's not worth the anxiety.
I don't know what you mean by anxiety. You mean like
when I
afraid?
will? I know I'm referencing my experience as a teenager, being like hyper skeptical of everything, and like I was in like this like really fringe subset of like charismatic evangelicalism.
You'd be amazed at how many Gopers come in here and tell us that they could be a brain in a jar.
I mean, yeah, you can make arguments for that. I just don't think it gets you anywhere in life. So what's the point?
Well,
I'm also a pragmatist.
So they do this. They come in all mad at us because we don't think the Earth is a globe. Then after talking to them for a while and showing them that what they think their quote unquote proof for the globe is so inferential and just jumps to conclusions all over the place that they try to destroy reality itself and then claim they don't know if they can actually know anything anyway.
Yeah. No, they're just
they
rude.
Can't know anything except for one thing. Like they're a brain in the jar, but the Earth's definitely 100% a globe. They can't know anything but that. That's literally what they do. It is I mean, if you were in this topic for a long time, it's like legit mental illness the way people believe that the Earth is a ball. You start challenging that. It's so fundamental to their identity that if you start picking at it, they start like having a mental breakdown.
It's like people that identify as things that they're not. Hold on, just real fast, right?
Yeah,
they say we went to the moon, right? So they identify as astronauts. And when you start picking away at their identity, it's kind of the same effect as attacking someone's religion or other parts of their identity, which I really don't want to get into because I'm not really into debating transatlantic travel or something.
Well, yeah, I think the problem is people don't know how to have a little bit of distance between themselves and their thoughts. Like it's true thinking is really, really hard because you have to be able to like actually have an argument with yourself in your head and not just pretend like you're having an argument with yourself in your head. And it's really hard to think about all the ways that you might be wrong and stay sane. Also, you mentioned the moon thing. I would probably say I'm skeptical of the footage of the moon. I don't know enough about like the whole like we went there or not. I think that the footage, though, I think that what I usually say to people is like, listen, say what you will about the people who deny the moon landing. One thing is for sure, there's definitely a wire attached to that dude in the film. Actually, I don't normally say it like that, but that's like the point I make. Is like you can still go to the moon and say we went to the moon and just be like, they tried filming there. They couldn't do it. They'd never done it before. It was a flop. And when they got back, they were like, we need something to sell that we like beat Russia. So let's make up a bunch of footage and, and we have the training video. We'll just fix it. And then that'll be like our propaganda, which is totally something that everyone would believe the government would do anyway. So it's not out of the ballpark. They totally doctored that footage.
That's just, that one's kind of the worst one I've heard is they went to the moon and they found evidence of aliens. So they couldn't show their actual stuff. So they basically faked all the stuff because otherwise we'd see aliens. So we basically, the thing is, they went to the moon to fake the moon landing, which is crazy.
Yeah, they went to the moon and then they regretted it, but they still made it a big deal.
What is the first time the human race, mankind, allegedly saw the Earth as an object floating in space? Was it from the moon landing?
I think we would have had some orbit stuff before. Did we? Was there people in space prior to the? Surely there was. I would think no. I'd think it before that, but around that time period for sure, within 10, 20 years.
Well, at least we found out what you are skeptical about. Everybody, please continue.
None of those people are even remotely far enough away to see the Earth as a ball.
Mm.
Only the Apollo astronauts.
Yeah,
fair.
That's why they claim all of those pictures are just stitched and made in Photoshop into these balls that we see. However, with the Apollo missions, they claim to have got one photo of the Earth on the way, and if you watch the documentary, A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, they got footage of them faking that. So it's pretty bad.
Oops. They caught themselves in, what would the resolution be back then? 360p?
Well, it's film, so.
Oh, what was the? I'm so young.
It basically shows the scenes before the scenes they showed us as part of the moon missions, and I think after. So you only get a small shot of that thing, and you get that frame of that as that picture they got of the Earth, but the video shows that basically they're in a capsule. They have the capsule darkened out. They have a paper cutout Terminator they stuck into the porthole to create the Terminator on the picture. So it's really, really bad, but it's really enlightening to watch that documentary.
And then there's Astronauts Gone Wild. You ever seen that?
I can't say that I have.
Okay, there's a guy named Bart Sibrel. He went around and found all the Apollo astronauts with a Bible. He said, I'll give you $1,000 if you swear on this Bible you went to the moon. And they ran away, swore at him. Buzz Aldrin took a swing at him. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Don't forget one guy, his son said on a hot mic that they accidentally left in there, you want to call the CIA and have them whacked? People don't like it when you ask questions. Ooh.
Yeah, so what happened is Collins threatened them, and they threw him out of the house, but they had brought all their camera equipment in there, and they have a wireless mic, and they accidentally left it in the house when they're being thrown out, and they recorded on their audio the son saying, "Do you want me to call the CIA and have them whacked?" Like Hank said.
Dang.
Now just think about that for a second. This happened. This isn't like some conspiracy theory. There's a whole, like I said, it's called Astronauts Gone Wild. You can watch it. I'm sure Bart Sibrel is a known copyright striker, so it would be tough to find on YouTube, but it's certainly on Pirate Bay or something.
Sorry, I'm chewing.
That's not all the death threats that he received. I've seen some of his later interviews where he was talking about, his life literally being threatened. I can't remember the exact details because I only saw it once. I can't remember. Something about the next day, or I don't want to say anything incorrect.
Do you think the part PSYOP, that part, the controversy, the fake moon landing stuff, they kind of promote it because, listen, you don't realize that they're freaking drafting freaking 18-year-olds if you're freaking arguing about the fake moon landing.
What do you mean drafting 18-year-olds?
I'm just saying, you're not
military?
worried about that. I'm just using it as an example. You're not thinking if you're consumed by JFK or 9/11 or fake moon landing, then you're not worried about what's really happening right now, right? That there's a Skid Row in your city where there's freaking endless freaking junkies and people starving. That isn't concerned to you because you're worried about freaking Buzz Aldrin taking swings at people over fake moon landings.
Well, I thought you mentioned the Boy Brigade. You said fake 18-year-olds. Is that what you said?
Yeah, no, not fake 18. There's fake.
Oh, well, I misheard. Yeah, there are fake 18-year-olds who fought in World War I and World War II.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, they did.
yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, yeah, I do think they mess with people in that regard. Just like that Oliver Stone movie about JFK came out. Wasn't that like in the 90s where he went through the whole like magic bullet thing and all that? And,
Yeah.
at that time they were all like, oh, yeah, it's totally fake, Oswald was a patsy. That was like common knowledge. I thought that was all like resolved. And then like 10 years later, they're back to, whatever. What's his name? Stephen King put out a JFK novel. I was like, actually read the whole thing thinking, of course, he's going to like have some kind of like reality in here. But then he just went right back to the stupid Oswald story. It's like they're just like messing with people, this weird like intermittent reinforcement thing where it's like, oh, think about this in terms of actual reality. Oh no, you better come back to the mainstream story or you're a kook, Yeah, I think it totally keeps people distracted because
I agree. Every 10 or 15 years, they re-dredge. This time, we're really going to release all the documents, right? This time, for real. We're going to release all the stuff this time, for sure. And it, comes into the mainstream consciousness and, we're going to find out this time. And then, another, 10 years go by, right? And then they'll come out with some people that some random person, the magic bullet could have happened. And this is how it could have happened. Or Lee Harryhausen could have made that shot, right? I've seen these on Good Morning America and
Mythbusters did it. Mythbusters did it.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And then it dies down when people are like, maybe it really did happen that way. Then they'll dredge it back up. We're going to release the documents and we're going to find out that it's like a yo-yo that they run people on.
It's the same with the aliens. We're gonna have alien disclosures, or we have we know alien life. No, we don't know alien. We know alien life. We don't know alien life. We found alien. No, we didn't find alien. It's it's a circus.
Well, I mean, some of that is also people are just entertained by it. Like Mythbusters, for example, people are just entertained by it. So I don't know that it's always intentional. It might just be like, oh, people are talking about this again. Let's entertain them some more.
But ancient aliens, though. Aliens.
Ancient aliens are super... Dude, people believe some of the craziest things. I'm not trying to be offensive, but
I've been watching Ancient Aliens, bro. There's some good shit on there. You just can't believe the narrative.
Right. Don't put it on mute. It's a good show if you have it on mute.
Don't forget the recent exoplanet discovery that's showing signs of potential life.
Hey, Doc Holliday, don't think I didn't catch you there with your little, oh yes, people believe in crazy things. Yeah, we'll try not to judge you too much for believing in your fantasy globe, despite no mathematical or scientific evidence that you live on a fantasy water ball hurtling through space at a high rate of speed, because that's nothing but your imagination.
I was talking about I was talking about the immortality of Thoth. I wasn't directed at you guys.
I know, but I'm just trying to hold you to the fire there because the wild belief is the globe. I hope you understand that. That is a crazy idea. Have you ever experienced the Earth as anything but flat and stationary, Doc Holliday?
I understand that you have very, very strong feelings about this topic. I do not.
Oh, I know. I'm very disagreeable. That's what Larry told me earlier. Do you feel like I'm disagreeable?
No, yeah. That's not it at all. I love people who are disagreeable. No, please don't misunderstand. Yeah.
Well, we'll get along just fine then.
Also, I'm sorry. I've been thinking this whole time. Your voice sounds so familiar. Have we met before? It's unreal.
Well, I cannot document that we have not met before, so I do not know. It's possible.
Okay.
You never know. I've met a lot of people. I've been all
If I said my name was Josh, would that any bells? Nothing.
Are you Jewish?
No, not Jewish. No.
Okay. The only Josh I knew really well was Jewish. Actually, there were two Joshes. Yeah, and the one did a really good job. I was just thinking about him the other day. Him and his friend did Creedence Clearwater Revival, The Weight. Do you know that song? Take a Load Off Fanny.
Mm-mm.
No, it's a great song. Yeah, they're the only people.
Take a load off Fanny.
That song was written by the band.
What did I say? Creedence Clearwater? I'm sorry. Forgive me, Larry.
You're forgiven.
Thank you for correcting me. You know the one I mean. Yeah. most people can't do it in an amateur way, but these people did. So, anywho, but yeah, if you're not that Josh, I don't know. Yep.
No, you're good.
Anyway,
you don't roll through Oklahoma once in a while or something like that, maybe.
I went through Oklahoma one time on the way to visit my friend in Austin, Texas. It was a cool
Probably
place.
just a similar voice.
Yeah, probably so. Yeah. So, did you know that you don't live on a globe?
Nope, can't say that I know that.
Okay, well, what
How do
makes
you know you do live on a
one
globe?
then? Yeah, there you go, Indio. Ask him that.
Question we ask all the time. How do you know? Like, not how you think somebody else knows, but how do you know personally that you live on a globe? Like, how would
Are you
know
asking
that?
me like in terms of Cartesian certainty or just like probabilistic reasoning? That's a relevant question.
Well, I mean,
because I'm not I don't think I'm Cartesianly certain about like anything except maybe God, and that's and that would be more of like a faith statement. So you might say like, well, that doesn't count as Cartesian.
do you have a kitchen table in your house?
Yes. Well, dining room table, but close enough. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know the shape of that? Would you say you're Cartesianly certain of its shape?
No.
Really?
Yes. That's to like because Cartesians because I understand like how things work at like the microscope. Like if you really wanted to, if someone said they were Cartesianly certain about a table, I could play mereological nihilist and say like, no, you can't be because composite objects aren't provable. Like you can get really into the weeds with that kind of thing. So I know I would say that I'm reasonably certain that it's
Weren't you just teasing nihilists before?
Yeah. No, I don't. I was teasing solipsist actually. I'm not a mereological nihilist, but I think that Cartesian certainty is kind of dumb. I think because people like become robots when they operate like that, and they're not really open to anything.
When I ask you about the shape of your table, okay, that just means to say that it resembles some abstract form, some abstract geometric.
There's a normative exactly.
Now,
there's a normative shape. We would
Yeah. So, are you reasonably certain that your table?
It's a rectangle. Yes.
Yeah, it's a rectangle. Now, this is how we know the Earth, right? When we're saying, hey, it's some form, right? We're saying it's flat. The globe says it's curved on the surface. Has to be one of these two. It can't be some other. There's no third option. It can curve in all sorts of ways. It could be a freaking Pringle, right? It could fucking curve up and down forever. Like, who knows?
Big pen.
Right?
Yeah.
But it can't be curved and flat. The other.
Well, could it be curved? I mean, I'm sure you've heard this before. Could it be curved in like the maximum, but to the perception of the small, be flat?
Yeah, hypothetically. But why would you think that, though? Why would you think
I always ask you say it can't be both, but it can be both in two different senses.
No, I'm not talking about perception, right? I'm talking about whatever its form is. That has a certain form.
What it actually is. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. So it has a form. Okay. And we perceive it a certain way. And yes, someone can imagine that it is not that way and it actually is something else. That's why I asked you, how do you know the Earth is a globe? Because everybody that we ask that, they have to appeal to their imagination. They have to imagine it as a globe, right? And they'll admit, like, yeah, I perceive the Earth as flat and motionless, but I have to imagine that I'm an ant on a ball that's too big to see.
Yeah. I wouldn't. I mean, that's perfectly fine. Since we're now in the realm of reasonable, well, no, I didn't say that. Since we're now in the realm of reasonable certainty, I would say that I have enough institutional trust to be reasonably certain that the people that tell me it's a globe know what they're talking about.
Well, how do you know they know anything?
Well, we've already thrown out certainty. I don't have to. I don't have to go and figure it out myself.
Hold on. What if the basis of their ideas, is the same as yours? Which it is.
The basis of their ideas is the same as mine?
The basis of what institutional certainty, right? That's why they believe it. They think that there's an institution that has the evidence. And then those people that they think have the evidence, they don't actually have the evidence. They believe it because they also think that there's some institution somewhere where the evidence exists. So we've been down this road.
I mean, that's possible, but I don't. Why is that?
It doesn't matter what you think is possible. This is what we've experienced. It's an endless string of people pointing to other people saying, I don't have the information. They over there, they have it. And then we go ask the people over there, and they go, I don't have it. It's them over there. They go,
that's fine.
well, I don't have it either. It's them over there.
Do you want me to take your word for that?
They know. Well, just ask yourself, how would they know the Earth's a globe?
Well, that's fine if I ask myself that question, but I haven't done the investigation. I haven't done the research that you have to have that experience to be able to rely on that.
But you can figure it out from common knowledge, right? Who would, all the people that have ever lived on Earth, who would know?
I don't accept that you can figure it from common knowledge. At one point in history, it was common knowledge that certain humans were inferior to others and enslaved them.
That's not what I'm talking. I'm talking about the common knowledge of historical events. That's what I'm talking about. If you take the common Western narrative of the chronology of mankind, right?
Sure.
Only there's a certain number of people that would know the Earth is a globe, and everybody else would be believers. If we try to separate those two, who's the believers, who's the knowers? Okay, the only knowers.
You lost me when you said everybody else is believers. I don't know what you're talking about anymore.
Belief means acceptance without evidence.
Okay.
Okay. So, you thinking somebody else did something, that's not evidence of it. So, if you say, hey, I believe the Earth is a globe because that guy said so, your evidence isn't anything about the Earth being anything. Your evidence is someone said something, right? So, you actually don't have, it's acceptance of what they said without evidence, right? It's a belief. Who would know? Like, experientially know. And this is where we go right back to the moon landing.
Okay.
The only people that even claim to have knowledge that they know the Earth is a globe are the Apollo astronauts. They're the only people of them that are far enough away from the Earth to see it in its totality.
I don't grant that the only way something can be known is by firsthand experience.
Okay.
I don't think that. I don't.
Give me an example of how you can know something that's not in the natural world. Okay, obviously not transcendental shit. In the natural world without experience. No.
Are you a tech guy?
Yeah.
You're a tech guy. Do you like when I say tech guy? Do you hardware, code, software? And like what?
Hardware.
Networking. Networking. Cool. Have you ever tooled around with like assembly?
No, I mean,
have you ever tooled around with like assembly?
Use it, but I know what assembly is. Yes.
Have you ever catted a binary file?
No.
How do you know there's ones and zeros in there? How do you know there's ones and zeros in there?
Well, you can decompose the. You can look at the code. You can look at the code for the compiler and see fucking that it's translating into ones and zeros.
Compilers transpiles high level and low level into assembly, and then
but you can look at the code.
But you've never seen the machine code.
But you can look at the code for the transfers, and that's not the natural world.
Right, but that's. No. That's physical. That's absolute. No. That's absolutely the natural world. That's physical. That's electrical engineering. That's like saying you're a hardware guy. You know that's physical.
It's physical.
The computer, the machine that I'm using to talk to you right now, that's absolutely physical.
The computer's physical, but it's not in the natural world. It's not part of the natural world.
The computer's not in the natural world?
It's not.
Oh, wait. Sorry. What do you mean by natural world?
It's not made by nature.
Okay, sure. It's synthetic in some sense. That's fine, but I don't see. I mean, I think that's a distinction without a difference at that point.
We're getting into the weeds here a little bit.
Yeah. The point is you trust things exist you haven't experienced firsthand. That was the point.
Here's an example.
Okay. Listen. I don't believe anything, and I don't say there's things I don't trust to be true. I trust that there's an island called Australia in the middle of some fucking water. That's because, guess what? I know islands exist generally, right? So it's not outlandish to me that there's just a big one somewhere. It's not outlandish. But guess what? I have no experience of the Earth being a globe, and saying it's a big ball with this upside down people whose bottom of their feet are pointing at the bottom of my fucking feet, or magically rubber banded to it, right? That is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence.
I think I don't like that phrase for a number of reasons, but I'm not trying to convince you of anything. You asked me why I thought it was the way it was.
But the thing is, no, I asked you how you know.
Right, and I said I can be reasonably certain that the people who tell me that it is know what they're talking about.
You don't know how they know it.
I don't have to. Any more than you have to know the binaries in your machine.
But
any more than you, it's the same thing as the binary in the machine.
No, it's not the same thing.
No, it's not even remotely the same thing.
Not the same thing, because in that sense, you would affirm the consequent, because we're talking about premises.
Hold on.
So when you're talking about the synthetics, it's not the natural world, unlike a measurement is.
Okay, a measurement is an abstraction. Math is an abstraction. So that's not.
But you're measuring something though, with a measurement.
Right, but the
Something
measurement,
physical
the
happening.
thing you're measuring is real, but the measurement is an abstraction onto the thing.
Okay, yeah,
which
but
is
there's
not
a
the same as
difference
binary
between a
machine.
measurement and then affirming the consequence, though, which is what you were doing with the synthetics. Anyway,
Okay, what do you mean by no? I don't understand.
Look,
What do you mean by
no, we're
affirming
not
the
going to go
consequence
into.
with the
Hold
synthetics?
on. Let's go.
Okay, okay.
Let's hold on.
I don't understand the example. I just want to make it clear.
Let's say you told somebody the Earth is a globe.
Sure.
And they relied on you, and they said, "Well, this person, he knows what they're talking about." He doesn't know, like he thinks that you have some special knowledge that the Earth's a globe. He doesn't know what it is, but he just relies on you. I believe the Earth's a globe. That's literally what you're doing. You're that person.
No.
Well, you don't know yet the evidence they have, just like they don't know the evidence you have, right?
I'm not claiming to have the evidence. I'm not claiming to have seen the evidence.
But you don't even know what their evidence is, and you don't even know how they know the Earth's a globe.
Right.
I'm getting at. You don't even know. You're just saying, "Hey, the Earth's a globe."
There's
trust me,
a
bro.
lot
And
of
you're
stuff.
like, "I trust you, bro."
No,
because
it's
you have a
not.
fucking PhD.
Trust me, bro. Doesn't do it justice. There's a lot of my stuff that I rightfully consider magic because I have no understanding of it. Saying I have no understanding
You
of
don't
it.
understand how they under. What I'm saying is, you don't even understand how
that
they
doesn't give me reason to throw it out.
Look, bro. It does give you reason to. Like, why do you have to believe things?
No. It's not compulsory.
Is there some moral duty?
I'm opting into it. I have free will. I'm choosing to. There's. Sorry. What do you mean by half? I'm assuming you mean half by compulsory. I shouldn't assume that.
That's what I mean. Like, you don't have to choose. Okay. Right? You can say, "I don't know enough about this. I'm just agnostic. I don't know."
I suppose that's what I am saying. I'm saying that, but I also have to go about my life, and so I defer to the people that I presume to have more knowledge than me.
Okay. Well, take it
the
from
same thing with the machine. Same with my car. Well, my car. I'm a shade mechanic. A car's a bad example. Same thing with. I'll just stick with the computer. That's a good example.
Yeah, I get it. So now, if we think about it, which is we're trying to bring up, who knows, right? So, like, all the people who told you, "I know the Earth's a globe," they don't know. They actually don't know. You think they know, but they don't. And it's easy to demonstrate
I don't have evidence that they know or don't know one or the other. I can't take your
What I'm saying is the only people that claim to know, to even claim to know for certain, are the Apollo astronauts and nobody else. Because say the ISS, for instance. If you're as high as the ISS above the Earth, you would only see 3% of the Earth. You'd see 3% of the Earth's surface. So how would they know the Earth's a globe? Seeing 3% of it, they wouldn't.
That's hypothetical. I would have to investigate. I can't take your word for it.
Well, I mean, it's easy. How much of the Earth's surface that would you see from the ISS?
I have absolutely no clue.
Well, I'm just telling you, it's 3%. You can Google it and find out. Ask ChatGPT, ask Grok, ask whatever. That's not the point. The point is that there's a very small 27 people claiming to have seen the Earth in its totality as a ball. Okay, that's it. Everybody else are believers. Everybody else.
Even the people that sent them there? All right, I mean, I'm not trying to be pedantic. When you say everybody else, you mean...
But how would they know? Like, they're not experiencing, they're not seeing through those people's eyes, are they?
Oh. No, I don't think that... Yeah, I think that's very ad hoc.
So they're going to go, "Hey, what are you looking at?" "I'm looking at a big ball." "Oh, awesome."
Yeah, I don't get that at all.
And listen, if I asked you another question, could you testify in court that the Earth's a globe? Now, keep in mind, to testify in court, you have to actually experience the event. You can't testify to things you didn't experience, and you can't testify to things that you heard because that's hearsay and it's not evidence. So those people in NASA ground control, they can never testify because it would be hearsay.
You can't provide so the certainty of standard in court is higher than the certainty of sanity required in other fields because it's dealing with justice. Reasonable doubt is not the minimum for determining if something is reasonable or not. It's only the standard.
That's not what I'm not talking about the standard of evidence. I'm talking about
people bring up court systems as people bring up the court system as this is what we need in order for testimony to be evidence, period, and that's just not true. Like, I'm not saying you're doing
can't-
that. I just want to point out there are
you can't
other standards of evidence
testify.
that we do use that are reliable.
Okay, so maybe you don't understand. Someone says, Johnny, I saw Bob murder Fred.
Mm-hmm.
Johnny can't testify. So-and-so said that he saw Bob murder Fred because he doesn't know anything. He can't even testify that dude told him that.
No,
But
you
it's
can't.
prejudicial.
That's not hearsay.
No, it is hearsay.
That's not hearsay. No, hearsay isn't just I heard something happen. Hearsay is you providing the testimony of somebody else on behalf of them. I'm paraphrasing. But so like if someone is like, because I've actually like had to be a part of a second-degree murder trial, it's not fun. If somebody is like, on this day at this time, this person came to me and said X, and what they said X is their recalling of a story about another thing, that recalling is not considered evidence, but the fact that that person heard it from that person on that day and time is.
Yeah, it could.
So
yes,
if
it would
someone
be-
were to argue,
it would be evidence
oh,
of
but
what
so and so, so like I'll be done after a second. If Jane is on the stand and Jane heard Joe say X, X is not admissible evidence, but the fact Jane heard Joe say something is.
worse. You know why? Because the dude on this stand experienced that.
Yeah, they're
Right?
a primary
He
witness.
witnessed that event.
Or not primary, sorry.
He didn't
They're,
witness.
yeah.
Yeah, so he witnessed. Jane said
The utterance of X, yes.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Jane heard that, right?
Okay, we're on the same page. Mhm.
He didn't experience what Jane saw. You can't testify to what Jane saw. You can only testify to your own experience. You cannot testify to the experience of other people. Okay,
right.
So that was why I was using an example. No one at Mission
Mm-hmm.
Control could testify to the experience of Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong, and fucking Collins. They couldn't
That's
testify
true,
to that.
but there are other, and again, I don't know anything about this topic to like be able to hold my own against you. I'm just going to just admit that out front. But I want to point out there are other standards of evidence besides reasonable doubt that we use on a day-to-day basis. Reasonable
Yeah,
doubt.
that's that's just
So
basically
it's
that's
so
an appeal to
applying
pragmatism.
No. It's not appeal to pragmatism. Applying the standard in the courtroom to the whatever you want to call it, the office or the ground or the control or whatever we're talking about, right? That's like you can't carry that over and apply it. That standard is tied to its context, and there are other standards that are like that. That is not the exclusive standard for what is considered evidence. It's nice and it's great and it's useful, but it's not the only thing. So, like for example, if I were to go and argue,
So you would lose in court on this, is what you're saying?
Yeah, basically.
No, I would lose on this on the street like I am now because I just don't study this.
But he'd feel good about. But you'd feel good about it.
Listen,
You'd have a lot.
No, I know. I don't feel any kind of way about it. I'm just talking.
Before we go 5 more minutes into this, we already understand that there are different
standards of evidence
for. Thank you.
Yeah, you're good.
We already understand that. So what's the point of you telling us that?
Well, because he's applying the courtroom to the NASA room, which you can't do that.
Why not?
Because that's not the standard of evidence that would be appropriate for that context.
So what standard of evidence? That's the point. There is like the standard.
Depending on the
evidence,
methodology employed, there's different standards of evidence.
Okay, but when we're talking about knowledge, there's no standard for knowing what NASA's saying is true.
Yeah, there are.
No, there aren't.
So like here, yes, this gets into epistemology.
Do you think knowing is a spectrum?
If knowing is possession of knowledge, yes. That's literally epistemology, study of knowledge, how you know stuff.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with this.
No, it is. You're asking me how do we know things? That is like how you know stuff is the.
Well, I'm not asking how you know things. It's a given. Granted, there is ways to know things. Okay, but the only way you can actually know something is experience. Otherwise, you're believing it.
Okay, but that's one.
Exactly. Don't say. Hold on. I'm not trying to be rude, but the beginning of
you won't offend me.
Okay, the beginning of this whole exchange was with Indio asking you, "How do you know that they know?" You already conceded you don't know because you don't know what they know.
No, I did.
But you don't know what they know. Yes or no?
What I conceded was I don't know enough to like have a conversation about this like in depth. I only know like my field, which is more philosophy.
Which definitely means that you don't know what they know. Which definitely means you don't know what they know.
I do not possess the knowledge they have. No, of course not.
Okay, so when Indio says that they don't have an epistemology for actually knowing what they're
to be fair to
telling
Indio,
you.
he didn't. To be fair to Indio, he's not making that claim because that would be absurd.
Well, Indio. what do
Oh,
you
not
think?
really. I don't
To claim
think
that they don't have an epistemology.
No, that the people you trust in don't have an epistemology.
That's an absurd claim. You shouldn't claim that they don't have a way of knowing things.
No, that they don't have a way of knowing things. By what definition? This is where we get back into snake eating its tail. What is to know things?
So, what is it? Okay, well, hang on. Let me pull up my philosophy thing here. I can tell you. I can give you the textbook. Well, if you don't want to answer, like you asked, like I'm not trying to push anything.
This is a pretty simple dichotomy. You either know or you believe.
I don't know why you're getting on to me. Like I just came here to listen, and like you're like I'm not pushing anything, man.
Well,
I'm not offended. I just like
in the context of what exists in the natural world, you either know or you believe. Now, for pragmatic reasons, our utility, we operate in a world with beliefs, and we claim they're knowledge, but they're actually not. Right?
Yeah, but I don't grant that analysis of knowledge. Like I think I think that knowing things is a spectrum. So
you want to claim
some things you know more certain than others. There's some things that are probabilistic reasonable.
Then you don't know it. Then you don't know it.
But we've already. This is why I reject Cartesian certainty.
Then you don't know it.
Okay,
if
I
you
can
give
possess knowledge of it and not be Cartesianly certain of it.
Let me ask you: is pure probability a logical fallacy?
No.
Yes, it is.
Not in every context. The same way that argument
in the context of deductive logic, in context of deductive logic, it is. It's a logical fallacy.
Sure, but that deductive logic isn't everything.
It's how you know things. Deductive logic.
It's one way of coming to know things. It's not the ultimate how you know things.
This guy sounds like a lawyer, Indio.
Yeah.
I'm not a lawyer. I wish I was. I make so much more money.
He did say he would lose this case in court, though.
Yes, I would definitely lose this case in court. I don't have any preparation for it.
You want to settle out for one globe?
No, thank you.
Well,
good joke, though. I like that.
And fees.
You did say, I don't know. Just real fast. You did say, I don't know why you're getting at me. Right? That's part of the identity thing. We're just talking about philosophical things. Go ahead.
Oh, no. No, I'm not. Sorry. I don't mean that in the sense of like it personally. It just felt like the conversation escalating, and I just wanted to bring the tension down. That's all I meant.
Well, because I'm talking
like
about
it's late for me here. I'm trying to relax. So
yeah. I understand, but like I hate just like skipping rope around this crazy spectrum definition of knowledge. If you don't know for certainty, then you don't know.
I disagree. That's Cartesian certainty, and I don't accept that. I think that if
then take it up with Webster or Oxford to change the definition of that word.
Of no?
Yeah, because that's what we use the word to mean. Certainty, proof.
What is the Webster definition? Oh yeah, but they're like different kinds of certainty.
Yeah, he's just gonna.
I'm not talking about certainty. I'm talking about knowing. If you say not certain,
okay, sorry, we're going in circles. Just
even if you believe something 99.9999999%, you don't know.
Yeah, you guys aren't going in circles. You think that you're using that so that you don't have to answer the question. You'll say we're going in circles, so you don't have to answer the question.
If I were to believe in Cartesian certainty, then yes, I would know nothing.
Dude, that's a bunch of horseshit.
And now you use the word believe.
No, it's not.
You want everybody. Yeah, you're laughing because you want everybody to buy your bullshit, dude. No one here is buying it.
Okay.
The word.
Do you know who Descartes is?
Words mean things.
Yes, there's a normative sense of language.
That's the reason. No, don't you guys all do this? You try to reduce everything.
This is
you're reducing everything to absurdity so that you don't have to answer the question. You don't like the implications. You don't want to be incriminated by saying no. That's you right now.
You've just met me. I don't think you get to say that about me.
Yeah, this dog and pony show that you're doing right now is just so that you won't answer a question.
I didn't come in here to do anything. I'm not. I just came here to listen, like Miss.
No, you didn't come here to listen. You come here to obfuscate from
somebody defend me. What the heck?
No, defend you? Why? You're doing a good job of not answering the question.
I just came here to like chill and listen and eat my dinner. Like really.
Yeah.
Did I not say that like when I first
then
got
if
here?
it was that, if it was that easy, you would just answer the
I
question.
didn't start this.
Like any old Joe would. Like if somebody says, "Hey, do you know something?" Yeah, I know it, or I don't know it. Like this whole like spiel that you're giving us about, well, I don't believe in Cartesian. Like really, all of that.
Yeah,
Dude, it's so
I say
simple,
this
man.
to everybody.
I'm just
Like
talking to
this
you.
is like
We're just having a conversation. That's all we're doing. Like I don't know why it's got to be this tough.
I
In real life,
feel like I'm sorry. I don't feel like I'm
when
making
you
it
meet
tough.
people, dude, when you meet people out there in real life, do you give them this much time? Hard
Mm-hmm.
time for this? Like,
I'm sorry. I really did not mean to give you a hard time. Like genuinely, this is what I talk about with most people. I don't like yes or no answers, like ever.
right? You
It's
haggle
like people
over
know that about me.
haggle over the word no. I mean, you haggle over it.
Yes.
Wow,
like
dude.
I don't take the title of philosopher, but like that's what I'm interested in. That's what I buy books on. That and theology. Descartes is where Cartesian certainty comes from. I'm not making that up.
Yeah,
that's a real thing.
But
Descartes was wrong, though.
Yeah,
I agree.
Great, but when we're talking plainly, it seems like you guys want to get into the metaphysical. Like, wow, what do words mean? Like, you
That's
don't
what's
got to
interesting
do
to
that,
me.
bro.
But that's what's interesting to me. Am I not? Do I have a right
It's
to have my own
interesting to
interests?
you, but we're not talking about like what does.
Okay, I'll shut up.
Where did the words come from? Like the etymology. Like we're not going deep. We're just talking to each other like normal people. Like we don't have to go that hard, man. Like really. Let's just bring it back to the basics. Like why does it got to be this tough to have a conversation about things in the physical world? I don't get it.
Well,
I think. Go ahead.
Hold on. Let me say something. I don't know if you're listening earlier. He said he was a realist. So if a tree falls in the woods, whether he's there or not to witness it, he says it makes a noise. And now he's arguing about whether knowing is actually possible in the first place, which seems contradictory to me.
That's true. He did say, "Yep, the tree fell in the forest. Yep, makes the noise whether you're there or not." He did say that. You're absolutely right. I remember that at the beginning. He has exited. The duck has gone.
Oh, Alpha, you expose him.
Yep. He left, didn't he?
Alpha ripped his robe off.
Yeah, dude. It's like these types that come in here. It's always the same. It's this old tap dance. They want to sound big brained and come in here and they try to. Well, I don't believe in Cartesian. Like, dude, nobody talks like that. I mean,
so Alpha,
even lawyers
he disavowed the brain in the jar and said those people are crazy. But he's making that argument.
Yeah, it's just like when you get right down to it, man. Like people don't actually talk like that. Like the way he was like sounding. He's just doing it so he doesn't answer a question. He doesn't want to be held down to, being held accountable. That's all it is, bro. This facade that he's putting on right now, that he's Mr. Philosophical. Like, get off your high horse, bro. Nobody's here like trying to wax philosophical. Like, come on, dude. Like over the word, if you know something or not, that's some bullshit, dude.
Yeah, but I like highlighting that these are the people, the globe defenders, simultaneously will say they know it's a globe and then say they can't know anything.
Yeah. Well, I just don't believe in that. I have a myriad of different ways of knowing what the word no means. Like, shut up, dude.
But he doesn't know that.
Yeah, all because he doesn't want to be held accountable, man. It's like, wow.
I was just trying to get to the point where, like, he just said, like, hey, I don't actually know the Earth is a globe, which he did say, to be fair, but then he just appealed to somebody else's knowledge, but he doesn't know what their knowledge is and what the source of their knowledge is. So he wants to claim knowledge, but he doesn't want to actually say, like, how he has the knowledge in the first place, because he doesn't know what the word no means.
Yeah, and that's bullshit. I call bullshit on that, man. He does. He just don't want to be like held accountable to say something that, in other words, it's incriminating to say that if he doesn't know if the Earth is a globe later on, he'll be like, well, he's going to feel like, oh, well, he said he don't know the Earth's a globe. Let's get him. like he feels like because he's in the room, like that's going to be doing that. He didn't want to be in that position.
Yeah, that was snake eating its tail again.
Yeah, he said he had flat earther friends. I'd like to hear those conversations with his real world flat earther friends.
I don't think
He said that at the beginning.
It must be a headache for those guys. Poor guys, man, having to talk to him.
I know.
He said he played video games with him. So they're like, yeah, I know the enemy's right around the corner. He's like, well, what do you mean by no? You sure? Like, are you Cartesian sure that they're right around the corner and they're about to shoot us? Like, I'm disconnecting.
Yeah, one of the other things too is that if you notice when he was speaking is that he's a fast talker, and thinking that he's going to get in there and say what he's going to say as quickly as he can before, the jaws of truth come clamping down on him. So he's trying to get as much in there as he can possible, so he can try to make sure he leaves enough wiggle room to get out of a, sticky mess if he has to.
AKA me and my girlfriend type shit.
Huncho, is that you? Oh, he's gone
TMI.
away. I don't know what that was.
He was saying he's pussy whipped without saying he's pussy whipped.
How can you be pussy whipped if you don't get any?
He's got a tattoo on his hand called pussy.
I'll get that old Pamela Henderson. Just got a quick question for the panel.
Yeah, go.
Are we live?
We are live.
All right. Well, you heard it here first. We're live.
And now that your question's been answered, on to the next thing.
Yeah, we had Indio in the kitchen just right now, so I don't know. Oh, him and Mary Mom and
This is a W panel.
Eli was in there. He came in there, put his apron on.
Oh
Nice.
man, you guys, you should have heard Ladies Night, man. Mary Mom was, man.
Wait,
I
was
don't
that
know how she
tonight?
dealt with those. Yeah.
What the? I missed out. Maybe I didn't miss out. Honestly,
I don't even know. It was like a romper room, man. She was handling the unruly children. It's pretty funny.
Oh, nice.
Glober preschool. That's right. Well, how can we? Yeah.
You shouldn't teach them how to do show and tell, because all they don't know how to do is tell, and they don't know how to show. We need to go back to kindergarten. Honestly,
They actually did the show and tell. Dude said he had a globe on his dresser or something.
Yes,
And then he went to go get it. He was going to show everybody the globe in his house. He was going to do show and tell.
He totally wanted to. You're right. He was so proud, and then he was going to go to bed with it. That's right. That's what he said at the end. He's going to bed with his globe.
That's
Yeah.
so cute.
And did you hear the guy who said that sundials prove the globe? Yeah, that was probably the Golden Globey of the night.
Wow.
Well, if it's not a globe, how can we have sundials?
Bro,
that's a good impression. That's probably how he sounded too.
It was. That was exactly like it. Absolutely.
Did he have any argument, or did he expand on that, or he just said that? Could they just be saying shit, low-key?
I'll be too nice to him, Creation Bear, because I explained how if the sun was moving, it could make shadows and stuff. Yeah, I didn't make him. I don't know. I try to press them, but sometimes it just gets exhausting because they don't really have anything to say, and then they just change the subject. But I did the best I could. Creation Bear.
Pie said they invented sundials after the globe, right?
Yeah, I was going to say sometimes that juice ain't worth the squeeze,
That's right, exactly. There's nothing there to squeeze. Absolutely, Alpha,
And it just depends too, because there's sometimes that it would be engaging, but other times it's just like, whatever.
Yep. There's a new new one, though. I mean, I actually have never heard anyone claim sundials as globe proof, so at least it was something new.
Yeah.
Nah, he was really
Points for
reaching.
originality.
But yeah, there are a lot of new
Did we
guys
cut
in
out,
here. I
or-
don't know. I don't know what's happening, Creation Bear. I can't explain it to you.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought it was my mic. Just want a quick announcement. We'll be going back into 24/7 here, a couple days a week. Chat, maybe just one or two. Nothing too crazy. Make sure you bring your broom, dustpan, vacuum cleaner, feather duster, because there's a lot of dusting cobwebs, bro. We're gonna go in there and clean up. We got some
I
spring
have a
cleaning to
feather.
do.
Yeah, feather dusters are the best. I have a feather duster. I'll bring it.
W Woman's, yeah, that's. Yeah, we're gonna maybe tomorrow. Honestly, I need to get with Flat Lloyd Wright, and we're just gonna put the YouTube over there. So if you want to be live, we're gonna be at 24/7 chat. It is what it is. Sorry, we're not giving up on our projects over here because we're gonna stay number one. I think that's such a huge W because people probably are shocked by that. They're like, they see that we're number one. They're like, what the fuck? Like, what why is the Flat Earth so popping? And Miggy, honestly, that is, I do agree with your whole like, let's go mainstream, let's do a show. There's a reason why we're number one. It's not just 'cause Fritz in here all the time or whatever. Like, it's not just because we're here all the time. It's actually W content, really good content. That's why we're still here. If there wasn't something to it, we would just all piss off and go do something else probably. But this is good. Like, we do a good thing, and it's fun, and it's entertaining. It's an educating thing as well. So,
Hey, do you think the Globers like
gonna keep
watch live stream and they hang in here waiting for their champion to come in here and cook us? They just wait. They're like, this is the guy. This is the guy that's gonna prove these flat earthers wrong.
oh, Indio, we need to get we talked about this today. It's a huge conversation about getting a website and stuff, but I was talking about getting a phone number. 1-800 something, like it's flat, or 1-800 or some shit like that. I don't know. We can figure that out later. I should get a phone number that especially for a mid show, that people can call in. You know, there's people that watch on YouTube. There's like probably 30 people watching on YouTube right now. And how many of those people, why are they watching this on YouTube? They could engage with us. Maybe Discord is something you want to bother with. Maybe they're older, which we discussed as well. Our audience is like 40, like probably 40s, but on average. So maybe they don't feel like following the but they'll probably call in their number. So get these. Get
Sounds
these
like
guys,
California's got
get
some
a phone
shitty
number.
internet.
What the fuck, dude? Holy shit.
Oh, Creation Bear, are you still there? You just went into a major robot mode. Ooh, that was good. Who played Mr. Roboto? We got a phone number. He wants a phone number. That's what he wants.
Everything worth it. That was hilarious.
It was.
Mic checks. Are we live? Am I back?
You're back. Yeah, you sound much better.
Sorry about that. I lost my signal, dropped there for a second.
Dude, hold on, though, man. I heard the whole phone number thing. Why does it got to be a flat Earth phone number? We just use a.
It doesn't have to be
1-800 free sex, dude. We'll get lots of calls.
That would be really funny, actually. That would actually be really funny. No, just any phone number in general would be awesome. Just like keep it the same. That way, people can call in. The hard part would be managing it. Like, who's gonna pick up the call? You know what I mean? But we can figure that all out later. But I think that would eliminate for people to jump through. I guarantee you there's probably a decent amount of people out there that are willing to discuss, or they've got the, what does Miggy say? I forget what he says when people get charged up to join in here. He has like a saying. But they would be willing to call in for sure. I'm just going to call this number. These guys are wrong for sure. Let me give it a shot. Let me call in and debunk these guys. So we should try that. We should try that for sure.
I mean, we could always do an 8-second delay, right? That's what they do in like regular radio.
Well, here's the thing though. Like, with the Fresh and Fit uses Blog Talk Radio, and so when you call in, you kind of it like takes you to a waiting room where you state your purpose, and so then like you can screen the call and then bring them on. But also, we don't even really need it that bad because we got operators standing by. It's not like we ever run the show without mods. There's like 10 mods with their finger over the mute button at all times, bro. And we've already, like the way the Discord is set up, we don't screen shit. People just come in here. We screened at 24/7 at its peak, probably because we dealt with some crazy TOS bombers. But it really hasn't been like that, has it, lately? In these politics servers and stuff, right?
What do you guys think about the Great Circle Route flight?
And here we go. Take it away, chat.
I mean,
what?
I guarantee I'll be banned from here because I'll prove you wrong, and you just ban people that prove you wrong. But let's start with that preface. If you just ban me without any substance against what I say, you're honestly just
you didn't say anything. Honestly, we don't. You have yet to say anything of substance. You just said magic Great Circle Route. What is a Great Circle Route? Can you explain it to us?
The shortest distance between 2 points on a sphere, which is a curved path called the Great Circle Route, which appeared as curved on a flat map. Flights, particularly long-haul ones, often which these curved paths, demonstrating that they are taking the shortest route over the Earth's curved surface, not flat.
That's cool. It's cool. ChatGPT said that, but that's
it wasn't.
Okay. Can you demonstrate that exists on Earth?
Yes, every single flight that's done on Earth.
No, that's incorrect. Flights fly in flight corridors. They don't fly Great Circle routes. So you're misinformed.
They fly on what did you say? So why are flights? Why do flights?
Don't ask me a question and talk, dude. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you?
Well, I wasn't done asking the question. I said, why do flights fly north when they're going east?
What are you talking about? Fly north when they're going east?
They fly north first as an arch when they're going east.
North in what coordinate system?
I would say the northeast, southwest.
In what coordinate system?
Compass rose.
Okay, the magnetic compass?
Oh, you're not going to start with that, are you?
No, so you don't know there's actually three norths.
Okay,
there's three norths, three east.
You don't know.
I do know. You don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know.
So compass north.
You don't know.
And in the coordinate system north, the latitude and longitude coordinate system are not the same thing. Neither is the solar north, south, east, and west. So you don't know what you're talking about.
So hold a compass in your hands. Is it going to point 4 different ways?
Depends on where you are.
No shit. No fucking shit. That would be a globe, dumb fuck.
No. There's something called magnetic declination. So if you're in the South Pacific and you're looking at your compass heading and you're following it where on your compass it says north, you're going east.
If you're going east, spots of a globe, it's going to point 4 different directions, you idiot.
You're spiraling your compass in the South Pacific. There's something called magnetic declination. Your compass aligns with a magnetic field. It doesn't point towards. Oh my God, he's having a mental breakdown.
Does it always point towards the North Pole?
No.
No, it doesn't? Is it even your guys' North Pole the same?
Look up magnetic.
I don't think you even understand the flat Earth.
Look up.
There's like several different points of north, but that's another thing.
I don't think you even understand your own view.
Yeah, great. You don't understand the goal.
That's why I brought that up first, because I wanted to see if you would if you would argue with me.
Shut up! You don't understand your own nonsense, dude.
If you're in 4 opposite points of the flat Earth, it would do the same thing. So I just wanted to see if you were dumb enough to argue that.
There's a magnetic declination. Say it with me.
Yeah, probably not, since that doesn't exist.
Google it. Even NOAA, the National Oceanographic Administration, so Berging. Banned because of because we can't answer you with substance and you're spurging. That's amazing. You're gonna get banned because
go ahead. I'll listen. Go ahead. I'll listen. Go ahead.
Yeah. So magnetic declination, magnetic compasses don't match the latitude and longitude coordinate system. Okay, they don't match. This is well known. If you ever had have you ever been in the military?
Keep talking.
Yeah, you never been in the military. Have you ever done any type of land nav?
Keep talking.
You ever seen the bezel on a compass? How it has the extra little dial there, the extra little pointer hand? What's that for?
Talking.
What's that for?
Probably for flat earthers, I suppose.
No, what's it for? They make them standard on compasses. There's a little bezel that you can rotate. This little hand. What's that for?
Go ahead. So the point you just agreed with is one that agrees with both.
The point I just agreed with. No, answer the question. What's the bezel? The little hand bezel that's on a magnetic compass. What's that for?
I think I'm here to interrogate your world.
Yeah, what's that for?
Mine. So
you don't know anything to interrogate.
Are you ready for?
You don't even know your own goal.
Are you ready for me to ask my second question or no?
No, because you're gonna answer mine. The bezel on a compass. What's that for? You know what a bezel is?
What is the bezel on a compass for?
God. You could have just Googled magnetic declination.
Okay, so the bezel on the compass is for determining which way to go or for orienting the map. It has markings indicating the cardinal directions for north, south, east, and west.
Why don't you just use the compass needle for that?
Well, because it's more specific degrees. So, I mean...
Why is that? Because the magnetic field don't align with north and south? Yeah, buddy. Yeah.
I know you didn't just say that. I know you didn't just say that as a proof point, right? If you need to know degrees, north, east, south, and west, you need to know the degrees. A bezel literally lays out the fucking degrees.
Okay.
360, which is
So what you do is you look at your land nav map, and your land nav map will say the magnetic declination for where you are. You take the little bezel and you rotate it however number of degrees it says it's off and north, and then you align your compass to the bezel, and now you know if you're going north or not.
So what you're saying is every individual in my advanced nav course in the military literally lost because they didn't understand flat Earth? Is that what you're saying?
Dude. No, it's
everybody that was following their compass to a point literally failed because they didn't understand it was a flat Earth instead of a spherical Earth. That's what you're saying. I got you.
Sure, grid maps have magnetic declination on them.
You lost your fucking mind.
They're printed right on them.
Yeah, between elevations.
Declination is how much compass north is off from geographic north.
Literally just talking about elevations.
You're just drunk, dude. You're drunk. You're not comprehending. You're just drunk.
Drunk? I don't even drink. What are you talking about?
Yeah, okay. If this is you sober, I'd be fucking scared.
Says the guy that believes in
childish.
That's crazy.
I don't have beliefs. You have beliefs. You just believe that planes fly great circle routes, which is nonsense. Why'd you believe that?
So, have you ever been to South America?
No.
Makes sense then. So, why can't you see the same solar systems and everything in South America than when you're in North America?
Same reason you can't see the fucking lights over your head on the other side of Walmart, or those the ones that are on your side of Walmart.
Really?
This isn't
so
mysterious, dude.
Okay, so then I'll stop that at what is the moon?
What I know.
What is the moon? I'm asking you. What is the moon?
What's that got to do with flat Earth?
I mean, if you're trying to prove the Earth is flat a fuck ton, what is the moon?
What does the moon have to do with flat Earth?
A ton. It orbits around the fucking spherical Earth.
So what? Is the Earth like the moon?
Yeah, they're both spherical.
How do you know that?
Because you can watch the phases of it as it goes around us, and we go around the sun.
But
have you ever looked at the moon?
Yeah.
Have you ever looked at the moon through a telescope or no?
Yeah. So how did you reach the conclusion that the Earth is like the moon? Did you see phases of the Earth?
What I'm asking you is, have you ever watched the moon? That's what I asked you.
Yeah, I've watched the moon plenty, dude.
And you have seen that the phases of it show that it is spherical, correct?
Well, they don't necessarily show that because it doesn't always align with the sun's position.
Repeat that one more time.
Okay. The Terminator line, the sun's
That's not, no, I asked you to repeat what you said one more time. Not what you're going to say, what you said.
Okay, I'm walking you through it because you probably
No, I'm asking what you said one more time, not what you're going to say. What did you say?
That the sun doesn't always align with the phase position.
With the phase position? No shit.
Yeah. Okay.
No shit.
So if the sun is illuminating the moon and the moon's a sphere, the sun has to be perpendicular to the Terminator line. Okay? But that is always not the case.
So you do agree that the sun illuminates the moon?
No, I said if.
Oh,
you know what the word if means?
Do you believe the sun illuminates the moon and that's why we see the moon or no?
No.
So why would you even say if? Why would you even say if?
Because it's your idea. It's your
I was asking you yours, though.
This is called
I was asking you yours. I didn't ask you for internal curriculum. I believe.
I asked you what's your belief. You're not drunk, but you're hiccuping and slurring your words. And you don't.
So why do we see the moon? Why do we see the moon?
Who cares? What does that got to do with flat Earth?
Why the fuck would I look at the chat? That's retarded.
Because you want to talk about the moon, right? And I posted something in there that doesn't make any sense for the moon.
I didn't ask you. Did I ask you to post something in there?
Illuminated by the moon.
So you think it's bioilluminated?
Did you just say? Did I ask you to post it? Are you?
Or do you think it's auto-illuminated? What do you think makes the moon?
Change the subject much?
This is a flat Earth channel. You want to talk about the moon?
Yeah,
go to some other
Flat Earth channel. I'm asking you why. If you can't answer why, I mean that's insane.
Why is the Earth flat? Is a philosophical question.
No, I didn't ask why the Earth is flat. I said why do you think it is? Therefore, do you think
it's observably
Do you
flat
think something that orbits the Earth is round or no?
There's no evidence the Earth is like anything in the sky.
Okay, so I have a question.
Because you know why I say that?
If everything else in the sky is spherical, what would make you think that the Earth is flat? Answer that.
Nothing similar to, because I think the Earth is flat is because it's observably flat, it's measurably flat. The things in the sky in no way share any similarities to anything I observe about the Earth. That's why I don't think they're the same thing. Because there's nothing similar.
What are your examples?
Okay, look at the moon. Does the moon look like anywhere you've ever seen on Earth?
Yes, 100%. It looks round.
Where? From where? You've never seen
from
the Earth
any
around.
Telescope image.
You can see the Earth with a telescope on it.
From the USS space station.
Well, that's weird because the ISS would only see 3% of the Earth, so I don't know how that works exactly. Yeah, 3%, dude. 250 miles up isn't that high. Because the ball's supposed to be 8,000 miles in diameter.
So that would make sense for a spherical Earth, then no?
What would make sense? Seeing 3% of the Earth?
If it's only that far up, it would make sense, no?
What does that mean? I don't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I understand you don't understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, because you're incoherent. If it was that high up, it would make sense, right? What does that even mean? In what context would it make sense? Yeah, that alcohol get into your head now? Well, take a nap, buddy. I muted him. That's done.
Thank God. Oh my Lord, that was painful.
Dude, it's so funny. The alcohol time lag, right? So you drink, right? It doesn't affect you. So it takes like 30 minutes. That's why these guys have no staying power. They I got to get up the balls and go on the Flat Earth channel. They line up like 5 shots, chug, 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 chug. They go in, and then 30 minutes later, all the alcohol rushes to their head, and they become incoherent and just go silent.
That was not enjoyable. W cooking, no, that was a really good cooking session, but he has said a lot of things that was wrong. I appreciate hearing people say more often, like name a resemblance between the Earth and the things in the sky, because that's great because they can't say anything. There's literally not a single resemblance. He's like, well, it's round. I'm like, well, you're not seeing that from the Earth. You even said that. You take a telescope and look at the Earth.
Yeah.
So that was pretty funny.
He's the second person that said that tonight. You could tell the Earth's a sphere with a telescope. Like, bro.
Hey, that's that space porch point of view that you came up with a long time ago.
I asked the dude if there's a mirror in the sky or something. Like, is that what the telescope's for? Look in there. Yeah, a mirror in the sky where you can see the Earth.
Crazy. He said the flat Earth has a lot to do with the moon. Like, what? The hell are you talking about? Anyway, well, don't. Is he still here?
Oh.
I muted him, dude. He's a little shitty.
Are y'all still on the same thing?
Oh, Elijah. Oh, shit.
Oh, you talking about the philosopher?
Yeah.
Oh, Alpha cooked him and he jetted.
Yeah, he ran away quite some time ago.
Okay. It's crazy because when it comes to the Earth, like, people think they have to be deep philosophers and shit. And it's like, fam, did you have to be a philosopher when you accepted that you were whatever height you were? You know, we're not talking about something super ridiculously impossible. They claim that there's curvature. If we lived on the Earth with a sphere radius of 3,959 miles, then the horizon that they think that are blocking boats, buildings, and things like that, turbines, that would be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet in distance. That's it. That's not the case. It's not true. Therefore, we don't live on a globe. In fact, we see as far as we possibly can through the air at varying distances.
When he came to the conclusion the Earth was a globalizer, do you think that he did any philosophical analysis then? Or did he just accept it? It's amazing to me all of a sudden when you say the Earth is flat, they want to apply like some intellectual, philosophical, rigorous analysis. But if you say the Earth's a globe, they're just like, yeah, okay. Do you notice how he told you measurements are abstract? Which contradicted some earlier crap about him saying like he knows that the sun is some distance away, and I know that. Well, that's a measurement, right? That would be a measurement, and like then when you bring up measurement, all of a sudden measuring is abstract. The dude was just a walking contradiction.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're just used to dealing with zombie people. That's what I noticed about these people that come in here. Like, they just think they're brilliant when they are making zero sense. You know what I mean? But probably among the zombies, they're like, oh, yeah, no, KNOW. What does that mean? And that guy, yeah, who said that he couldn't know anything or whatever it was he was saying, yeah, but he's also willing to like farm out his all his beliefs and ideas to somebody else who knows better than him. I mean, that guy said several times he was losing the globe argument. I don't know if you, I'm sure you did hear him say that. We're talking about the Doc, right? The Doc Holliday. He said that he was not proving the globe and that he was losing that argument. I mean, he admitted that several times.
Yeah, but he simultaneously, when like, it seemed like he was trying to do like a mea culpa, like, oh, I can't prove the globe, but also tried to defend it simultaneously. That's just the vibe I was getting.
Yeah. He was defending it, right, but he wasn't even man enough to come out and say it. Yep, he was like, oh yeah, you guys are winning, but you can't know anything. Yep. You're right. That's why he got upset when Alpha was trying to inject some common sense in there. Well, India, you've just been on fire tonight. You just took man's night right up right after ladies' night. Just been slaying them left and right.
Yeah, I haven't been around for, I don't know, it's been a while, week or something. I had a lot of pent up frustration. Dude, nothing changes though. It's like you're like, oh yeah, I haven't been around for a week. I'll come back. Maybe they got better arguments. No, it just seems like it always gets worse.
Yeah, seems like it's worse.
You'd think after a while they'd improve a little bit, but it's like typically when people practice something they get better, but it's like they practice and get worse, which boggles my mind. Like, how's that even possible? Like, how do you oh, I'm going to practice basketball 10 hours a day and you're getting worse at basketball? Like, how do you do that?
Yeah, I had this funny conversation with Mushkane. That was probably like a week ago or something where, I don't know, he was going on about some nonsense about the sky and some very abstract argument about the globe. And then I said to him something like, okay, so gun to your head, you're going to die if you can't prove the globe. What would you say? And then he said, pictures from space, and Quantum Eraser was in here. He's like, oh yeah, that's really your best argument. You know what I mean? Like, that's what they used to start with. And some of them will still, do their body of science pictures from space. But like a lot of them, will just derail themselves by going off on these ridiculous, I guess because they're trying to come up with something new, But even that dude, Doc Holliday, at least he was pretty much doing body of science argument, even though he, wasn't like very strong in his convictions. But that's pretty much what he was doing. But yeah, I mean, that's what they used to do at the beginning. And then they realized it was ridiculous. So then they're trying to find some other weird little obscure thing or something new, but that just makes them seem even more ridiculous. I mean, at least when they admit
go for practical, they used to go for practicality. Now they go for philosophical.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, that's what we've been dealing with. Yeah, because at least, when they admitted, I just have faith in the scientists. I have faith in the body of science. Like, that is true. Like, at least that is their actual position. Now they won't even admit that because we've kind of like, berated them into the ground and made fun of them about their globe priests and stuff. So now they're embarrassed to even say that, even though that is the truth. That is why they believe in it. They are betting their life on these other people. I mean, they're putting their external locus of control in these, white coats.
I guess I could have asked him what he believed they knew.
That would be a good question for that guy if he ever comes back. Yeah.
They know about the Force.
They know about the Force. That's like saying they know about entropy or something. Well, I guess it's unlike that because it's like, what do you mean? We all know about that. But when it comes to this Force, nobody knows about that.
Oh, yeah, maybe Parr can give us drop over distance in the chat there. Migo Wigo, good question. Yep, Parr says, ask any question previous posed, and Migo Wigo says, can you tell me who measured drop over distance and what method they used? That's the question on the table. Yeah, we're ready for the answer. Yeah, the peanut gallery, India, we liked it when you said, you asked that guy if there were phases of the earth. We liked that. That was Paz, you were asking that. Because I do, Parr, yeah, because I do think that is, they kind of imagine that they've seen the earth, right? Yeah, from like some floating out in space point. Yeah, because they've just like seen the cartoon so many times that they actually think they've seen it. I think that must be what they think with the way they answer these questions. I mean, saying that the moon is like the earth is just so absurd.
What happened to our friend, the philosopher realist, or whatever?
Alpha scared him away. Alpha was just too scary for him. Oh, somebody unmuted you, Parr. They want to hear where you measure drop over distance.
Perfect. So I'm not here to answer questions. I'm here to ask questions. You guys are the people that believe in the flat earth. I'm here to critique that.
Well, this is not an interrogation. Right. We'll answer one of your.
I'm not in.
If you answer one of ours.
Yeah, I mean, you can mute me and prove that you don't believe in your own thoughts.
You ain't got to try to trick me.
No. Hold on. I'm meeting you again until we lay down some ground rules here, Parr. You already started talking over Larry, so The mute is not a concession. The mute is an attempt to get a civilized conversation back and forth. So we might ask you a question, you might ask us a question, but you don't get to dictate the terms here. So if you would like to speak to Larry, that's fine, but it needs to be civilized. Larry will speak, you will listen, then you'll say something, You've heard of civilized conversation, I'm sure. I'll try unmuting you again.
So yeah, you can say that, but I do dictate what terms there are for proving your point, because you guys are the one with the affirmative claim.
Wait a minute. Is it not a claim that the Earth, despite what it looks like, a flat stationary plane, is actually an object floating in space? Isn't that the claim? And you're doing a burden of proof reversal?
I mean, you weren't the one that interrupted me there. So can we mute him because he interrupted me there, or no?
Sorry, wasn't he done talking? I mean, I'm in a noisy
place. You started talking and I got interrupted the last time, and I was told.
Well, your sentence ended, brother. Your sentence ended.
I am recording now, so we can continue.
Good. We record all the time. Welcome to the club.
Perfect. That's great.
Yeah, 24/7 fighter.
YouTube is a wonderful thing to disprove morons.
Yeah, good thing you didn't record the first interaction.
Yeah, someone come in here and please explain ocean tides as well as the Great Lakes tides to me. Go ahead. Why does that why do the tides happen the way they do and not equally?
Not my claim. Next question.
So that's the claim I'm making. Why do they happen? Because they do happen.
Claims?
Why do they happen?
But can you tell me about question claims? I've never heard of that before.
Okay, so tides happen unequally around the world. Why do they happen? I'm asking you a question.
Not my claim.
Oh, so you can't answer the question. Gotcha. I didn't. That wasn't a claim. That was a question.
How do revolving doors work on a flat Earth? You gonna ask us other nonsense?
So can you answer the question or no?
What do tides got to do with the shape of the Earth?
Good question. Good question.
Yeah,
what
good
do
question.
They have to do? So tides do exist. How do they exist on the flat Earth?
Yeah, they have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Okay.
Nothing.
So why do tides happen?
So what do you know about tides? What do you actually know about tides? Do you know more about tides than...
So tides happen because of the gravitational pull of the moon that orbits us.
Oh, so the gravitational pull causes the tides. Do you actually have evidence of that?
Go ahead and tell me why tides happen then.
You actually have evidence of that.
I wait for your affirmative claim.
We're not making a claim about tides. Because most of the water on the Earth experiences no tides. They're called tidal nodes.
Well, you just said most.
So most of the Earth's surface has water, which has no appreciable tides. I mean, it's immeasurable.
Okay.
Most.
So go ahead and
not
explain
a little bit. Most.
Okay, so you're going to
go ahead tidal nodes, right?
So you're going to explain the tides or no?
No. Why would I explain the tides? They have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Should I take a note that tides don't happen? That's
okay. That doesn't logically follow. Me saying the tides have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth is not saying tides are fake.
So tides don't happen. I got that written down. Okay.
No one said that. That's a straw man.
Okay, so why do tides happen? I'm just asking you, why do tides happen?
Okay. Why is different from existence.
Yeah, I'm asking you, why do tides happen? You just said they do.
Okay, I cannot know why something happens and still recognize it exists. Sophistry is not going to work even a little bit here.
I'm literally just trying to ask you.
I told you, they have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, so it's no concern of mine. No one knows what causes tides because the experiment to determine what does cause tides cannot be done. You do not have a viable independent variable that conforms with the scientific method to determine the cause of tides. At best, you could get a correlation.
So you do say you don't know why.
Repeat back to me what I just said.
You don't know why tides happen.
Repeat back to me what I just said.
That's what I'm. That's. I mean, you can mute me.
Steelman, what you just said.
Anything.
Steelman, what I just said.
Steelman is. I don't know why tides happen. Yes, they happen.
No.
But just because I don't know why they happen doesn't mean that they don't happen.
Wrong. It's not what I said. Not even close.
What did you say then? What the hell are you talking? Like what?
Nobody knows what causes tides because there's no. Listen. Because there's no experiment that can be done that conforms to the scientific method to determine the causal mechanism.
Really? Okay.
If you think there is, tell us the experiment that was done.
Okay. So, first off, it's repeatable with the distance from
the
moon.
Oh, really? Is that a causal? Is that a causal determination?
Yes. Every day within.
So who manipulated the moon? And how is the distance an independent variable?
So the distance of the moon directly.
Is it an independent variable?
Well, so, do you know what LiDAR is?
Yeah. So your independent variable is distance. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
In your experiment.
So if.
So distance is the cause.
Can you quit interrupting, please? Because you kind of start sounding.
I want to know the experiment.
You start sounding like you don't believe in what you're saying when you interrupt.
No, you're trying to listen. You're trying to fill in bullshit. Okay, it's really simple.
So can I talk for 2 minutes without you talking? Like I had to. I stopped talking.
Okay. No, it's really simple. Okay, we want the experiment.
I mean, it's fine if I can. Nobody believes in your guys' bullshit.
Experiment.
Experiment. Okay, I'm ready. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, just don't talk until I'm done. Are you ready?
If you give me the experiment, if you try to deflect the bullshit, I'm going to interrupt.
So, if we use LiDAR to detect the distance of the moon to the Earth, right? It becomes closer. Therefore, the gravitational pull of the moon is higher. And the water is going to bulge in that location around the Earth.
Great.
Therefore,
who did that experiment?
Shut the fuck up, you fucking moron.
Who did that experiment?
Okay, so, and then you continue. Hey, you fucking retard. Shut your fucking mouth, you stupid fuck.
When was that experiment done? We don't care about your hypotheticals, the experiments that weren't done. We want the experiments that were done.
Does not mean you're not fucking retarded, you piece of shit fuck.
Yeah, that's right, dude. Fire all you want. I don't care.
The Earth goes around closer to the Earth at this point. Therefore, the fucking tidal waves are going to come up higher, which...
Who did the experiment? Answer the question.
Level of the fucking ocean.
You're still talking. Okay, that's a nice hypothesis. We don't want your hypothesis. You tell me why. We don't want your hypothesis. We want the actual experiment.
Okay, so what's your experiment, dumb fuck?
Sounds like
it's not my claim, dude. You're the one that says they know the cause of.
So you're the one who's like, I have no idea why am I.
Who did the experiment?
You're the one that said they know the causes of tides. Oh, he dipped.
Bro, what the fuck was that? I just joined. What the fuck was that?
I was just gonna say mean sea level is a straight line.
Just because you're retarded doesn't mean something doesn't exist, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, it doesn't exist.
No one said
can't produce it.
No one claimed anything. This doesn't exist or that doesn't exist. That would be you, bro.
Mean sea level is a straight line. In fact, the difference between the height in the Pacific and the Atlantic is only 3 centimeters.
Have you ever been on a coast that the tide shifts? Have you ever got stuck out in an ocean because of it?
Well, a tide and how high or low it is with respect to the mean sea level, which is a straight line.
Oh, okay. So why does the water rise?
He doesn't know what a statistical mean is.
So why does the water level rise? That's what I'm asking you guys. I tried to come in here and ask, why does the water level rise on coast? I just want to know that. You guys are so fucking specific knowing it's flat. Why does the fucking water rise? Explain that. Shut up. Don't say anything else. Just that.
Listen. Wind, weather, water currents, rivers into oceans, things like that.
That literally just sounded like a black explanation to me.
What do you mean?
Really?
Holy shit, was that fucking brain?
So let's do this again. Okay, when we predict tides, what the tide's going to be, there's 20 constituent variables to determine what the tide's going to be. The moon is just one of them. You realize that, right? You don't know what you're talking about. So you're a pretender town.
You didn't let me answer. You didn't let me answer. Why? Go ahead and mute me before I explain. That's fine.
You don't know anything that you're talking about.
You guys love the mute button. I get it. It's fine.
Nobody's muted you, dude.
Have you? Question: the Great Circle routes. Let's switch the subject completely from tides because we're not going to agree on that.
Yeah, Great Circle routes don't exist in practice, though.
No, they don't really.
No, they don't. Planes, and I'm going to say to you again when you fucking spurred out. Planes fly in domestic and international flight corridors. Okay? They fly in specific fucking air highways where they fly across the oceans. Okay? And internally within Europe, within the United States, within Asia. They don't fly Great Circle routes. You don't just point your fucking plane in a direction and fly straight from point A to point B. That's not how they actually do it.
So what you're saying is Great Circle routes do exist then, right?
No, they don't. They existed conceptually in your mind.
On your model, they don't. But on the true model of the globe, they do.
No, they don't.
Really?
Okay, really simple. Go on FlightAware 24. Go on FlightAware 24 and watch a plane fly from across the Pacific. And watch how it flies, and see if it takes a Great Circle route. It don't.
Well, we'll just talk about the dynamics.
Yeah, don't talk about anything that happens in the real world. Let's talk about my imagination.
No, we are talking about all the flights I've taken right now. So if I fly out of Minneapolis, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you fly to Iceland to go to England, why would you take that route?
Take what route?
From Minneapolis to Iceland to England.
How do you know which way the plane flew?
Because we went from Minneapolis to Iceland to England.
So the flight corridor across the Atlantic is off the coast of Nova Scotia.
Okay, so we're going north for a shorter.
So you have to, because you have to fly that way to fly across the Atlantic.
And if it was a globe, and if the Earth was
not because it's a globe, because that's where the designated air traffic is. No, that's because where the designated air traffic is allowed to fly.
But that's not what I'm asking you. I'm just simply asking you: would it be a shorter route or a longer route if we went from Minneapolis
to irrelevant? That's not what to England. That's not how they decide.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you: would it be a shorter?
They decide where they fly. They don't fly based upon the length of the route.
So I'm asking you a question, though. My question is, would it be a longer or a shorter route to fly from Minneapolis on a globe? What I'm asking you is the globe model. Say you may not believe in it, but it's the globe model. Would it be shorter to fly from Minneapolis to Iceland to England, or fly straight to England?
What do you mean?
It doesn't matter. All flights flight level.
What do you mean? That's the same fucking thing.
I'm just asking you, would the distance be shorter?
Dude. If you presuppose a globe and say which one is more, flying through Iceland is straight to England.
No.
On a globe.
No, I'm asking you if on a globe would flying to Iceland and then to England, to Reykjavik, England, if you do know your geography at all, would it be shorter distance to fly from Minneapolis to Reykjavik and then Copenhagen and or England, either one, or would it be shorter to fly straight across?
What are you talking about? Straight across from where?
Across the ocean, wherever your globe is.
Isn't flying to Reykjavik? Isn't that flying across the ocean?
Well, obviously, going to the end destination straight away is going to be shorter. What's your point, bro?
That's not true on a globe.
Oh my goodness.
Listen, you don't have
on the globe model. I get it. You don't believe in the globe model. I'm asking you.
No, you don't know what the globe model even is, dude. You're a pretender clown.
What are you even trying to say?
That you don't know your own fucking belief system. We know better than you do.
You can say that, but that doesn't mean anything.
Okay, so a great circle route is the shortest distance. Okay? Right? You're asking me if I fly on a globe through Reykjavik to fucking, what was the place in Denmark, to England, or whatever it was, right? That is the great.
If you have a globe, if we're gonna believe in the globe, right? So, like, right now, we're not even gonna predispose the globe exists, right?
Okay.
So, you start in Minneapolis. You start in Minneapolis. I literally have a globe in my fucking hands right now. You're gonna fly to Reykjavik. And then you're gonna fly to England. Is that longer and or shorter than flying straight from Minneapolis to England on a globe? On a globe. Is it shorter or longer?
Shorter or longer than what?
I literally just gave you the fucking example.
No, you said, hey.
No, you shut up and listen. Shut your fucking mouth and listen. Shut your fucking ugly, fucking crooked tooth ass bitch ass.
You got muted quick.
So
really?
you're on.
What am I comparing? You're asking me, dude. You're asking me which is shorter. I'm asking you compared to what? You just keep giving me the globe. Am I comparing the globe to the globe?
Yeah.
What am I comparing the globe to?
He wants you to compare the globe to the globe. He wants you to compare.
Yes.
A two-leg journey.
I'm comparing the globe to the globe. Yes, the globe matches the globe.
Listen.
There's a law of identity.
Listen, just don't talk for 20 seconds, okay?
Okay, so
yeah, try to stay sound coherent then.
Minnesota, Minneapolis. Shut the fuck up. Why are these fucking Down syndrome fucks talking?
Screw you. Great Circle route. That would be the shortest distance you can go over the globe. Is that it?
You can mute me every time.
Well, just answer the question.
No, I'm not asking you a fucking question. I'm asking him.
So it'd be the same thing, like you said, basically. That's what you're getting at, right? You got to go to Iceland because it's a great circle. So it's basically just the closest thing you can do to going straight there on a globe. So what the fuck's your point?
Yeah, he thinks he's tricking me. Like, I don't know what
shorter. That's why they do it, you fucking stupid
it's the shortest distance.
No, and I already told you they don't decide based upon shortest distance.
Jesus Christ.
It's not how
you people because you're wrong. That makes you right.
You people. Yeah, you people.
Yeah, you people because you're wrong. I get it.
They don't decide.
When you're wrong, you mute people. It's fine. Everything's recorded. It's fine. I mean, I get it. Everything's recorded. It destroys your position.
So they have. So yes,
you people, every time they try to fucking explain
you're
something.
Being muted because you're talking over.
You haven't heard my question yet.
I am right now, but you keep talking. How am I going to answer it?
I haven't even asked you the whole question yet because you won't listen.
Then how did I not answer it?
If you fly from Minneapolis...
So I didn't answer the question, you didn't finish.
See, look at that. You're still not fucking...
I'm trying to ask you the question. Dude. You're a dishonest motherfucker.
Yeah, see,
dude.
You're a loser.
No, dude.
Yeah, you're wrong. Get it.
Not big a loser as you liar.
I'll take him off mute. Only to answer this question. Is Minneapolis to Iceland to England, whatever you said, would that be a great circle route on your ball? Just yes or no. That's all I need.
Yeah, let's mute people because we're...
All right. Yeah, just yes or no to that question.
Yeah, mute people, faggot retard.
Okay, gotta ban you. See ya. That was a nice spiral out. Good cop out.
Yeah, that was crazy. I hope you did live stream that.
He was a nice chap.
Yeah, well, he was totally unable to carry on a coherent conversation. Not a very good globe defense, if that's the best you guys got.
On a globe, that is the closest thing to going straight there.
Flat Earth Discord.
What he was talking about was the closest thing to going straight there. There's no difference between the options he gave. Complete moron.
He was ranting like a zealot.
Even if they did travel a different way, you wouldn't know it anyway.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. And you don't know the distance because the distance is calculated. They don't like the airlines don't go, oh, what's the shortest distance? Oh, okay, this is what way we're gonna fly. They're like, okay, what does the FAA say which way we can fly? Here's your selection of flight routes. Okay, we're gonna pick this one, and this one. So they pick multiple possible flight routes for every flight because they don't know what the weather's gonna be, they don't know what the hell's going on. So they have alternatives. They don't stick all their eggs in one basket.
Also, how can there be a shorter distance than the shortest distance connecting the 2 points? Straight line?
Wormhole?
Yeah. Could have just replaced the word straight with shortest distance connecting the 2 points. And he's going to say that there's going to be another route that's shorter than that.
I think he was trying to be clever and get me to say, hey, this is the shortest distance. And then him go, well, that's a great circle route, like I said. Flat Earth disproven. I think he was trying that, but I think he was too messed up to actually execute his plan.
So this is something I always point out to them, right? So airplanes utilize ground-based beacons for navigation and safety purposes. These beacons often referred to as radio beacons or nav aids, navigation aids, provide pilots with information about their location to help them follow prescribed flight paths. In addition to these beacons, and then it goes on to use GPS and stuff like that, but it starts off with ground-based beacons. Prescribed flight paths.
Yeah, he was sick in the head. He didn't make sense on any level, wasn't coherent in any way.
Yeah, it doesn't say anything about them following beacons to fly the shortest path on a what do they call it? Circle route.
That's the first thing he rebutted him with. Totally irrelevant, because that's not how they planned the flights anyway. Hypothetical question makes no sense. It's self-defeating. The closest thing you have to a straight line is a great circle route that you're talking about. And there's no distance connecting the 2 points that's shorter than the shortest distance connecting them, which is what straight means. The guy was fucked up.
Yeah, they take all things into consideration, right? They want to know how far are we. This is why they say they don't fly over Antarctica. There's an emergency. We're not going to be able to land anywhere, right? Like where there's no airports in Antarctica to land our airplanes, so we don't fly over it. So it's the same thing when they design a flight route, right? There's multiple variables which go into figuring out which way they're going to go, and it isn't. Oh, the Earth is a globe. We have to point this way.
Oh, Ambitious is back. Ambitious thinks he lives on a globe. You got any proof of that curvature yet, Ambitious?
Sorry, I'm kind of busy. I'm brushing my teeth.
All right, you're brushing your teeth on the flat Earth. Let us know later on if you got any proof of curvature. or rotation.
Indio. I still need that trigonometry homework done. I want to see that equation. I want to see it live.
You don't know anything about trigonometry.
Bro, I want to see it. I want to see you do it live. I gotta get SGT, whatever his name was.
Tell me who laid out the first trigonometric tables.
Your mom. I want to see you do it live.
No, my mom is not Rudicus. And
do it live. Goodbye.
Well, effort.
They are so weak. Gosh, you're right. They've gotten worse. They're degrading. That's the second person I've seen trying to say you haven't been to a certain country or continent is proof of the globe, Indio. That guy. Remember the guy who said, because you haven't been to Italy, then it's proof of the globe. This guy was South America. Oh, you haven't been there? Oh, okay then. Must be a globe then.
Must be a globe because Indio hasn't been to South America.
Yeah, you heard that, right? Yeah.
It's all on my shoulders. I really get to South America, man, or this flat Earth thing is going to die.
I know. You got to go to every country, every continent, just in case they bring that up in their proof.
I got to point out something funny that happened. I was in a normie hangout, and we was live on YouTube, and she said, "How do you know anything if you haven't traveled? You haven't, explored the world?" And then, like a few seconds later, she was like, "Oh, the Fed dropped interest rates by 0.5%." And I was like, "How do you know that? Where did you go to find that out?" And like the people, their arguments, like this guy over here, Yo-Yo Cool Guy, you don't know what science is. You think you know what science is, yet claim all science, biology, astronomy, and so on are false, yet reaping the benefits from all discoveries made via these fields. Humble yourself and read a textbook. He said all that without any punctuation whatsoever, and he's telling me to humble myself and read a textbook. You might be projecting a little bit, because you might need to read a textbook on grammar and English.
Hey, Larry.
What's up, bro?
You ever been to Jekyll Island?
No, but I know about the Federal Reserve Act and the Aldrich Plan.
Okay. But if you've never been to Jekyll Island, you're not allowed to talk about the Fed. Because that's for the genesis. And if you don't know the beginning, then you can't possibly know what happened after. Right? So if you weren't traveled to Jekyll Island, you just can't talk about it. Now, for those of you who don't know, Jekyll Island is a great place to camp on the beach. It also has a boardwalk with a canopy of trees and lanterns and benches. So it's very romantic. And it's only $20 to stay all night. You can park your car, camp right on the beach. It's awesome.
That dude just really said that shit? That we deny all science? That's crazy.
Yeah, that guy's pretty crazy.
You deny the Earth as a globe, you're denying all science. All of it. Every single bit of it.
Okay, give me one scientifically validated fact, validated by experiment, that is related to the Earth being a globe in any way, shape, or form. Just one.
Well, yes, ChatGPT.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what it says, yeah. So is it like, I can't ask you guys, let me ask a woman, she may know. Is it like a faux pas to put brown flashing metal on a chimney on a black roof?
Brown metal on a black roof. I mean, it feels like black would be better. Why are you choosing brown?
Well, listen, the chimney's already gray. It's like there's 2 different colors already. Why not 3?
Yeah, I guess you can get away with that.
I'll tell you why I'm choosing brown, because my choices are brown or white.
Yeah, I guess brown would be better then.
I could always I wish they. So there's this awesome tape I use called Zip Tape, but it comes with a logo all over it. But it's like the best waterproofing tape, and I would just put the brown metal and then put the zip tape on it black, and it would be immaculately awesome. But of course, they put white logos on it everywhere.
That is too bad.
I could spray paint it, but then it's like kind of too hard at the moment. Plus, it's the middle of the night and it's dark, and it's a little rainy. Not anymore, though.
My chimney sweep told me that I have to get the little thingamajig that's up there, secure it in there better. It might blow away. You just reminded me of that.
Yeah, this is going to be the most ghetto flashing, but it's got to be done.
The cap. Is that what it's called? The chimney cap? I don't know. The little thing up there.
Stop the cap.
Stop the cap. Yeah, there's different rain guards for the top. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
There's all kinds of different hats you can.
But I didn't know why that guy couldn't just fix it while he was up there. He just went up there and cleaned it and then said, you got to get somebody else to fix that other thing.
Yeah, he probably. Oh, I think he just has one in his back pocket.
Yeah, maybe it was damaged. Maybe he needed a new one.
No, he just got one in his back pocket, bro.
Maybe it needed a new one. I thought he said it just needed to be secured. I don't know. But that guy seems like he's on his way out of the chimney sweep business. He didn't seem real motivated in getting extra work.
Dude, as soon as they come up with one of those new, you seen the new plumbers that use the expanding pipe that just kind of rolls out? Those are neat. They should make those for frickin' chimneys. That'd be cool as shit. You seen that new stuff, AI?
Dude, I don't give a crap, bro. I'm just going to 24/7 Walmart. Bro, I'm going to the 24/7 Walmart, and I'm just buying 17 cans of Flex Seal, and this is going down, bro.
We don't have 24-hour Walmarts anymore. They shut those down after 2020. I'm so annoyed. Yeah, because my, chicken heat lamp burned out, and I literally could not go anywhere else to get a light bulb or or a light. Yeah, it was very annoying because we just don't have anywhere to go. We don't have 24-hour places anymore at all. Yeah, we just don't have 24-hour places anymore. You guys still have them?
Well, technically up here, no, but I was just hoping. So I used to live in Savannah. That's when I used to go to Tybee and Jekyll all the time. But I had 7 Walmarts. 7. The one near the beach was not 24 hours. The rest of them in the city area were 24 hours, and then the one further out past the city, towards the military base, wasn't 24 hours. So I had 5 24-hour Walmarts within easy driving distance. Yep.
I don't like any of those. They all close at freaking 10. Maybe
dude, when I was back up north, I'm like, dude, I need something to go to Walmart. So I went to Walmart. I'm just shopping, right? And the cops were like,
Get out of here.
No, the employees were like, dude, we're closed. And I'm like, how am I supposed to know? I thought Walmart for 24 hours, dude. And then the cops like came, right? So they followed me to the gas station. And they're like, oh, are you in Walmart for it? I was like, dude, Walmart's for 24 hours, dude. I don't know what to tell you.
I told you to get a 7-Eleven. Like, get a 7-Eleven, dude.
Yeah, you got to be like, do you remember the mayonnaise commercial where the place was closed, but they really had to have mayonnaise, so they were knocking on the door with their little empty mayonnaise jar? Because they're in there, right? They're stocking. Yeah, that's what I should have done. Just gone there with my dead chicken. I need that light bulb.
No, did you really have a dead chicken? A little baby one?
No, I put them by the fire. I put them by the fire.
Dude, Timbo, the
Looks like
smell
you
is so
roast 'em.
filthy, dude.
Were you slow roasting them?
No, but they loved it. It was just like their
I
heat
bet
lamp.
they
They were like
did.
all curled up in their little box right by the fire. It was very cute.
How many did you get?
Well, one of them did die, but I have 4. I had 4, and now I have 3 and 2 ducks.
We had you got
Dude, it's none of your business how much fallacy gets, bro.
I'm so glad you got 2 ducks because we had 4. We had 4 chickens and 2 ducks. Actually, we had 5 and one drowned in a little freaking water because we used like a 1-inch deep bowl. It'll literally drown. It'll drown in freaking such a little shallow.
What?
You know? Yeah, it'll drown in like.
What is it?
You gotta make
How
it
old is it?
1-inch deep. No, that was like
How
8
old
years
are they?
Like,
no, how old were the little birds?
Oh, they were new, probably not even 3 weeks.
Because I seen like a lot of them, like they can't even stand. Like they're always just like falling in their chest, you know. So I can see why they could drown so easy.
Yeah, I mean it's normal that just some of them are just weak to start with, like because my son was really upset that one of them died.
Mary Mom.
Yes.
Sorry, I can't let these factual errors go on. So you may have
Correct me,
missed it.
please.
Yes, but the actual reason why babies can't stand up and walk is because they haven't yet adjusted for the curvature. Sorry, the spin of the Earth. And now, hold on. I'm not making a joke. I'm just reporting to you what a Glober told us. That babies can't walk because they haven't yet accounted for the spin of the Earth. It takes time. For real.
Has nothing to do with the development of proprioception. It absolutely has to do with the spin of the Earth.
They haven't yet adjusted.
It might have been Sean Hawkins that said that, actually.
Oh my gosh, that's great.
Now that I remember. Maybe
haven't yet.
I was going to bring that up to you. He made an appearance. He was in here about 3 hours ago.
I knew he was here, but I don't think I heard him say anything.
Oh my gosh, you would have heard it if you were here.
It just says they're already adjusted because they're used to, feeling it from inside the womb. That's like, that's so stupid. If you're serious, that's so stupid.
Yeah, so somebody told him, okay, then how do you explain Bambi? Because, like Bambi's will like literally plop right out of their mom and like 5 minutes later they're walking around.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's incredible. When you see a little newborn zebra hop right up or something, whatever it is. Any kind of.
Dude, you know why babies crawl for so long?
Tell us.
The joke.
So that their mom can catch them. If the little human babies were like Bambi and they just could instantly run around, they just like run right into the street, run right into the trash compactor. You know what I mean? They gotta be they're retarded. So they can't listen, you can't be fast and retarded. So God made them slow.
Yeah, my mom used to say when I was at this one apartment complex when we first lived there, she said she would hear the front door go boom. And she said by the time she'd catch up to me, I'd be like down the freaking block. Well, not the block. Like about 400 feet away down to this like little playground. It's like near the apartment complex that I always like would try to go to. And that was like 1 or something. I don't freaking know. However old you are when you start to walk. Not one. Escaping when I was 1. I don't know. Like however old when you just start to freaking run or walk. 2 maybe. How old are you when you start to walk? Some babies walk before they're 1, don't they?
Yeah, it's like, but little bit. I mean, I've heard of people at 10 months. That's like pretty unusual. Most are like 1 or a little after 1. Yeah.
All right. So I must have been more like 2, I guess, if I was running. She said I'd run down to this little playground.
They like start standing up, and they can stand up and kind of like lean on things at one, and kind of walk like they'll take their first few steps. They can like grab onto something and stagger to like something else.
Dude, so what you're trying to tell me, India, what you just told me, bro, is that there's an entire market of gag gifts of old people walkers for people's newborns.
I had to think about that for a second.
Yeah, that's so cute when they first do that.
Dude, this product line is insane, bro. Look, you even get a diaper in the front pouch, just like an old person walker. Holy crap, this is gonna make millions, bro.
Tell you what's not cute is when they're big enough to get like their arm over the kitchen counter when it's like almost reaches to like the crotch of their elbow. Because they can't see what they're trying to grab, so they just reach up there and just try to grab fucking any old thing.
My sister was short when she started running. My mom said she could run full speed under the kitchen table. That's pretty freaking cool. She was tiny. Well, short for whatever. She walked kind of young. I guess 10 months is really young, huh? To be walking.
Yeah, I'm glad you got rid of Yo-Yo Cool. He won't even come in here and talk to us here, Tick. We don't need that kind of stuff.
Yeah, they're just going to chat Skank, and they won't even add VC hours. They're absolute worthless garbage.
So I posted some things about cause and effect and science. He replied with semantics. And then wrote that shit about you claim that all science doesn't. What did he say? That guy's so stupid. I gotta find it again. I love reading what he said. It's so funny.
I probably would have kept him if he stuck to the topic, but he was just in full meltdown spiral mode, just whining about everybody here and how mean they are, so don't really need that.
Well, he likes science stuff, so he knows the Earth's a globe.
Yeah. And he knows a lot about science, too, apparently.
Imagine putting that in your bio. I like science stuff. Oh, boy. Like,
couldn't tell you the first thing about it when he was asked.
Dude, he thinks science is an iPhone 11 or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that like that song that Bill Nye did? Isn't that song Bill Nye did? Oh, my science junk is so whoa. Remember that?
I've been trying to forget it.
A dance video?
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Scarred for life.
Yeah, don't watch the Bill Nye perverted science dance video. Don't do that.
See, people like that yo-yo guy, what you ask him is, well, what's the difference between science and non-science? How can you tell? Like, how do I know, like, this activity is science and this one doesn't? They have no freaking clue. Especially if they say, like, cause and effect relationships are just semantics. Okay, if it's not just semantics, if it's just semantics, I'll grant that. So how do I know then what science or isn't science? He'll have no clue, not a clue. These people are all fluff, dude. There's no substance to them at all. They're what they used to call back in the day? They're stuffed shirts. They're like not even human beings walking around in freaking human clothing.
Dude, he said semantics doesn't equal science. That was like his argument. This dude's funny. If we could get him on The Voice.
Probably Rich Evans. Because that's something that's dumb enough to be Rich Evans. Oh my God. You aren't kidding, Larry. Not only no punctuation, no spell check.
Well, if you look at, let's see, I can forward that. Oh no, I can't forward it.
Humble yourselves. Humble yourself.
I didn't even catch that part. My brain automatically translated it.
Yo, man. He should never come back into this channel. That's way too embarrassing.
Welcome, Iron Voltage. Are you new to the Flat Earth? Well, if you feel like speaking up at any time or asking a question, feel free, even if you can't talk right now. Oh, he's just here to talk to Percent. Oh, he's a Percent fan.
Is that Percent's other account?
Don't know.
Was it you here to take that muted me?
No.
Okay. I only have one account, man.
But not want to mute you just for asking me that.
I mean, it is what it is, man. As a mod, like, you know, when someone's muted for a long time for no reason, I feel like even the other mods should correct that, but it is what it is.
Who's saying no reason? Just you.
There was no reason, bro.
Yeah, but you don't make that call.
He didn't do nothing.
Dude, how about not wanting to hear your voice? Isn't that a legitimate reason?
No, my voice is sexy.
Okay, you want to have a sexy mic, sex off. So I get on my sexy mic, you get on yours, and then we take a vote.
See, that's the thing. I don't need a sexy mic. I've been told I sound like Keanu Reeves.
Yeah, maybe after he got punched in the gut.
That didn't happen when he was Neo.
Good. Why would you want to sound like was Keanu Reeves Bill or Ted?
I don't even know.
You know, Bill or Ted's Excellent Adventure. Why would you want to sound like that?
I remember him from River's Edge. We used to think, I remember in high school, we thought River's Edge was such a cool movie.
You don't think it now?
I don't know. I haven't watched it since then. I don't know. Was it good? I don't even remember.
Oh my gosh, I remember that. My buddy talking about it. It was kind of creepy. Doesn't he take some
I think it
girl
was
out of the river and
creepy.
kill her
Yeah,
or
it
some
was
shit?
very creepy. Yeah, I don't think it's cool at all. Yeah, why'd you remind me about that? I know, I brought it up. Yeah, I don't think it's cool anymore, Indio. There's my answer. I wouldn't
Now I
watch it
want to watch.
again. You never watched it?
No, it's creepy in what way? Is it a series or a movie or?
It was
It's a movie.
it was the guy murders girls or so. I don't even know. I just remember my buddy being into it. That was back when I was a teenager, and I'd be like, and I finally saw it, and I was just like, dude, what the hell? I don't know. I just didn't understand anybody who liked Friday the 13th or anything just at all. Like, and it wasn't Friday the 13th. It was just like, just creepy. I could see teenagers liking it.
Yes, we did.
Have you ever watched? I think it's called Lecter. With Ned Michelson, he plays Hannibal Lecter. It's a TV series based on like Silence of the Lambs thing. It's actually pretty good.
Yeah, I like that. That wasn't bad. That guy wasn't bad. It wasn't too bad. That dude's kind of weird looking though, isn't he? Very.
Ever seen him in
looks like a damn Ken doll or something.
What's it called, dude? Something Rising. Valhalla Rising. Have you seen that?
Yeah. What is it? A series or is that a?
It was a movie.
Yeah, that was the one where the guy was that the one where he acts like a dog eating the teaches his son how to eat like a wolf or something, and belching and
No,
eating.
he gets captured. He's captured by like Vikings, but they're using him as like a fighter, right? A pit fighter, right? But he's their slave, right? So he just fucks everybody up.
Yeah, he gets traded.
Then eventually
is that the one? Is that the
he
one?
escapes.
Is he with a girl for a minute too in that one?
No, there ain't no girl involved at all.
Yeah,
I mean, there's a little kid. There's a boy. I guess the boy kind of looks like a
I'm
girl.
thinking of a series. I'm thinking of a different series on Netflix right now, but I know what you're talking about. It was
it's a movie. It's a movie. It's not a series.
It had that one dude in it. Let me look.
It's the Mad Michelson guy, the same guy from Lecter. He's like Norwegian or whatever they are, Finland or Norway. I think it's Norwegian.
Yeah, pretty sure that movie's the first time I knew who that guy was.
2019, India?
Say that again?
2019?
Yeah, it could have been then.
Since we're talking about movies, was Mr. Incredible like totally fucking incredible when he like picked up that little guy and threw him through like 8 walls? Because he was like the scammer for the insurance company.
I saw that with my children. Yeah, I think when it first came out, it's been a long time.
The Incredibles could be the gateway drug to Luigiism.
Did you see Disney remade Lilo and Stitch?
My kids went to see it. I just dropped them off. Did you see it?
No, not yet.
Yeah, I mean, do you think I should have gotten to see it? I don't know. I haven't seen a movie since the Hunger Games prequel in like 2023. I just didn't know if I could handle. Sometimes I can handle like sitting in a theater and being like bombarded with really loud movies, and sometimes I can't. I just didn't know if I could take it. But they had fun. They said they liked it.
I mean, they probably never saw the original, so. That's like because it's the new one is it's like CGI and so like the creatures are CGI, but the people like the human beings are live action, right? They're where it's like the original one's a cartoon. You know what I mean? It's an animation.
Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah, they were
wondering if they
trying to
ruined.
explain that to me. I don't know. I feel like my daughter probably saw the original one, and she didn't seem scarred by the new one. But
No.
I don't know.
Oh,
She
it's just
seemed like it. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, what year did the original one come out? I don't know. I feel like she's seen both of them. I think so. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they seem to like it. There was there's some character they didn't like in it. I don't remember what they said about it, but
because
they
Disney
wrote
like destroyed Aladdin. They made a live action Aladdin that was crap, and then they made another live action one which was I think Snow White or maybe which was crap, right? Like they ruined their animation franchise by making like a live action version, and then it's just horrible.
Am I the only one trying to imagine like Quantum Racer in the movie theater, trying to watch that with his kids? Like, what do you mean experiment?
Oh my god, no.
Experiment 626. Timeout. Timeout.
Imagine we're going to watch Star Wars. Every scene, like every Star Wars movie, that opens up like with a fucking spaceship, right? And then it pans down to a planet. He's like, how would you have gas pressure without a container? Fucking screaming at this guy.
Yep, he'd just be standing up there in front of the screen like he was at the Rocky Horror Picture Show.
I just found it. It's Valhalla Rising. He was in the 2009 movie.
Yeah, I
I was
posted it in
wondering
the
what the hell
chat,
you're
man.
talking about. I just found him. Yeah, the head guy from Hannibal. Yeah, I remember this one. This one was way better than that other one I was talking about. This is a good one.
Oh, I like this one. That's because I like savage stuff. So it's pretty. I shouldn't say I like savage stuff. I like realism in movies. Like I don't like it when they like have a gun with an endless clip, or like they shoot people and then the people just like drop dead. Like that's not how it really works. Like people just don't like drop dead when shot unless they're shot in the head or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes
you can live through some shit. Trust me.
Even then, they don't drop dead.
You can live through some shit getting shot. Trust me.
Well,
I was thinking you were talking about the Norseman. That's the one, the 2022. I don't know if you remember that.
Oh yeah.
That was kind of it was okay. It just kind of.
I've seen clips of that. I really haven't seen I don't even think I've seen one full episode. It's kind of bad acting.
This was a movie. It was a movie. It was they made a big deal out of it. Dude, it was right when I don't know, it just had a lot of hype when it was coming out. I mean, the guy was like jacked. Who was that? He was all jacked. It was Alexander I don't even know the dude who played him, but whatever.
Skarsgård?
Yeah. And Defoe was in it. I remember Defoe was in it. Yeah. Who's this crazy? Oh, let's say Jork. Jork was in it? But Jork was in it? That bitch is crazy.
Yo, books or movies? Choose one.
What the hell is Bajork doing, man?
Is this the same percent from long ago? You just sound totally different. Is it still the same percent? Do you have 33% sign?
He hit puberty.
Yeah.
I guess so. Okay.
DJ, you had something to say?
DJ just likes to echo me. That's happened to me before where I just echo through DJ Particle Board. Did you have a question about the flat Earth, DJ Particle Board?
There you go, Indio. There's Bajork. With your creativity. Kind of weird shit is that?
Now you know why their birth rate is freaking way under replacement.
What are you talking about, Westerners?
Yeah, I actually saw a map of Europe. It showed all the birth rates of every country in fucking Europe, and not a single one is at replacement rate.
Well, you've heard me do the Bubba Gump taxes bit, right?
No, I haven't.
Now we got inheritance tax and income tax and outcome tax. We got the death tax and the life tax 8 hours later. Hey, look, man, for real, I don't blame Syrians for wanting to go to Germany. I don't blame Syrians for being pissed off for being in Germany. Like, it's fucked up. Like, they just split that country in like 4 pieces. Like, shit's crazy. But I know not to get too geopolitical in here.
Oh gosh, India, I didn't know that. Wow, that's really low.
That's bad.
I mean, I did my part, but gosh, I can't make up for all that.
You know, wasn't like the average family size like 8 people, like back in like the 30s or 40s?
I mean, I would think so. That would just be the norm if you like even semi liked the person, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's so strange to me. Now it's like people consider, oh, you got 3 kids. They consider that having a lot of kids. 3.
Yeah, I know, cause I have 6 kids and well, of course, when I used to hang out with all the rad trad Catholics who have like 10, 12, 14. Like I was
That's
a
what I
small
mean.
family. Yeah. And so like they were so then when I would go out in the regular world, people would be like 6 kids. I'm like, oh yeah, I got a small family, I know.
Yeah, the Mormons are like looking at you guys as a threat. They're like them Catholics. Well, they're getting busy.
Well, yeah, it's strange because like French Canada, right? So Quebec was like known for like because they're French Catholic, right? So they used to have, I think the average family size was like fucking 16 people or some ridiculous number. But that happened like 2 generations ago now, and now like Quebec is like emptying out because they like everybody either moved away or they're not having kids anywhere near the rate that they were having kids back then. I mean, I know a couple people that they're American now, but they're like they grew up in Quebec and they came to America, and like they're from families of like 16 people, 14 people, and they themselves had like 6, 7 kids, right? But their kids don't have that many kids. Their kids have like 1 or 2 or none. So it's like it's very strange, like how this is like working out.
Yeah, and just one family like deciding to, just kind of like continue the traditional ways. They can like take over this whole area. Like the place where I went to high school. Yeah, there's this one family. I was really good friends with one of the grandchildren. Yeah, and the grandparents had like 16 kids, and then a lot of their kids had a lot of kids. Yeah, and there's just like tons of those people like all over the town. They like own the town now. You know what I mean? Because nobody else is having kids. So.
Yeah, the thing is, man, like I just remember a lot of Mormon. I was in a Mormon family, and like a lot of the women, their doctors would be like, yeah, your uterus is thinning because you've had so many kids. I remember hearing like my mom and her friends talking about that, like dang, Mormon ladies are having so many kids, their uteruses are ready to fall out. Like, I don't even know how many you're capable of having, but I would think 6 and 8 is a lot. You're
Whatever you
telling me
do,
somebody
don't
has
look up the
16?
record and
Is that
don't look at the
Oh, the
old.
record is insane.
Please tell me it's not over 20. Is it over 20?
Oh, it's way over that.
I'll look it up for you.
Dude, they must have had a freaking uterus like freaking 2 inches wide, thick. Like, holy crap, that's... I don't even know how you can pop that many. That's like one... let me think. You started having them when you're 15.
Larry's going to blow your mind, dude.
One a
69.
year all the way to your 30, that's 15. And obviously, if
Say
you
it
immediately
again, he didn't hear
as soon as you had one, then you're having, I guess you could have, what?
69.
9 months
69.
times 4.
He's got me
What?
muted, bro. 69.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
Yeah, I mean the breastfeeding is natural, birth
You
control.
can't have
so.
kids unless you have 69.
69.
She did 69. She has no kids, man.
Let me see. If you had them 15 till you were 40, that's 25. 25 kids? I don't know. The record can't be more than 40.
69 children with only 27 pregnancies. Let that sink in.
That's
27
real?
pregnancies.
Yeah,
Yeah,
some
bro.
people are predisposed to
She was
twins.
having litters.
What the frick? 27. So they had triplets and a bunch of
Sets of twins and 2 sets of twins. The triplets, dude. That's freaking nuts.
Oh my
But don't you worry about that uterus pudding.
Oh my lord.
I don't know what Strawman. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I agree with Strawman and Stuffer. Yeah, it just gets easier with time, not more difficult. That was my experience.
I just used to. I remember hearing that your uterus is too thin to have another baby. I remember hearing that. My mom and her friends talking.
4 sets of quadruplets. That's crazy.
Sounds like propaganda.
How would you go about doing that anyway? Like,
that sounds a bit.
How would you look at it and go, "It's thinning"?
Russian women are tough, though. And vaginas are already tough, so tough times tough equals extra tough.
That's in the 1700s, so there's no chance of any of this, in vitro fertilization nonsense.
I don't think vaginas are supposed to have calluses.
This dude.
Calluses, dude, dumbass. Oh my god.
It's definitely 3 a.m. on the East Coast. I don't even know why I'm still up. Gosh, it's you guys.
I don't know why either.
Mary Mom, you're thirsty for more.
Maryland.
I have to go chaperone at a museum tomorrow for a bunch of 4th graders, but I'll be fine. It's probably better to be a little bit sleepy.
Well, I just got back from the gym, so it's good to see you still on here.
Good for you. Yeah, we've been just going strong, Flatsy. No downtime here, 24/7.
Gym's
All
open
right.
at 2 in the morning? You in Alabama?
Yeah.
Gyms are 24-hour these days.
Holy crap. How many, is there no people in there that late? Is it just empty?
It's pretty empty.
What is that, a Planet Fitness?
Yeah, that's the one that's right up the road from my house. So, yeah.
Oh, man, gotta love this. Here's the numbers, right? 69, one had 57, 55, 53, 44, 42, 41. So apparently this is doable. Like, apparently it
42
happens.
children.
Yeah, it's not just a one-off, is it?
I want to know the record with one having no twins. I'd like to know the answer to that. Like, what's the most children somebody's had having one at a time? I mean, like the triplets and the quadruplets, that's cheating. That's kind of like cheating. If you have one set of twins in there, that's one thing. But like 69 children. What do you think about that, Flatsy? 69 babies.
Oh my!
There's this one right here. It says the family consisted of 7 sons and $32 daughters. Not only is this a large number of live newborns, but it is unusual in that all but one pair of twins were single births. This is 39.
What do you think E
Say
was
that
putting
again?
out? Like, you think E
How
was
many?
putting out records?
So basically, there's all but one of them was a single birth, and there's 39 kids. So that means 37 were
39.
single births. So 38 pregnancies.
Maybe it's a mother and father having the twin gene.
If they have them in a hospital, they better get a freaking, like a bulk rate, right?
A bulk rate?
Yeah. I'd be like, you better give me a freaking bulk rate.
That's hilarious.
I'm looking for the nationality here. I'm kind of wondering.
Oh, dude, you just raise your first kid to be an obstetrician, and you get, didn't know what to pay anymore.
Stupid. Oh my
Bet you they're from Utah.
They are not.
Well, the chances are, after having that many kids, one of them will be India.
Yeah. Jeez.
I was kind of thinking a lot of these were going to be from Africa. But I've only found one.
I wonder what the record is for kids with total.
Why don't you Google it?
With wives, with multiple wives. I wonder what the Mormon record is, or whatever.
Google it.
It's probably bigger harems than frickin' Mormons, right? Probably some crazy frickin' shit going on somewhere.
Genghis Khan, right? And he had like 100 concubines or something.
Yeah, and the rest around the known kingdom.
That dude was like Johnny Appleseed.
Don't they say that the chances are that you're a descendant from one of his children?
They do say that.
All right, here you go. An individual who is the most widely reported as fathering the most children is Fyodor Vasilyev, Russian peasant. According to some sources, his first wife, Valentina Valensyeva, gave birth to 69 children in 29. Oh, okay, this is the one you're talking about. 69 children, 27 pregnancies. Okay, that's not what I was talking about. I was looking for multiple wives.
Peasant in money, rich in other ways.
Well, according to what I'm looking at here, it looks like the West might have a chance as long as they go back to the old ways.
Let's go back, Larry. Let's go back to the old ways, man. Let's go.
What if flat earthers just start popping out kids? Just start
cranking them
I
out.
got 4, but looking at that's not very much. So maybe I should go back and have some more. And then
All right, you got Ziona, multiple wives. Ziona Chana, a man from Mizoram, India, who was the head of a Christian sect that practiced polygamy. He had 39 wives, 94 children. I would think somebody's beat that. Somebody's
got to beat that, man. Come on.
Yeah, I know a guy named Tyrone in Baltimore City's got more than that.
I'm Tyrone.
I know some NFL players that have more than that.
Billie Jean.
Okay, so this is how I searched it. I said, who has had more kids than Genghis Khan? While it's widely are widely believed that Genghis Khan had a vast number of descendants. It's not possible to definitively say who had more children than him. One Russian couple, Fyodor, I guess that's who you guys were talking about, Fyodor and Valentina, are alleged to have had a combined total of 87 children, which is the highest number of children ever reported for a couple. However, these records are disputed due to lack of accurate record keeping at the time. So, Genghis Khan's legacy. While we know Genghis Khan had a significant number of offspring, precisely how many is difficult to determine. However, his descendants are estimated to be around 16 million today, suggesting a very high number of children overall. Other prolific men. Beyond Genghis Khan, other historical figures are also to
Muhammad.
believe to have had substantial numbers of descendants. For example, a 5th century Irish warlord, Niall, of the 9 hostages, is estimated to have 3 million direct male descendants.
I was going to say Charlemagne because when I was researching Charlemagne, he beheaded like 5,000 Saxons or Anglos or whatever. Which I can't remember which ones. But after you behead 5,000 dudes, I mean, there's a lot of females around.
I like the ratio, Larry.
Oh, you're looking good.
Yeah. Maybe 1,000 women to one guy.
Yeah, you'd be the most popular guy around, wouldn't
you? Yeah, you would.
I love how atheists are like, Charlemagne Christianized Europe with a sword. Like, no, he consolidated power back to Rome. That's what he actually did.
Hey, Globetrotters?
Hello, Globe Talk.
Yeah, Jimsy, tell us, what is it about the sky that makes you believe the Earth is a globe?
Gravity. Refraction.
Violence is acquiescence, Jimsy.
Who you arguing with, Larry?
No, Jimsy's sawing logs right now.
Jemsy? You messing with Jemsy? Come on, Jemsy. What makes you think it's a globe? Good question.
So beautiful. All the trees are red.
You broke up. What?
All the trees are, well, not all of them.
Robot.
The deciduous trees are all turning red.
Robot. You're roboting, man.
Oh, serious?
Yeah. Sorry. I hate to be the bearer of bad news.
Oh yeah, they're going into like fall and winter there, huh? Yeah, interesting to think about that.
To me, it sounded like he got an immediate cold all of a sudden.
Is that better?
No, it sounds like you've lost your voice, like your horse.
Okay, I got an update to this. Genghis Khan is the leading father, but there are several men on the list here for sperm donors. So that's been a game changer for a while.
Yeah.
Apparently. Ramses the second didn't make the sperm donor list, but he's on here.
Yeah, I heard about some doctor that was like in charge of a fertility clinic, and he just switched out everybody's sperm for his own. I don't know. This was years ago. I wouldn't.
Wasn't there a bunch of lawsuits with that dude or something? I think I heard about that.
You think he went to jail? Yeah. Saw it on 2020 or 60 Minutes or something.
Also got a very high freaking child support freaking bill.
I'm looking for King David, but I guess that's taboo.
That's taboo, Larry. Stop it. Stop it.
Yeah, historians are anti-Semitic. If it comes from the Jews, it's not true.
Nah, dude. King David didn't have that many kids, dude. It's not recorded in the scripture. That's Solomon, bro.
Solomon. I got a question. Why were you guys all collectively in the politics and religion server the other day? Do you go from back and forth? Do you?
Yep. We have our home server too.
Are you like a clan? Do you always join together and plan a time to go into one? Because you always are all in the same room at the same time.
I don't know. That's weird. I'm only here a couple hours a day, man. I don't know what you're talking about, but
that's not true. We all have lives like normal people do, if you can imagine that. And some of us actually have jobs. So we just, kind of congregate off work sometimes, and it's kind of in the middle of the night for us, most of us anyway. So, yeah, we're all kind of here at the same time because we're not at work. Weird, right? It's almost like we're normal people.
It's kind of weird.
Okay. Well, I was going to say, T-Dub, Crit, Daz, 24/7 Lord, that FE Batman, they're always all together. It's kind of gay, to be honest.
Oh, it's gay to have friends?
Yeah.
Did you guys get
Gosh, well, aren't you judgy? I thought you came here to prove your globe, Let's. Are you a globe believer?
And he also just listed, I think, all the Australians, right?
Do you think you live on a spinning globe there, Let's?
I don't know what I live on. I live in my house.
House.
And, okay, so you don't know if it's a globe or flat, so you might be a flat earther. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know.
Well, that's a good place to start with. I don't know. I like it.
T-Dub.
But what is it about the sky that makes you think the Earth is a globe? Because obviously it's not the Earth itself. Unless you'd like to prove me wrong.
Sky.
Because the top of the houses are farther apart from the bottoms.
Love that. That's hilarious.
Am I going to get a chat GTP response?
I think it's a globe because it's flat and stationary. That's weird, huh? It's kind of weird. I know. Well, it's topographical plane station.
NASA spent the equivalent of $265 billion to go to the moon, bro. I'm pretty sure they did. They didn't just waste the money.
How do you know they didn't counterfeit it? So that they could just rob us blind and bomb brown people back to the Stone Age so we can install Federal Reserve IMF banks in their country.
Because my mate works for NASA.
Well, get him in here. Love to talk to him.
My mate actually went to the moon with Neil Armstrong, believe it or not.
Who did?
The other cunt.
You did? Your friend?
No, my mate.
Your mate went
and I was actually the personal trainer of Neil Armstrong.
He was Neil Armstrong's personal trainer? Okay. Yeah, bring his ass in here, man. Love to talk to him, man. Fuck.
Because when he returned, I had to train him so he didn't get atrophy from the gravity, the zero gravity did.
All right. Totally sounds legit.
You mean
to me,
microgravity?
Yeah.
Right. I'd probably
He was
just speak
jealous.
to if I was Armstrong's trainer.
Neil Armstrong's dead. Your friend's still alive.
Oh shit!
Is your what bullshit? Not Armstrong died years ago.
No, I didn't.
Oh, is he like living on an island with Jimi Hendrix and Janis Joplin or some shit?
Yeah, him and XXX Tentacion are like homies now, bro.
Michael Jackson is hanging out.
Him and Juice WRLD, bro. Him and Juice WRLD are like buddies.
Oh yeah.
Oh, what's it like having a reprobate mind? Does it feel good?
No.
A reprobate. What's
Yeah,
that?
you're in here telling lies or LARPing or something.
What's a reprobate?
You know, it's like when you don't care about the truth, so you live in like an ideal world where this whole dialetheism can exist, where two things that are diametrically opposed can be true at the same time. That's
Hey,
what it's
buddy,
like
your
having a
words are
reprobate mind.
too big for me to comprehend. Can you like speak in layman's terms, please?
Sure. It's where truth doesn't matter, and you can lie and LARP so much that you identify as an astronaut, and you might identify as many other things, but it has nothing to do with reality. Participating in psychosis, which means that you've lost touch with reality.
Cuckoo.
It's alright. Like it could be better, but it's alright. I think. I don't
Well,
know.
I mean, if we were offering the truth, would you want to know it? Because I'm not saying we have the truth, but if we were offering you the truth, would you want to know the truth?
If you offered me like a beer, I might take it. I guess.
I'll get you a pint. My treat.
What does this guy want? Like a Foster's or some shit?
Foster's? That's gay. Who the fuck drinks Foster's?
That shit.
I apologize for the rest of the Australians in the room.
Fucking yeah. Drink some good German beer, man, or something. Fuck.
They know I'm trolling.
Have you seen the ring around Saturn, dude? It's pretty gnarly.
What do you think causes that ring not to fall back into the planet? Where's the gravity at, bro?
The centrifugal force of Saturn like pulls it in. And it's not even a ring. It's not even. It's like fucking dust and shit, dude.
Well, centrifugal
No, it's an actual ring
pulling it
because
away.
Saturn's the richest planet, so it's just like showing off its bling.
Oh shit, that's good. You know, that's just as scientific as any other explanation I've
Right,
heard.
Larry? Yeah, exactly.
I haven't heard that before. I'm gonna use that cut. That was good.
That's a good one. Eh?
Well, what about Uranus?
Gas planet.
My Uranus definitely doesn't have rings.
Boudet approved.
Isn't that a gas
Uranus
planet?
has a big ring cut. It's a big ring. It's a big fucking.
Get a Boudet, bro. We don't want to know.
Holy shit.
Round's eye.
And some flushable wipes.
Isn't Uranus a gas planet? Is that right?
A lump of gas in a vacuum is what they say.
Yes, a gas ball in a vacuum.
You ever seen gas like in a vacuum without like filling the space? Do you believe that? Like, do you actually believe that, bro?
Well, there's a theory that's being investigated recently and brought back up, and they're starting to figure out it could possibly be true. Have you heard of like the black hole cosmology theory?
Well, that's new.
We've heard of it.
Black
hole. So what about the black hole? Where do they see this at?
We're like in a black hole, apparently.
They saw a black hole in a black hole.
Yep.
No, but we are a black hole. We're inside a black hole, apparently.
I might be a white hole, but I'm not a black hole.
I couldn't wrap my hand around it, but it sounds pretty cool.
Well, dude, once you figure out that 96% of the matter and energy in the universe is dark matter and dark energy, and we can't observe it directly, but your model needs it to be there for your shit to work out mathematically. Once you figure that shit out, come back and we'll talk about it.
Hey, buddy, I'm not like a Death Eater. I don't entertain any dark matter. Mr. Voldemort over here. Like, I don't want to be involved with that.
So you don't accept Einstein's gravity then, because that's a placeholder for the gravitational anomalies at the galactic level where gravity doesn't work. So you don't believe in Einstein's gravity?
Can I dumb it down? Can I dumb it
Go
down?
for it, bro. Yeah.
Like there's
I
this.
think you can dumb it down enough for this guy.
I don't know.
Very nice.
That was pretty high level there, Larry, in my opinion. Carry on, Larry. Go ahead.
No, what I'm saying is when gravity doesn't work at the galaxy level, they say, oh, well, there must be this matter there because we know that gravity works. So we'll just say that, 80% of the matter in the universe is this dark matter.
Right.
It has to be there.
It's got to be there. Mathematically. It's got to be there.
Where do asteroids come from, though, when they like burn up and like hit the Earth and there's little bits left over? Where do they come from?
That's a non sequitur. That doesn't follow the conversation we're having.
I don't know. I just thought of that. That's sorry.
That's all right. Probably the asteroid belt, if I were to guess. But who knows if such things actually exist? I've never been there. Right? Like I've heard about the Swiss Guard. They're probably actually there because it's not an extraordinary claim. But what is an extraordinary claim is that dark matter exists. And according to Karl Popper, a famous philosopher of science, if your theory isn't falsifiable, it's not science. So how would I go about falsifying dark matter?
Dude, like I said, I don't believe in dark matter anymore. Like, we destroyed all the Horcruxes. He's dead, bro. Like, he's fucking gone, bro.
Welcome to the club of us who disagree with Einstein. We don't believe in his theory of gravity either. So welcome to the club.
Welcome, bro.
Dude, I like fully grabbed the Basilisk Fang and like put it inside a diary, bro. Like, he's like Horcruxes is gone. There's no dark matter anymore, bro.
We should celebrate
with a beer.
With a beer. I love that idea. I'm down.
I think you flat earthers are just like drunk schizos just while you're like drinking a beer.
Bro, I don't even drink.
He doesn't even drink. Larry doesn't drink. Indio doesn't drink.
Doesn't he?
If I do drink, it's like once or twice a year, and it's like once or twice a beer. Like I don't ever drink more than 3 beers ever.
T-Job, Mick. I think Mick partakes a couple times. Yeah, I'm a drinker. Yeah, I'm the first one to admit that, man. I love beer. I'm a beer drinker. I like beer and red wine. That's it.
But I've been known to have like 4 Guinness in my fridge for like months.
Yeah,
on end.
I used to be able to do that, Larry. I got to get back to that.
That's your problem, because you're drinking shit beer, cunt. You get some good beer and it won't stay in there for too long.
Don't even fucking start, man.
What's good beer? I thought it was all.
Yeah, Guinness can be something for a special. It's different than
fucking dessert, bro.
Nice IPA. I love a good IPA, man. Anyway,
India. You like Indians, bro? The fuck?
What the fuck are you talking about, man?
IPAs are Indians, bro. I don't support Indians. They like come over and take over our jobs and like they just eat slop. They just put slop in the street and they bathe in shit. Like, I don't like it.
No, just because they're called India Pale Ales doesn't mean they're from India.
Yeah.
When they were importing the beer to India,
right,
in the Asian countries, they would pack it full of hops so that it would last longer.
Yep.
Oh, fuck. I didn't know that. I thought the Indians made it.
Oh, dude.
Dude, you know what's fucking gross? Back in the day, cunt, and like even in some wineries these days, because it's like organic version, they literally like step on grapes, cunt. Like you're eating like fucking toe jam, cunt. You're drinking toe jam. That's fucking gnarly, cunt. That's gross. That's fucked up.
That's how it's been since since the beginning of wine, bro.
That's fucked up, dude.
No, it's not that bad, bro.
I think people who drink wine have like a foot fetish or something because they like drink stuff that's been on people's feet, bro. That's fucked up.
I imagine they clean their feet before they start.
That's gross.
It's like you wash your hands before you start cooking, right?
Hey, buddy, imagine if I like got like some water, right? I put it in a bucket. I like soaked my feet in it, and I put it into a cup for you to drink. Would you drink it? No.
It's not the same at all. Imagine you did that, and you soaked your feet and got them all clean, scrubbed up, and then you dumped that, and then you started making the wine.
That's still gross. Why wouldn't you just do it like... I'd rather somebody like punch the grapes, to be honest. Like punch it or something.
It's not how they make wine anymore.
No.
Who just said that? Was that T-Dub?
Yeah.
That's
T-Dub.
the other one.
It's the other one. You guys all sound the same to me, bro. I love you.
T-Dub's a schizo. He believes in flat earth, cunt. I don't trust that cunt.
Oh, shit.
So do I.
Wait, Timbo and I believe in flat earth together.
We know it's flat.
Well, shit, we know it's flat. Yeah, we measured it. We checked it out.
The only thing flat is your mum's fucking chest, cunt. It's like an ironing board. Tell her to get some boobs, cunt.
If you got a fetish for old ladies, you're a sick cunt.
It's kind of creepy, man. That's a little creepy, bro. Yeah.
I don't know, dude.
Dial that back.
Imagine you got a bed full of fluffy toys too, you fucking gay cunt.
Fluffy toys?
You're fucking toast, dude. You don't know who
He likes old men's asses and old women. Well, you're a weirdo, dude.
Bullshit, cunt. Bullshit.
You're a weirdo, man.
Kind of creepy,
You're
man.
fully into blokes, mate.
And you think you're walking around on a fucking ball. That's even more retarded.
0 for 3.
You struck out, man.
It's not a ball, it's a sphere. They're different.
What's the difference?
What's the difference?
A spherical ball, then.
A sphere is not symmetrical. A ball is symmetrical.
What?
What's a football?
What if it's a football? Like a AFL footy? Or a rugby ball? It's not symmetrical.
That's just an oval. That's just an oval. I only play cricket.
it's a ball, isn't
AFL is gay. No.
But it's a ball, isn't it?
No.
Not a ball. It's just called a football.
It's like a dildo if it's AFL because they're gay, cunt.
Oh, somebody's projecting.
Yeah.
Hey, did anybody check out...
I'd like him to elaborate on how a sphere is not symmetrical.
It's not. We know this. Like in the globe, like model, it's not like actually symmetrical. Like it's fucking differently. It's weirdly shaped.
A sphere is though.
Yeah, sphere.
Is it?
Like, the globe, the Earth globe, sure.
Globe.
But you said sphere.
Globe.
Ah, well, the sphere that we think is the globe is not like symmetrical on the model. It's like got all like fucking nooks and crannies and like weird curves.
All right. Well, since we're correcting you, also you said asteroids go down, fall down, and like burn up. No, asteroids broke into meteoroids. And the meteoroids, like they have meteors which come down and
Yeah, they don't always fully burn up. I found bro, when I was a kid, this was gnarly. I was like sitting on the deck, and we like live on the bush property. I was like sitting on the deck overlooking down on this hill with my dad and his mates, and like suddenly the sky just like lit up, and it was like in like a fucking split second, like lit up. It was like purple, blue, fucking orange, cunt. And we're like, what the fuck? And then we heard that this fucking thud, and we like went down. It was like this tiny little fucking like red hot fucking thing in the ground, cunt.
Plasmoids.
It was gnarly.
Costs a lot.
Yeah, well, we just fucking waited for it to cool down, picked it up, and I think we just chucked it. Like, what is this shit?
Well, technically, cunt's not a curse word in Australia after you've been drinking.
But yeah, where do they come from, bro? Because they fall into the Earth's atmosphere, and then because of gravity, they come onto the ground.
They're ballistics that angels fired upon the demons. They hit the demons and they fall down to Earth.
He's fucking.
You want to see?
The truth is, we don't know what
serious.
those things are because we've never sampled one.
I think they were shot out of a volcano, and they went way up there and then came back down.
I thought they have sampled them. Like I have some of like ones that make it to Earth, and it's like it's like iron and shit, isn't it?
I thought you found one.
The material that
sample
wasn't from Earth. How would you prove that it's
No?
not from Earth?
We chucked it out.
Yeah, right.
It was like a rock. It literally just looked like it looked like slag. It looked like slag. That's what it looked like.
Maybe it was.
The angels in Lost Heaven, they're firing ballistics upon the demons. That's what it is.
I looked up like pictures of them, and they find them everywhere, and they reckon they're like old, whatever you call it, meteorites or asteroids, whatever the fuck, and they reckon it's just like full of iron and shit.
Hey, do you guys know the first thing of propaganda is confusion? That's what you got to do.
Yeah, well, you're fully confusing me, cunt. So I think you're full of propaganda.
No, the first thing in a propaganda campaign is to confuse everybody. That's the first thing you do if you're going to run a proper psyop.
You're good at that.
You have to confuse everybody, so nobody knows.
You're good at confusing yourself. Like you're doing the best job.
He's doing a great job of confusing himself because he's been confused. He doesn't know. That's his problem.
Do you know Confucius invented Confucian?
Yeah, he's a sick kind of Confucius.
I did not know that.
You know what's sick? You should go to your Discord server and like go. You know how you have like different like text channels. Go to the one that says like sprites. Yeah. Go to the one that says sprites, and it's like you can see lightning above the clouds. It's like fully
cool, isn't it? They look like jellyfish and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fucking wild, cunt.
Yeah, we've seen that.
I didn't even know that was a thing until I like joined that channel. I was like, what the fuck?
You learn a lot when you speak to flat earthers, yeah?
It was cool. How come they don't show that on TV? That looks way better than lightning, in my opinion.
Maybe they're trying to hide the firmament.
No, there's no firmament.
How do you know that? We got gas pressure. Don't we?
Gas pressure.
It's too long.
Let's do gas pressure. Let's see how this goes. I got like 20 minutes. I got to go. But yeah, gas pressure.
Yeah, we got gas pressure, don't we?
No.
We don't have
gas pressure.
What are we breathing? What the fuck are we breathing then?
Maybe you guys should examine your anus.
Oh, shit. We're breathing air. I'm at sea level, man.
Are you?
No. Yeah, I am. And if I go up to the mountain, man, I can't breathe as well, right? Is that true?
Yes.
Why? Why is that?
Because the walk up to the mountain like makes you get asthma. That's why.
Shut the fuck up. Get the fuck.
You're an
idiot.
You just need to use a puffer, bro.
I'm going to give you funny on that one, but no, that's not the fucking answer. You know that. But no, what's the real answer? Why do I go up way up high in the mountain? I can't breathe as much. What's going on?
Because it's like higher pressure and less oxygen or something.
There you go. Less oxygen, right? Less gas. Because we both agree that air is gas, right?
Yes.
Lower pressure, not higher pressure.
Well, actually, there's oxygen in the ocean, in the water, so I don't know, bro.
Yeah, of course, because water is...
I don't know, it's H2O.
Yes, what does the O stand for?
Like, ozone.
Close. You're so close.
I'm ozoned out, bro, man. I'm ozoned out. No, oxygen, right? Oh. Isn't that oxygen?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Is the oxygen in the water? Yes or no? Maybe? I don't
yes.
know. Okay. At least you're being honest. I appreciate it, man. So, yeah, we go up the mountain. We can't breathe as well. There's less air. We agree? Yeah, maybe?
Yes.
Cool, man. Here's the problem, man. To have any gas pressure at all, you absolutely 100% have to have a container. Period. Something has to contain the gas. And you can't get around it. You can't demonstrate it. You can't show it in reality without a container. There's no gas pressure without a container, bro. And that's a fact. And I can prove it every which way from here to Sunday, man. And you can't prove the opposite. There's no fucking way you can. We've been asking this shit for 10 years. Where the fuck is it?
The atmosphere is one. It's like the light. Dude, it's like when you put fresh water to salt water, right? It doesn't just suddenly stop and there's a line. It goes brackish and it goes like dirty, and slowly clear, and then it's fully clear. And when it's fully clear, that's like the end of the atmosphere, and then you're in space, bro. That's what it is.
All right. Can you demonstrate that here in my lab in California? I have a lab. Let's do it. What do you got? How do we do that? How do we demonstrate that in the lab?
In your lab. Like, is it a golden lab? Is it like a brown lab? What is it?
It's a meth lab.
I've got test tubes. I've got burners.
You got a test tube. You're burning Labradors. What the fuck?
I got all kinds of containers laying around here, man. Fucking syringes. What do you need? How are we gonna
so you're like a vet.
Dude, I've got everything in a lab that you need. How do we show this gas pressure without a container? That's all I'm asking, man. It's a simple question. I'm not trying to be a dick or complicated or anything, man. If you can show me gas pressure without a container in my lab, then you win, man. We're done.
Your lab's not big enough. You need like a simulation of the whole world.
Oh fuck! I need a big lab. I need a bigger lab. We're gonna need a bigger lab, Larry.
That's the Snoop there. That's the Ron Jeremy fallacy. It's not big enough.
You can't simulate the atmosphere and the ozone layer, dude. You can't.
Since you can't simulate it and you can't test for it, doesn't that make the claim unfalsifiable?
Dude,
that's correct.
You can't simulate drowning without actually drowning, but you just don't go do it. You know, it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. Hop in the ocean and just go on the big surf, bro. You'll find out.
That's a bit of a.
I mean, yeah, you can simulate drowning without drowning. You can take a bottle that has air in it, submerge it, see how the air is being forced out, and that the bottle sinks now, and you can simulate it.
That's bullshit. It's not simulating it. What we need to do, boys, is we just need to invest in a fucking hot air balloon. We'll all chip in $1,000, right? And we'll just go up as high as we can until we hit this firmament that you talk about.
Well, a hot air balloon's not going to get us there. First,
why not?
We're going to need
high, bro.
We're going to need something a little bit more robust than just a hot air balloon. Fuck's sake. To go up really high, man. We're going to need some serious balloonage. Some serious balloonage, bro. What's the highest balloon that ever went up? Does anybody know the record? I think it's 130,000 feet or something is the record.
Well, how far do you think the firmament is away?
I don't know, man. I've never been there, bro. How could I know that?
All the lights in the sky.
Listen,
all the lights in the sky are within the lowest heaven, right? So, and the firmament is at the lowest heaven, basically the kind of the container, if you will, the dome above the lowest heaven. So
the lowest heaven.
Yeah.
What's a heaven? What's the lowest heaven?
Well, there's 7 heavens above us.
Bro, are you from the tribe of Judah or a Judaist or something?
Yeah, something like that.
He's Muslim. So he's going to have a religious slant, but he's not a flat earther.
What?
I just want to know how far away the firmament is.
In the past, you told me you're not a flat earther. Is that true?
I've never said that.
Oh, I stand corrected. Please continue.
Stand correct. Firmament. Well, None of us have seen a firmament. None of us have seen the moon. None of us have seen space, outer space, to be more specific. Yeah, so none of us have seen these things, man. Where the fuck is outer space?
Well, actually, there were some people back in the day, like these lads, like all got together, and they started building this tower, and they built this tower to find the firmament, and then God's like, nah, can't. You're not seeing where that is, and he made them speak different languages, and then they couldn't build anymore.
The Tower of Babel.
What an awesome rendition of the Tower of Babel.
Larry, you forgot the next obvious question to ask him is you just ask, is the Earth flat, and then see what he says.
What percentage is the Earth flat?
It's not.
On me? Of course it is.
Okay, what are the three best evidences of the Earth?
Bro, there's 7 flat Earths under seven heavens.
What the fuck are you on about? You're a schizo, bro. This is like way left field.
This is revelation from God, bro.
He's saying there's 7 continents. Is that right?
No, I'm not. I'm not saying there's 7 continents. I'm saying
so
there's
what do you mean
7 Earths and 7 heavens. And there's
what do you mean 7 Earths?
A distance of 500 years between each one of them. And each one has a thickness of 500 years.
Wait a minute.
What the fuck?
Since when do Muslims measure space by time?
Who said anything about space, bro?
You said the distances.
Yeah, we measure distance. Bro, you measure distance by time. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Like, I'm 5 minutes away from the store.
Yeah, but that's because I'm a Texan.
That's how they do it back in the day, man. They would just measure it by, like, a rider on horseback, how long it took him to travel and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's why you have, like, parsecs and different units of measurement that vary about time.
The stone throw away. But Larry, like, you have to understand, that's not like an actual, like, full-blown Muslim. He has his own belief. That's not like
that's
actual
Islam. That's true Islam right there, bro.
No, it's not. Can't.
Wallahi, it is. I can give you the.
Wallahi, you're a little kafir. That's what you are.
Hold on. You don't even say that about me, man.
Hey,
you are, cunt, because you're preaching false shit.
Back it up, Mongos.
I'll give you the evidence right now if you want. You'll find the hadith. I'll give it to you right now.
Oh, you want to talk about the hadith? In the hadith, your prophet fucked a 9-year-old cunt.
Okay, all right.
All right, why don't you guys go take it to another room, please, man.
We're not here for that. If you
guys want to do that dick shit, fuck off. Bye-bye. Please.
No, I agree. I'll stop.
Three mods in
here. Sorry.
Fuck's sake.
No, I'll stop. I'm sorry. Anyway, I want to find this firmament, bro, and if you guys actually do believe in it, like, because I like, when I have a theory on something, no matter what it is, even if it's like fishing and I believe there's a certain fish in a certain lake, I want to go out and see it firsthand and do it, and if I had the money, you could get the money together.
Hey, none of us are going to the firmament. The best we can do is measure Earth right here where we live, and that's what we do. It's what we try to do. It's what we've done. And there's no curvature, bro. And the curvature ain't there, man. There's a problem. That's the point of this room. Where's the fuck is the curvature? How do you navigate the curvature? How do you sail and fly around the curvature and the spin? So that's what we like to focus on here, man. Ain't no 7 Earths. We got 1 Earth right here. Let's check it out. Yeah.
I have a question for percentages. Just a quick one. So these 7 Earths, is there also 7? I wouldn't say realms, but let's just say realms within those 7 Earths. There's 7 times 7. Is that correct?
No, we don't have any information as to how many realms are in an Earth.
All right.
Cool. All right. I just wanted to ask that.
There we go. What's up, CB? Good times, man. Good times. Love you, brother.
Good times.
Paraplegic. Right on, brother. Jamsy's out in there. Fuck yeah.
What do you think of like the
Larry? I talk to you in a minute. Timbo.
You safe.
Larry and I go back.
Wait. Before you go, I got a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
What do you think of like the pelagic theory?
Don't know nothing about it, man. That seems a bit off topic, but has to do with Earth?
Nah, just like about pelagic species and like how they're like faster fish and like reef fish. To be honest.
All right. No, I don't know shit. We live on Earth. We treat Earth as flat and stationary. You fly on it, sail on it, navigate it, flat and stationary, man. And
pelagic, man,
so,
that would make you slower. Most paraplegics have no use of their two legs. So pelagics, they should be really slow.
Mm-hmm.
That's pelagic. Fuck.
Hey,
that's funny.
Well, coming from a guy that's in a wheelchair, that's paralyzed from the waist down, yeah, that's pretty.
Yeah, that's
funny,
above the belt. I'll give him that.
That was hilarious, Bear. Thank you, brother.
That's fucking golden, cut.
Golden, bro. That was good, dude. I don't know how you pulled that off. That was great. That's why I love coming in here. You know, I only a couple of hours here and there, but mostly late night. Like to hang out and.
Yo, brother. Listen, Paraplegic was gonna be a stand-up comedian, but then he realized one very important problem: he's not funny.
Oh. But he makes some really good coffee.
Oh, really good
one. Yeah, I had a buddy, man. It was I grew up with, man. He was in a wheelchair. He was my best buddies, man. Rest in peace. So he would make fun of people in wheelchairs all the time, and he kind of taught me it's okay to kind of like treat them like normal people, but make fun of they're in a chair, have fun with it. It's cool. And Bear, man, you've been such a gracious host of sharing your journey. Yeah, it is funny how you look at the world, man. It's great. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, he laughs it off, but secretly he can't stand it.
Right, there you go.
Yeah, you're too kind.
Yep.
Yeah, but percentage, you see, we actually like Paraplegic.
Yeah, that's fine. I know I'm not likable.
Percentage, you're not likable, dude. What's your problem, man? You got to snap out of it. You got to.
Because I don't care about what people think, man. Honestly,
I mean,
if I cared about what people think, I probably wouldn't be like a Muslim. I probably wouldn't be a flat earther. I probably would be.
Inshallah.
No, but
a lot of people are here to make friends. I'm here for the truth.
Yeah,
do you say Bismillah to the meat before you suck it, just to bless it, or what?
Don't be.
I say Bismillah before I do everything halal, bro.
That's a Mongo question, bro. Save that.
Don't care about his religion.
I just thought of something gnarly. So if pressure increases the further you go up, right, and you hop on
decreases, bro.
No, decreases.
Decreases.
Bro. Decreases.
If it decreases and you hop in like a plane and they like pressurize the cabin so you can be there, why then can you go on a plane and it's not pressurized and you jump out of it and do parachuting then? That doesn't make sense, does it?
Enough.
Well, because you're not going that high.
You're not going that high.
That's not right. That's why they do the. If you see them doing like a halo jump, that's because they're way, and they're wearing the breathing stuff. That's because they start at like 25, 30,000 feet. But most people are, when they're skydiving, they're doing it under 10. Well, under 10 usually, I think.
What about helicopters? They don't pressurize the cabins in helicopters.
Helicopters are limited in height, right? Aren't they?
I don't think so.
Oh wait,
They don't have the lift. Have you ever watched a movie about like Everest and shit, where they're like,
Yeah,
we can't get
Everest,
the
Mount Everest.
helicopter up high enough
Exactly.
to rescue them?
They can't rescue somebody on Mount Everest, bro. Ain't no helicopter.
How does that make sense? How can the pressure be safe for you to walk up there, but you can't fly up there? That doesn't make any sense.
It's not safe for you to walk up there. Not unless you got oxygen.
It's not safe, AJ. I can't breathe. Okay. Where's the Sherpa? I need some Sherpas over here, man. Give me some oxygen.
Unless you're Scott Glenn, then, vertical limit, then you can breathe up high. No problem.
Dude, I feel like for some people, like, the atmospheric pressure is that low, you can't even breathe on Earth when you're on the ground. Like George Floyd, that cunt couldn't breathe. So, like,
oh my God.
Whenever I hear people say I can't
That's
breathe,
good,
I'm like,
sorry.
somebody get that man some oxygen.
Get that man some oxygen. Hey, Larry.
Bro, it had nothing to do with the knee on his back. It was just a firmament pressure cut. Straight up, lad.
You love the C word, man. More than anybody I've ever met.
Yeah, I got to be honest, Lats. After hearing you say it so many times, I don't think I'll ever say it again, man. It actually sounds.
Guy
quite
just
crap.
loves the C word, man. I mean, I've used it. Don't get me wrong, man. I'm not a hypocrite. I've used it at the right time, but not all the time. That's
but I say
That's
it,
an
right?
Aussie thing, man.
I get it. It's a Aussie thing. I get it. Down under. It's because you guys are upside down on the globe, and your head's spinning wrong or something.
Wait a minute, that doesn't fact check out. You think they're eating their cereal bowls upside down? That's messy, bro.
That's ridiculous, Larry. I wouldn't think of that.
Oh, I just got something to fucking fuck with your head, right? I just got a counter to your flat Earth claim. I just thought of it. This is gonna fuck you up.
Right.
So if it's flat and there's not poles on both sides of our Earth, right? Why when I flush the toilet does it go one way and when you flush it goes the other way? Why?
Oh shit! You just time traveled me back to 2015 flashbacks.
Timbo?
Okay, so the toilet flushes clockwise or counterclockwise based on the designer
toilet,
bro. The fucking bowl. Because if they just let them straight, they would go straight down into the center. But if they angle them off a bit, then they get that vortex nature that allows it to flush properly.
The holes, the way they're drilled, they're they come
at an
out
angle.
Yeah, at an angle. So it depends on the design of the toilet.
Hang on.
Where do you think it flushes on the equator, dude? How do you
Wait.
sitting there, sitting there with your toilet, oh my god, it's not working correctly. It won't flush either way. It goes straight down on the equator.
Stop. That's complete bullshit because it has nothing to do with. It doesn't have to be just a toilet. It can be it can be a pipe. It can be a drain. It can be anything. When water is escaping and a vortex forms, right? Yours goes one way, mine goes the other way. Why is that? And it has nothing to do with the toilet fucking flushing. It has just any hole where water is escaping.
Timbo.
That's incorrect.
T-Dub or AJ. There you go.
Yeah, we got 2
100%
toilets in my place. Yeah, one goes one way, one goes the other way. One's bought from Japan and one's Australian made, so they just go in different ways.
I don't think that's going to work with this guy.
I want to
Let me
see
try
evidence.
Yep, see, I told you.
I don't live on the equator. Like one bathroom's on the south and one bathroom's on the north. That would be retarded.
Dude, you said you have a lab. I want you to do something, right? Get a bucket, drill a hole in it, right? Fill it up with water, put a plug in it, and pull the plug out. And every single time, it will go the same way. I will do the same thing here, and every single time, the other way.
Incorrect.
All right,
where's the evidence?
Listen up, you thunder cunt. Okay, so if the Earth is a globe, you need to go out and buy some lunar real estate, some Martian real estate, and Venetian real estate, because there's going to be lots of minerals on those planets, and it's only a matter of time before Elon Musk is eating rusty potatoes on Mars, and you want to make sure you cash in on that cow, bro.
No, dude, he's going straight for freaking the planet where it rains diamonds. That's way higher, better return. You don't have to carry back as much,
Well, I don't think you could buy that real estate just yet, but give them time. But yeah, lunar real estate. Go ahead and look it up, you thundercunt.
I don't like minerals. I think they're a scam. I've had mineral water a few times. I just prefer like Coke or like lemonade or something. It's better.
Well, you will buy freaking some meteor insurance from me, though, right? To make sure your house doesn't get damaged.
Coriolis insurance. Yeah, if a Coriolis effect ever causes your car to crash.
With Coriolis,
I'll pay for the damage.
Insurance.
Do you think, I've never actually asked this, if the earth is flat, what do you think, like, how deep is the land? Like, how far can you go down? You don't think we have a core where there's, like, lava and, nothing?
Let me...
It's more, it's deeper than 7.6.
So they've only drilled down, like, 8 miles. That's the farthest anybody's ever drilled down. 8 miles, that's it. It's not very far, man. I could walk 8 miles pretty quick. And it's nothing.
You're okay.
It's nothing, dude. How could you possibly know what's past 8 miles if you've only drilled 8 miles, man? I mean, you can guess and say it's, fucking a bunch of, unicorn rocks, whatever. You could make up all kinds of shit. You don't know. You don't know. That's it.
Yeah, you really should look into that lunar real estate. You can get it for pretty cheap. You could buy a bunch of them, and then your family will own it forever.
I know people that bought like a couple acres on the moon. Yeah. They're sitting pretty. Those people are sitting pretty.
Look, I'm just trying to help you out, you thundercunt.
I love you, Larry.
I'm not into those mean bullshit, cat.
No, you really can't do it right now. Search it up. Use your own credit card and spend all your stupid
That's a scam.
Oh, no, it's not a scam because the moon is real. Or you think the moon isn't real?
I got some real estate on the moon, bro, man. It's cheap, man. A couple
They
hundred.
used to sell stars. They used to sell stars late night on TV.
Hey, Bear.
If you like name a star after you.
Yes. My brother lost his daughter. And he bought a star name. He fucking bought it. He was, what are you gonna do? He bought it.
If they sold the name to that star, freaking to 5,000 other people,
20. I'd say 20 people, maybe. Each star. Yeah, which one do you want? You want?
I can't believe that's my star. You can't name your after her.
It's only $274. Yeah, come on.
I bought a star for my ex when we were together, and it was like a dual star, so it's like two together cut. It was like gnarly. You could actually see it in the microscope and shit, or telescope, or whatever the fuck you call it.
Well, there's microscopes and telescopes, man. Kind of the same thing, but
if you saw it in the microscope, that'd be a pretty impressive star.
No shit, man. Right, Bear? I mean, come on. A microscope to see a star? That'd be cool. That's
Sorry, it's the same shit, different smell. Same shit, different smell. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we know what you mean, but I've noticed a pattern. Like, you keep saying left and right, like opposite of each other. You've done it like 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, it's because I'm hungover, so get fucked.
Well,
get fucked, Larry. Get fucked, bro.
Hey, you've been drinking solvent all night. Maybe you should drink some water, which is a solvent. Tell me how that works out for you.
Hey, nobody's ever said that in here to you, Larry. Not once. Not once.
I love it.
Love it.
Guy that does
I'm
the
smiling ear to ear right now, man. I'm smiling so hard.
There's a guy who does the gosh, what's the name of that damn diet? It's called the oh gosh, it begins with a P. It begins with a P. called the not the paleo crap.
No, it's
whatever. It's this guy. He's like, he tells you to eat raw everything, and he's saying that when he ate this, he ate one of those death cap mushrooms by accident.
Yeah.
And so he couldn't throw up because when he was a kid, he had cancer and had a little bit of his stomach removed, and they cut his vagus nerve, so he couldn't throw up.
Right.
So he ingested this death cap, right? Like a big strawberry-sized piece. And he told his girlfriend, he said, "Don't take me to the hospital. They'll kill me they'll dehydrate me by giving me IV fluid." So, dude, he literally says they'll dehydrate you by giving you IVs. And he lived through that. Oh gosh, what is that damn name of that book? He's pretty famous for writing the book on the
I know the guy you're talking about, but I steer my
it's a
steak
weird
because it
name. He
tastes
died
good.
when he was 70. They say he fell over a railing on a balcony, which that's just nonsense. Damn it! I can't believe I can't remember the name of the diet.
But I could find it. That dude DM'd me a bunch of stuff. You remember the name?
Oh, wasn't it Terrence McKenna?
What about Terrence? He's the guy that said, "Give us one miracle and we can explain everything else." So that proves that even your Big Bang Monkey Man science cosmology, you still got to have a miracle.
No, Terrence McKenna's like the mushroom guy, bro.
No, that was Lawrence Krauss, bro.
It's Terrence something then. I'm getting it wrong, but it's Terrence something.
You're thinking of Terrence Howard. That's the whack guy.
Yeah. What is this bullshit about Saro's cycle? This doesn't make any sense. It's like reading fucking hieroglyphics. I can't pronounce it, but you know what I mean.
It's like AI Genesis. It's the primal diet. It's a freaking old dude. It's like, I don't know, man. The guy makes a lot of sense.
Paleo can't.
Primal diet, yeah. It's freaking wild when you look into all this stuff. He's just like, yeah. I'm like, well, what about when you go into the hospital and you're dehydrated and they give you fluid? And he's like, nah, you're living in spite of it. In spite of it. And I'm like, what? I'm just like, whoa. I don't know.
Can you explain eclipses to me, Mr. Flat Earthers?
What happens in the sky does not prove the shape of the earth.
Bullshit, cunt. You're full of slop, mate.
But no, I can't.
Exactly. What is the elves when people refer to sprites and they say there's sprites, tendrils, and elves? What is the elves?
We don't know, bro. It's not our claim.
Huh.
And we could talk to you about eclipses, but I don't want to. Someone else can.
Yeah, it'd be too painful. If you just look up the Sullen alien eclipse. and then figure out how that's happening.
Yeah, just say impossible eclipse.
Right, I will.
Yeah, you can literally see the moon next to the sun while the sun's being covered up by something. Right? Isn't that how it works, I think? Yeah. So you can sit there and look at the moon is right there, so it's clearly not covering the sun.
That's
how it works. No, I'm telling you, that's what the impossible eclipse is. Either way, it doesn't prove
the moon.
what you're standing on.
How come the moon affects the tides? It controls the tides.
It doesn't. There's high tides and freaking 2 times a day in some freaking areas. So how do you explain that? It can be high tide twice a day in some spots.
Actually, every 12 hours, sorry. And high tide is always half an hour each day. So say it's high tide 1 p.m. today. Tomorrow it's going to be high tide at 1:30. But bro, without a doubt,
not in all places. I think there's places where it can be high tide 3 times a day.
No, that's bullshit.
Sure about that. I'm telling you, man.
Well, where I live, bro, when I was a kid, my dad, and he learnt this from Aboriginals, you can literally look at the moon. So you know how in summer, you can see the moon coming, like you can see it in the daytime, right, in the afternoon. And when it hits a certain height in summer in the sky, it's high tide. Then and you guarantee every time.
You want to think that, but I'm telling you, there's guys that do this. But I don't know too much about it, but these guys that throw the tidal nodes and stuff like that, they've already proven there's no proof behind any of that crap. It can be high tide on one side of your sphere and high tide on the other at the same time, dude. So
no, because it doesn't pull it all. It doesn't the moon
would be high tide in Japan and freaking Maryland all the same time.
You're a fucking idiot, cunt. You don't, bro. I actually know the tides. I'm a fisherman. I rely on them, bro. You don't even know, you can't.
Anybody who's been near water knows that it's not the moon.
I'm open to being shown that it's the moon, so how do you know the moon causes the tides? Because the way I understand it, if you're trying to find the cause of something, you have to manipulate the cause and see the effect. So the effect is the naturally observed phenomenon, which is the tides. And then the thing causing the tides is what you manipulate. You turn it on or off. Like if you and I, Thundercunt, got a room together, so we're in this motel, and we don't touch any light switches, and we have theories about what's causing which bulb to turn on. We could sit there for 3 months and theorize, well, I bet this, one in the bathroom actually turns on the fart fan, and this one turns on the light. Like, we wouldn't know until we actually started flipping switches. So how do you know the moon causes the tides without manipulating the moon's gravity?
You can. I think you can simulate it with fucking magnets and shit. I think.
No, bro, you can't simulate magnets to figure out which bulb turns on, or which switch turns on which bulb. Like in reality, in the real world, you and I would have to start flipping switches, right?
No, I wasn't referring to your analogy. I was referring to actually tides. Like you can simulate it by having a bowl of water, well, a big enough fucking thing of water and magnets and shit. If you put iron in it or something, I don't know.
Well, I'm talking about the real world, and in the real world, we would have to flip switches to know what causes which bulb to come on. We could theorize, but that's not a scientific theory until we have validated our theory with experimentation. So I'm saying I'm open to you showing me how you know. And you're talking about, instead of testing hypothesis, you're talking about, making computer models and simulations. Or maybe you said a bowl of water. Maybe you're not even talking about computer models.
Well, how about this? Mr. Sir? Let's just say I'm not fully comprehensive on how the moon affects the tide. So let's just pretend I don't know. But could you just provide an alternative as to what causes the tides and how they work, other than the moon?
Sure. The sun puts a lot of energy into the ocean, and heat causes photosynthesis, expansion of minerals, expansion of all sorts of things when things are heated up. So it could be the energy from the sun that's causing this. Now, I'm not saying that is the cause, because I haven't turned off the sun for a whole week to figure out if that's what was causing the tides. But it is a reasonable thing to say that it could be the sun.
But here's the thing, okay, that could be plausible, but I got a little counter proposal to that, is that where I live, right, it can be up to a full moon, it can get up to 5.6 meter tides. That's a fucking huge, bro. That's I'm not even kidding. You go to the beach at low tide, you go there at high tide, it's 2 stories higher than what it was. Now, it can be sunny for a whole 2 months, right? So the sun is the constant. It can be sunny for a whole 2 months, which means what you're saying, the tide should always be the same amount, the same level. But when there's no moon, there's barely any change in the tide. The difference between low and high tide is fuck all. When it's full moon, the change is gigantic, cunt.
He's got you.
So why?
All of a sudden, he's a smart cunt.
Yeah, I'll admit, you got me there, right? And you're a waterman, and I'm not. I'm a landlubber.
I think it's high time we change the topic.
Oh, look at these flat earthers. Just change the topic when I finally outsmart you on something.
No, you haven't.
Wow.
You haven't outsmarted shit. Tides are based off tidal nodes. They're posted up in chat for you to make it easy. 13 minutes past the hour.
But you haven't got me because it wasn't my claim about tides, and it doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth, right? So
it's really interesting with tides. Some places don't get any tides at all. Water just sits there.
Yeah, you're right.
And other places it is extreme, like you said.
Where did you post it?
So what's interesting is, if you claim it's because of the moon and you're getting excessively high tides, that means everywhere would get excessively high tides because of full moons. But there's places that don't get any at all. So your claim that the moon is cause of excessively large tides is bullshit.
Yeah, right. You got me there. Where did you put it inside your there? That's just a picture of colours, bro. I don't even know what that is.
That's where your tides are. On the top one, there's 2 images there. One moves, it's a GIF. The first one put down shows your tidal nodes. The coloured bars, where it's down the bottom, you can read how high the tide goes. So in Australia, look up the top end of Western Australia. It comes out nearly black. So they get tidal changes up there of about 2 metres.
Yeah, ours is huge as well. I'm in northern Queensland, it's huge.
Yeah, WA's got none.
Yeah, down the bottom's got stuff all over.
No tides?
Zero.
It moves by fuck all. It's fucking 1 meter. You can see it. You take a couple of steps and it's low tide and high tide's fuck all.
Well, you found something I need to do some homework on, so thank you for that. I'll brush up on this.
I still don't understand it. How do nodes? Is there like electric nodes in the ocean in like certain areas? I don't understand it.
Don't know. But there's very specific spots where it seems to be pulsed from. I don't know. It's really weird.
So they're just points or regions are the nodes.
But yeah, you
Let's do
actually
something
changed my
interesting
mind.
just for a change. How about I put up the mag deck map, and we'll have a look and see if any of the nodes line up with that map when it pops up. Not really.
I'm curious. You got my interest peaked.
You
Because
got
I'm a straight up land lover. I've spent 99.99999% of my time on the land.
That's a lot of percents. I'm jealous.
Yeah, you've actually you've trumped me there, cunt. Like you said, like the tides vary from place to place, so it can't be the fucking moon. It can't fully just be the moon. Maybe it's a compounding factor. Maybe we're like both right. I don't know.
Well, there's no rule saying there can't be multiple things causing it. But what we get a lot of the time is what you did exactly. Oh, the moon must cause it. Well, if that's the case, then as the moon passes across, everywhere that's underneath the moon directly would have these crazy high tides. And as you get further and further away, they'd be less and less and less. But there's areas that are long range shots that get these huge tides, and other areas that are directly underneath that get stuff all. So, yeah. Could be a contributing factor.
Check it out. It says how tidal nodes form. Tidal nodes arise from the complex interaction of tidal waves within ocean basins, influenced by such factors such as the Earth's rotation, Coriolis effect, what a bunch of liars, the shape of coastlines, and ocean floor topography. As tidal waves move through the ocean, they reflect off boundaries and interfere with each other. This interference creates a standing wave pattern, where tidal nodes, amphidromic points, are locations with no vertical tidal movement, and then antinodes, which is like, off the coast of Australia and stuff like that, are locations with the greatest tidal range.
Yeah, so it says that the tidal nodes rotate in a circular motion, which is that amphidromic system or point. So rather than going in and out, they rotate.
Damn.
Just funny how they say that the Earth's rotation caused it. A bunch of liars.
Oh, they're always going to make those claims, aren't they?
You know what's interesting? Not always, but when it comes to reef fishing, when they say like no run, no fun. So when there's big tides, the fishing's better, right? But when there's small tides, there's like the fish are less biting. But it can be like the same water level, right? But the different change in the tides. I don't know why. I don't know. It's like more pressure in the water. They feed more. So maybe it's to do with pressure.
Wait, how are you saying it's the same water level but different tide? Isn't that a contradictory statement?
Yeah, old timers talk about how they put like a bottle in a jar, and they can tell by the pressure whether the fish are biting. So if you're a fisherman, you might want to look into that.
Wait, how do they do it?
They put like
a
bottle that's like the same size as the mouth of a jar. They put water in it, and they watch the pressure. And when the pressure is high and the water goes way up into that bottle, then
the fish are better biting.
But I'm not.
There used to be.
Double check.
No, that is true, Larry. That is true. There used to be. I don't know if they even exist. My old man used to have one. It was like a naval thing. There used to be things, right? You could get them in the form of a clock. I think it's called a barometer or something, and you could tell the pressure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the air pressure though, not the water pressure. That's just a barometer. So that's
okay.
Yeah, but also when you're out fishing at the reef and you have this run, these runs are like highways under the water. Yeah, it's not the entire water that's moving. It's specific areas, and you really need to have your points marked out And if you're on that GPS point, one person on one side of the boat can be pulling up one fish after the next because they're in that run, in that tidal highway, and the person on the other side, half a metre away, will catch nothing.
Yeah, I could bring up another argument now about GPS, but I'm not going to. But also, like before, like cyclones and shit, the water pressure must be linked to the air pressure, bro. Because like before cyclones or like any extreme weather event, like how I don't know what it is, like the fish, like the pressure must go up because they like go on the bite instantly. Like the day before a cyclone, they are like fucking like the horniest cunts, and they just hit anything in the water. So I don't know.
That sounds like drunk cunts like you.
Shut up.
Well, the air pressure drops, the water pressure doesn't increase, but the tides are going to increase due to the cyclone itself, yeah? So strong winds. But no, we have a cyclone's a low pressure system, so we have low atmospheric pressure.
There you go. Fuck, I was going to say something else about a fucking...
You're just talking about storm surge.
No, I was going to take me back to like certain spots with tides and fucking how it's... don't worry. It's got me fucked. Still would like to see... I know you, old mate, disagreed, and you disagreed, but I did it, like, as a kid, when I went to another country. I forget where it was, right? And we filled up a bath, and we emptied it, and it spiraled the opposite way of what it does when we're home. And I know what you're saying about the toilets, but...
It all depends on the direction the water enters the sink, how long you've let that water sit for, because you may not see any rotation, but there's still a current in that water.
Shape of its exit path.
Shape, and it takes a shape of the sink, or like Matrix said, the exit path. And I've been in the US and Australia, and I've had sinks drain in many different directions, and it's nothing to do with the location.
Have you seen the what is it? The little YouTube clip where they're Ecuador, where the guy pours water into the little gold tubs, pours the left hand one in, pours the right hand one in, then goes back to the middle and shows the middle one. You've seen that?
No.
Yeah, and what he does is he pours the water in from opposite directions on each side.
Correct. Yep. So if you do get to see it, just watch where he does pour the water in. On one of them, he pours it in at the front, at the bottom, right-hand side. The other one, front, bottom, left-hand side. So naturally, the water as it's put in there is already swirling. Chucks a few rose petals in, pulls the plug, and it continues spinning in the direction that he poured it in.
Yeah. I want to test it with this stale water, like fill up a bucket, let it sit there so it's not moving at all, then pull the fucking plug out.
If you want to test it for yourself, go AJ.
According to Latch, it's always moving. It's never going to be at rest. It's a Coriolis.
Okay.
So lads, if you want to test it, get yourself a container that's perfectly round with the hole smack bang perfect in the middle. Fill it up with water, swirl it one way, pull the plug, let it drain. Fill it up, try it again, swirl it the other way. If Coriolis was a thing, it doesn't matter how hard you swirl it, either direction, it'll always slow down and spin and go back to the original one.
Yeah.
Tell me this thunder cunt thinks his house is moving right now.
Bro, I was on drugs once and my house was moving, cunt. It was gnarly.
But only because you were on drugs.
I'm Ambien.
What was that, about an hour ago?
Pedestrians need to keep an eye out for Lat's house coming down at 1,000 miles an hour.
Lad, it was fucked up. Like, I was like on a 2-story place, and I took all this Ambien, and it felt like I was like on a balancing board. If I went to one side of the house, it was like the house was going to fall over, and I had to go to the other side to balance it out. I was like running back and forth. It was cooked. I got a question. Why do they have left-handed, like, anti-clockwise thread on some things?
So that the nut doesn't undo.
It doesn't make sense to me. Why would it undo if it's on...
If something's rotating, like let's say a big mower blade and you've got a nut in the middle, well, it may be a backwards thread so that it doesn't undo with the rotation of the blade. It turns against the nut.
Sometimes it's to stop people putting the wrong thing in the wrong spot, like oxy bottles versus propane bottles.
That's
like
the
that.
exact thing I'm talking about, the oxy. We changed it out at work, and it's one of them's the other way around, and I was like, confuses the fuck out of me when I'm like putting it in, spinning. I'm like, what the fuck?
Okay, righty-tighty, lefty-loosey, unless you've got nicks on your nuts.
Yeah, but it's not. With the acetylene...
Yes, it is. Righty-tighty, lefty-loosey, unless there's nicks on the nuts. So you look at the nut, if it's got a nick on the side of it, those ones go backwards.
Oh, I never even knew that. So there's a nick on the side. Yeah, right. Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah.
It turns out
I was going to call all you cunts...
with.
Yeah, well, I was about to call all you cunt staffies because I'm like, you sit down and like research, you're all staffies, but this lad actually isn't a staffy.
Fuck off. That's staffy. That shit.
Would I be a staffy if I've driven like 1,000,000 miles for work?
Yes. If it's for an office. Yes.
No, it's not for an office.
You're like an operator, you're like close to being a staffy, like you get half respect.
Well, I dodge drunks, diesels, and texters. So
Probably dodged me a couple of times on the road, mate. I'm on a skateboard, just fucking rip it in. Hoodoo slad.
You know it's hard to dodge, getting rear-ended. Pretty hard to dodge.
Getting what?
Getting rear-ended, hit from behind.
Do you drive a truck?
No, I don't drive a truck.
Oh, by getting rear-ended by a truck.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. I always hear like they always fucking truckies cunt. They're always up your ass, cunt. It's gnarly. Even if you're doing 10 k's over the speed limit, they're always up your ass.
That's not my experience here. Trucks are always going way too fucking slow.
They're limited here, 100. So unless they've pulled their limiter, which if they get inspected, they're screwed. But the biggest problem here is all our speedos read 10% under. So if you're doing 100, I guarantee you're probably doing closer to 90. They're not allowed to read over. So my car, my wife's car, I run off the GPS, and you know, my car, for me to be doing 102, I'm doing 107, yeah?
Yeah.
Yo, it's the opposite for me. I'm always like tailgating the truck because Need for Speed Underground taught me like to draft.
Yeah, save fuel card.
So yeah, I'm always behind it. Unless the road's like really gravelly and stuff like that, and you worry about your windshield getting cracked by some rock that falls out from the back. Otherwise, if it's a nice highway, I'm tailgating that truck, man.
Yeah, you still got to be careful. If they blow a tyre, you're going to lose half the front of your car and a windscreen.
Yeah,
you think tires just fly out like that?
Hell yeah, man. They're all
They explode
retread.
like grenades.
that tread will just peel off and go straight through the front of your car. And it's not to do with rough roads. They're retreads. They're glued back on. They cut the tread off. They glue a new tread on to make the tyre cheaper for the trailers. And they just delaminate, from the heat on the road.
I've never thought about that. That's crazy.
It's
that's never happened, but yeah.
Pretty nasty stuff. One of my mates used to own a Lotus Elan, or Elan, however they say it, and it happened to him. A truck lost its retread, and he went straight over the top and flipped it.
Fuck.
Rode her off.
Jesus.
Lucky he's alive. I don't know how he fucking survived.
That's
But they're only a little
fucking
go-kart anyways, so...
You guys scare me straight.
If you got good
You're gonna
reaction
hate
time,
me.
You can get close, just don't get too close.
You're gonna hate me, AJ. Like all you little truckies, you know what I do? I got a UHF radio in my car because when we go forward driving, I always put it on channel 40 and just talk absolute shit. I just make up shit. I'm just like,
we gotta get experience now.
That's why I
It's
call you
fun, bro.
Thundercat. Because you're noisy. You're a noisy cunt.
They get so
now we know how the truckies feel.
It's just a piss blood. It's so funny.
Yeah, so you should use it the other way and actually listen for like where the police are sitting, where the speed cameras are sitting, when that wide load's coming at you down the road. It's quite handy just to listen to it.
That's true. You know what I don't like at all? I don't know. It's probably there where you guys are because I live like in a regional area and we only get shit that's been in the city for ages. Like now, they got these monitoring things now, cunt. So like, there's like a speed camera and like 2 hours away in another town there's another speed camera and it averages the speed of how long you took to get there. So you can't fucking speed, bro. It's fucked.
You can't. You just have to slow down where the monitors are.
No, you can't. They've always been out there for trucks, yeah. They were always for trucks. And there's a few on the Pacific Highway now that they've just started trialling for vehicles and cars, motorbikes.
Yeah.
And you're right, there is no leadway because it's a point-to-point timing system. So if you've gotten there any quicker, you're going to get the ticket, yeah? And there's zero leadway. Like your speed cameras, there's about 5%, 4%. Your highway patrols are 4 or 5%. Nothing with the point-to-point cameras. So, yeah, you can't speed up and then slow down. And if you're sitting on 100 the whole time and you hit an overtaking lane and speed up for an overtaking lane, even if you drop back to 100, by the time you hit your second point, you're going to be over.
That's fucked up, cunt. That's fucked.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
But it's only on the
It's a
Pacific.
police state, bros. It's a police state.
Only on the Pacific at the moment, and it's only in a trial. So if you get done at the moment, they'll send you like a notice saying, haha, you got done, but we're not going to fine you this time.
Yeah.
I think they have the same thing in the UK.
I don't know how they can do that because here all you have to say is like who's the injured party, who's going to testify, who would testify. This is not legal advice. I'm not a lawyer.
Bro, it's fucked up. Considering some of these roads, bro, like speeds are set for like safety reasons, right? Bro, you can get like a professional driver and put them on these fucking straight roads and no potholes, bro. And they can safely drive, like they drive optimally all the time. They train to drive as fast as possible without spinning out and staying on the road, cunt. And they can 100 kilometers is way too slow, cunt. Like I got a mate who actually drives like a professional driver, cunt. He's not like a fucking top tier god. You won't see him on the TV every day, but occasionally he does come up on the TV for like fucking shit races in the middle of nowhere. Bro, he literally can't drive anymore. Like he has to get his family to drive on the road. He fucking can't stand like sitting in a car and driving the speed limit, knowing that like everything he does, like trains to fucking drive optimally as fast as you can and stay on the road. He can't fucking drive normally on the normal road anymore, cunt.
Well, I
It's
stay away from
bullshit.
the coast. I go inland. The roads do get a bit rougher, but you rarely see anyone. Well, police, towns, people. If you're travelling, especially at night, after dusk though, after the ruse, you won't see anybody for fucking 10 hours.
Yeah. Fuck.
It'd be more Ks, but less time, yeah. So if I was ever doing, say, North Queensland down to Victoria or, North Queensland to Brisbane, yeah, always inland. More Ks, but less time.
Yeah.
What's up, ninjas? I see. Shout out to Flatsy.
Hey, I stayed to the end of that.
Well, I
I
was just
cannot believe he
cracking
put that
up,
on. I
bro.
cannot
That's
believe.
my boy, man. Dude. That was a great show. I loved that, man. I enjoyed the hell out of that.
Well, I got 2 gifts. I got a gifted, yeah, like I told you in the chat.
I love when they do that music stuff too. By the way, what's up, chat? I just literally just got off the Fresh and Fit stream. It just ended just now. So awesome, bro. That was a great stream. Yeah, they were reacting to like Red Pill music and stuff like that. And then Myron put the freaking hood on. Hey, this is why we need to be on Rumble more often, because you can do almost anything you want on Rumble. Telling y'all. Shout out to Flassy though. I didn't know you were there, girl. That's
I
what's up.
kept saying LOL to you in the
Me?
chat. Well, it was going by so fast, so I don't
Chat
blame
was
you.
going crazy. There was 20,000 people watching.
Yeah, it was going by so fast, so I don't blame you for not seeing me. But I was LOLing your comments. It was so funny when everybody was doing those like emoji, like moving emojis, like
Dancing. Yeah.
jamming. Yeah.
Yeah. What you know about that // Flassy?
I don't know what the heck that is, but
Guitar player for Guns N' Roses.
Or okay.
It's not. It's the Roman salute. You
Oh,
know
Roman salute.
that. Remember when Elon did that Roman salute, and everyone got so mad at him for throwing up the /. That's what that
Oh
stands
my
for.
goodness. Okay, now
That's
I
what
get
that stands for. That's why Myron he put the hood on and put his arm up straight.
Yes. I was
So that's
laughing.
what the / means. Oh man, great
I haven't
show,
heard
great
very many
show.
episodes of that guy. I think I've only watched like maybe 1 or 2. One of them was the JFK investigator. But when I hear that guy like in debates and making arguments, he seems like he's top tier, like debater.
Yeah,
Like,
Myron. Oh yeah,
he's
100.
like top 10 in the whole world, probably.
He's good. Yeah, he's good. Him and Andrew Wilson are like top 2 for me, like right now. Myron is the homie. I know a lot of people don't like some of the stuff with the girls, which is fine. I totally get that. But you should just go watch Myron's solo content. Myron Gaines X on Rumble, YouTube, Twitter, all that stuff. He goes live every day at, let's see, 5 p.m. Eastern. It's like 2 p.m. my time here on the West Coast.
But you
That's
know
all
that
I watch,
Slash.
bro. I don't watch nobody else. What's
You know
up?
that Slash is the name of the guitarist from Guns N' Roses, right?
I heard what's his name? Sterling in the back said, "Oh, that's the guitar or some shit." Nah,
Yeah.
bro.
Asian Bear. Could you explain to me
Slash is
how you know
Here we go.
that the surface of
Here we
water is
go.
flat?
Are we doing this again? Is that Britnat?
Yeah, it's me. But
Bro, just rip the band-aid off. You have 3 options, my friend. It's either concave, convex, or neither. We know it's not
That
concave.
is true.
We
How
know
do you know
believe
that
it's
it's flat?
convex, and it's not convex. Period.
How do you know? Go on.
Period.
do you know?
Period. What do you mean, how do I know? When have you ever seen, when have you ever even observed a
Don't ask me a
body of
question.
water?
How do you
No,
know that it's flat?
We're both
Yes,
on
yes,
the
yes, yes,
same
yes.
page. We both experienced the exact same
No, we're not on the
urges.
same page. You say it's flat.
Oh,
I'm not
whoa,
sure I
whoa.
agree. So please,
All
tell
right,
us how you know. Go on.
We both live on the exact same earth. Ta-da! Where all the water behaves exactly the same. Newsflash.
I agree.
Okay, so we
I'm with you
agree
so
it's
far.
not concave. Yeah, we agree it's not concave.
No, we live on the same Earth.
Yeah, we agree it's not concave.
No, we
It's
don't agree
fine.
that it's
I don't mind
concave.
cooking this
How
retard.
do you know?
I
How
totally
do you
don't mind
know that
cooking
it's
this
flat?
retard. Well, let's start with an observation. Let's start with an observation. I don't know if you're cooking. We can cook this retard. It's fine. So we got. You already agree it's not concave. Why? I would say probably based on observation. We don't see concave bodies of water. You can rip that Band-Aid off out of here. Now you think the bodies of water are convex. Did someone mute them? Pop them off mute.
I'm not muted. I'm waiting for you to
All right, cool.
explain how
All
you
right,
know
we've
that it's
been all
flat.
quiet. All right, so we have to deal with either it's convex or it's not. That's our dichotomy here now. So when have you ever in your entire life observed a body of water that you could put your body in that's convex? We'll wait.
No, in your own time. Explain to us how you know that it's flat.
That's all that we need to do. You've never observed, not once, a body of water that's convex. Never. Not once. So there's no reason to even think that it would be convex. But you do think that. So it's like a
In your own time.
process of elimination, my friend. Very simple.
In your own time.
The same reason you
I know
eliminated
the
same
surface
reason
of
that you
water is flat
eliminated
because
the same reason you eliminated it being concave. You said, yeah, I agree so far. Why would you agree with that?
no, I agree that we live on the same Earth.
Prove it's not concave. Prove it's not concave.
No, I'm asking you how you know it's flat. In your own time.
We've already
Because
went
there's
over
no
it.
measurable curvature.
It's fine. It's fine. You agree yourself it's not concave. So
we're taking a long
process of
time to get to the
elimination.
point here, Creation Bear.
Look, dude.
Come on, look. If you don't know, you don't know.
You did the
Just say you
same
don't know.
thing. No, I do know. Just like you know as well.
Okay, how do you know?
We both live on this. We both live on the same Earth, so we both experienced the exact same thing. Don't worry, Chad. I don't need anyone's help here.
No. But I want to know why
I'm not trying to help you. I want to know for myself why he thinks it's not concave.
He's going to pretend to be an intellectual and a retard at the same time. I would challenge you to choose one or the other. Because what you're trying to do is you
claim
think
that the surface of water is
you're
flat.
above people.
Could you
in
please
this
explain how
panel,
you know that?
right? But you're going to pretend like you're an intellectual. But also play a retard. When we ask you in concave, you go, well, I don't know, maybe. You got to pick one, dude. Either you're smarter than CB or you're a fucking retard thinking the water's concave.
Wait, did he agree? Did he or did he not agree?
He did agree. He did agree.
I want to know his reason why he says it's not concave.
He's not going to answer because he's not smart.
No, that's a red herring. You're changing the topic.
It's not a red herring.
Trying to reverse the burden of proof. I'm asking you, how do you know that it's flat? We haven't got an answer yet.
It's
been
not even a claim. It's just a pure observation. I'm not even making
no,
a
it's a claim.
It's either
you are claiming that the surface of water
straight
is
up observation.
How do you know?
It's not an extraordinary claim. The claim is that the bodies of water are convex. That's the claim.
No,
that's what you believe. No, it's an observation.
Creation Bear knows that the surface of water is flat because ... Do
you have me? Can you quote me saying that?
Yeah, you've said it before.
Put it in the chat.
No, I'm not going to go back and watch the live stream.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
This is a position.
So it's an observation, right? So we have three options.
So it looks flat.
Actually, I would say, well, that's the observation. You don't experience anything else.
So you don't know. It just looks that way.
No, it's straight up obserration. You agreed it's not concave.
Do you know or do you don't know? Or does it just kind of looks flat?
You agreed it's not concave, right? Look, let's play the recording.
The only thing I've agreed to is that we live on the same Earth.
I will be home in less than 5 minutes. Okay. I'm going to grab my MacBook and I'm going to play it back where you said, "Yeah, I agree. It's not concave." Okay. So we can eliminate from that option from the three options that we have: convex, concave, or neither. You agreed, not concave. Perfect. So it's either convex.
Yeah, I don't think it's I don't think it's concave.
Perfect.
But it might be convex. It might be flat.
Why?
Well, if like the Earth was concave, you'd be able to look up and see the other side of it.
Okay. So you don't observe.
It doesn't look concave, but that's just my gut feeling. I don't really know. So how do you know that it's
There we go. See, the chat. Look, I want to highlight this for the chat.
Yeah, I would like to highlight for the chat how Creation Bear has not proven how he knows how the surface of water is flat.
Put your boner, your hate boner.
No, my boner's out. I'm stroking it really hard.
I know. The chat can
it's
tell
quite
right
embarrassing
now.
for you to not be able to back up any of your claims.
I know. Put your hate boner away. It'll be all right. Chat, I want to highlight that he's doing this thing again, where he's coming in, pretending to be an intellectual above the panel.
I'm
while also simultaneously being retarded, saying, "I don't know, maybe it is concave." You gotta choose one, dude. Which is it? You the smart guy? You're above everybody?
I don't have to choose anything. You've claimed that the surface of water is flat.
No,
I would like you to.
I didn't. You can't even put that in the chat. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to put you in the chat saying it's not concave.
Very well.
You
do what you want.
You can't even quote me. You can't even quote me claiming it's flat. I'm saying it's observed that way.
Okay. So are you not claiming it's flat? Why is it observed
that's
that way?
the observation. Do you disagree with the observation?
I disagree.
Okay. Why?
Well, because you haven't substantiated how you know it's flat.
You said you agreed we live on the same Earth.
Yeah, we live on the same Earth. Probably.
So then we observe the same thing, yes or no?
Well, you don't live in the same place.
Got him.
So we observe the same thing.
Got him. Well, okay, let me ask you this question then. Do all bodies of water behave the same? Got him. Fucking got him, chat.
You keep trying to turn these questions.
No, you went quiet there for a second. So do all bodies of water behave the same, yes or no?
Generally.
Got him. Fucking got him. Guys, chat,
what did you get?
He's in here doing this intellectual,
my fellow Americans,
pseudo-intellectual bullshit. He's cooked.
We got him.
He's cooked. Look,
I don't feel
you're not smarter. You're not smarter than me. So stop trying to be. First of all, okay, great. Do all bodies of water behave the same? Hold on. Do all bodies of water behave the same? You answer, and then I'll go after you.
If they are subject to the same forces, then yes.
Let's just get a straight answer: yes or no.
Well, no. If I have one body of water that's
no,
made of
not all bodies of water behave the same.
Regarded, then it's going to behave differently.
So let's start at a small scale.
So I've answered your question. So can you answer how you know that all bodies of water are flat?
Hold on. Let's start at a small scale. I didn't. That's not even what was said. If you're the smarter intellectual, you should at least be able to pay attention to the words being said.
I'm paying attention. What I paid attention to is your inability to answer the question.
Hold on a second. You did say that not all bodies. Actually, he's not. He's repeating incorrectly again because I'm saying that all bodies of water behave the same. You're saying they are not. So let's start with a small scale. A bathtub.
Why don't we start with how Creation Bear knows
Don't interrupt.
All bodies of water.
We're going to go off of what you just said, which is that not all bodies of water behave. So let's walk through this slowly.
No, I don't think we need to walk through that. I think you need to answer the question.
I'm going to mute you if you can't control yourself.
How you know that all bodies of water are flat.
I'm
noticing you're running away.
We're going to mute you now. Let's walk through this slowly. I cannot wait to get to my MacBook. I'm walking up the stairs right now.
My fellow Americans.
Let's start with the bathtub. He stuck his fingers in his ears, chat. I just want the panel to notice what he's doing. He's coming in here thinking he's going to pick on.
Sorry, my mic stopped working there for a second for some reason.
Yeah, I know you stuck your fingers in your ears. Shut the fuck up for a second. Chat. Just leave him on mute for a second. We'll talk to the audience. He's going to come in here pretending to be the intellectual. He thinks he's above you, me, and everyone else in this panel. Now, when we call him out, he's going to pretend to be retarded. At the same time, bro's got to pick one. Either he's smarter and he should keep that same energy. That's what the kids say. You got to keep that same energy. Can't be going back and forth between I'm retarded, I'm smart. I'm retarded, I'm smart. So, he just said, not all bodies of water behave the same. Let's walk him through this very, very slowly. Pop him off mute. I'm going to go upstairs real quick. Let me get my keys, bro. I'm about to cook this dumbass.
Oh, sorry, my mic's not working again. I don't know why.
Yeah, I know. See, there, yeah.
So, Creation Bay, can you explain how you know that all bodies of water are
Control
flat?
yourself. Control yourself, or we'll control your dumbass. Let's walk slowly.
I would just like you to answer the question.
Let's
I think
start
it's a
with
pretty
the
simple
bathtub.
question.
We're going to run this how we see fit. You're not running the panel. So we have bathtub.
Okay.
What's the bathtub do? Is it concave, convex, or neither?
Well, a bathtub's a bathtub.
The surface of the body.
Questions? You're supposed to be answering how you know
because I'm the one asking questions. I'll be asking.
No, I asked you a question.
This is my panel right now. You're in my house.
This is a Discord server.
This is my server right now. I'm going to run it how I see fit. So, bathtub. You either got... He's stuck his fingers into his chat. This is fucking awesome.
You asked me a question.
Don't worry. How about you just leave him off mute? I'll control. I'll just take care of it. It's fine, guys. Don't worry about it. Don't need
Sorry, I'm having like some technical.
Yeah, I know you're sorry. So let's have your bathtub. Is it concave, convex, or neither?
In your own time. Go on.
Yeah. We're going off what you said. We're going to tie you down to what you
No, I'm
said.
tying you down.
I actually have
the
you
surface of
recorded
water is
saying
flat.
things. Hold on, I'm be on my MacBook in about 30 seconds.
Okay.
And we'll be able to play back what you said. Because that's what we do. We have evidence. So, the bathtub. Is it concave, convex, or neither?
In your own time.
We got all the time.
You've got all the time to answer how you know that the surface of water is flat. Go on.
Well, you can't even play me saying that. This is the observation. We both live and observe
would you like to walk back that claim?
Same Earth. What claim?
If I'm strawmanning you, I do apologize.
Well, put it in the chat.
So you can...
I'm about to get my MacBook out right now. We're going to play you saying things like, not all bodies of water behave the same. You want to walk that back?
No, I'm happy to stick to that.
Right, so let's start with the back.
If there are different
We're
forces,
going to go through different examples of bodies of water. That's what we're going to do. I'm on my MacBook right now.
I, Creation Bear, know that the surface of water is flat because... ...
Mic check.
Go on.
All right. MacBook out, boys. So, Mez says, not all bodies of water behave the same. Let's see if he'll stand on that, as the kids would say. Let's start small and we'll work our way up and see how the bodies of water change as they scale up and see if he stands on this. Now, my thing is, we all observe the exact same Earth. We all see the same thing. We all experience the same Earth. He agreed. We can play him back saying that exact same thing. Easy. He doesn't have any clips of me saying anything. So let's just start with that, right? Let's start with that. Let's start with a bathtub mess. The surface of the water in the bathtub is either convex, concave, or neither. You've got to choose, and we'll work our way up because you're the one saying they change. They're different. So which is it? We got all the time.
You said it's flat.
You already said. Put it in the chat. You want to start getting clips? Because we are live, by the way. Just so you know. Don't be afraid of the things that you said.
I agree. You shouldn't be afraid of the things you've said. You've said before multiple times.
You don't. Do you have any clips? You got any clips?
So are you not saying the surface of water is flat?
You got clips?
If I'm strawmanning you, I do apologize. If you don't agree that the surface of water is flat, then we can just send this right here.
You said. I'm going to start making clips of the things you said, which is that not all bodies of water behave the same. So let's start with the smallest body of water that you could put your body in. Well, maybe, I don't know how small you are, but a bathtub, right? Probably small, man. A bathtub.
you're afraid to say whether it's concave, convex, or neither?
I'm not afraid to say anything, but I'm asking you.
Okay, go ahead.
How you know that the surface of water is flat?
Well, no.
So go
Can
on.
you stop being a retard and be honest with yourself? Is that okay?
Don't worry, chat. We got it. It's just going to be really fun and easy.
I don't think Creation Bear is going to answer.
Pseudo-intellectual. We're going to expose
hidden knowledge.
We're going to
Maybe the Fallen
expose
can
the
granted it to him.
pseudo-intellectual who's pretending to be intellectual but is a retard.
I'm just asking you a question, and you're running away from it.
I'll be asking the questions.
Why do you get to answer the question? This is a panel.
It's my panel.
I'm asking. I'm asking you. I'm part of the
right
panel.
now,
I'm asking
it's my
you.
panel.
You're the host.
Yeah,
this is Q&A.
Yes, exactly.
I do the Q.
I'll be the host.
You
I'll
do
be
the
the-
A.
Oh, you haven't answered
The Q is, how do you know that?
The question is, you'll be shutting the fuck up and answering the question. So either your surface of the body of water in the bathtub is concave, convex, or neither, or we're banning your dumb ass out of here.
If you want me to accept that that's a true trichotomy, then sure.
Can you
I
show
don't see any other
otherwise?
possibilities.
Oh,
So how do you know it's flat? How have you
I would
ruled
say
out
it's actually
convex and
truly a dichotomy, actually. Now, you already agreed it's not concave, so we can rule that out. We have clips of you saying that, just in case you forgot. This is live.
Yeah, I don't think it's concave. I think that's the least likely.
Yeah, okay, great. Perfect. So it's either convex or it's not. Which is it? For your bathtub. And then we'll scale it up, because you said that not all bodies of water behave the same.
I don't know. You said it's flat. Please prove.
Oh, chat, I want to see I want you to highlight this here once more.
We
He's
can
coming
highlight
in.
how Curation
Hold on,
Bear is
Batman,
not
we're going
answering
to
the
talk to the
question.
audience. We're going to talk to the I'm the one asking the questions here, retard, in case you forgot. This is live recorded. So just want to highlight one more time for the audience. He's come in thinking he's going to pick on the panel. It's not going to work, clearly. So, but he's trying to also be retarded, like saying, well, I don't know, I'm not sure, while also trying to be the intellectual, as if he's above anyone in this panel when he's below everyone.
Hi.
Clearly. Lottie, just 304. Go make some sandwiches. We'll come back to you in a bit. Just pop yourself on mute. We'll come back to you. We don't have time for this right now.
Damn.
We're doing a whole nother thing. I'll take a turkey and Swiss. Chat, put your sandwich orders in the chat. Lottie, get back to the kitchen. Make the sandwiches.
Yeah, I'll take
Come back
bacon.
to you shortly.
I'll take bacon, please. Bacon and eggs.
We need a BLT, Turkins. Thank you. Lottie, just mute up. We'll come back to you shortly. Or you know what? Actually, fuck Mez. Lottie, what's up? What do you got for us today? I'll take that turkey and Swiss ASAP.
You got destroyed, CB. That was really upsetting to watch.
Is this your boyfriend? Is this your boyfriend? You guys always come in together, you and Mez.
It's cute, isn't it?
I mean, it is really cute. You guys always come in. Let's ask him. See if he'll agree. Britnat, we've got a bathtub filled with water. The water at the surface is either curving or it isn't. Now, when it's curving, it could either be convex or concave. You going with either one of those two?
I was just commenting on how you got destroyed.
No. There's no destroying going on here. Your boyfriend Mez has his fingers in his ears. So why don't you speak for him? Since you're holding his jock, why don't you speak for him? Is the surface of the body of the water in the bathtub convex or concave or neither?
I think what he was after was
No, we just need it's A, B, or C.
I think
We
it's
don't need
concave.
Yappuccino. Okay.
Because
Interesting.
there's like a hole, no.
No
And
idea what
there's
the 304 is
edges, no.
saying. No idea what this 304 is talking about.
I
Britnat,
said
we've
I
given
think
you-
it's concave because there's edges and there's deepness.
I'm sure you're experiencing deepness.
Oh, crap. It's all depth, not deepness. I'm sorry.
Oh, boy.
Depth.
Britnat, we'll give you another chance, bud.
Yeah, depth.
You've got 3 options, dude. It's A, B, or C. That's it. No Yappuccino needed. The body of water
It's
which is the bathtub.
You're scared of me.
No one's afraid of you, retard. No one's afraid of you.
You're the dumbest flat earther. You're the dumbest flat earther in the room. I've spoken to you many times. You are the dumbest flat earther. You can't argue for the Earth being flat. You're the dumbest one. You are the lowest flat earther in the room. You are the stupidest one.
You can't demonstrate that.
You're scared of me, sir.
No one's afraid of you.
Why are you getting emotional, dude?
Kiwi,
Why are you getting emotional?
I got it.
Bro, yes, very emotional. Very emotional.
He's you are.
He's the guy that
you're calling people dumb.
He is dumb.
Kiwi, I got it, bro. I got it.
He is dumb. He is very dumb. He's the lowest flat.
Enough. I had enough.
Hold on.
Send me one of the good ones. Send me one of the good ones.
Britt,
yo, can we please talk about something smart?
304, get the sandwiches going.
Send me one of the good flat earthers.
Says the guy that makes about 30 sock accounts and changes his name so no one knows who he is.
It is the same account. You're a paranoid schizophrenic.
You change your name once every 30 days.
You're a little paranoid boy, aren't you, Creation Bear? Little paranoid boy. You think I'm trying to make old accounts to hang out with you? Creation Bear, you're paranoid.
I'm 10 toes down. We've got a bathtub filled with water.
You're schizophrenic.
T-Dub, T-Dub, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
To talk about the people, right?
I'd rather talk to someone who knows what they're talking about, like maybe T-Dub.
Just quit it.
It's fine, bro. Don't worry. No one's afraid of Britnat. We're gonna pop him back off mute.
Except for you.
T-Dub, no one's afraid of you, Britnat. You came in with your boyfriend Mez's jock straight up, his meat all up in your mouth. Okay? Why don't you answer the question for him, for your boyfriend? We've got a bathtub filled with water. You've got 3 options. Why don't you choose? Why are you afraid of this?
It's not that I'm afraid of the question. It's that you
go ahead and answer.
And you're refusing to answer.
It has nothing to do with me. Why don't you answer the question?
You're scared of answering. It's fine. It's hard when you're a flat earther.
Asking the questions here. You're low IQ. You're afraid of even answering the question. This is very simple. I'll stand on what I'm saying.
You're the stupidest flat earther, dude. You couldn't answer a single question.
That's not been demonstrated. If you're saying that, you should be able to demonstrate that clearly to the panel, which you can't. Just by saying you're dumb, you're dumb, you're dumb, you can't show this. If it was that easy, you would just demonstrate it.
Give me an argument for how the Earth's flat. Give me an argument.
We're working on that. We're working on that right now.
Right now,
we have a bathtub. I've given you in a scenario that you're afraid to walk through. We're gonna scale this up. I'll stand on it 10 toes down. We just gotta walk through it slowly. I'll hold your hand. I got a JanSport. You can jump in the backpack. We've got a bathtub filled with water. Notice how you're afraid to dip your toes in. The surface of the water can only be doing one of 2 things. Either the surface is curved or it's not. You won't even say it's curved, dude. How could you?
Give me an argument, Crayon Muncher.
Your boyfriend.
Give me an argument, Crayon Muncher.
Your boyfriend said, we're working on that. Your boyfriend said it's not concave. Would you agree that the body of water... Okay, let's just ask you, see if you guys both agree. Your boyfriend said that not all bodies of water behave the same. You agree or disagree?
Do you know what an argument is, CB?
You agree or disagree?
What's an argument, CB?
Do you agree that all bodies of water behave the same or no? We need a direct answer or you can just leave, dude.
I'll take premise 1. Give me premise 1.
Okay, so you've got body of water. It's either... your boyfriend said that they behave differently. You agree or disagree?
Do you know what a premise is?
Chat. What do we do with this retard?
Dude, it's a bad game of tennis. Every time you serve him the ball, he lets it hit him in the face.
Look, Britt, your boyfriend already answered this. You're not gonna back him up?
Killian, I'll come out.
Yeah. All right, Brett.
Dude, don't talk to me. You can't even talk to CB right now, bro.
We'll see. We'll take care of Brett later. We'll just see him another time. He's just clearly not here to even back up his boyfriend, which he's got his meat all up in his mouth. Let's go back to Mez. We've got our bathtub.
Oh, hey, Creation Bear, what's going on? Are you ready to answer how you know that the surface of water is flat?
Well, you've gotten 0 clips of me saying
Dude, you think dick look, don't you fag?
Oh, you just got banned for violating TOS. Nice try, though. Good job.
Punk. What a punk.
He found an exit because he couldn't answer it.
Okay, so Mez, you said bodies of water behave differently. Let's start with the smallest body of water, and we'll work our way up. Let's see if they can make it past the first level.
Yo, CB, how about you scale it back to a kitchen sink? It might be better, easier for them to grab onto.
CB, I'm
Actually,
saving you the ball.
he probably could fit his brain. Actually, I don't know. He probably is a small man. He probably could fit in a sink. Let's be honest. But he's not willing to make it past the first stage, is he, Chad?
What's crazy is even other Globers will at least go down this path with you because they know where it leads. Even with, I mean, just be honest, Mez.
These
Come on, stop being
guys are afraid. They're afraid.
Yeah.
Mez, you've got one shot. We really don't give a fuck about you.
He keeps muting himself. Keeps muting himself.
He has fingers in his ears. It's not worth it, honestly. He's listening on YouTube, by the way, Mez. It's funny, right? These guys come in pretending to be smart. They're the lowest IQ. They're the lowest on the totem pole. This is like ladies' night, where they think the ladies are an easy target. They think CB's an easy target. That's what I do. It's a honeypot. It's perfect.
Call Diddy.
Yeah. Hey, we might need to call Diddy because someone's getting effed up right now. Let's be honest. It's not
Globers,
me.
though. Globers. They can't stop, won't stop.
Incredible. They tried to do this last time, chat. They're like, how do you know the water's flat? Well, they agreed we all live and experience the exact same Earth. Right, Eggs? Why don't we get Eggs in the conversation? Best is gone.
Yo, CB, start asking about the meniscus. See what they have to say about that.
Well, they agreed it's not concave. I don't think even Eggs would say it's concave. What do you think, buddy?
But what they'll do, they'll guide you. They'll guide you to a test.
Hold on, APOC. Eggs. We got bodies of water. Would you say that they all behave the same or no?
I'd say they behave the same. That would be weird.
Well, so Mez just cooked his own. Hold on, let's get the soundboard out. Because we know.
We gave. It's a kind of weirdly worded question, to be honest. It doesn't
I'm going to do some commentary real fast for you to chime in. Mez came in and said, not all bodies of water behave the same. Then we have Matthew. He'll say they all behave the same. Eggs says they all behave the same.
Yeah, it's kind of an ambiguous question, really.
So why don't you tell us, Eggs, why do all bodies of water not behave the same? Sorry, you say they behave the same. Why is Mez incorrect?
I don't say they behave the same. You have higher tides where you've got more water.
What, did you not just? Aren't we live?
No, man, you're tilting at windmills, bro. Like I said, they won't all behave the same.
So they behave differently.
Of course, yeah.
Wait, am I hearing things? I swear you just said they behave the same.
Well, yeah, I think you are hearing things. You're asking questions in slightly weird ways.
I might need to go back and listen. And listen, honestly.
Yeah, go for
anyway, so let's just re-ask the question. We have bodies of water. You're saying they behave differently.
Yeah, water in a cup is different to water in the ocean.
We have our 3 options here.
We have animals living in it. Like, how can water without animals in it be the same as water with animals in it?
Let's pay attention. Eggs, make sure you pay attention.
Okay.
The surface of the body of water, it's either concave, convex, or neither.
Or both, or curving in different directions. It's not.
No, they can't do that. No, I can't do
Why
that.
not? Water can't curve in multiple directions. What is a wave but water curving in multiple directions?
Retard.
And it can't do that?
A wave?
What are tides?
Is that curvature?
What are tides?
Hold on,
Of course.
Let's
describe
it. Let's take it slow, because this guy's retarded here. He's talking about texture, topography. You know, we've done this many times before. I actually would challenge you, Eggs, that you can't find not one single example where you have a surface that's doing two things at the same time. I think any surface is dichotomous in nature. Either a surface is going to be curved or it isn't. This is a dichotomy, a true dichotomy. Even a flat earther challenged me on this morning, and I stood correct. I would also challenge anyone in this panel. If you're in a room right now, look around you. There's surfaces everywhere. Everything has a surface. You'll also notice either that surface is curved in some way or it straight up is not. You will not find an example where it's happening both things are happening at the same time. It's not going to happen. If you can find it, put it in the chat. Good luck.
Maybe you have to premise it as a body of water at rest, because they try to wiggle their way out because of the dynamic system of the ocean with waves and swells. They try to say, well, that changes, but your point stands true, but more along the lines of a body at rest of water, because we all know, like, scientifically,
we don't even have to say at rest.
Yeah,
well, we don't even have to say at rest.
But they that's where they wiggle it out, though. That's where they go, oh well, if the ocean, there's swells and there's tides and there's waves, and that's where they start to wiggle away. But you are standing on the point of, well, but it's not going to curve upwards or curve downwards. Obviously, there's motions within it that are going up and down, but at the body at rest, it would find itself flat and not concave or convex. And I think that's where they try to always wiggle their way out of this conversation. I'm just throwing.
No, look, we can easily debunk what Eggs is saying in the chase at convex. We have waves, which creates this convex and concave notion. Look at this image in the chat here. This is the table. This is the table, a picture of a table that I took myself. And also, in Eggs, since he's not listening at all, doesn't even have to be at rest. I don't give a fuck if it's at rest. Waves, include the waves as much as you want. Just like this table, that's a flat table right there. It's got grooves and all kinds of shit in the table. That's a flat table. If the table was curved, who makes curved tables like on the surface? Why would you make that table? You put a bottle of wine and it falls over, right? That's not what tables do.
Flassy posted it. Yeah, exactly.
So, and then also, if you take like a piece of paper, right? Everyone knows you zoom in or get a microscope and look at the paper. It's not smooth. There's all kinds of crazy shit going on with the paper, but that's a flat piece of paper. There's no way around that.
Yeah, just
Matrix, I'm going to cook you in a second.
Just as I predicted in the chat, Eggs said exactly what I was talking about, and then Flatsy showed, like, with the image, like, yeah, they're swell, so they're concave and convex, but that's why I said you have to premise that as, okay, if for some particular reason, like for instance, some people in the ocean, there are times where the water is perfectly still. The ocean, they say it looks like glass. There are no waves. There are no swells. Sometimes, every now and then, you will have this beautiful, amazing image of water looking like glass, flat in all directions. So yes, Eggs, we're talking about when there's no other dynamic force, pushing upon it to make it either rise or lower. That's what Creation Bear is trying to get you down that road. But you're just not admitting to it, and you can't, because you know that just completely debunks your position. Oh, go ahead, Creation. Go ahead.
Thanks. Shout out to the political Viking who's posted the paper. There. Who in this chat? Put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you're willing to say a piece of paper is curved. Put a 1 in the chat right now. And also, Eggs is saying that a surface can be more than this 3 options. Actually, it's 2 options. Because that's what a dichotomy is, by the way. It's 2 things, right? Incredible. It's either curved or it's not. This is what I told you. Look around, find a surface that's either doing one. Well, you got those 2 options. Find a surface that's doing both at the same time. You're not going to find one.
Eggs bailed.
Good.
Yeah, I heard he's in with GS6 now.
Oh, wow. So, in other words, he's brain rot. Got it.
Yeah, he's gone.
Notice how Mez and his boyfriend Britt come in at the exact same time every time. They hold each other's PPs and roll in here together. It's cute.
So what's the deal with that? One of them good at letters, the other one good at numbers. So together they have an IQ of about 40.
Wonder Twins power deactivate.
Lava Boy and Shark. Was it Shark Girl and Lava Boy?
You don't have to say this. You don't have to say this, CB. But crests and troughs are in relation to a horizontal plane.
Exactly.
Bam, bam. Perfect. I'm looking at my wall right now. Some of you guys might have a ceiling that's like very textured. It might have like spikes on it and stuff, right? The way the paint is. That's a flat ceiling. My current wall is like super textured. That's a flat wall.
Yeah, like the
so
popcorn.
Yeah, but there's waves though. You sound like a fucking retard because that's not curvature of the earth. That's like the texture, the topography on my wall. Or I give the carpet example all the time. You have a flat floor with a carpet on it. That's not a curved floor. The carpet doesn't make it curved. That's texture, topography. Yeah, there's waves. They don't say boats go over the waves. They don't say the sun disappears behind the waves. They say the sun disappears behind the curve of the earth. Curvature, not waves or texture. Bro, look, I get it. I'm not in here trying to pretend to be the most intellectual flat earther in here. I'm not the biggest brain in here. But these guys are not above you. They're not above me. They're not above anyone in this panel. Don't let them pretend to be above you, bro. They couldn't even cook me right here, right now, based off of this very simple argument. What is the water doing? It's got 2 options. It's either curved or it's not. That's it. They can't even say it's concave or convex, bro. Well, they would say it's not concave, but he wouldn't stand on that. Then he wouldn't agree that it's convex. Cool. What's the observation? Flat. Period.
Yeah.
There's no way around that. It's not even like some grandiose claim like, yeah, the water's flat. What else would it be though?
I think Flatsy hit it on the head. Even the changes of elevation are all derived off the horizontal at the end of the day. That's the nail on the head. Booyah. Mic drop. That's the position.
Well, can you prove it's flat? Well, we can remove the idea that it's convex. We can remove the idea it's concave. So we're only left with one option. But then we have this retard Eggs in the chat saying, well, there's more than 3 options. This guy's fucking retarded. But then they come in here trying to pretend that they're smarter than you. Those days are over. I used to roll in here thinking, man, we really need to look out for these globe earthers, bro. We need to like educate ourselves before we go and talk to them. They're not smarter than you. They just are not.
Well, you're right on one thing that you call them out on is 1 second they'll be like, I'm so intellectual. And then the next second they'll be like, huh? What do you mean? So they'll
Flatsy,
act dumb.
I'm glad you can see that. They come in here.
Are you done with eggs?
He left.
Oh, good.
Yeah, he's gone. But exactly, Flatsy, they come in here thinking, I'm going to come in and steamroll over this panel. But then, huh? What? Concave? What that mean? There's nothing to be afraid of, Chad.
Yeah, when I was at the gym after I got through with my workout, I changed into my flat earth shirt that Sterling made for me, so I'm wearing it right now.
Well, you notice how it came out. CB, you're the dumbest, blah, 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 blah. What's your argument? If I'm the dumbest one, you should be able to come in and cook me pretty easy. Instead, you're like, concave? What that mean again?
I will say this: I posted some links in regards to your argument against them of the science of water in general, as you were asking them for it, but they couldn't provide it, obviously, because it wrecks themselves. But oddly, the links that were comparing the speaking about fluid dynamics, dude, 16 of the links were 404. Like, and I'm talking about from academia, from like 16 different universities. It's like they took it off their fucking website, like almost like they don't want that information out for some reason. Like, it's really interesting to me that that none of those links work. 16 different links. I literally counted them, and we're talking about from all different types of universities and papers that were written by this person and that person and this person, accredited people too.
Did you say that you had saved those links?
No. I was posting them, and then someone posted in the comments like, "Hey, this link is not working." So then I went back to it. I was like, "Oh shit, they're right." I was like, "Well, let me find the right one." And then I was looking, fluid dynamics broken, fluid dynamics 404 not found, fluid dynamics like not available. Like, what the fuck? And I'm talking about from like MIT, like from college, like all these different prestigious academia resources.
The reason why I asked you if there were saved links, a lot of the times those links get broken because they update them.
Yeah, and and that's what I did. I went even into their website trying to find them, and then they posted it like, "Oh, here it is." I click on it, 404. Like, what? Even their updates are not even available. I was like, wow, they're really. I mean, they must have caught on. They realized everything that they've ever put out for papers as far as like to explain fluid dynamics, because all of them are clearly going to state how water at rest, because of hydrostatics, it's going to find itself flat, and fluid dynamics is going to find itself flat. It's like they took them out because they can't have reality destroy their pseudoscience. So obviously that's why they took them out. It's really interesting. I mean, does that not raise a red flag for everybody? Like, come on, dude. If the higher echelon of academia is taking these things out, like, what does that leave us with? And I was searching. Like, I literally went through 16 different links, and I gave up. I was like, oh, fuck it. I'm just gonna say that these links are not found. Oh, wow.
So I had to go back and listen to the YouTube. I'm gonna make this clip where Eggs responds when I ask him, "Do all bodies of water behave the same?" To me, it sounds like he says they would behave the same. That's weird.
He did say that.
In context, to say that it would be weird to say that they wouldn't. I just need to get some clarification on what you guys.
That's what I
thought.
thought.
Let me make the clip and I'll come back. I'm gonna definitely for a second. I'll be right back. He did say that.
He did, and that's why. Yeah, that's why he kind of retracted that.
Yeah,
I'm gonna mute up.
I think
thank God.
The cult told him to. You can't say that.
Thank fuck, dude. I'm gonna
probably got.
Second chat. Let me def it and make the clip. I'll be right back. Then we're going to cook eggs in the chat. I want everyone to throw an L in the chat for eggs real fast. I'll be right back.
I think he got DM'd. Be like, dude, you can't say that.
Yeah, he's like, bro, you're not helping us. that's probably what happened.
That's what the fine. Like I had, basically got some people, that check out their echo chamber and what they talk about and what they post and stuff, and they had suggested that eggs had gone GF6, and I'm like, okay, you're no longer a credible source. I'm not going to use you for like, and just today, I kind of think that's it. Yeah, he's gone GF6. He came in with them. When he said something different than they said, and then instantly had to correct it.
Crit, he was already in here, mate.
Oh, was he? Okay.
Yeah, Eggs was in here first. Probably. Well, actually, Eggs was in here when I dropped in. So that was an hour and a half ago. Eggs was already here then. The other two turned up at the same time.
Okay, so maybe he's not then.
Okay, chat's been created. Please go listen. Can we make polls in here? Yeah, I'll create a poll. Did eggs say bodies of water behave the same or no? Yes? No.
Yeah, he clearly did, CB. He said that, of course, but then he changed his answer to say it would depend on the forces exerted on the water, and if they were all under the same forces, then yes, but if they weren't, then no.
He's flip-flopped in the middle. That's why I was like, wait a minute, did you not just fucking say that? The clip's in the chat. Please take a listen, cast your vote in the chat right now. From what I heard, he said, I could see it both ways. It would be weird to say they behave the same, right? Okay.
But that's why I said he threw in the well, because there's tides. Remember he said that. Like he followed up with, well, because there's tides. But even still, they're still gonna follow the principles and the known natural laws of the way water it's going to react to the pressure upon it. It's going to find itself flat. Unless you're talking about like a small test tube where the pressure is so great in that little test tube, and then it does make it concave because you have this water rising up, but that's a whole nother story. That's not normal. It's a pressure within a small containment of it. But we're talking about large bodies. We're talking about a glass of water, a pool, a lake, an ocean. Like if it was all at rest, it would lay flat. But that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to wiggle his way out of it.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Generally, why it's basically pointless to ask a globalist anything. They don't know anything. I mean, it's like how you can't get blood from a turnip. They don't know. They really don't know how water behaves. They can't answer it. In their worldview, they have no idea what these words even mean. Of course, they can't come up with an answer.
The irony is they'll say, yeah, locally it'll be flat. Like ironically, they'll say that. They will admit to that. Like, yeah, it's flat locally. But then they try to make it to this. But when you have an ocean thousands of miles across, because of gravity on a sphere, it's going to make it a ball, and now it's convex. But that's where they fucking run off into the weeds and be an idiot. And they're like, "No, dude, you're stupid. You don't get it." From New York to Europe. Go ahead.
He says, "Fine. Well, I didn't say I said it would be weird to say they behave the same. What the fuck?
That's that wiggle room. That's where he's trying to say they wouldn't be the same if there's a wave. They wouldn't be the same if it's a low tide compared. But like Flatty hit on the head earlier, okay. But those changes of that, topography of an ocean, if you will, because of waves and everything like that, but it's still based upon a horizontal. I think that's why Flatty hit on the head.
I'll hit your mum on the fucking puss, cunt. Me? Fucking dog.
Bro, what the fuck?
My mum's 80 years old and 160 kilos. You're a fucking sick man.
That was an extreme triggering. That's the other thing, too. They don't know if they do something, they did that. Like, you just asked that guy, did you just say those words? No, I didn't. Well, who did? You forced me to say it. No, if I was in control, you wouldn't have done that. You just would have been functionally normal.
Latz wants to be let out of the cage. He's got something to say. Apparently, he's got proof.
Who?
Latz.
Oh, must be a different Latz. We got a Latz at
This is the Aussie Global Latz.
Oh.
He's muted.
His favourite word's the C word.
Oh, is that the guy who just squawked?
Yeah. Yeah, he's a bit full on.
Yeah, and he looks exactly like Freddie Mercury. If he puts his camera on, literally, it's a spitting image of Freddie Mercury. Ask him, put his image on. Well, lads, go on, put your cam on quickly. Show him you look a Freddie Mercury lookalike, bro.
Does he have the mustache?
Hell yeah.
Really?
Lad, seriously, put your cam on and literally, these people are going to be blown away. It's like a doppelganger.
Well, if there's 25 people in the room, he can't.
I'm being serious. And obviously, it's just a bit of tongue-in-cheek, but he literally looks exactly like that guy, man.
Bro. You know these guys are in another call right now, like, yeah, fucking CB, I fucking hate that guy. He always fucking mutes.
You know what? You're actually correct. I just checked another server that they've all been hanging in. They're all there. Manufactotum, who was also at the start of that conversation. Eggs.
Also Eggs. Okay.
Demic's in there, but he's server muted.
All right, so Eggs is with them then. It was good intel.
Yeah, Eggs and Manufactotum.
Those fucking assholes, they always fucking mute. I was gonna cook TV. Like, bro.
They're the only flat earth in the whole call, and they got them muted. And then they'll say, not an echo chamber. As all of them are just echoing the same thought, how they hate flat earthers. They hate CB. They can't determine what the surface of water is. And they're just sitting in their own shit, and they're pissed. And they can't figure out why.
Dude, it's so simple. If you can't understand this, like, this is not, we're not trying to be super complex here. We're not trying to be, do I need to get the sound clip out, guys?
No, this is stuff that...
Of the question, we also have to ask ourselves, what is the molecular harpsichord of the foie gras in the quantum realm? Speaking from a sort of crustacean, zeitgeist, calcium-deficient paradoxical exfoliation sort of juxtaposition.
Dude, no one's talking like that over here.
No,
if you can't understand a bathtub, you're dumb. It is what it is, dude.
Yeah, this is topics that cavemen mastered 10,000 years ago. This shouldn't be hard to grasp.
It's really not. We're not trying to be intellectuals like they are. That's the funny thing about it, is they try or pretend to be smart. That's what that sound clip is. The gluteus maximus of the equation. We also ask ourselves, they're trying to be smart, but they cannot understand basic things like physics of water. You've only, like, what a dichotomy is. You've only got two options here, dude. Any surface is either behaving this way or that way. Simple. Well, why do you think it's one or the other? Well, it's never one, so it's only the either. It's so simple. It's so basic. It's really not that hard. Well, can you prove it? Well, you just agreed in like half of a millisecond that it's not one of the options. So what other option would it be? Ta-da! Flat. Dude, this is not that hard. These guys are retarded. Period.
I should go into the other room and see what they're speaking about, because both those guys were in there together before they jumped across here. And now they're both like, check your
it's simple. I got you. They think I'm an easy target. That's all that is. It's just like ladies' night. They think the women are an easy target. They're not. I'm not. What is it called in boxing? I should know this because I actually like boxing and fighting and shit. Playing possum. That's the phrase. You play possum and makes your opponent get all confident. They come out swinging, and then you whop. Right? You make your opponent think you're weak. So they get all overconfident, they overswing, and you know what happens then. You hit them with the fucking Falcon Punch.
Falcon Punch!
So simple. Yeah, like Amish in the chat, one flat earth lady took out 30 retard globers. The fact that 30 retard globers came in just proves my point. This happens every ladies' night. They all come out of the woodworks. Oh, great. Finally, Crit's not here. Finally, Indio's not here. Finally, Crit's not here. Let's go and see if we can pick on the women. And then the women hit him with the fucking Hadouken. And the Shoryuken. And the Falcon Punch.
Falcon Punch!
That's just easy, right? It's playing possum. That's something I do fairly well, I think. I should make them think this is a weak target. It's not. Sorry. Because we have a strong
combo.
Yeah.
Combo. Yeah, dude. That was a pretty sick audio clip combo that you just worked up there, man.
Y'all gonna unmute Lats? He's talking mad trash.
Yeah, dude, he's begging all kinds in the side chat. I think we should. Might make for some good times.
Seriously.
Manage his ass, CB. Let's do it up.
All right.
Ladies' night is not easy. That's bullshit.
Oh, he's still here?
Yeah, lad. Ladies' night is not easy. It's the opposite. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, well, you just need to lock in, bro, or the chat's just going to mute you. You got to stay focused.
What do you mean?
To focus on what?
Not easy for a Glober.
No, it's not easy because guess what? Because it's all just chicks in groups, and they get jealous when they don't get picked out of the group, so they cock block other chicks. Chicks are their own worst enemy. You have to go like on a Sunday or Monday night where it's backpackers or tourists, or just a normal night. Just don't go on ladies' night. They cock block each other.
Is you got flat smacked?
No, he's saying he doesn't know what ladies' night is. He doesn't know what we're talking about.
I think you talk about the club ladies' nights, like Tuesday and Thursday nights.
No, unfortunately, we're not. You're not tracking very well, but thanks for trying.
But that's the analogy you made. You're like, it's easy. It's like ladies' night. I thought you were saying like it's easy to pull. I'm like, it's actually the opposite on ladies' night. Fuck.
No, we're actually talking about the event here, in this place. Yeah.
Not bad.
But you want to try maybe talking about what you believe in versus what the ladies believe in? What do you think about that, Lex?
Dude, I don't believe in fuck all, really. I just believe in talking shit and drinking. It's fun, lad. And surfing.
Oh, okay, so you were begging to be unmuted just to come in and talk about absolutely nothing, is that right? You don't even have a belief?
Well, what is CB theory? Like, what's this CB?
Is my name CB?
Oh, it's
CB,
a
brother,
name.
you're a
I thought it was
star.
like a theory or something. What do you believe in, CB?
What do you mean? We don't do beliefs here. It's not a belief server.
Are you like agnostic or?
Hey, lad, or not lad, sorry. CB, why don't you ask him about the bathtub observation of the kitchen sink and the water? What do you think?
Oh yeah, that'd be good. Then we can play the clip back for the other retards. Okay. Well, lads, first question would be, do all bodies of water behave the same?
I've been reinformed that yes, I do.
Great. Well, that automatically goes in the face of what those other guys said. So.
I thought the opposite, but then I got reinformed.
Facts. Well, then
Actually,
the next question would be: Are those bodies of water convex, concave, or neither?
Concave. It's a liquid. It forms any shape.
Well, we're talking about the surface of that body of water, right? So I would define a body of water as something that you could put your body in.
It depends on the swell, bro. Like if it's like, if it's overhead, like, bro, it's gonna be like, I don't know, like a swell. It depends on the swell, bro.
Let's start with a bathtub. So we have a bathtub.
Yeah.
And the surface of that water, is it convex, concave, or neither?
It's just flat, bro.
Okay, let's scale it up. We've got, say, a pond or a lake. Convex, concave, or neither?
Depends if it's windy or not, bro.
Doesn't matter if it's windy or not.
Like if it's below 5 knots, it's like glass out. So yeah, flat.
Even if it's windy, even if it's choppy and there's tons of waves, it's still not a curved lake.
Oh yeah, just flat.
Okay, let's scale it up again one more time. We've got an ocean now. Is it convex, concave, or neither?
It's flat. However, if it's like on a hill, like running down from the mountains, it's like it's on an angle. It's diagonal.
What?
Not a hill of water.
So like,
well, the first thing you said was correct. It's flat. I would say, and I'm sure there's some other people on this panel that would say, bodies of water behave the same. They're neither convex, they're neither concave, leaving us with one other option: flat. Super simple, super easy, base level understanding.
well, it depends on the solidity of the water too. To be honest.
I don't know what the solidity, as in like the saline level, how much salt's in the water?
Yes.
Which would create curvature?
Like, oceans, like, bro, this is why you can't really, like, surf in lakes, bro, because oceans is more salt, so there's more buoyancy, bro.
That doesn't mean the surface is now curved because it's salty. That's what globers are. They're salty. That doesn't make the Earth a globe either.
Oh, I just clocked it. That's why tides only occur in the ocean, because there's salt in the ocean and none in fresh water. And it's like the salt attracts like to the magnets, bro. That's what it is. What? When you think about it.
I have no idea what this ninja's talking about.
Yeah, that's not entirely true. There's some oceans that have no tide also.
Ocean man, take me by the hand. I want to know something though. How come you see different what's the word? Constellations on the different hemispheres, like on the different side of the hemispheres? So, like, if the Earth is flat, we would see like the same constellations everywhere, but we don't. Why is that? Oh, I think I fucking trumped you, lad. You don't even
I have no idea what this ninja talking about, bro.
Constellation stars.
What does that got to do with the water being a hill?
No, I conceded on that.
Hey, lads, let's do this the easy way. You know when you've been into Bunnings and you're right up one side and you can see the lights above your head and you look way down the other end and you can barely see the lights at the other end? The sky does the same thing. You're just too far away to see it proper, man.
Nah. At night time it glows and it's like, you can see it forever, lad.
Yeah, and when you walk down the other end of Bunnings, you can see the lights clear as. You just got to get off your ass and start moving around a bit, and you can see them clearer. That's all.
That could be the case. Hang on, I just got to do some research. I'll be back. Give me like a minute.
Take all the time you need, man. Go for an hour. You'll be right. Read up on it.
I'm not going to lie. I just drove 2 hours listening to Lats, and it's the funniest thing I've ever heard. Congratulations, Lat. You made me laugh so hard, fucking hell.
I'm kind of right though, to be honest.
Just a quick reminder, this is a perfect example of why you should just play your role the best you can. This is me playing my role here, chat.
Oh, so you're a role player. You're a LARPer.
What?
You're like a bad faith actor.
Don't know where you're getting any of that from.
Oh! Here's one for you.
Alright, bro.
Here's one for you. You can actually see, right? You can see the curvature in offshore winds in turbines. What? So, there you go.
What the fuck? What did you just say?
I'm just reading what it says on Google. It says you can see the curvature in offshore wind turbines.
I'm guessing there's a picture associated with what you're yibbering on about.
Nah, just writing.
You can Google see Earth the curvature in offshore turbines.
Yeah.
Right.
And it also says precision gyroscope, precession deviation. Geodesic flight routes. Australian dimensions do not fit coherently on a flat Earth model. Yeah, explain that one.
Wow, after 10 plus years, this is what we've come to. My God.
I fucking trumped you cunts. 1 minute on Google search and you can't even like formulate a response.
Lads, you don't even know what half that shit is yourself. How can you trump us when you've got no friggin' idea what that is?
I don't know even. It just says it.
How about you just stick with water's flat and level. Don't overcook yourself. We'll just one day at a time, alright?
Overcook.
Hey lads, how do you derive an angle?
What, derive an angle?
Yeah, what would you use in order to measure an angle? What do you need?
You'd need a level, number one. And a ruler.
2 straight lines, right?
Yeah, you use a level and a ruler. You can get like a fucking, even if you want to, you could get a string line and a measurer. And then you make yourself a little triangle. It's like a it's a isosceles triangle. And then you do the formula. And then you get the little degree of the angle. It's like algebra, bro. You should have learnt this in school.
Who's in your DMs? Is it Mez?
Your wife's in me DMs, hey baby. Who the fuck is that guy?
Well,
no, I don't know who Mez is.
I don't appreciate you calling my wife retarded.
What? Tita, but lad, you fool hate me.
I don't hate you. I just think you're a fucking dickhead.
But yeah, whoever asked how you get angles, you literally like make a triangle and you use the formula to find the angle on the inside side of it. I don't know how that proves that the Earth is like flat though, but anyway.
Two straight lines and you're still asking that question? Wow.
Wait, what do you say, tree lines?
In order to derive an angle, you use two straight lines, which you just admitted to through questioning, and you still think we're on a spheroid. Cool.
What? That sounds more schizo than the stuff that I say. Because you use a straight line to find an angle means that like there's no such thing as angles, what? Or curvature.
Right. If they ever make an Australian version of Idiocracy, you should play the part of the fucking Prime Minister.
Lad, it's funny you say that because I've had some of the boys at work and they reckon I should like actually go into politics, lad. They're like, you could be the PM cunt, to be honest. I'm like, fucking oath. I'd make this fucking country the best ever, lad.
Hey, Lexi, have you seen a movie? Sorry. Have you seen a movie called Spit with David Wynham?
Nah.
Would you
should
still
watch
wear
it,
your,
mate.
David.
Would you still be wearing your TNs up there as president, as prime minister?
Nah, I'm not an SJ, lad. I fucking hate SJs, cunt. That would be my first thing. Like, we just ban TNs and bum bags. Yeah.
If you did that up there, mate, you'll get stabbed.
Fucking TNs.
So, wait, lads, you ever research celestial navigation?
Celestial navigation, like as in space navigation.
What? What's space navigation? Please tell me more about this.
Celestial means like out of this earth, bro.
That means you use the celestial bodies
celestial
navigate on the earth.
Yeah, AJ, please walk them through this. Thank you.
Oh, it's all good. You can do it if you want. Sorry, man. I was just laughing. Yeah, so we use the celestial bodies like the sun, moon, and stars. We measure angles to them to navigate on the earth, find our position, and calculate distances.
Oh, yeah. Like back in the day, you used like the stars to navigate. Yeah. I used to do that when I was a kid in the boat, lad.
Right, so that's called celestial navigation, lads. So earlier I was asking you about two straight lines and how these things work in order for us to derive angles, which is what celestial navigation, the principle that it works upon. So my question to you in my follow-up to all of that is, how does your spheroid work? When we use celestial navigation to navigate the plane, you say it's a sphere. How do those two things work? Please tell me.
Because you're only using celestial navigation locally. Once you stray too far from home, it all changes, and you have to learn the constellations again and map your area and figure out which is north, south, and west again. It's gnarly. It's only local. It only applies for a certain radius around you. Once you go beyond that radius, you're fucked.
That's actually incorrect, Lats.
Bullshit.
This is done over thousands of kilometres, hundreds of kilometres when we do circles of equal altitude. We're using a sextant to measure the angles.
Yeah, technically that's how you're gonna trilaterate your position.
Right, I just use a GPS from the fucking satellites in space. That's what I do.
So
you're using GPS already. Sorry, Apple, go ahead.
I'm just gonna say, so you're using a system with the baked-in formula of giving you a position, but still at the end of the day, they're still based upon the horizontal of what creates a latitude position. So I don't know how you're gonna get away with that.
Because the formula, it equates for the curvature.
Squeezing.
No, it equates for the formula equates for the curvature, dude. The curvature is so minute that it's over fucking that long. You don't even have to worry about it. It's fine.
So with that, with what you just stated, you are now trying to say it's so big that you don't have to account for curvature because it's going to equivocate to a flat position. Now, let's take that in consideration. Let's go beyond a distance to where you would technically, if you were on a sphere, have to accommodate for a drop over distance, but at that same time, in that position, you're still not accounting for it. So how far do you go from your original point if you're never accounting for a drop over curve? Do you have to start then accounting for a drop over curve? Because at the end of the day, if you keep doing that locally, all you're doing is just still adhering to a flat plane. You understand that? Do you grasp that?
Yeah, I do grasp that, but the thing is, you don't need to even bother about that because on that distance, you can't even travel that by land, can't you? You have to be in a plane and you just fly everything and you can see it anyway. So you might be a couple of kilometers off, a couple of 100 kilometers off in the grand scheme of things, but you can see the fucking country because you're flying over the top of it, lad.
Look at the globe.
No, because at the end of the day, whether it be land, sea, or air, you're still accounting for an elevation derived from a horizontal position because you're talking about angles to your position. And if you're going to establish an angle, that requires a baseline that is derived from the 90-degree position from the original position. So no matter how far away you go from that original position, it's still perpendicular to its original position. No matter how you want to say that, bro, you're defeated because you still have to account the fact that you derived an angle, and you're not going to get that angle from a ground dropping away from its original position and still try to claim that you can have a same angle as you look back to your original position to make any sense in your explanation, because you have to have two 90-degree positions to each other to make that measurement. This is where you globers don't get it. This is where you folly. This is where you then have to just ignore that fact and then say, but it's a globe. That's funny to me.
What you're referring to, right? The measurement of locating yourself, right? How you do it, what you're referring to, number one, is old science. Number two, I don't know if you colloquially call it triangulating or triangulation, like you said before, but that's actually not the term. It's called trilateration. And with the GPS, it doesn't even do that. It doesn't even do that. It's a satellite that pinpoints you without trilateration whatsoever.
Yeah, again, though, even a high altitude instrument, as you call it, a satellite, it's still going to derive an elevation based upon a 9-degree position for its own GP. So if you have two high altitude instruments, two satellites for GPS reference, they're still going to ping each other based upon an elevation that is going to be perpendicular to each position. You cannot have that on a sphere. The second that you try to create this GPS calculations to where it's curving away from you, you're no longer at a 9-degree position to where you can look back and establish that baseline to give you that accurate position from one another. This is where you guys folly, dude. This is where you guys it's a wrap. If you can't grasp what I just said, I don't know what to help you with, but you have to understand that if you want to say, well, it calculates a curve, well, okay, I'm not going to argue that, and I would agree with you. You're right. But that's a calculation. That is a baked-in algorithm that's giving you a drop over distance, but not a physical one. Because at the end of the day, it's still, like, logically, it still has to have a flat horizontal position to begin with, because they are perpendicular in their own, like, you know, like in their own perspective. Like, I don't know how to help you if you can't grasp that, dude. I'm sorry, but that's facts. And if you learned about GPS, you'll learn that they themselves, as they're doing their atomic clocking and they're shooting down signals to give their position, it's an XYZ coordination. It's literally mapping it across a checkerboard type frame, if you will. There's no curvature involved with that, dude. The only curvature that's involved is the calculation of it. Like, what aren't you getting?
Okay, man. Look, I concede.
All right. Thanks for playing. I appreciate you.
With the GPS, however, brother, look, when it's glass out here, right? When it's glass out, right? There's this island that's a fucking long way away from where I live, right? Called Double Cones. When it's glass out here, right? Which means there's no waves in the way, it's just fucking flat as, you can see all the way down, the clearest day ever, cut. You can't see the bottom of the beach, right? You can see literally where the sand meets the tree line, and it's this island appears, the top of it appears as if it's floating, because you see the water disappear, and then you see the island floating in the distance, and you only see the top of it because of the curve.
What? Oh my gosh! So you're telling me that when you're looking at that island, it's floating in the air? That's what you're telling me.
No, there's a gap between the actual, where you see the ocean, right, and the horizon. There's a gap between that and the island. There's a gap. Okay. There's a little gap between it.
Okay. So have you ever? So I'm sure you've seen lots Skunk Bay, right? To where, and I want to walk with you down that path, because I agree with you that you will see things optically a certain way. But if you look at the meme that shows the recording of Skunk Bay, you're absolutely right. If you take that, if you were to clock that measurement, quote unquote, optically, you would see something being blocked out over time. It will change because the conditions that are going on with the optical phenomenons that are making the water rise to block out the town or homes or businesses, whatever's behind on the other side. And then if you just wait longer, all of a sudden the water kind of just lowers down optically, and then you see it again. So I get what you're saying. I get why you would say that. But if you can just understand that those optical phenomenons aren't proving curved Earth, it's just proving how the optics and this phenomenon that's happening is just allowing you to see something and then allowing you to not see it because of the way this optically is happening to our own eyes. But if you're stuck in a globe mind, then yeah, I get what you're saying.
Apo, could you tell them what that's called, please? Apo, because there's a name for that, right? What's that called?
Half modern didn't describe anything. You just said optically it looks different. Is pretty much what you said in a lot of words.
Well, a lot of words. He attempted to describe refraction to you, right? That's all that's happening. Is refraction is allowing you to see these things further up than they actually appear. That's all it is.
Right. Yes. So refraction somehow gets rid of like the rocks and the beach that I would normally see, right? And it gets and it makes a gap between where the water meets the beach that I see from a far away, but I can see where the tree line starts and literally see individual trees. Explain that.
Well, okay, so let me explain it. So if you were to watch that position long enough,
that's true.
No, yeah, exactly. If you were to watch that position long enough, you will see that change. Okay, you will see things appear that you couldn't see before, and vice versa. You will see things disappear that you were able to see before. So this is why we're trying to explain to Globers, like the trick here for centuries now that they've been pulling, the wool over our eyes and saying boats are going over the curve. No, it's just that this phenomenon that's happening is blocking it out because it looks higher to your perspective, but in the right conditions, you can see it clearly. And that gives you that flat reference checkerboard, ocean that you're looking across. And that's what's going to establish you to understand that no, it's not that the water's curving away, but that the phenomenon that's happening is blocking out those things, making it look like it's behind a water hump, a water hill, whatever you want to call it. But if just wait longer. That's my advice to you. Just wait a little longer when the conditions change, because the temperature and all that comes into effect, and then all of a sudden you can see the thing that you thought was behind the quote unquote curvature of the Earth. Now, a Glober would say, "Oh, that's because now it's floating up." Like you said earlier, it's gonna float up like this magical thing. But no, bro, that's not what's happening. It's the opposite of that. It's actually because the conditions change, you're now able to see reality. That's what it is, dude. I'm sorry if you don't get that, but that's reality.
Okay, well, just in the side chat, I'm going to post some pictures, alright?
Yeah, sure. I mean, go ahead. We have images of seeing something 10 miles away. We have images of seeing something 23 miles away. And guess what? That debunks your claim, like, wholeheartedly. Like, if it was this quote unquote sphere, then there would be a math to it. That math has been debunked thoroughly. It's been debunked. And the only people that are holding on to that are those that are not willing to accept reality. Hands down.
So before I post it, right, the image I could find of floating islands, right, it doesn't fully represent what I'm trying to say because it's nothing like what I've seen around where I live, right? But what I'm saying, I'm just doing it to, like, you have to envision it from not the photo. It's a kind of like what I'm saying, but I'm not. When I post it, imagine that.
Go ahead, post
Wait, hang on, let me finish. Imagine that when I do post it, imagine that you're higher up on a hill, right? Even on a hill, or you're on the flat, on the beach looking out at it, right? And it's a glass out day, and it's fucking, there's no fog or anything. It's like fucking clear as, and the island is actually way closer than it is on this image, right? On this random fucking island I found. It's floating like this a little bit, right? And you can't see the water make it to the island, but you can literally, it's not as far as away like in this picture looks. You can literally see the individual trees if you look close hard enough on the island, but you can't see the beach unless you go, unless you fucking get closer to it or go higher up on the mountain. You can't see the beach of it. And it's flat, you can't say there's waves or anything because it's a fucking glass out day.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
Also, I just posted the reef because, when I've been out there, bro, I don't know if you've ever been on a boat with, it's got a cab and you can climb up top to look for fish and spot fish, bro. Or you've been on, a ferry before and the boats are, a high. If you've ever been on a boat out in the ocean, right, out in the, out to the reef and there's nothing else around you and you're high up, you can the horizon is literally curved, bro. That's why I posted that picture of at the reef in the plane and shit in the helicopter.
Okay,
you can see the.
So let me ask you an honest question, okay? Do you think that I'm looking at your picture right now you posted? Do you think that the darkness of the water showing a straight line across, is that the horizon to your understanding? Is that the geometric horizon where everything beyond that flat dark line is curving away? Is that what you're saying?
No, that, like I said, that picture doesn't represent it well at all. You see way further than that normally.
Wait. Then why would you show something that doesn't help your argument? Because I would argue.
Because I fucking told you at the start, cunt. I literally pre-texted, and I knew you were going to do this. I pre-texted and said, I can't find a photo. All I can find is these gay American photos because everything on Google Images is your cities and stuff. I can't find where I live, bro.
Okay, so hold on. So let's establish something first of all. Do you think that the dark line in this photo you posted is the geometric horizon to where everything beyond that should not be visible? Yes or no?
Not in that photo, no.
Okay, so I would argue, and I would agree with you in this sense. I would argue that is not the horizon, because clearly you can see things beyond it. So I would say that this is an optical phenomenon to where the sky and the surface is literally making you think that you're seeing something that technically that's not what you're seeing. That's not what you're observing, because that's not the horizon. Clearly the horizon is way beyond these objects that are shown above this dark line, but you're seeing this phenomenon to where the sky is mirroring itself on the ocean. So where now that horizon, although it looks, because I could post a photo right now that shows you the same thing. It actually looks like three different horizons. One's dark, but that's not the true horizon, because behind it you can see a boat way in the distance. Here, let me post it. Let me post it so that way I can show you what I mean. Give me a second. I know we've all seen this photo before, and you're gonna, you might be like, well, I don't know, but let me find it. And it's the what's it called? What do they call it? Fatamagana, or I forgot the term for it. But let me get it for you. Where is it at? I'm searching. And I want you to. Oh, here we go. Okay. So, where's the horizon at? I posted a photo. You tell me where the horizon is. Okay. Is it the dark part, or
that's Photoshop, cut? Shut the fuck up, cut. What the fuck?
You think that's Photoshop?
NASCAR. What the fuck is that?
Really? Let me show you a really cool photo. Let me show you a really cool photo that looks crazy. Like it's off of baseball field. I forgot what stadium it is, but they show, dude, it looks weird, bro. Like look at, I'm gonna show it right now. It's super weird. If you're laughing at that one, you're definitely gonna laugh at this one. Check this one out. Look at that. What do you think about that? Like, look at that. Are boats all falling from the sky? Or
that's just glass out water you're looking down upon, but the one you got above, it's a floating fucking boat. It's not water. You can't. That's not the water being glassed out there.
Yes, it is.
No, it is. No, bro, it is.
Hey, lads, what's happened? Because the water, it is so flat, and you're down so close to the water level, your angle of view is so flat and so sharp that it just looks like a mirror. And that ship is actually, that's 100% legit, that photo. But yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. But the reason it's freaking me out, it doesn't make sense to me because it looks like there's a fucking cloud just behind it, and furthermore, the water in front of it, it just go. And don't get me wrong, I have seen like little boils on the water where there's like a flat spot where there's no wind hit, but it just goes from complete like there's ripples and shit to just glass out like a line, and it goes forever. That's not fucking real. That's photoshopped.
No, it's not, bro. Okay, I want you to Google Fata Morgana or something like that. What's it called? Fata Morgana, right?
Okay, Fata Morgana. What I'll do for you, lads, check this out. I'll chuck up an inverted image, and you can actually see, as in colour. There you go. So the colour's been flipped. Now you can see the horizon. Yeah, and the original one of that, just so you know what it actually is supposed to look like. I've got it here somewhere. There it is. That's the original one, mate. So that's the exact same image, just with the colour inverted. The blue one, you can barely see the horizon, but on the orangey one, you can actually see it. So,
but wait, how does the water go from like full like ripples to like suddenly complete glass?
Because it's an optical phenomenon, dude. This is something you can literally Google this, lats, and it's called Fata Morgana, to where the sky is mirroring itself on the ocean. So it makes the boat look like it's floating in the sky, but technically it's still on the flat water miles and miles away from your position. This is why we show you guys this, because a lot of Globers, they're so bricked and they don't get it because their eyes are playing tricks on them, and they say, "No, that's false. That's false. That's Photoshop." Just as you you just clearly like you're proof of that. Like you literally just demonstrated that.
But are you saying that that glassed out part, right, and where the ripples are, if I drove up to that in the boat, that the ripples will continue where it looks like it's flat? Are you saying it actually is flat there?
Yes,
it is.
What the fuck? How does it reflect off like rippled water?
Because the reason is because you're so low down to it, and it's such a sharp angle. It basically looks dead flat. Do it yourself at home. Stand at the end of your kitchen table and lower yourself right down, and the kitchen table looks like it gets shorter and shorter and shorter. Because you're at such a sharp angle to it, it'll just glass out. And that's what happens on the water. And it reflects the sky. That's all that's happening.
That's pretty gnarly. I didn't know.
It's pretty cool. It's a really cool effect.
Cool. Yeah,
it makes, crazy. As you can see, makes ships look like they can fly.
Exactly. And lats, this is why we're trying to like show you optically shit looks crazy. And the problem here is that there's other phenomena that happen to where boats look like they're behind that so-called horizontal position. But again, it's just an optical phenomenon, because I have another video of this guy. He captured an anchored vessel miles out from shore, and in the morning it looks like it's behind what you would call the curvature of the earth. But as time progresses, all of a sudden you see the boat in its entirety, because optically the waters, the way they were raising up optically, not physically, but optically, it looked like it was blocking out. But all of a sudden, as the temperature changed and the sun came over the, through the sky, and then all of a sudden you see the boat fully in its, glory. And this is why Globers get all fuckered up, because they see it and they think, oh, behind the curvature of the earth. But no, just wait a couple hours and all of a sudden that boat is not behind the curvature of the earth that you think it is. It's just an optical phenomenon. This is why flat earth is still a debate, by the way, because we know that you guys are just arguing from a position of you just don't understand or get it. That's all it is. Let me look for that video of the boat 3 hours later or whatever it is. I have it somewhere. Let me post it.
Yeah, like I said, I've seen like floating islands, floating boats and shit before, but it's only been like, see the photo you posted? The boat would be like way further out, like the horizon looks way further out, and the boat would only be sitting like, it looks like a centimeter or two above like where it looks like the horizon ends, and you don't see the bottom of the boat, you just see like a bit of the top of it. That's it.
Right. No, I agree with you. This is where you guys are disconnected though, because here's the point. If you just watch the video of it, and you'll see over time on a time lapse, you'll see that it will come into view as the water optically is going to then kind of it lowers. I don't know the right term for that, but it then shows the boat. Here, let me just show it so that way you can understand what I'm saying. Here it is right here. I'm going to show you the full video. I'm uploading it. This is on the 2023, 25th of April. This was taken by, I forgot his name. He used to come here. I'm uploading it right now. Go ahead and press play once it's done uploading, and then you'll see what I'm talking about. Go ahead and watch it. It's over 3 hours. And then the ship, it's anchored, by the way. Look at it. It's cut off. You're like, oh shit, it's behind the curvature of the earth, blah, blah, blah. It's 9:30 in the morning. But then, as time progresses, you see the boat entirely. So go ahead and watch that and then come back to me.
Alright, well, hang on.
This is why McToon, dumbfuck, and FTFE, dumbfuck, they argue that position, but they're showing they're being disingenuous because they're telling their audience, look, it's behind the curve. But just look at as time progresses, you can see it entirely. They are lying to you. They are literally deceiving you. Because now, if you look at the end of the video, it shows it. It's completely in view. It's no longer being blocked out the way it was earlier. That's because the conditions that you see it, and you can literally see the bottom of it. I mean, come on, dude. Like, if you're still a Glober after this, I don't know what to tell you, bro. And they give you the distance. They show everything. They tell you how far it is.
Oh,
What do you have to say about that? Let me hear your response to that.
I see that on the roads all the time, yeah.
So do you get it now?
Yeah.
You understand that it's not curvature of the earth, it's just the optical phenomenons that happen to where the way we see things, especially over water, where the temperature, you have lensing, you have refraction, you have all these different forms of refraction going on. Like, dude, it's not a curved earth. It's an optical phenomenon. That's it.
That made it make sense in my head the most. What Sporadic posted with the on the ground thing, because this whole time I thought it was like because it's water and like when it gets glassed out it like reflects and shit. But it's like it happens just on any object that's
exactly. That's why I gave a little 100 to Sporadic, because he's absolutely right. This, but over water. Like he's showing you how the road gets cut out, but then all of a sudden it's reflecting the sky. You see that? It's 100 right there. That's a perfect example. And sometimes, like a surgeon, you just got to go, a little more into it, as Sporadic showed you, to help you understand that that's not a curvature of the Earth, but a reflection and the way things optically will look to your eyes, or a lens of a camera. Welcome to Flat Earth. We could end it there.
Or you speak about surgery, like in 2018, they 2017, they did like a full surgery on a grape, lad. I watched it. I don't know what the fuck they did to it, but they fully surgery, they cut it open and put it back together, lad. It was gnarly.
They practice on. Yeah, I know what you mean. They practice on it because that's how like careful they have to be. They could literally rip the skin off. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
I don't know, bro. Oh, you're saying a lot of compelling things, and I see all this stuff, but it just makes me want to.
I know it's like tearing at your core right now, bro, because you have a staunch belief that it has to be a globe. It's literally like ripping your paradigm in half, but that's okay, because that's what we're here for. We're trying to make you understand you are lied to. All the other bullshit videos you've seen and people that parrot, but it has to be a curve. Dude, that is bullshit. And we're showing you factually. No, it's not that, dude. It's just exactly. It's social pressure is overriding your senses. Exactly, Sporadic. And yeah, we all experience this. This is where it breaks you. Like you finally can put aside the bullshit lies, and then using your own eyes as you witnessed it yourself, you can finally be like, fuck, I was fucking lied to. And then welcome to Flat Earth. And then you're like, okay, yeah, these fucking, yeah, okay. Then you get it. You either get it or you don't, by the way. If you don't still get it, well, the indoctrination might be a little too fucking tough. But it's okay. We could still rip through that, because this is one example. There's so many more examples, bro. So many more.
Dude, this isn't like me mocking you or anything at all, or taking the piss. This is me being genuinely serious here. This shit, right? Does this not make anybody in this room, when you find out about this stuff and you believe it, does this not make you ever because when I see shit like this with anything, it makes me want to see. Does this not make you want to put money to when you get holidays or days off, take a holiday and put money towards going as far as you can to the edge of beyond somewhere on the earth, or finding the firmament or something? Because it fucking makes me want to, cunt.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. I mean, I get what you're saying, but I mean, let's just deal what we can reach, what we can observe. Let's not try to go far off into the weeds with all this other stuff to try to cope, to try to justify why you got to still hang on to a globe. Let's stick with what we do see, what we can observe, and what we have proven of as to why it's not spherical. And that's it. You don't have to go all down that road. You don't have to take a trip and a holiday down to go observe and try to find the firmament and all that nonsense. No, you don't have to do that. You just got to look at what's presented and start there and be okay. Let's start there.
But you could find it all and then record it and show cunts and be like, I fucking proved you wrong. That's when I found out about before it got leaked, bro. When I found out, I knew about Epstein's Island and Bohemian Grove. I found out about it. I was literally this is when I was about to leave school in 2018. I was literally talking to the boys. This was serious about getting money, going to the States and just hiring a boat and fucking just going there, cunt. I'm not even kidding, and recording everything.
Okay,
that shit makes this stuff and like record it and expose it.
All right. Well, that's what we're doing. We're exposing the lie, right? I mean, same principle. We're exposing the lie. And now, if you grasp it, if you get it, then congratulations. You're one step closer to where you need to be to realize you've been lied to. You've been indoctrinated. You you must get it. If you're like talking about Epstein Island and stuff, like you must understand that there are things that we're being lied to about. Yeah, I get it. But let this help you. Let this observation break that wall of brainwashing, if you will, of indoctrination, to where you can finally see the truth. This is why this exists. This is why flat Earth is talked about, because that wall's been broken, because the truth has been exposed. They're lying to you, hands down. So, lads, I hope that helped you. I'm gonna shut up for a second because I know there's other people that want to talk, and hopefully, you've come to a conclusion yourself that you finally can stop spewing the dumb bullshit. Ball Earth, spherical Earth. That's all bullshit, bro. I'm sorry, but nah, it's been debunked. It's a wrap.
Damn, son.
Yeah, that went much better. See, did he leave or is he still around?
Nah, I'm here.
Okay, see, didn't that go better than just coming in here, just blurting a bunch of like nonsense, retarded shit?
Yeah, but it's fun to do that sometimes, can't?
Yeah, you can do that. The thing is, don't always do that. Because at that point, it's not just you trolling or you being silly. It's just who you are.
Het Haru is in the side chat saying this is stupid, and then he spelled serious wrong. It's funny, it's comical, but but I'm very interested in what Het Haru has to say, because Lat just been shown the truth. Hopefully that's swiveling.
Fuck what he has to say. I really am way more interested in hearing the grammar issues, since that's something that you're picking up on. I like that shit.
I'm sorry, say that again. I didn't hear you. What?
Grammar?
I really like the grammar issues. Can we focus on that? That was cool.
Oh, yeah.
It's really smart of you to be able to pick that up.
Well, no, the grammar part goes in when they think that flat earthers are dumb as shit, and then they'll say, I can't understand what the flat earther
says. It's not even a dumb aspect. It's an insufferability aspect. It's not even dumb. Because, like, you look at the shit right in front of you, and you're like, nah, that ain't it.
Yeah.
You're like, to each their own.
Okay, what shit? Let's go over it. What step by step? What shit?
Flat earthers aren't revolutionaries.
No, the globe. Yeah, you're right. Flat earthers are not revolutionary. The globe was supposed to be revolutionary. The globe was supposed to change everything. A new model of cosmology. A giant leap forward for all mankind. This was supposed to be a new renaissance. It was going to combine all people, all nations, all ideas into just one humanity. It was going to revolutionize everything. Where is that? When's that going to happen? It's been 60 years since
Nate,
this giant leap forward.
I'm sorry, Drew.
Yeah, when's this revolution going to happen?
Nate, are you a Glober?
Look, I've lived enough life and invested enough into understanding how the world works, both literally and metaphorically, to know where to place my energy. Hey, if you don't want me to continue this sentence, I'll gladly stop. Mute myself. I'm losing my voice already. So, to know the Earth being a spheroid isn't a belief system. It's an established scientific fact backed by centuries of observation, physics, engineering, and
Established scientific fact. Which field of science deals with shapes?
I would love to finish my statement. If you're capable of listening and understanding full of what I'm going to say. If you don't want to, look, one grown man to another.
Yeah, dude, you got a religious mantra.
Hear what I got to say.
Dude, you got a religious mantra that we've heard 1,000 times. It's a straight up puppet. You Google.
Go ahead, shut me down. Shut me down. Be a grown man.
No, I just let you use your own words.
I don't care. I am using my own words. That's the hilarious part. What do you think this is?
It's the
you think
same
this is me
exact
reading
shit.
off a screen?
Yeah, it's you just Googling, how do I know the Earth is a globe?
One grown man to another. It's just insufferable. Look.
Nate, what science proves that the Earth's shape is? Go ahead.
I don't debate gravity. I don't debate whether the sky is blue, and I certainly don't debate the shape of the Earth. Arguing over that feels like arguing over it.
So you make a claim that science backs up all this shit, but yet you won't tell us which field of science backs it up.
Yeah, look at this. He's got settled science. You've got settled science for the first time in the history of science, and you won't debate it. You won't debate it. That's incredible. That's incredible.
You cannot let me say what I want to say back to you as one.
You said what you needed to say, which is fuck all.
No, that's because that's what you think, and I haven't even finished my statement from one grown man to another.
So what field of science, Mr. Grown Man, deals with shapes? It's a simple question.
How about
surely a grown man, one to another, would be able to answer said simple question.
And logically, if we're both grown men, then you should have the capacity to allow me.
At least get a decent mic. You've made a claim. Science answers all these questions. So which field of science deals with shapes? Very simple.
No, since you guys want to meet me and act in bad faith, have a good night.
Yeah, bye. Thanks. You weren't going to debate it anyway.
Crit, I'm adding you. Crit. No, yeah, Crit. I'm going to add you because we can.
You claimed you didn't want to debate it. So just drop it on us. Which field of science?
You're controlling the rhetoric. You're taking away my ability to speak back to you. You act like I'm speaking in bad faith. It's ignorant. It's
you are in bad faith.
No, I'm not.
Nate,
yes, you are.
It's
Nate,
delusion.
Nate, what science? Nate, what
to the
science?
grown man that felt.
Nate,
and here he is.
We can discuss that. We can discuss that.
Go ahead.
So let's do it. Which field of science deals with shapes, Nate?
Go ahead.
Right now.
We can discuss this. You are not going to command.
Yeah, we are discussing it. You're going to answer the question. Which field of science deals with shapes?
Grown men, act your age.
Then leave. If you don't like it, leave.
Nate, you keep dodging the question. We're asking you, what science are you using to discuss the shape of an object? Go ahead.
Again, you can attempt to control the rhetoric all day. I'm asking for your simple respect and allowing me. You asked me a question.
We've heard it before, bro.
Come on, Nate. Just look at. You don't have to do all kinds of meta, bro. Let's just get to the nitty gritty. What science is dealing with shapes? Go ahead.
I'm 25, brother. I'll wait until you're going to give me the same respect that I'm trying to give you.
Go ahead. Answer me. What science?
I need my voice. I need.
Dude, come on, bro. Stop already. You're a grown man. Don't have to go off into the weeds of anything. Just answer the question. What science are you going to back up of a shape of something? Go ahead.
I'm going to start my own channel since my voice has continued to take away. It's just ridiculous.
So you don't have the answer. Okay, I mean, it's typical. You know how many of you we've run through? Because you cannot provide science to explain a shape. Now, I'm asking you one more time. Please tell us, what science are you using to accommodate for the shape of something? Go ahead.
I would love to get to answer this, but I had shit that I wanted to tell you before this, brother. Why can you not understand that?
My God, dude. I mean, come on, bro. Can you just answer the question? Don't go
He's
off
not
to...
going to answer it. Hey, Bok, just...
Yeah, you're right. Just, dude, let's get to this. Did you hear the conversation that we had with Lats? Yes or no? Oh, he's muted. Did you hear the conversation we had with Lats?
Dude,
yes
I'm done. Why am I having to wait until I'm unmuted? I'm not doing this. Like, a grown man. Grown fucking man.
Dude, you're just spewing. If you're a grown
man,
just
you
answer the
probably
question.
wouldn't be crying. So
Yeah,
please
just
stop
answer the
crying.
question.
Act like a grown man. Answer the question. If you don't want to answer the question, nobody's forcing you to be here.
Nate, let's start over. Nate, calm down. Did you hear the discussion with Lats that we
If I get
had?
any more calm, my dick's gonna get hard, buddy. I'm so calm right now.
Okay, Nate. Okay, good. Okay, now, with that being said, and your calm dick, let's say this. Did you hear the conversation we had with Lats? Yes or no?
Dude, you're not a cop. This isn't a traffic stop. What are you doing?
Yes or no?
We are two humans capable of interacting in a good faith conversation.
You're right. Oh my gosh.
Then go in good faith at somewhere else, please. Before someone helps you out. Mr. Grown Man.
Nate, it was a yes or no answer, dude. Did you hear the conversation that we had with Lats? Yes or no? Let's be grown men and answer the question. Yes or no?
Grown men don't mute me. Grown men don't do this to another grown man.
Yep, you're not capable, dude. I'm sorry. You're just. I guess you have to be left on mute and just listen. Maybe you're gonna hear and learn instead of just spewing your nonsense. Did you, yes or no, hear the conversation with Lats?
Don't worry about it, A-Bog.
No worries. No worries. It's like, I mean, pointless. He wants to veer off. The reason, mind you, the reason why he wants to veer off is because he has nothing. He has nothing. That's what it comes down to. He has nothing but the same parroted nonsense that we've come across for years, literally years. He acts like he's brand new, like we never heard it. Come on, bro. Nate, be better, do better. We don't have to go off on the fucking weeds of all your bullshit, dude. We're asking questions. You can't answer it. Well, then stay on mute. Can't bring anything to the table other than your nonsense. All right, I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read it. Okay, I'm gonna read it. I have to accept it, I guess. Okay, let's see. Let's do a phone call. I'm not gonna do this. Grown men don't act this way, Bubba. Well, I mean, yeah, okay. I mean, or we can talk about it here so everybody can hear us talking without
Actually, A-Bog,
fucking meta.
he said something that is true. Grown men don't act that way, Nate. Grow some balls, answer the question, or step off.
Yeah, let's unmute him. We don't have to take a phone call. We're in a phone call right now. We're just
He
in a
gets
group
one chance,
phone call.
A-Bog. If he fails, he just stays red flagged.
All right, I'm cool with that. Nate, you hear that?
he is.
Grown men, you hear that? All right, Nate, you're unmuted now. Don't say anything other than a yes or no, please.
Yeah, brother, I can't. You know I'm going to address the fact that my voice is taken away and the fact that my comments are literally
You failed, dude. You failed. It's what the fuck, bro? You failed your only chance you had. It was a yes or no question. Oh my gosh. I think we're throwing around the term grown man a little too loosely. That's my opinion. A grown man can say yes or no without all of the fucking meta. It was a simple question, too. That's crazy. It's not about force control the convo. It's about you not answering the simple question, Nate. If you can't grasp that, dude, that's not a grown man, dude. It's a boy. We're dealing with children here. You're like that meme. Listen, Linda. Listen, Linda. No, bro. It's a simple question. You couldn't answer it. You got muted again. And I'll tell you why. Yeah, I get it. I get it. But the respect was simple, dude. You just had to answer the question. Very, very simple, dude. And I'll tell you what, the reason why you couldn't answer that is because then we would take you down a path that's going to obliviate your position. And you wouldn't even allow that to happen. And I get it. You're in a paradigm. You're stuck. You're bricked, as Crit says. You're bricked. You're not going to come through, dude. Not genuinely, at least. Amazing.
I missed it. What happened?
Dude, he just spazzed out. I know I'm speaking to you and you're muted, but you heard him. He told you have one chance to be a grown man and answer the question, and you couldn't, Nate. He's DMing me, by the way, just for the audience.
I was AFK for a minute. Let me try, if I may.
Go ahead. All
right, so Nate, what are you looking for by joining this channel?
I'm looking to have an actual discourse that's not you forcing your own questions on me mid-conversation, where I'm not muted and there's not another grown man taking away my comments as they put them in chat. All of these things, we should be able to take a step back at this exact moment from the flat earth discussion and validate what I'm saying as being very immature, irresponsible, and not in good faith.
Tell them about the claim you made, mate.
I would love to, mate, but I'm pretty sure
Good, do it.
You're the one
Then do it.
muting me and taking away my voice.
Don't cry about it. Do it.
I'm not crying. No, that's
yes,
not
you
what's
are.
happening.
You're having a good old
I'm calling out the wrongdoings of someone.
You claimed that science backs up your ball-tard. We asked you to verify it, and you went to water. So piss or get off the
I'd love to
pot.
have a discussion with you, man. It doesn't seem like you're
Yeah, but you're a coward. You talk about having the discussion, yet you won't.
He's getting heated.
Why is that, Nate? You've given more than enough opportunities.
We're two grown men. We need to both.
Here we go. We're two grown men. Are you a broken fucking record or something?
Hey, do you want me to call you? You want to call? I'll gladly get on a one-on-one with you, bub.
You've had your opportunity. You seem to have failed multiple times.
With logic, bro. I will ruin you.
Here we go. He's going to hammer me with logic. This will be great. So, which field of science deals with shapes?
Let's have a call. I'll wait for
Questions
your call,
put forward. Which field of science deals with shapes?
Questions put forward. I'll wait for your call.
What logic is it one of the laws of logic you'll be using?
No. It's just his bad faith.
He does, as you can see, Crit didn't want to answer a basic question, and that was the question that,
Laws of logic?
He's just a slime. He's just having a fucking cry. Go and sea lion somewhere else, Nate. Seriously.
Mate, like I said, brother, you're just spewing shit at me for no reason. You're like, hey.
You're a fucking slime. You won't answer the question. Be a weasel somewhere else. You've been in here 15 minutes now, and you still have not, will not, and cannot answer a basic question, such as, what field of science deals with shapes? You made the claim that science proves your fucking ball. I would like to know what field of science deals with shapes. And you chose not to answer, so you can choose to keep fucking quiet. Leave him there, Crit.
Okay. That you can be to blame for something he's doing.
It's almost like when you step in shit, but you don't want to fucking tell anybody that you stepped in shit. So you try to distract everything of the conversation to get away from the fact that you stepped in shit. Like, that's what he's doing. Like, he made a claim, and then we called him out on it, and then you want to talk about everything else except the fucking claim. It's comical. And, by the way, very, very common for a Glober to do that. Every fucking time. And they're not man enough, quote unquote, to admit it. Because once he has to retract his own words, his ego and his pride gets ruined. Yes, I am grandstanding because we just fucking took a shit on you and pissed on you, and you fucking have no fucking legs to stand on to fucking back it up. We gave you an option and an opportunity to do so, but you chose not to fucking do that. Matrix called you out multiple times. I called you out multiple times. What fucking science is proving the shape? And you just fucking went off to fucking la la land of your bullshittery. Yeah, I'm gonna justify it. Because we're in the right. You're in the wrong. You could not fucking answer the question. A simple question, by the way. Where you have plenty of opportunities to explain yourself, and you didn't. You kept continuing to go off in this fucking tangent that made nothing to do with your claim. You got wrecked, bro, in a lack of words.
Goddamn Murphy, flat man.
What was that? By the way, Nate, I want you to understand this. The audience listens to this. And once we like you make more flat earthers than a flat earther. Because they see how this guy can't then they get it. Then they realize, oh wait, yeah, there is no science that can prove a shape of the earth. You're not willing to accept that. You're not man enough to address that and at least concede to that. You're gonna go off into the weeds. Come on, bro. Be better, right. Do better.
Anyways, how's it going, Luke? You came in here pretty warm. Let's see what you got. This might be funny.
Let's hear it.
Yeah, Luke. It's been a while since I talked to Luke. He kind of cracked on me too.
Oh, you know him? Oh,
yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Oh, well, since you know him, he might talk with you a little more than what he's done with me. I tried to say g'day, but yeah, I think I scared him.
He was like, his claim was flat earthers are bigoted, racist assholes.
What?
Yeah, and so I sent him an article about how they're on NASA, they're scrubbing any references to LGBTQ or whatnot. And then he just blocked me. He just refused to engage. I'm like, so who's the bigoted asshole? The flat earther or the NASA?
Still you.
Okay, how? How do you get that? Like, how? Am I the one scrubbing the internet of all LGBTQ references? Am I doing that?
I haven't heard from Luke from a long time.
Did he just blurt it? Still me? Was that him?
Yes, that was him. Pro tip, Luke, leave your microphone unlocked for just a tiny bit longer because it got cut off a bit. But yeah, it was him.
I mean, it's amazing. Like, you can show them, you can demonstrate, like, racial disparity, like genocide, all these horrible things government has done, and they don't care. They don't care. They care that you describe the flat surface as flat, and somehow that makes you the villain.
Well, it's flat relative to the measurement of the proposed measurement of the radius, right?
Why would you throw a radius in there?
Well, because that's how we measure in angles, with angles. Sorry.
Wait. So you think that you can derive a curved surface with angles?
Yeah, generally circles have angles in them. Yeah.
Are you talking about from the center of the circle?
Well, yeah, you could draw from the center. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so then when did we get to the center of this sphere to derive that angle?
Oh, we didn't. It's proposed, right? It's just a theoretical.
Thank you. I agree. You're 100% spot on. At least you are honest. At least you're honest. It's theoretical. It is assumed. It's something that we just theorize, and now we say this is what it is. Now we get to reality, and this supposed angle of drop over distance has now been thoroughly debunked with observations using instruments that record long distance observations. So why would anybody still hold on to that lie? Go ahead.
Hmm.
A little baffling.
Yeah, I don't know. Like when we like look at the Earth's mantle and like we like dig really far down, like hundreds of meters, miles, we haven't got to the other side yet. So it's like there's no evidence really to say that like the Earth
dig
is
down hundreds of miles. How far have we dug down?
No, not hundreds of miles, just miles.
We've dug down 8 miles. So now, if we've dug down 8 miles, but we are told that it's 4,000 miles, how can we logically accept that as
it'd be like 7,000 miles, wouldn't it, from one side to the other, in the globe-tard theory?
Well, yeah, but I'm talking about in respect to the center of it.
Yeah, that's the radius. But the diameter,
exactly.
we would talk. Oh, okay.
Exactly.
But if it was like a sphere, it would be the diameter would dig in, not the radius. Yeah.
Right. So all we have to do then is go to the center of it to get the radius, correct?
Yeah, but you don't know where the center is with one measurement. That's like a fault in an understanding of reference.
So then how do we get the radius if we've only gone down 8 miles?
Well, because radius is half of diameter.
Okay, no, hold on though. But the radius, half the diameter, would be 4,000 miles. But we've only gone 8 miles. So how do you derive that distance if you haven't gone the distance? Go ahead.
I think it's like an onion, isn't it? Like it has layers, and like the outermost layer, the mantle,
okay,
like is different than like the innermost layer, the core.
Okay, so again, how do we know this core that's 4,000 miles in the theory if we've only gone 8 miles? So let me give you an example. If I was building, so let me give you an example. If I was building a stadium, okay, and then you come on the job site and all you saw was a restroom, can you tell me the entire layout of the stadium by only looking at the restroom? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so with that analogy, how are we able to see or say or claim we know the entirety of this place if we've only seen the restroom?
Because we haven't only seen the restroom. It's more like you stand outside the stadium and you're asking like how many fans are inside the stadium, and like we don't know the number, but we can like work out the height and the width of the stadium from our perspective.
Okay,
and then we can
I'm following you.
We can we can implement some dimensionality.
I agree.
To the 2 dimensions that we have, and we can predict a volume, right? Then yep.
Okay, so I agree with you. Okay, so I agree with you on that point. Now listen to me closely. What if I told you this stadium goes 4,000 miles deep, but all you can calculate is just what you just said? Would you agree with me or believe in what I'm telling you? Even though we can't go 4,000 miles worth of a stadium, all you have is just what we can measure, what we can see, and put a measurement to. Do you get what I'm saying, right? I know it's seeping.
No, I hear what you're saying. It's like you're saying the lack of measurement of curvature is just the tip of the iceberg. But I don't think it's analogous because we know what the whole iceberg is in a way, right? Although that we don't.
How do we know that?
Well, because we guess it in a way.
wait, whoa, hold on. You can't say we know it because we guess it. No, we're talking about physical properties here, where we have a stadium. We know the size of it, height, width, and length, but then somebody comes in from the outside and says, no, wait. You are just talking about what you can measure, but trust me, bro, it's 4,000 miles deep, but it goes all the way down.
Displacement, freezing, creates displacement. And so, when we look at water, we would look at the volume displacement based on the pressure differential and the temperature difference of the depth. And it's quite complicated. Yeah, but we'd look. There's lots of variables, that we could work out how big a piece of ice in a piece of water is,
Okay, but even still, hold on. I get what you're saying.
I need the volume.
Okay. Once again, I'm going to agree with you there. Okay, because you're right. We can calculate something that we can measure, but what I'm talking about is, how do we then believe when somebody says something beyond what you can calculate and measure? You get what I'm saying? Okay, let's talk about a big ass glacier, right? Yeah, we could take a submarine and we go deep and we're like, yeah, this fucking ice here is like this. And by the way, it's going to be derived from elevation of sea level, so we can get a good measurement from that, right? And obviously, it's still a horizontal position, but that's another story. But check it out. Where do we then invoke this falsehood and make that a reality? In your mind, where do we do that? When do we do that? And how do we do that? How do we get to a point where we say, this ice is this big, but trust me, bro, it's 4,000 miles deep?
It's just like an XYZ understanding of how the plane does connect all the way around.
Wait. I love that you said XYZ, and I agree with you there. But the XYZ is a plane. It's not a sphere. It's a plane. And by the way, if you can't give me the Z, okay, the Z here would be 8 miles deep. That's the Z. That's what's recorded. Where does 4,000 miles of the Z come in? Other than you've been told, and it's a big trust me, bro. How do you verify that?
You fly in a straight line around the world.
Well, no. How does flying above the surface give you the depth of the Z? Come on, bro. Let's think logically here. I'm really trying to walk with you. I'm working with you here, but I really want to crack your brain here because you're just not getting it. Flying above the surface of the XYZ plane that we've already established, but you're telling me that the Z goes 4,000 miles deep to the center of something. How do you derive that if you cannot get to it? Go ahead.
Because it's a volume equation. Right? You know the size of it because we...
How do you... No. You can't say that. You can't say we know if you haven't been there. You haven't seen it. Can you at least concede that it's an assumed volume?
Wait, you actually kind of did just blow my mind for a moment there. But you wouldn't be able to... I can't explain to you how you did.
That's
but
okay.
There is a problem. There is a problem in the quantification of energy in a Cartesian system, right? There is a problem. Okay. We don't have the perfect grid system for curves, right? So it is a problem, but we have integration. We have calculus. We can deviate over the curve, and so when we do like trigonometry locally, we're kind of happy with that.
Okay, so trigonometry is trigonometry triangles. It's in the word, right? It's literally in the definition. Trigonometry.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, so we're dealing with triangles. Okay, so let me again say
it's not just triangles. Trigonometry is like the relationship between angles and lengths.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. What angles, right? 90-degree position. Are they not going to make a triangle? Yes or no? That's a very simple question.
Yeah, but you can like use trigonometry to do vector calculus. You don't like not although you can describe it as like the product of the vectors can be described as a triangle. We're not talking about like geometry and triangles. We're talking about like physical phenomenon in vector space, right?
Okay.
So it's like,
Yep.
We need like the triple dimension. Like we need like speed and time. And that creates distance, right? So we have like 3 dimensions in order to measure stuff, right? So
So with all that being said, when did we use trigonometry to record 4,000 miles to the center of something that we want to believe is true? This is the question at hand. How do you put yourself in this position to where logically?
Okay, this is what they did, right? Is they. This is my understanding. So, like a minute in on the clock is like a division of the time it takes for the sun to move over the sky.
Okay. Oh wait. No. Hold on. No. You're going up. Okay. You're above the surface. We're talking about below the surface. I get what you're saying, but you are trying to justify a 4,000 mile down to a center of something by talking about the sun above the surface. So do you realize how you just fucked up?
Well, no. It's the sun is the reference point above the surface. You're right, but the center point references the sun from the surface as well, right? So the center point and the surface has a relationship. The surface and the sun has a relationship, and we can use these relationships.
You've still got to prove that center point.
Yeah, exactly. So hey, bro. How are you proving that center? Come on, dude. Like let's be genuine here, not disingenuous. Let's be honest here. You have to at least concede that what you're saying is assumed, theorized,
you mean
or
like a center of mass, or like
no. That has nothing to do with the conversation. We're talking about how do you know that it's 4,000 miles deep?
Well, it's a algebraic answer, right? Because we can take the size of it and we can do some like pi.
Size of what?
Yeah, what do you take the size of?
Well, the minute, right? So it's not like we don't have
the minute.
Yes, because the way when we're on the surface, right, and we look out to the sky, the Earth is rotating. Whether it's flat or not, we're moving. This distance of
no. That's another. You're claim stacking. You're claim stacking right now.
I'm trying to be real. I'm trying to grant you some real.
You're trying to be imaginary.
Okay. So wait, are you saying the sun doesn't move across the sky? Are you saying the sun doesn't move?
No, we're not. No. Stop. Get away from the sun. We're talking about the depth.
Yes. No. Yeah, but the way that we have derived the radius equation of the Earth,
it's not from the sun.
It's based on the algebra of the time it takes to move a distance across the surface of the Earth, right? And so we yes, it is. It's the division of time. Okay, my guy. And if you don't know that, leave me alone. Okay. Because this guy was asking genuine questions, and I was asking them genuinely, and you just interrupted to be.
Dude, you're claim stacking, like he said.
Raidwin,
you have a center of a ball.
Man. Stop changing your name. Have some real identity in the world, okay? Own something, okay?
Wait till you see what's coming out, Mr. Own Something.
Okay, Luke, just real quick, Luke. Just hear me out real quick, okay? We start with how do we know that Z on the XYZ that you stated, and I agree to you. You're right. You're absolutely right. Everything about in measurements and calculations and trigonometry and angles, it's all derived from an XYZ. I totally agree with you.
No, not true. XYZ came after algebra.
Okay. So hear me out. Where do you get the depth of the Z? Go ahead.
Because we have a formula for a circle that is based on high, right?
Okay.
We don't.
So okay, I'm following you. Now, with that being said, with what you're saying right now, you're telling me that a distance away from my position should be dropping at a certain elevation from my position to make a circle or a sphere in this case, which I would be able to derive the radius of that drop over distance to create a particular depth. I get what you're saying, but here's the point. That so-called observation or measurement, should I say, has been debunked
because radius isn't a constant value, right?
Just listen, Luke. Once you have an observation of 10 miles away from your position that should be only at the maximum like 2.4 miles away, do you realize that you've increased your sphere circumference mathematically to be 1.6 million miles instead of the 25,000 miles? So mathematically, you're debunked. So now we have to go back to, well, what are we observing on the surface of the Earth to give us this circle that we think we're on? So that actually doesn't help you in answering your question of how you know the depth of this circle, because technically, what is the radius of a circle, sphere Earth, with 1.6 million miles of circumference? So now, in your own fucking statement, it's no longer 4,000 miles deep. You understand that?
Yeah, but the radius isn't a constant. When we measure it from one place, there is other places on the Earth that
you have nowhere to measure a radius. Radiuses are measured from the center to the edge of the circle. That's how you measure a radius. Nothing to do with anything else.
Yeah, thanks for just repeating what I said there, mate.
You're thinking circumference. Is that what you're thinking?
No, I'm thinking of radius, like the measurement from the center of the Earth to the outside of the Earth, like the surface.
That varies for like.
Yes, that would indefinitely vary. Yes.
How does it vary? So is the Earth moving?
Hold on.
How does it vary? Do you not? Have you never seen a hill?
Hold on, kid. You're saying that the Earth is a ball and it's breathing.
Okay, we're having a conversation.
You're saying the Earth is. I'll mute you if you don't let me talk. You're telling me the Earth is getting bigger and smaller, the radius.
No, I didn't say that. And if you're going to mute me, right, then just mute me, bro. You don't need to posture, okay? Just fuck yourself.
Dude, you like to talk over people.
No, you have that problem, my guy.
Luke, do you understand what Radwin's telling you? He's telling you that if you let me hold on. Luke, listen.
I understand what he said, yes.
Okay. So listen. If you're trying to say that we can derive the radius because on the surface of it, we can see a drop over distance mathematically that's going to create a 4,000 mile radius to the center of this ball. But here's the point, though. We have observations that it would mathematically have to make the Earth be. Listen. Just listen. Just for a second. Mathematically, that radius would be much larger. That's why Radwin's telling you, so the Earth is breathing, meaning it's getting bigger and smaller.
Bro, you don't need to walk me through the 1 + 1 = 2, okay? I understand math very in its finality, okay? I understand it. Thank you. Right, so yeah, the radius, when we do the horizon equation, right, the Washington government Department of Mathematics has supplied, right, to the World Wide Web, it averages and it simplifies the radius value, right? So it implies it's a constant. But if you just acknowledge that, then you can have a better scientific integrity to your experimentation. But every single time I argue with you guys about this observer height measurement, you guys just brush past that radius is a measurement from the center. and that the radius measurement is proposed the same at the height of the horizon, which just isn't true.
Okay, Luke, if we have an observation that gives the circumference of a 25,000 mile circumference, but the observation would have to be a 1.6 million mile circumference, do you understand how that would change your radius? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so
did you understand what I'm saying? That at any point on the surface of the Earth, the radius measurement would be different.
So that's why Radwin said, "Is the Earth breathing?"
Well, it's a big rock, yeah, and rocks breathe.
Oh wow!
Okay.
But they don't inspire an expire.
Dude, you're completely done.
Okay, bro. Oh, fuck you guys. You guys are fucking mongs. No, you're just fucking retarded.
Luke, he left.
Wow. Do we have any bots in here that can clip that rocks are breathing?
Please do that shit. Oh my god, that was great. That was fucking. I live for this shit. It's fucking hilarious. I love it. Yeah, obviously rocks are breathing. Obviously, Radwin.
That's the only way the radius changes is that the rocks are breathing.
By the way, Radwin, I tagged you in a comment earlier. I want to apologize. I flipped out the other day, but I apologize to you and Matrix and to Sporadic, to Amish. I did flip out on you guys, so I just want to say that, man to man,
okay,
man to man.
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah, APOC, dude.
From one man to another.
That's a throwback from earlier.
What was that?
That's a throwback from earlier where the guy kept saying "man to man."
Yeah, exactly.
Man to man. Who came in here saying that?
Nate. Nate was like, "Oh, man to man." Ah, shut up. You fucking.
Yeah, he couldn't understand why he's getting muted when they ask him what science demonstrates the shape of the Earth.
He could not fucking answer that. For the life of him, he couldn't answer that. It was hilarious.
The juggling science, that does it.
Dude, this guy literally just fucking said, "Rocks breathe, obviously." Let's clip that shit. That was great.
Yeah, the last time I talked to him, he's like, flat earthers are bigoted, hateful, assholes. And I'm like, really?
Yeah, he checked out. He was like, yeah, okay. He was cooked. He was cooked.
And I sent him that article about all the LGBTQ representation at NASA being scrubbed from their website. I go, are flat earthers doing that? And he just blocked me. Yeah, the guy is completely gone. He makes some sort of wild claim, rocks breathe, and then when you push back on it,
here he is.
Just calls you names.
He's back. He calmed down. He calmed down.
No, Radwin, shut up, bro. Just to quickly clarify, what do you mean by breathe?
When you breathe yourself. What
do you mean by breathe?
I'm going to tell you. When you breathe, watch your chest. It goes bigger, and then you let out, and then it gets a little smaller. In, out.
We have words.
So it's bigger,
right? It's
smaller.
Inspiration and expiration.
Is that what rocks are doing? Are they inspirationing and expirationing?
But guess what they are doing? They're changing density pressure of the environment by moving.
So they are getting bigger and smaller.
So rocks moving.
Is that what an earthquake is?
So when the chest of the Earth moves.
Is that what an earthquake is?
Listen to yourself.
Is that what we have earthquakes all the time because the Earth is taking a big breath in,
he left again.
Oh, okay.
He literally came back and tried to justify it.
Yeah, he tried to get his last words in, and I overrode that.
Wow. And he stood to it too. He doubled down on stupid.
So now you got to clip rocks are breathing, then space, and then got to clip that part where he comes back.
Wow. Never ceases to amaze me how fucking stupid these guys are. Amazing. I for the audience, I want them to understand, like mathematically. Okay, let's go back to that. It would have to be 1.6 million miles of a circumference if you are able to see something at that height and sing that far. That's what would have to be. It would have to be that big.
Yo, how
Go ahead, Luke.
Flat Earth.
What happened, Luke? Oh, he's doing a drive-by. It's amazing how these guys can't get it. But for the audience, at least they're like, maybe they're like, oh, wait, what the fuck? Yeah, that doesn't make sense. That's not right. Hopefully they get it. The audience does. Oddly, he's the one that said it's an XYZ. Like he flat smacked himself at that point. Never on my graph calculator was the X and ever curving. It was always a flat horizontal position, and everything that was on the Y was higher or lower to the X. Never curved, by the way. Never. Or I'm sorry, on the Z of that. Funny.
Yo, Echo, do you know what a vector diagram is? That guy's left now, I can actually talk to you. Oh, sorry, APOC. Not Kikuni Ako.
What was that, Luke? What'd you say? Want to talk now?
Yeah, that guy, like a Radwin or whatever his name is, he likes to interrupt. You were saying about like the XYZ and like how there's only straight lines, but like the axes are straight, yeah. But the reason we could create the axes is so that we can make measurements on the graph, and then we can connect the dots. And the dots can create a curve, yeah.
They create a curve according to the
angle of incidence. Well, it's based on the angles.
Okay, so let me give it for instance. So let me give you a for instance. Okay, if we had an XYZ, you're right. We can have a curve, but that curve is still going to be derived off of that X as far as the way it drops down on the Z. Would you agree? Yes or no?
Are you saying that I maybe didn't understand what you said?
Okay, so if I was at an X of -5, okay,
yeah,
and then
X equals -5, yeah.
Okay, and then I had a Z of +5. We can say that we can say that would create like a hill, yes? If we were to draw it out, if we went -X to +X and had a Z of 5, that would be a big hill, yes?
We would call that a slope, yeah.
Yes,
or a
right?
gradient.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, but it's still derived from the X, right?
No, it's based on the points.
Yeah, I agree, but those points are still derived from the X, right?
No, they can be derived from any point on any axis.
No, hold on, bro. You're spinning off. Mathematically, if we had an X on your graph calculator,
yeah, you could put the X first. You could also put the Z first.
Okay,
yes, man.
Okay,
come on.
Okay, so we could have a -Z and a +Z, but ultimately it's still going to be a negative or positive derived off the X, right?
Yes, I asked you if you know what a vector diagram is, but you didn't answer.
Yes, no, I get what you're saying. So with that being said, though,
okay.
With that being said, if you have positions or datum points, they're going to be derived from that X. No matter how far away you go, it's still going to be derived off of the X, correct?
But your understanding is incorrect.
My understanding.
Yeah, I mean, like, I can say yes to you right now, but that doesn't mean you understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Right? Because when I said the right thing, when I said you can put Z first, you you acknowledged what I said, but you didn't agree with me.
No, you're right. You're right. No. I agree with you. You can put the Z first, You could put the elevation first, whether it be positive elevation or negative elevation. But
yes, but that's why
are they both derived from X? Yes or no?
They can be, yes.
Okay, so now let's put negative 2,500 on the X. And then we're going to do positive 2,500 on the X. And then we have an elevation that's going to be both negative and positive, but they're still derived from the X, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so with that being said, we do live on an XYZ plane, if you will.
Yeah, because if you say that the 0, 0, 0 is you, yeah. But that's not what the point is. The Earth is the 0, 0, 0. The center, in a radius equation, the 0, 0, 0 is the center of the Earth. That was what your point was.
No, hold on. You jumped way into... Hold on. You jumped from the XYZ. You then created a sphere. Is the X a sphere, yes or no?
Brother, X is an axis.
Oh, I understand that. But is the
so
X...
why did you just ask me if X is a sphere?
Does the X create a sphere?
X is one-dimensional. No, X is one-dimensional. X is a single axis.
The X is the baseline, correct?
X is a single axis. Say it with me. X is a single axis.
A single axiom, yes, but it's a
not axiom. Not axiom. Axis.
I'm sorry.
Axis.
I'm sorry. X is an axis, but is it not horizontal?
It describes the horizontal axis. Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Not axiom. No matter axis. The horizontal axis is a single, one-dimensional axis.
Okay.
It's not a sphere.
Okay. So now, thank you. You said it's not a sphere. I agree. Now, no matter how negative you get or how positive you get, you're still on that axis.
A single-dimensional plane. Yes.
Okay. Now
when you add Y, you have two planes, right?
Correct. You have
two axes.
Yes, exactly. Now you have. No, I want you to imagine this. We're on a football field, okay? We're on a football field. When I'm at the 20-yard line, and I say, this is my X. Now, my Y is going to be on one side of the football field, and then the other direction would be the other side of the football field. That's the X and Y. It's a flat plane. Now, the Z is going to be...
looking at it from above, yeah.
Yes. Now, the Z...
So, I appreciate you trying to explain this to me, but I've already explained it to you, right? The 0, 0, 0, referring to the 0x, 0y, 0z, right?
Okay.
From our perspective, when we use our eyes, that's what we're gridding from, right? The 0, 0, 0 is our eyes.
Yes.
But when we're talking about space and space-time, right, 0, 0, 0 doesn't hold true, okay?
Whoa. Bro, Luke, I have to stop you there. Because now you're jumping from reality to a paradigm.
Yes.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, the paradigm is that light is the way that we use our eyes.
Okay, so
we can't escape that as a description of your understanding.
Okay, so let's get back to the original discussion, okay? Now, we are saying we know the Z is 4,000 miles deep. And I think earlier you said I kind of rocked your world. Hold on. I think earlier you said you kind of rocked my world. When I explained
you blew my mind because energy works in a different way.